We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We'll hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this where we from, say yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. We came out the streets, came up from flames, came out the beast, came up from pain, came up from cops, came up from Cain, came up from judges that's playing their games, came out the plots, came up from plots, came up from all of us playing our lanes, came up from crackers that's focused on killing our leaders and stopping our queens and our kings. All the days on that concrete, how did we ever get past? Short change, red line, see, so you may hustle for cash. Here we the struggle to have, here we the struggle to mass, but we knew troubles could last, plus we got muscle and math. Remember them days in the dark, hustling, not grinding that smart. Remember them days and them times, family was stuck on the move, family was stuck on the lines. So we push all our times up, push the case till all our files shut, push the feet till all our mouths touch, push the street cause all we got is us, yeah. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We'll hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this where we from, say yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. Nights when the food is grinding, focus on food, had to find rent. Trapping and cruise, putting time in. Move or you lose or you're dying. Life for the fools and the blind men. Cops and the rules and they finding. Hung by a noose of they lying. Play like a fool by these tyrants. It's all that we know. Remember the pain that we put in for dough. Remember the nights that we slept on the floor. Remember the schools with their hand-me-down clothes. Remember the cribs with the roaches and mold. Remember the nights with the food on the stove. Remember your skin with no third wasn't cold. Remember the programs that open and close. It's all that we know. The life in the hood. Yes, it's the life in the street. The garrison cold. Life by the curb. Life in the beast. It's life in the cold. Yeah, the life in your feet. The garrison cold. Life by the curb. Life in the beast. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. We'll hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. We birthed in the streets, came up from problems and slums. Where we hustle and eat, hustle our bodies for crumbs. This where we from, and it's all that we know. It's all that we know, this is all that we know. It's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. And this where we from, say yeah, this is where we from. And it's all that we know, it's all that we know, this is all that we know. Yeah. Let it go. 84 music. Always talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Take the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where the knees, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on ribbon with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living levels and smalls all on the English. Knows we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take control, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and oil, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where the knees, leave them watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. You know, I see his movies about them spaceships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, they get body search. Play after the grid, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take control, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, I let them know. Cops ain't frame niggas, it's fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from its knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. Lift the block from its knees, leave him watching like whoa. Black as a motherfucker, yeah, I let him know. Fuck the police, nigga, some shit I forgot the words. Yeah, I forgot the words.
Yeah, he's stupid. Yes, sir. Make sure y'all hit that like button on the way in. Pause. Yo, good looking at everybody who jumped right over. I see it's numbers going up. The numbers going up quick.
Make sure I make a donation too before I get off to do today.
Yeah, support. I ain't be trying to throw it up there and everybody. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I know y'all be here every day and stuff, so I don't want y'all to feel like, yo, every day, Q. Every day, here go Q again. So y'all know, just remember when y'all can do what you can, whatever you can, it's all appreciated, man. It goes. So we got some really dope-ish lined up right now. I ain't even gonna lie. We got some stuff lined up, man. GA would tell you, Daddy tell you. Ryan, we got some dope stuff lined up. It's a hard mission, man. Pause, man. It's not easy out here. It's not supposed to be, man. It's not supposed to be. You don't go to the gym to lift up light weights. Judah, what song alone? What song decided to do? Judah, what song? You wanted to be on one of the songs? Bro, I be needing help, son. It's not even...
Hell no, don't put no Judah on no feature. Yeah, my fault, Judah. I can't help it, sir.
I'm like, what song you talking about by myself? I ain't even let y'all hear all the undone music. I got mad undone music, mad hooks of the 7 bars, 4.5 bars. You know what I'm saying? So what's good, Black family? The last stream was dope. We want to keep the conversation going forward. I'm going to reintroduce the platform for those that might be new. I'm Brother QueButter, and we do these 24-hour streamings. Personally, there's many reasons why everybody else may be involved, but what I always say is this is a platform that can increase the communication between Black people around the world, and that's just that. We can talk and communicate. Then from there, we can figure some other shit out. But my scientific opinion is that Black people need to increase the amount of time we communicate and how we communicate. And I think that over time will have a positive effect. You know, we got the Institute, we got a science program that we got going, a STEM program, changing the face of STEM. You want to know about our Institute, the ZyXInstitute.org, THEXYAYX Institute.org, Zyx the Movement.org. If you want to go to our nonprofit website, go on to there. And if you want to get involved, please get involved. We're not some weirdos over here. We are definitely people that want to do real stuff in real time for Black people that we're going to see in the future. We was just discussing ancestors in the last stream and why and how should we be thinking about our past. And I think that's a good conversation transition into this point here. You know, what should Black people be focused on? And also in relation, I should have put the ancestors. Y'all want, I can switch the title up to the ancestors to keep the conversation going. You know, how do we show reverence for the ancestors, and have the community been doing too much, glazing of the ancestors? That's how they would say, y'all ain't just glazing the ancestors too much, B. Come on, G. You know what I'm saying? So, or they saying there's not enough glazing. Pause.
Right. Shout out Afro with the super chat. Shout out to Afro Word. Y'all already know. On OQ, you might you could throw the banner across the screen joint.
Oh, hell yeah. Definitely appreciate the support, the donations. I don't got the thing up there, the sound effects, but gotta put the ching. Shout out to all y'all throwing the ching.
That's a fact. That's an absolute fact.
Yeah, you want to donate that across the bottom. If you want to be a volunteer, we definitely need help. You know what I'm saying? And it's real stuff. You're not gonna be sitting there doing, whatever. It's real stuff, man. Oh, there you go. Identity with the sound effect.
I had to dig it up. My bad. You was moving too fast.
So Wale, I know you had something to say on the last one, so I guess I'm gonna give you the floor first.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, man, that's beautiful. Thank you so much, Q. You're beautiful brother, man. I was saying relative to the uh, concept of dismissing the ancestors, and I see that absolutely no one does that worldwide, and I don't see how us doing it on purpose would bring us any benefit. Uh, I noticed you had mentioned the Chinese, how they deal with the science. They don't use names like Faraday. They don't use the European names. And I was watching a guy that was dealing in India, and he showed at least two of the formulas that are attributed to Faraday and Newton on ancient texts in India going back 2,000 years. So he was saying, damn, they telling us like Faraday just came up, but somebody had peeped this a long time ago. So I'm saying, when we don't look back and see what our ancestors peeped, because I say too lazy to try, because I've been able to go back and, go into a search that reveal what the ancestors were about. And I be bringing that to the forefront now all the time. So when we say, oh, we don't need them ancestors, then I think, oh, that person has no idea what's really going on. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying I think they have no idea of really what's going on, because every people revere their ancestors. And just like you said about, I'm just saying to add on to what you said about the Chinese, they also revere their ancestors. And they call that a religion somehow. They refer to it by a different name or some name or something. But I haven't found one religion that doesn't revere someone's ancestors.
Yeah. The only thing I would say, matter of fact, real quick, I wasn't cutting you off, Wale.
Not at all.
We got another super chat. This one from Achille. Shout out to Achille Negas. Shout out to Achille Negas. You feel me? Or appreciate that. It's always a good look. Or again, shout out to Achille. And the only thing I would say to that, Wale, is that I do too find this relationship in worship around the world. What I also find is around the world during these development of these worships, these worshiping people, is a certain amount of ignorance to the environment around them in terms of what we know. Somebody got in terms of hold up, we got them. Pause. Hold on for 1 second, child. We got somebody in the
Waterman
backstage.
Hey, don't forget what you were saying. Waterman.
Yo.
You got to turn on your camera while you're backstage because nobody don't know you. Nobody can find you on stage.
All right.
Oh, yeah, cool. You got a lot of background noise, though.
Yeah. Yeah, if you got your TV on or whatever in the background, it's kind of going to distort the content. So just turn off whatever background, and everybody else who might have some background noise like that going, just turn off.
You can turn your camera off now. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, no, just wrapping up what I was saying was, in terms of the relationship that Wale was speaking about, in terms of this worshiping around the world from all these different separate people who may or may not have any contact with each other. Again, the relationship that I find with these people is that they don't have the understanding of the world that's around them, because I'm not because, excuse me. The way you can tell that they don't have the education of the way that the world works as we know it today is the technology. You can see that they have the same resources, right? That was around, like what you're talking about, uranium, cobalt, oil, anything that you want to name that's a resource is all. It's not like, oh snap, these people haven't been sitting on steel, right? Right, like still been around, but then we have a stage where we can see the beginnings of this fashioning of iron between these people in terms of the growth of education. When the more that they learn about the world that they learn around them, the more they can put into technology, and then they use that same skill that they became to get educated about in order to capitalize on this newfound knowledge. Use that to subjugate and oppress other people who don't what have this same education and information. Where the way we discussing it is like people are out worshiping us. They pay more reverence to their ancestors than we do. This is why we're behind, rather than we're behind because of education, because we're lacking in terms of we don't get the same opportunities presented to us to be educated in certain cases and in certain places. If you're talking about your interiors of Africa and stuff like that, it may be different from the United States, where the reasons behind the lack of education can be found in different spaces. The nuance is going to differ, but at the root of all these issues, you're going to find education. And again, you have a time in history when people are not becoming enslaved. But those same people who want become enslaved, who don't have anyone to look to figure out how to get out of oppression, become the people who revolutionize and topple the system, because over time, something goes on in your head that tells you something is not right here. You don't have just a group of people who is just locked in this dumb state of mind without some small percentage of group of people that say, hey, wait, you know what? This ain't right. What you doing ain't right. And then begin to spread that same information around. And then you got now a group of people who are willing to say this ain't right. And now we got a force that we could be reckoned with. But that don't take ancestor worship. That takes you having common sense to know that what's going on with you in terms of being oppressed is not right. That's education. That ain't nothing to do with no ancestors.
I don't think we got to be educated to know that.
I mean,
Is
you
this
have to
thing
be
on? Is this
educated in
thing on?
terms of you would have to be educated in terms of the social dynamics, right? You would have to be educated in terms of what's a poor person to what's a rich person. You would have to be educated into what's a slave, because other than that, then this would just be what life is like. This is just what it is. This is life. That's all I know. This is what it is. And there are people right now who live that way because they don't have education. They live as slaves and things like that because they've been indoctrinated for so long that they had now become just unaware of the outside world. And that's why North Korea is the way North Korea is, because they don't want those influences happening to their people, to where these people get educated about what's going on in the outside world and to begin to know that their freedoms and stuff are being challenged by the people who they call in charge, who's supposed to be looking out for them. That's why it's always
Okay,
going
let me. Oh no, not yet. Okay, let me know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, see, the first thing is the convolution. We were talking about ancestor reverence, not worship. That's two different things. Most of the adults in the room know the difference. I assumed that you knew the difference. However, you went right back to ancestor worship. No one's talking about that. That's a fallacy. That's a what they call propagandized misunderstanding. And the people who know better, who have actually put their time and experience in to learn more, have found that to be the case. That we're not talking worship, we're talking reverence. That's what we're talking. And when I even asked QueButter one day, when a person feels better about themselves, do they do better work? Yes, they do, he said. So I'm suggesting that when you think in terms of your ancestors, and I always say ancestors is an ambiguity. It's not this person and that person. It's a conglomeration of all the things that it took to get you here. That's my understanding through the national culture of voodoo. That's the understanding when we talk in terms of ancestors. It's all of the people who took the that's the ancestors, not no this person, that person. So
Again,
a lot of
with the
a
word
lot
that
of
you
times when we're talking about the entire force that's behind you, did you ever see the what's the name
I'm
of it?
saying,
The
Wale, even
definition.
regardless if you're using the word reverence, it don't matter to me. Again, the
Okay, I'm
reverence
gonna show you.
isn't important. The education is what's important. You think that the reverence, revering these people is what's going to get you further ahead. And I'm saying to you that no, what's going to get you further ahead and what got those people ahead, whether you saying that they worshipped or they just revered people. What I'm saying to you got those people ahead was education. When those people got the gunpowder and stole the gunpowder and the stuff from the Chinese, it was an education that they used in order to manipulate the gunpowder in the firing projectiles that they could then use against the same people who were sitting on the gunpowder who had that reverence that you was talking about the whole time. They sitting with reverence and worship, whatever words you want to use. The Chinese were sitting with worship and reverence on the gunpowder and couldn't figure out what the European could after they got their hands on it. They shot projectiles at each other, but they couldn't get. The use was infrequent because they couldn't get the trajectory correctly to shoot it. It'll skyrocket a fly and reverse on you and hit you right back in the face. So what happens is
Let me ask you a question, brother. Are you saying that?
they begin to use it against the Chinese, but that's just education. That ain't have nothing to do with no reverence.
I don't know where you got all that from because I showed already on this channel that the Chinese were not only using that, but they were using aerial reconnaissance.
I just said that they use Scott. I just said that they use the gunpowder. Wale, what I said was they don't have the gun first because they couldn't figure it out. With all the reverence, I think you missed that. When they had reverence and worship way before they had again, yes, they had reverence and worship way before they was able to put the skyrocket together and shoot it. And after they developed the skyrocket, they could not develop the gun. It's not happening. They got it from the Europeans, bro. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
So you saying that the European culture was more advanced than the Chinese culture?
No, I'm saying that it's education. Not see when you say European, it automatically encompasses a large group of people.
Oh,
There
no,
are
no, no. I was just
certain people.
I
No,
was
but
just
no.
referring
Listen,
to
what I'm
the people
saying.
you
Listen, what
was
I'm saying, brother.
referring
I'm not
to.
saying that you said anything wrong. I said when you mentioned the word European, that verbiage encompasses millions of people. There's
I
a
was on.
small group of people. Listen to me, brother. I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a small group of Europeans who are educated and who are smarter than the larger masses that's around them, who developed these inventions. And the same way that you get the internet, there's a small group of people who have this mastery over engineering, circuits, and everything that was used in mathematics that was used to develop the internet. It's not a large group of people who have that understanding. It's a small
Understood.
group of people. And
Okay,
that's
let me
what
ask.
happens. A
Okay,
small educated group of people got in the gunpowder and was able to use science, not reverence. Science they used to develop that, not worship. So, regardless, he want to say you keep saying worship. I'm saying worship, reverence. Nothing I'm saying to you right now. Nothing is beating education. Education is how you going to get past this whole situation.
I can agree with
Trying
you
to
on
avoid
that.
that, then you in trouble.
I agree with you on the education part, both of y'all. But I think that like men need women and women need men. I think that it's a combination of knowing who we are, like holistically, and knowing the ups and downs, the lefts, the rights, like you say, being educated, because education don't just come from scholarly information and books and stuff like that. Sometimes
Here we
education can
go.
come
See
from.
y'all. See,
No, no,
see.
no. I'm not
Here
saying.
we
I'm not
go,
saying.
y'all.
Hold
Avoid
on, hold
them
on.
books at all costs.
Hold on,
Go
no,
ahead,
no, no, no,
brother.
no, 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 no. Listen, okay. So here's my answer this for me. Can we also learn and get educated from different perspectives. Like if we read the same book, we may have a different perspective of the same information in the book. So I'm saying, like, yeah, we need to get in these books. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's 100% fact. However, it like your experience can also be education. You dig? So I'm saying, like, so you disagree
That's
with
what the
that?
apples be saying. Last time I told somebody they got an apple talking point, they thought I was calling them pseudo. I will let you know verse negate. I ain't calling you pseudo, brother. I'm just saying there's a lot of people who run with that, and
Nah, but you gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish. Like,
my fault, brother.
No, you good. I just want to hear your contention, bro. Good.
His contention has been spoken. That's why I'm not speaking on it. I've spoken my thing. My
So
concept.
you saying I
He has
can't? So
spoken his.
you can't learn from an experience, like someone else's experience and perspective, like something that you've never experienced. For example, like just traveling. For example, like say you've been to Africa and I haven't. I'm saying it's a lot of people that travel around the world, and some people might come back with lies and bullshit. But you might be a solid one. You might go over there and say, "Look, it's really like this," and your experience could elevate me in some fashion. That's all I'm saying. Like we need to get in the books. I agree. However, I'm just saying I agree with I understand where my man coming from with the reverence and I understand where the other guy's saying. Well, it don't matter what word you use, like reverence or worship it, because it don't. Like it really is gonna boil down to education. However, it can't just be like just men or just women. You know what I'm saying? I'm flipping it, but I'm saying it can't just be education or reverence. You dig? Like I think we got to know where we come from to know where we going. What we going to study? What do I need to educate myself on if I don't know my history, or if I don't know who I am, if I don't know what my ancestors thought? You know what I'm saying? Like because a lot of us,
Let
bro,
me
a lot of
respond to
us.
your question. Let me respond to that
Okay.
question that you just posed, because you use certain verbiage that was baffling to me, because it is almost seemingly, I'm not calling you ignorant, but it seems like you're speaking from a space of ignorance, because you said you can't have education and no reverence, as if, I mean, you can't have a situation where you don't have both, and that's from a space of ignorance. I don't think you have a space and time where you can point to say that that didn't work, that they only dealt with education and they didn't deal with any type of reverence or ancestor worship, that they just dealt with the Socratic, the scientific method as an answer to their worldly problems in terms of trying to ensure their survival on the planet.
Oh, that's not what I said, brother. I
Mitch,
was
you know your whole statement is based off of equating reverence and worship. That's why I'm confused. Like
No,
worship.
and I'm saying that I'm not equating them, Q. That's why I'm clearly stating that for me, the average person doesn't have the emotional intelligence to separate the two, which is why it can be shown within these the popularity within the
But that's
religions
a
that we see
different. But
today.
you understand that's a different argument. Should
How is it
people have
different?
reverence
yeah,
for their
I
history
wouldn't. Yeah, I
and their
wouldn't.
ancestors? And that's a yes or
No,
no.
what I'm saying to you, Q, is that space of religion has an origin.
But that has nothing to do.
No, what I'm
That has
saying is
nothing to do with like.
so you're trying to tell me the word reverence, when I Google like the etymology of where it came from, is not going to come from
Why
Europeans
would
who
you look
have
up
a
the word?
belief system?
Why would you look up the etymology? That then you would
No,
be doing.
because at
Think
the
about
end
it.
of the
You would be
day,
doing
because at
exactly
the
what
end
the
of the
abos are doing.
no,
Etymology has nothing to do with that. That's an abo space.
no, it actually does though, and
It has
it could be
nothing to
an
do with
able space. But
definition.
I'm not saying, because when I use etymology, I'm not going to try to use it to prove that black people. But that doesn't mean that etymology is not useful. I would never not use the etymology of a word because an apple uses it when it can be actually be useful. That's why they have a book called etymology book. Period, because it's useful, right?
Etymology have to do with the definition.
No,
We would
it
go to the
actually does
definition.
though, Q. Because if it
No,
didn't,
understand. Hold on. Why would we not go to the definition first?
I didn't say you wouldn't go to the. See,
Definitions
that's a different
change over
statement.
time, bro.
Wait a minute, brother. Hold on for a second. He asked me, why wouldn't you go to the definition first? I never made that statement.
So that's
So
something.
that's a
Why would you
different
test the
verbiage.
etymology then?
Huh?
Why are we discussing etymology then?
Because when we're talking about the word and its usage, right? What I'm saying, when you're saying that it doesn't have anything to do with worship, I'm saying that the word actually does come from a space where it's attached to a worshiping situation in terms of the people who are putting out this vocabulary and the words that we use in today, the space that they were in mentally. That's why a lot of times when I say that we try to get out of a Western mindset using a Western approach, it's a situation where we're trying to separate it, right? But at the same time, we're looking at the effects of it. We're looking at.
I mean, all right. So do you? But like that's the reach, though. Like if you don't know the definition of it, what is or the etymology.
I don't think
it to be
that's
what
the
you
case,
want it
though,
to
about
be.
not
That's the
knowing
confirmation bias, though, because
No, but I think that you stated I think you clearly stated the definition. I actually went with the definition. Remember the last stream when you said it means deep respect, and I adhered to your definition. I said I don't have to trace it back to the etymology because the word, when the definition lets me know that the etymology of the word goes back to the European and how they felt about spirituality and religion and everything that goes
No,
along
it has
with it.
nothing to do with that.
No, what I'm saying is, Q, for me and from my mind, I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I'm saying is when you said that, I responded to the definition. I didn't jump to the etymology. I said it's okay because for me, the definition itself still relates back to the etymology of the word and where it comes from and why it makes it easy for one
etymology,
to go from.
But that's what I'm saying. Have you read the etymology of the word?
No, sir.
So then that's confirmation bias. You have no clue where it comes from. So you're just assuming, and if the person doesn't know, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, maybe it does. It has absolutely nothing to do with worship, the etymology.
Oh, I mean, you're right in that sense, in terms of I haven't looked it up, but I'm pretty sure that
etymology
when
of
the
the word,
beginning of the usage of the word,
awe of. That's what the etymology is. Stand in awe of.
You said who?
Stand in awe of.
Yeah. No, I get it. No, I'm saying that yes, that's what it means, but it don't have to necessarily mean anything to do with the word worship directly. Like I said, there's a space where the people who are producing this language for use, there's a mental or there's ideologies and certain ideologies that they're dealing with, which they're using the verbiage to help people communicate within a society in terms of how all of that language and stuff like that breeds behaviors, the definitions and everything like that, the way that we use it. And again,
but I mean, that would be an argument that you'd have to make, and then that would be a different argument. I'm just saying, like, if you want to tell somebody for clarity, we should have we should have reverence for our ancestors, but don't let that reverence turn you into worshiping. Deification, that's why I said deification is different.
If it was that easy, I would agree with you. Again, that's why initially last stream I said I don't think, and I listened to the people, and then Black Rothschilds came behind and was like, yeah, I think we do need to take it to that space. Because even though you say that, there's an emotional connection. And that revering, again, that's why when you said it means deep respect, that's why I said emotional connection. That's why I said this is a slippery slope. You again are looking at yourself and saying, nah, I'm okay with using the word reverence. I don't worship nobody. But again, I said again, throughout your different ideologies, you always constantly stand in the minority of the people. In terms of atheism, you stand in the minority. In terms of being pro-Black, you stand in the minority. In terms of everything that consists about you. So that's what I'm cool with you. Yeah, use reverence or reveal all you want to. I'm saying that the average person doesn't have that, and that's why they can be people who fall into a space of religion and fall into a space of belief. Because
let me ask you a question.
This connection that you have emotionally, that's going to affect them.
Now, hear this one here. This is one of synonyms of reference. So this one, I would give you this one here.
Not cute. I don't even
but it's not about that. It's the clarity. So people understand, like this, there's a space where this is coming from. Like here, to offer honor and respect to someone as a divine power. So in this definition, I would agree with you if we're using it this way. I would agree with you. Like, nah, this could lead towards that.
Yeah,
So we
nah,
so
and for me again, I could have pulled it up myself. Like if I would have looked it up, but for me myself, if I just know when I Google it, the space and the where the usage comes from, and the space and the time frame that they were in, the mentality that the people had who came up with all of this verbiage. When
are
I
y'all
go back, when you Google the beginning of the usage of the word, or when the word was first developed, you're gonna find it was developed in the time and the space around a group of people who had certain ideologies, and that ideology is gonna bleed through the language.
are y'all saying we shouldn't worship anything?
No, we just talking
Hey,
about.
hey, can I jump in here before y'all go too far?
That's a different one.
Can I jump in here before you go too far? Hey, I think it's Water, man. You had said something about if we read something, we could have different opinions. You remember you said something like that?
Yes, sir.
If me and you read the same book, it ain't no way that we should come up with two different opinions. Because when the sentence says I walked to the store, that means they walked to the store. They didn't run, they didn't jog, they didn't. So it's about the comprehension, one's ability to comprehend what they read. So I don't mean no
I can
disrespect.
dig I can dig that, but just how we read, like we see with our brains, right? So
Nah,
I'm
nah,
saying
but
if you
I,
if you if you read in words and the words like are like my man just put up two kind of different perspectives of the word reverence. You know what I'm saying?
and
It's that no,
that's the trickery of it.
neither one of them are wrong. But
Right.
I'm saying but that's why I say we could read the same thing and have two different like opinion, perspective, or whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying,
No,
Now
see what I'm
different.
saying is the
But
definition right
no,
there is
real quick,
good,
that's
right?
not two
Because
different ones. One is
but the
when you're using it
definition
as
is
a
good, right?
noun, and the other one is when you're using it as a verb.
Yeah, but it's good what
That-
you put up, right? Because when you look at it, right, when the as usage of a noun, right, it says what it said in number one, honor, right? That word in itself is going to be subjective in terms of the people who hear the word and understand the definition of the word and how they perceive it. That's how easily honor can slip into a space of worship.
That's
Because
pretty
the people who are looking at the word and saying, like, nah, honor is not worship. Honor wouldn't necessarily be worship, but one person's looking from the outside in, I can say, like, nah, you don't honor that person, you actually worshiping that person. Just because of the actions. Your actions to you may seem like, nah, I don't worship this person, I'm just honoring this person. But that's the subjective part within the definition, because it's the definition and the etymology doesn't give you a static fact. What it does is just gives you an explanation in terms of the behaviors of people. But
so
those
does it even
behaviors
matter?
of that word vary.
So do it even matter if we say we honor people or we worship? I'm sorry, if we do it even matter if we say I worship whatever or I revere whatever? It don't
Bro,
really
what I'm
matter, right?
saying is,
Hold on,
there
Miz,
is
you see
no
the
better.
difference in this though?
There, for me,
So,
go
but
ahead,
Miz, you
bro.
see the difference? I think I'm with you, Miz. I'm with both sides. I'm listening. To honor and show reverence for is in worship. The difference is as a divine being or supernatural power. That's what Miz and we're talking about right here.
I
We're
never
not
even
trying to
knew
do the
this though,
divine
bro.
supernatural shit. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, I
But
never even knew this though, Q. I literally, when you say, yo, you haven't looked up the words or anything, I never had to look it up, bro. The word itself speaks to me, bro. It's like revere. It speaks to an emotional connection. I don't gotta look it up. The word itself speaks to an emotional connection, and that's the part where you mess up the education. You
well,
shouldn't
no,
be,
it's not the emotion. It's specifically, like I said earlier,
bro. You can't get
deification.
around emotion, bro.
No,
Revere.
it's deification. Like just to be very specific,
You
divine beings and supernatural beings are called deities. So if
yes.
you don't deify your ancestors, then it's not worshiping.
No, but it's still a emotional connection. So a person who
No,
actually
no,
worships.
reverence is respect. It's
No,
not the
I get
emotional
what you're
connection is
saying,
out of
Q, but
respect.
I get what you're saying. What I'm saying, that's exactly why I said it's subjective, because the person from the outside looking in can look at what you're calling respect and the way that you're going about being respectful as worship, because there is no static definition of I'm in terms of you're worshiping and I'm not. It's just an explanation of a behavior.
No, that's not the no. That would not be this. No, there is a dear difference. If you turn right your labeling of a unit to the name of the person who came up with the unit, that is showing reverence. We call it the Newton, in respect and reverence for Isaac Newton. That's not deifying Isaac Newton. Nobody's lighting
but we can
no,
say
and again, what you said in terms of how you go about respecting Isaac Newton, I didn't really hear exactly what you said, but whatever, it didn't even matter what you said, how you go about paying respect. Another person can look at that respect and say worship, which is why you have. Give me a second, real quick. Give me a second, real quick. Let me just say this. You're going to find because this point going to hit home.
No, you cannot make that jump. Who is calling Isaac Newton a god?
They just told you people.
Nobody. I'm asking you.
I'm telling you right now who. I'm telling you right now who. The Abos who challenge whether we how much faith, quote unquote, that and belief that we put into science. They constantly tell you that you worship Darwin. They constantly tell you that you work, and you're saying no.
No, they have a low vocabulary, so their understanding is flawed. That doesn't mean I have to change mine.
And I agree, and I said that's why I said Q. You stand in a minority. I'm saying that
that's the majority of black people are higher educated than the Abos we find laying around.
No, it don't got necessarily anything to do with this Abos, because I look at people who believe as being illogical, and there's a large portion of the black population who believes in God, and I believe that's illogical, but that doesn't necessarily have to stop them from being successful or anything like that. But at the very end of the day, that reverence is a part of the reason why a black person could be into the space of believing in the Jesus Christ and finding it hard to get out of that type of situation in terms of the slippery slope between worship and just having that respect for what he's done.
Yeah, but to the word, to the words, I'm saying as Africans all across the globe, like you know what? Forget the African part. I'm saying when we look back to our ancestors, we can in our minds, like I think my mom is living, but to me she's divine. Like she's the most, like I'm saying, because she had me. Without my mom, I'm saying, and then without her mom, so I'm saying we can look at our ancestors as divine beings. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't gotta be like they gods. But I guess like in our own world, see, it's subjective how you look at it. It's perspective, because we got the nations of the gods and earth. Like they don't really think they created. You know what I'm saying? Like it's perspective is what I'm saying, bro. Like why it can't be all of it? Why we can't say, yo, we need to dig in these books and we need to know our history. We need to know who we are. We need to worship.
I don't even think that we disagreeing, bro. When you say that, I don't think that we disagreeing, because I think that everybody on a panel would agree with me when I say education first. I don't think people would be like, nah, Miz, not education first. Because
I think.
No, hold up for a second, brother. I said that for a reason. Hold up for 1 second, brother.
I think we need
hold up for 1 second, bro. I said that for a reason. Hold up for 1 second, because I said that for a reason. We can't both talk at the same time and be heard. I got you. So you're gonna be able to talk. Like I said, the whole panel might agree with me in terms of when I say education first. Education is the most important, right? Because they know what education can do for you. Because education is actually a need in terms of survival. That reverence is going to fall second to education. It's not going to be like, nah, Miz, we don't education not first. We need education and reverence first. That's what you're gonna have an argument at. Hold up for a second, bro. Let me finish, bro. I told you when I finish, I got you. The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is you're gonna put education first, and you have the ability to separate it away from the reverences because of how much a need education is. That reverence that you're talking about is not actually a need. It's just something that you want to do because of the emotional reaction to everything that's happening in terms of the culture that you was raised in terms of what they feel like is something that you should revere. The things that you revere come from a certain conceptual ideology of a certain group of people who have educated you. That that type of that going about reverence and everything like that is a part of your education and the way that you go about it.
You making my point, brother. I'm saying how we gonna know what we need to educate ourselves on. For example, if you don't know
What?
who you are, this is what I'm saying, bro.
In
This is what I'm saying.
2024, you
If you
ask me
don't know
that?
who you are, if you don't know who you are, anybody could tell you who you are, and they could tell you what to study. They could tell you which way to go. Anything. You just made my point.
Isn't
You
that
know,
what
Learning
happened?
you
history,
said something about us being.
learning history, brother, has nothing to do with
Hold on,
reverence.
hold
That
on. No,
point
no.
was
What I'm
hold up
saying.
for 1 second. That
Hold on,
point
hold on. We're talking
was
about.
that
Hold on.
point
You saying? Hold on,
was
bro.
mute because
Hold on.
education about
Hold on.
history,
I let
when
you
you
speak,
do
my brother.
history,
Hold on. Hear me out.
brother, when you actually do history, when you actually go to school and learn history, you
I
will
ain't
learn
talk
about
about
who you are.
history. That's not what I'm talking about, bro. I'm talking about knowledge of self. That's what I'm talking about. I'm saying if
There
you're
we go.
raised
You
and
good
you're
on that.
being
I'm safe on the
indoctrinated by
knowledge of self
a
combo. That
certain,
says a lot in itself
like
when
you
you
was
said that.
talking about the education system, being educated. If you're raised and you grow up in a system and you're being educated by people that want you to think a certain kind of way, you're gonna study what they want you to study. You're gonna educate yourself. You're gonna pour into yourself whatever the people that's controlling your mind want you to study. But I'm saying if you know who you are, now you can stand in your square and you can defend all of the all of the stuff that's coming in that you don't need. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us educated, bro. It's a bunch of educated people in America, black people, white people, or whatever. But I'm saying, what the education for? What they doing? Like, oh, what you saying? Well, okay, so you say educate ourselves. What would you suggest to a young black or anybody, a young man, to educate himself on? You talk about the system, you talk about the
Let
laws,
me
you
answer
talk
your
about
question real quick.
science, you talk about
Let
religion,
me answer your question
spirituality.
real quick because you just
All right.
asked me a question. Allow me to
Yeah,
answer
you're
your
on the
question.
STEM channel, bro.
Oh, chill, identity, damn, bro.
My
Oh
bad, my
man,
bad, my
son,
bad, bro.
come
My
on,
bad,
son.
bro. Go ahead, do your
You
thing, do
race
your
me to
thing.
that identity. You race me to that. And Q, you listening to this conversation we having right now. And I'm saying, like, this is why this is another physical representation. This is another metaphor for exactly what I was talking about in terms of not being able to separate the two and the importance of the two. When he talked about knowledge of self and learning about who he is, he brought that up after bringing up reverence. Learning about who you are doesn't have to mean revering your ancestors. That's just education, period.
I can see to that. I'm saying, but what
Can I say something
my
real quick?
ancestors are me, bro. You know
Can I
what I
say
mean?
can I say something real quick? I gotta say that education is not a universal thing across all ethnic groups. The
Hmm?
direction education is not a universal thing across ethnic groups of people. The foundation from which that education springs from is what we're talking about. So you just can't have black kids just getting a what we call a universal education on different sciences, maths, history, and expect a black power result off of it. You can't do that.
I'm not sure I'm following you, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to say
that goes to
I'm
my
not even
point.
gonna get at no response. You safe with me, bro. Money, that's your name, right? Money, you good, bro. I'm done. I just had a nice good back and forth. I hope that was good content for the people listening.
Nah, man,
I'm
we
all right
having
with
we
that
having
kind of response.
conversation. So I mean, you just can't cheat all people from the same perspective. That's all.
That
I
didn't help at all.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying. You can't cheat people from what?
You can't teach. So you can't sit. You just can't sit like right now. What we're doing is sitting black kids in the European educational system and expecting black nationalists to be developed out of it. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
That's
No one said
that
to
goes to my
teach.
point.
No one said to teach them without teaching other things. Like there are things that come with it that are outside of STEM. You still got to teach Like
But
we
but but
all been
those
taught different disciplines within school, whether it was
but
math,
those
science, English, social studies. Like there's all these different things that you can learn. Yes,
But
but see,
yes, but
STEM ain't European though. None of
I was getting to that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why with the fact that he just did what he did? That's a very common talking point here when people say the white sciences.
It only emphasizes my point at that when I said this is why it's such a slippery slope. I don't think the brother is anything wrong with the brother. I just think that once you begin to emotionally put emotions into your research and your education, this is the spaces or this is the directions that you can end up going in rather than actually capitalizing on what education can actually do for you.
by the time you get to the STEM, by the time the youth gets to the STEM, it's a certain education that's already embedded in him. I'm talking about that.
Yeah, and that has more to do with who they are, because outside of STEM, they don't teach nothing else that really matters. You know what
So
I'm saying? Like,
therefore, take it a step back
I
further.
would argue a young baby knows how to use an iPhone before they know they're black.
yeah, but yeah,
So I wouldn't. This is a different day and age, bro. This is
yeah,
a
but
different day and age. The
I don't
everyday
understand why
kid
you
is
say that though.
seeing things that we have never seen when we were
And
that age.
that is
So
exactly a problem. That is a
wait, that's a problem?
ginormous problem
Why is it a problem?
for a youth to know how to use an iPhone before they knew that they were black.
The kids know how
That
to use iPhones before they're one at this point. Like
that
they
should be
just
no.
again,
They know
it's
how to
not a
play with
disrespect
it.
to not knowing who you are. It's not a disrespect. See, this is a different day and age.
They
This
know
is
how
where
to
we are. Hold
play.
on, hold on,
No,
hold
no,
on,
hold
hold
on, hold
on.
on. No.
Hold on,
You
bro. I have
hold
said nothing for 3 hours,
on.
bro.
Give me a second.
Come on, bro.
I
Yeah,
just
my
one
fault.
second.
I was talking for too
One second.
long-winded. Let identity rock.
No, no,
One
that's not the case. But I haven't chimed in much because I was trying to respect the convo back and forth. But my point is that's the day and age we're in now. We are not living when we were kids. Like this is a different speed now. We have to adapt. It's not a bad thing that it's happening. The fact that it's happening and we know it's happening, we better gear these kids up and get ready for the next wave. That's the only thing we can do is prepare them for what's coming, for what we know is coming. We can't
Hey,
stay
identity.
stagnant and assume that, oh, it's bad that they know how to use an iPhone before they're black. They know how to use iPhones before they can walk at this point. Like that's just the nature of today's
They
technology. It's in mommy's hands, it's in daddy's hands, it's in the little
brother,
brother and
don't know
sister's
how
hands.
to
It's
don't know how to
everywhere. So
don't
Hey,
know
adapt to it and
they don't know
figure
how to
out how do we capitalize as a collective? How do we get the nerds of our group to figure out what's next so they can feed the family, so they can feed back to the black families? This is what we need to look at. That's not a problem. That's just the situation that everybody is in right now. That's not just a black issue. That's not,
identity
that's science. That's always there. So don't
identity is hair.
assume that we're in this oh my god moment. Like no, this is what it is. What do you? It's not going to come easy. We're
they
already
don't
playing behind an 8 ball. So what else can you do but figure out how to compete? I don't understand what the alternative is. What's the alternative?
they don't know how to use an iPhone. They know how to put it in their hands and just play with it. They don't know how to maneuver through it and stuff like that.
There's probably no more than their great grandparents know how to.
Yeah. And secondly, how you prepare for it is what I'm saying to you. It needs to be at the very beginning, coming out the womb, in the house, in every black house, a certain type of reverence of certain people that are the zenith, that are the example of the direction that we should be going. They
And
need, they need to be learning that.
and
Yes.
Not
this is
me.
Who,
what
I'm
who
not
one's
trying to pull
arguing
you
that they
back into this
shouldn't?
conversation, yo. But
I said that some kind of way it keeps getting conflated with liberation, right? And here we are still trying to like creep it in there. Oh no, you can't find any answers on how to deal with reality unless you understand this, and this about your history. See, like that's the big problem right there, right? Is that we feel like there's just knowing that there's going to be some kind of magical solution. Now that you know that,
Nah,
I mean,
not just our own personal history, bro, but like we live in a system, you know what I'm saying? The system been working before, like, we were born. So we got to learn the system also, That I ain't talking about just
It sound like people want to educate and they don't even know what the word educate means. That's what I. What does it mean?
Here's a good point.
Hold on, real quick. What does the word educate mean?
Learn.
No, it doesn't.
To be learned.
No, it doesn't.
To gain knowledge.
No, it doesn't. It means to draw out, to bring out from within.
Okay.
From the Latin, educar. Go look it up and learn some things.
No, come on, man. Like, so because I don't
this shit
know
is
what the word
annoying.
educate means.
Yo, what's really annoying is
it's annoying because people be on these panels trying to educate and they don't even know what they're talking about.
Man,
they don't even know how to use the word. I've been listening. I've been listening. I've been listening. Yo, bro, chill out. Chill out. I've been listening.
See, that's the thing. You've been listening, but you ain't been comprehending because what I'm talking about is survival. You're talking about
Rob Child, shut the fuck up.
Man, you shut the fuck
Hey, wait, what time is it? Okay, I think we're okay.
Fabio, chill, son. Nobody was doing that. Come on, son.
I'm about to say, this is a civilized place.
Yo, these people is bugging.
And so real quick.
Can we get some clarity on what he means by survival?
I was clear when I said
I could get 3 minutes of speak on this thing. I was wondering.
People definitely not comprehending. So everybody can speak once I finish.
Oh, okay. Once you finish, I guess.
Are you done, Xavier?
Give me a few more seconds. So as I was listening, I kept hearing people giving off saying they were giving off their little stances, the things that they learned, the things that they want to say, and it sounds like they want to be a teacher. Sounds like they're trying to educate. But what are you trying to teach us? What are you trying to show us? What are you trying to bring out from us?
Oh, damn.
Nothing. I
Sniping from the chat. Aaron Savage.
I came in.
Hold on, because we got a super chat. Hold on. So we got a super chat from Aaron Savage. Thank you for the $20. All right. Savio had to be sat down. I guess that's 20 minutes by rules of the channel. So we can continue the conversation. Sorry, Savio.
Damn. Aaron, you gonna get cursed out by
I came in saying that, sometimes we can learn from perspective, and it don't gotta just because I don't know the etymology of the word education. I'm saying like we all speaking English, and these words that we use, like they got sometimes triple entendres, So just because I ain't like astute in what like I got the gist of the word. You said to draw out and all of that, but I mean, come on, man, they ain't got nothing to do with common sense. They ain't got nothing to do with logic and rationalizing and reasoning. They ain't got nothing to do with that.
So let me address real quick what was brought up earlier, and we kind of moved off of it. My
okay.
W, I think your mic is hot. Whoever W is, I think
somebody got to mute up.
You can go. I'm only gonna be like 20 seconds. Wale, you can go back.
Good.
Okay. So again, when we were talking about just education, learning, when you make a point, it seems like it happens all the time when someone else takes your point and tries to turn it a little, instead of just listening to what it's actually being said and the purpose of why it's being said. The reason why I brought up an iPhone as an example is there's something happening around us that we need to adapt to, regardless of race, color, or creed, because everybody in the world has access to this right now. So we can sit here and spit our wheels on talking about how bad it used to be, this, that. We have something in front of us that could be a game changer, right? Technology is happening so fast that the babies are gravitating towards it, whether you want them to or not. How can you? Am I telling you to teach them STEM before they teach them how they're black? I don't think they're going to get the concept of black unless you tell them what black is and explain to them. That's talking ages. I'm not even talking about babies that can talk. I'm talking about babies that babble, can pick up a cell phone and realize I can manipulate this thing and make it do things that, hey, I know I'm not really using it as a phone or an MP3 player, but by the time they're 5, they're going to be better at it than you. By the time they're 7, 8, they're going to be creating apps on it faster than you. That's how fast this thing is going. So I'm not saying teach them STEM first. That's already happening. I'm saying get on that train now so we can actually prepare the ones that are coming up. The perfect statement. Q said it. Change the face of STEM. We putting black faces in there. That's the point. Because that's the game changer. Or at least that's one of them. It's not the only. That's one of them. This can only address one main statement, and that's the one I'm standing behind. So I'm not saying don't teach them black. If you don't know, there's other things these kids are learning other than just STEM. It's not just math and science. It's not the only thing that kids are. Is that all you learned as a kid? No, you learned other things. There are other things happening. But again, the purpose is to make sure they're exposed. That's all it is. Not just to an iPhone, because babies have iPhones. No, we got to expose them to things that they didn't even have the concept of thinking about yet, to show them this is where your mind needs to be. You don't need to know it right now, but you need to know it exists. And if you're going to be able to manipulate it in the future, you need to know how it works today. That's the goal. So I'm not saying don't teach them black and who they are, where they come from. That's in conjunction with, not in replacement of.
Now,
Sorry, is Wale still here? I want to give Wale the floor because Wale been asking to come up, and I don't want to. I didn't mean to step on his toes. My bad, Wale, if I stepped on your toes, bro.
Okay, I appreciate you with hell when you get that them digits together. You say you're working on some beats. When you get them beats together, be sure to make me hear it.
Oh, I got
right?
you, bro.
You know
I
what I'm
got you.
talking. Okay. So what we were getting into, it sounded like it was really getting kind of like emotional. So that's why I just stopped talking about it. But I think to me, there's a lot of not understanding going on, and so it seems like as far as ancestors and all that kind of stuff, because I've seen how it was used all over. I even agree with some of the stuff Miz said a week or two. We had a discussion about it ago, and he was telling me how he sees it. However, from his perspective. So I'm saying the thing that I've learned is from most people, not him necessarily, but most people, period. They didn't really see what the real thing is our ancestors was talking about, and they simply transferred some prior propaganda and presumption over to and just say ancestors like that. So I know it's not easy for some people, but this is we're gonna walk this road again, and maybe we'll be able to get to the end of it. So I don't have no problem with it at this point because it definitely will be treaded again. I thank you for letting me speak on it. I'm gonna go ahead and get off your panel and see about some other things. Thank you very much.
Peace, Wale.
Yo, I want to ask my man that was talking about like the children with the cell phones. Are you
Yes,
saying
sir.
that
It's identity.
are you saying that we should allow our infants and toddlers to use these cell phone devices and stuff?
Depends on what you're talking about. I mean, right now, I don't have a problem with education, using it educationally. Yes, Yes, because I mean, we college students are now using laptops in schools. No more notebooks. So
Okay,
this is
so
just technology moving. Yes, get them prepared for what's
yeah,
coming.
I get what you're saying. Hold on. I get what you're saying about the information, but what about the health of the children?
What do you mean?
I'm saying you don't think it'd be healthier to read books than to give them iPhones and tablets and stuff like that? I'm talking about
You could.
toddlers. I'm talking about toddlers because you was talking about how the toddlers they're advanced now and we need to get ahead and get them, you
They're
know.
gravitating to the technology already, which is a fortunate thing. Is my point.
I get what you're saying, but I think that's not. I think that's a perspective when you say that the toddlers are gravitating to the devices. I think it's more so like the adults have these devices, and it's like a pacifier. You know, they know that this
Access,
device.
yes,
They know that this device is flashy. It does a lot. Everybody got them, so they know
yes.
that these toddlers, you know, like you could just turn something on it, and so it's yeah, like you said, it's easy access. You know, it's like a. So I don't really think it's the toddler actually making a conscious decision to gravitate towards these devices. It's more like the adults are pushing these, and I'm asking because I think they're really harmful. You know, I got a little boy and I'm struggling with his mom about like giving him this thing all the time. Because every time you turn around, he watching TV, whether it's educational or not. I'm saying too much of that type of technology. I think it could be harmful.
Respectfully, brother, I don't know your walk of life or your situation, but the use and access to that device is on you. What they
Absolutely.
see, what they use it for, how they use it. Now, when they get older and they get obviously, you know, you get older, you become teenager, you do that's a different level. I'm talking about little babies. Yes, they have access because the parents have them, yes. But the time they're on it is you. The time what they're watching on there, you. How they're using it, you. Just wanting to use it because it's bright and shiny is just embedded in them because it's just a bright and shiny thing. And yeah, great. But how to use it, how to actually, yeah, we're gonna have to limit the content that they see. That's part of it because of that age. Unfortunately, that's part of it. No,
I,
you don't leave the whole world open to them. No, but that's just part of it. I don't know how you get around that other than
I ain't really talking about
regulating it on the parent side.
yeah, I ain't really talk about the content, but I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
Okay.
I'm saying that I think that we've become lazy. You dig? And we don't push our children. You know, I agree with you with STEM, but I think STEM is more outside than inside. I think STEM is in books at the library and stuff like that. And like we use these devices, and I'm just tripping off of the not really tripping, but I'm just pushing back off of the I'm not saying technology. I'm talking about these devices because like if I don't know if you ever recorded a TV, but you know TVs glitch. And I'm saying for a child, like watching TV on any kind of screen, you know, it's gonna mess with their brain. That's what I'm
I think
talking
that's a
about. As
different
far as,
conversation as far as that part
no,
of it.
it's the same
But
conversation because
but
what I was
let me
saying.
address the books part first. Let me address the books part first. Your cell phone has access to more information than your local library, bro.
That might not be a good thing.
Wait, 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 wait,
There's a lot
wait,
of
wait. Wait a minute. Wait, wait, wait. Let me finish. That's one aspect, right? So going to the library, that's how we know it to be. Again, this is our thinking. That was our experience. This is not the experience of our kids. They're not going to if I can look this up in 10 seconds instead of getting dressed to go to a library to sit there and hopefully they have a book that is going to have the information. And I could literally find an online library with encyclopedias, the same books. I don't, this is a different age, bro.
I agree with
You're
you.
thinking more so where you came up.
No. I think you misunderstand it. I agree with what you're saying, bro. I'm just saying like how we don't go to museums, we don't do research, we don't be trying to get into the like STEM is actually hands-on, you know? Like STEM ain't just like doing research. You feel me?
What? Yo, see, this is what I be talking about, bro. On my foot. But Waterman, you definitely would stand on the side of revering your ancestors, right?
What do you mean stand on the side?
Of revering ancestors. You ain't been hearing a conversation about whether we should revere our ancestors or whether we should.
Oh yeah. So you asking me, should we revere
No,
our
I asked you, do you stand on the side of revering your ancestors
versus what?
versus not revering them? Well, it's only what's the
Oh yeah, I revere my ancestors. Yeah.
okay. No, I was just clearly getting that because I wanted to get that clear because see, that's what I'll be talking about. Identity Q, whoever else still listening, like that's what I'm talking about. That's where that comes from now, because now when identity was talking about technology and stuff like that, to me, identity, a lot of this pushback against identity, technology and all that stuff comes from this anti-white man, white man science that came from a space of reverence for the people who came before him, who told him, watch out for these white scientists and their white science. You kind of get what I'm saying, identity?
Yeah, I hear you. It's his experience. That I see. I'm gonna stand down on it, but I hear you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I was actually asking you to not to necessarily agree, but in terms of making sense, in terms of my argument, in the way that I'm positioning my argument, in terms of what I'm saying, like it's a slippery slope, and that's part of the result of the slippery slope. You get into a situation where someone says to distrust something, and now you fit in a space where now you saying like STEM isn't the only way to get educated, when that statement don't even it doesn't even make sense.
That's not what I said, brother. That's not what I said. You reaching, man, because I don't
Nah,
not.
I wasn't talking. I was just talking to identity. You good? You good?
I don't think information. It don't matter where it comes from. White people, Asian people, it don't matter. Knowledge is knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And you just keep stacking bricks. The ones that can hold their weight. You know, you keep them. You know, I don't not like I was saying that STEM is hands on. I was just pushing back on my man when he was talking about the the devices, not necessarily technology, bro. Like I'm
Yeah, I'm not even arguing against you, bro.
the
I think that
advancement
you
of
think that I'm
technology.
arguing against you. I was
Oh
speaking of
no. I
identity in
was just
terms of like,
yeah.
yo, bro, like, do you see what I'm saying?
I thought
Because
you were
now
repeating.
it's like, yo, like, let me keep my kids away from stuff like that. And it's like, that's the way it ends up when it becomes a thing where you become in a space of anti-science.
So let me ask a question that might move the conversation forward a little bit. Are we in a position to question or at least criticize some of our former leaders?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the deity part is off the table then. So we can't worship them, right?
I don't know what you're talking
So this is more
about.
so because sometimes this conversation goes into thinking if you question Malcolm, you're being disrespectful. Not necessarily. Only if he's in deity status, that's the only time it's disrespectful. Other than that, he is a black man that went through some things and figured out some things for the push of black people, and like he did a lot of things that most black men won't ever do in their life. No disrespect to him, but
Right,
that does not mean everything that he did was 100% in agreement with everybody. So
I
they're
don't
not above reproach.
I don't believe humans become
But it's
deity.
not disrespectful, is my point. It's not disrespectful to at least ask the question, was
Right.
that the
You
right
said
move? Is it the right move? And can we apply it today?
right. You said that unless he's a deity, and I'm saying that's like not uh humans don't become gods. Like humans, how is that possible? I'm saying
Well, that was the argument earlier about worshiping.
Okay.
That was in reference to the argument earlier. This is why some people take offense to actually questioning the motives of our former leaders.
But reverence don't got nothing to do with. I'm saying
That's why I use
divinity.
the word worship.
divinity and deities is different.
I'm
Like when
not calling them deities. I'm saying if you look at them in that light that they're above reproach, you're
okay.
putting them in that deity status.
Oh, okay. I get it. I get it.
That's what I'm saying.
I
I
digress.
think we're saying the same thing, but maybe just a different way of saying it. That's the danger, and I think that's the danger that Miz is speaking of. That like once you do that, once you put them in that pocket that you can't even question what they said or did, then we're no longer actually using it as a stepping stone or a way to evolve and move forward. We're using that as the foundation. That's it. This is it. This is it. This is the answer. Like, no, that's not what that is.
Yeah, that's that's like a religious approach. You know what I'm saying? Like when you think you got it figured out, or like you think this the answer, that ain't what science is though. Science just keep moving. Science just keep evolve. Like things. Nature, nature always changing. That's the constant in nature. Shit always changing.
Yeah.
Hell, even Malcolm and Martin didn't agree on everything.
That's true.
They was just niggas, man. Regular niggas.
Now that sounds like disrespect. I ain't gonna lie right there. That one hurt me a little bit.
No, I'm saying we all just regular. Ain't no humans. There are no exceptional humans, bro. We just think differently. We got different IQs. Some of us study more than other ones. But shit, the same capabilities you got, the next man got. I mean, a normal human, like with full
Nah,
development and all of that. You know what I'm saying? If his
I
brain
disagree.
developed and
Yeah,
all
I
that,
disagree. I
I
disagree with
disagree
that one.
totally, but you can go ahead with that.
I think the sacrifices were high enough for me not to even reference them as just another nigga. Like to me, now that right there is like, I wouldn't do that. That one right there is
it's not.
it's
It's
not putting them in worship status. It's just respect at that point.
And you see but that's where it goes in identity in terms of like, if I can't revere him, then it's like, then I gotta go all the way to the opposite end of the extreme.
That's not an extreme, bro. I'm
No, I
saying
didn't say that, but no, but brother, you got a bad microphone, so you probably gotta mute up until you get a turn to talk or something like that.
See, now we have a nuclear physicist in the chat that disagrees or disagrees with what I just said, calling them regular niggas. Now that's disrespect, bro.
Yeah, nah, and then just that whole aspect of like, yo, we all just regular. To me, in my opinion, I ain't saying that I'm right. In my opinion, I'm saying that's what I'm talking about. Is that ends up becoming the opposite end of the spectrum now, because it's like I don't want to adhere to this whole, I revere these ancestors. Then I'm gonna put it all on the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of nobody's better than nobody. Nobody's more exceptional than nobody, and we're all human. If you're born normal, like the rest
Yeah,
of the
that's bullshit.
like
You
what?
could work as hard as you want to. You ain't gonna never be Jordan on your best day.
Like what?
You're not gonna be Jordan on your best day, bro. Just think about the hottest day you ever had on fire. You still wasn't Jordan that day.
I'm talking about on a universal level. I'm talking about the universe don't owe none of us nothing, bro. Nobody cares about our own subjective feelings, our own subjective
It do it.
perspective.
Oh, what you put
What the
into it.
hell?
The universe owes what you put into it. If you put what you
What?
put in is what you're gonna get back. So if you, so it kind of does,
You just disapprove. You just said on my best day I can't be Jordan.
right?
Right. So then the universe ain't giving me what I'm putting in.
What?
What?
My mind, if in my mind I
You
You
want
should
know
be
it's that.
striving to be
if
you.
in my
You
mind I
should be
want to be,
striving to
but
be
that
the
ain't what
best
you said.
version of
That's not.
yourself,
I'm talking about your analogy. You said
right?
on my best day I can't be Jordan. So I'm
No,
saying if in my mind
Exit
I want to be
stage
Jordan,
right.
and I go and I put in all the work and I work and I work and I work
And
and then
you're gonna be the best version of you.
right, but that ain't what you were saying, bro. I'm
It
talking
ain't
about
gonna be Jordan.
It
What?
ain't gonna
That's
be
exactly
Jordan.
what he just said.
yeah, but
It ain't gonna be
you ain't
Jordan.
talking about Michael Jordan. You talking about Michael Jordan accolades, because Jordan. That's what I'm saying. Like you talk about
What?
bro. I'm saying you don't think there's other players with as much talent as Jordan in the world
What?
that's not in the
Yeah, they
NBA.
not Jordan, maybe, but they
Okay,
not Michael
I
Jordan.
haven't
okay,
I haven't seen one.
okay.
Let me see one like Jordan, and then I will
I'm
make that. I
still
will
on
say
the
that's
what.
that.
I ain't get past the what yet, Stevie. I'm still like, what? He went back to back
Hey,
whats. It was like,
He
what?
did the same thing he just did with Malcolm and Martin. He just minimized their
yeah,
work. Like,
man, you can't
dude,
do
what are
No,
you
that, bro.
doing?
I did not, bro. I'm saying on a universal level, I'm saying all of us as humans, bro, we just having an experience. Malcolm and Martin, like, I bet you in their minds, they figured they could do more. Like, we look at them like, yo, they the man, they the man. I
Can
revere
I
them
ask a
like,
question? Do y'all wake up
That's because they are.
and ask yourselves questions to see how? Do y'all be waking up like, let's see how bizarre it could be today?
Yeah, and you know what's funny though, bro? I ain't gonna take it on a religious, but it's almost like when I hear a motherfucker be like, try to like minimize Jesus and be like, Jesus was just some regular nigga and shit. Like, wait, what?
absolutely,
Like the
absolutely.
nigga that
That
walked on
nigga,
water.
yeah, he was just, yeah, it was a
Niggas be
bunch of
like, he's just a
things.
regular ass prophet. Like the
I'm,
nigga was raised in the dead. Here we go.
I'm about to
See, that's what I'm saying. This is bizarre.
Like, how you go regular? Like, you
This
can't
is
make niggas regular,
bizarre.
yo.
I'm I'm going to exit the stage because this bizarreness is.
Man, you just got out on probation, bro.
But I will say this though, as
Enjoy
far
your
as
freedom.
how we kind of view science, I think it is. I think I can't really. Actually, I don't really know who made that point. Who was talking about some of the skepticism that we got from probably some of the elders or maybe I mean just people that we learn shit from in
Yeah.
general about science and shit like that and how we interact with it. Um, but I think at some and it's crazy. I think that there is when how we get that there is a lack of knowledge on it, but at the same time, it definitely isn't without good reason. I think we got enough history and relationship, and part of the problem is I think isn't the who's whether science in general is who it belongs to. I think the problem is that is what we're able to control and see. Uh, I think even when we look at it on a scale of of just biologically, right? And they're studying other people are studying our DNA. We're not studying their DNA. You know
yeah,
what
I
I'm
don't know
saying?
what
Like
you're talking about, yo.
Yeah,
that.
but for me though, Blue, when like just taking what you just said in terms of like, yeah, I can agree totally that not see, but this is where verbiage comes in, and it's so important. When somebody might say science has done certain things that you can like raise an eyebrow about and be like, I gotta watch you. That's not correct verbiage because science isn't a person.
Right.
There are scientists who use the scientific method or they use the methods of science for their own personal gains or whatever things that they might want to use science for. But now that transitions into some people's minds as science is an actual entity that
Right.
has actions, that has hands, and that has feet, and has a brain, and is calculating, and it's making a cell science. You hear me? Science is
Right.
making a cell phone. Science is so. If science is making a cell phone, then that means, and science is evil, then that means evil things are being transmitted through this
Through the
medium.
cell, yeah,
So
through
stay away
the
from it. And that's
technology,
why I
right?
keep telling people, yo, Miz, you always keep repeating the word verbiage. Is that's because my pops told me a long time ago that every word in a sentence is important because every word in a sense makes what the person's idea that they're trying to convey. So you have to you being some using word semantics. No, they are very important because when they're thought of in the mind, it affects the behaviors. So now, because of the way you think of science in the mind, it affects how you allow your children to learn science, and that's
to interact
dangerous.
with it, right?
And
But
that's very dangerous.
and
And
it
it goes
is
back again to education, because if
right.
science has been used against people, the only way you find out that that has happened is by getting educated. And
Right.
what's the even better way to do that than finding out the history is actually learning the science. So you can then say, no, this is the scientific method and how I use it to disprove what you said you use the scientific method for to prove.
Right. And so and just I just wanted to see early when you said that when science was the relationship between us and how we view science is based on you were saying that these were like just kind of bad apples out of the bunch that acted uh as far as on the behalf of science and attacking us.
It's not on the behalf of science, because again, science is not
I
it's
mean,
a
not on
study of
behalf, but
different.
yeah,
See, you see
yeah,
the verbiage though. You see how it constantly keeps slipping though. You can't
right,
even go on
right,
to the next. You can't even go into the next thing about science without slipping. Like, nah, I don't mean the science as a study and all these different fields that encompass the word science. I'm talking about particular scientists. And then once you start to do that, you'll be like, damn, I
right.
gotta ask you that question, Miz, because I am just talking about specific scientists with their own agendas.
Right. So that's what that's what I meant. So like you saying like these scientists, these are specific scientists that are acting on their own will.
It doesn't have to be regulated to that. See, but that question is funny to me because it's almost like it's an absolute. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
science don't work in absolutes. So for me, Blue, you don't even gotta ask me certain questions because you gotta already know the way I'm speaking. Like Miz ain't going
Right, right. So
for nothing.
you pretty much and
I'm an
so
actual atheist and I'm an actual non-believer. Like I don't believe in anything because of the
right,
verbiage alone allows me the realization that I don't need belief in order to actively function in society. Y'all heard what I said? I don't need belief and nobody else does to actually function in society. It's an assumption of a need. And that's why I was talking about this reverence that people feel like they need to have in order to be successful. Reverence of the ancestors becomes this thought of as a need rather than
right,
something that is a byproduct of emotions and everything, the trauma that you've experienced. My fault for being
right.
long-winded, but it took me a
No,
second.
no, no, you good. And so and all I was and that's based and I think we both kind of agree on that. The reason why it is that way. And I think it's twofold. I think we got good reason to feel the way that we do. But I do think that the way that it is expressed is based off of you know what I mean, our lack of education on it. You know what I mean, on a lot of different things. But I think that in a lot of ways though, we should be skeptical of how we're interact or how science we could just say scientists, how scientists or American scientists interact with black people. You know what I mean? And it is
What do you mean
it's
interact
an
with?
issue.
What do you mean?
Like even now, um with the gene editing, the FDA approved gene editing on us, but they haven't approved it for other people. So they went on ahead and rolled it out as far as and when I say us, I mean let me be specific. Their gene editing is okay for people with the sickle cell disease. So what they're gonna do is go ahead and remove the gene. They already found the gene that produces the sickle cell or the coding. They recode it and then they re-put the gene back in you. Uh, Now some of the issues with that is sickle cell, the trait in general is one of the major reasons why we was able to even survive in Africa. Uh, we don't really know the effects because part of the issue with
So why don't we grow our own scientists?
grower on scientists, what do you mean?
Because you're saying don't trust that science, but if we actually have
Right.
if we grow our own scientists, meaning we develop them, we create them, we bred them,
Right.
we put the knowledge in them. We specifically make that a purpose. That the next wave of scientists will have black faces. So then we're not just saying the scientists. It's like, no, some of these are ours. Like that
I
again,
think
that's
that
the
I think
idea
some
that,
of
but
those
I'm
are
not
ours.
separating science as being something that's anti-black. I'm not
Right.
going to accept that part of it because they learned it out of a book just like anybody else can learn it out of a book. It's not illegal to read anymore. So again, we can breed our own scientists now. We just have to let them know that it's there and deliberately do it. But that's okay. All right,
So
fine.
when you saying that, so I mean, I'm trying to figure out. You saying we don't have black scientists now?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You were speaking in a tense that was anti-science, like don't trust the science because they're doing this. Scientists are doing this. Okay,
Right.
then how about we influx that with our own scientists then? How else do you combat that? How else do you do that? I don't know
And
Yeah,
how else you
that
do
was
that.
my whole thing when I heard you say that too, Blue. I was thinking
Right.
exactly what identity was saying. Like you can have skepticism, right? But your
Yeah.
reaction to the skepticism is where the issue comes in at. If your reaction is, I'm about to get away from science because everything associated with it is the white man and he's evil, so he must gonna bleed some of that evil into me, pause, through this transmission of this education. It's like, no, the best way to combat some science that they're using to attack you is that same science. It's learning science, it's learning technology. If the technology is what's being used against you, you don't run away from technology like, let me not use it. No, you learn it until you get to the point of being able to defend yourself against the use of it on yourself. You can't,
Yeah.
I keep
What's
telling people, you
what's
can't
good with
never
it?
ever get
Yeah, I
around
think though that
Nah,
I
no.
think we're gonna have an issue though with that because I mean, where exactly? Okay, so when we talk about like biology, what are we doing? We just setting up a university, and that like I'm trying to figure out how we don't already have that going on. Like, what's different from what we have now? We have black
You
scientists
you keep
that
like science.
study the gene.
Yeah,
We,
but
this
science, like my man was saying earlier, science ain't nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
science.
but I'm talking about the scientists.
But look though,
We got black scientists.
the problem got more to do.
That's
Hold
what.
on. The problem got more to do with how we have the
You got to
conversation
mute
in
up with him,
actual.
man. Pardon me, Domo. He got feedback.
Yeah,
You ain't gonna be heard. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah. But we got it. The problem is the criticism has more to do with the conversation around science as opposed to like the reality of science and like how niggas move because like what happens is when niggas be talking about having mistrust for science, it's like what are we talking about? Like a nigga, are we talking about having a mistrust for like gravity? Jump off a cliff. You know what I'm saying? Like and then let's see what you trust more than. I think
No, they
the
was talking
problem is,
about cell phones and technology and stuff like that per se.
but
In
but
this
but the
case,
pro but that's what I'm saying. But it always culminates into like technology and science. When it's like,
mhm.
all right, what is it? The conversation would be better if we had a honest conversation about what it was about cell phones that we didn't trust, or what is it about certain technology that we don't trust? Because I mean, shit, like a lot of this technology, we operate off of the assumption that it's beneficial and productive. That's why we use it. You feel me? So if we having a conversation about like, oh, all right, the cell phones, cool. Then what is it about cell phones?
Yeah, that's
Because
why
I
I
think
wouldn't. That's why I brought up specifically gene editing, and so and my issue ain't just like the fact that we. My issue is that we have scientists. The issue is that they study for on behalf of the country. I mean, based off of how they educated, and our genes get studied, but we're not on our own studying anybody else's genetics. I think that's a disadvantage when now you got them rolling out gene editing technology to where they're editing shit out of our genes, like the sickle cell trait, and that's not, you know what I mean, and yeah, we got scientists, we got different things like that, but
But why we
I'm
need to
trying to
study?
figure out.
Why we need to study other people's genes? Like our genes are the most like superior genes on the planet.
Yeah, we
Most
should be
diverse.
studying our genes and theirs. Why would we be
Yeah,
letting
but
other
hold on,
people
but
study our genes?
our genes aren't that distinct though from white people. Like I mean, yeah, you have different kind of markers that have appeared because of things like trauma. You know what I'm saying? Because of like regional differences. Like, cause we cause even when we talk about sickle cell being like a black thing, nah, it ain't a black thing. Sickle
We're
cell is a
supposed to have the most diverse
sick.
genes, though.
What sickle cell comes from any for it shows up in any population that dealt with malaria or
But quite,
had malaria outbreaks. So it's like
quite,
we racialize a lot of these things when it hold on because even when you start saying black people genes, there are no alleles, there are no markers for black, there are no genetic markers for black. And
Yeah,
we've had this
But we got
conversation
yeah,
different
that's a
before, and
fact.
phenotypes.
I'll show you
No, that's a
I
fact.
can, I can
There's
I
no.
can show the data. So before we start
That's
talking
like
about
saying a Jewish marker.
like black people genes and all of that, like nah, like
Yeah.
genes are genes. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
Like
we
they
got distinct
now Africa genetically in terms of
we got
what's up?
distinct phenotypes.
Mm,
Not the same. I'm even that we not the
Yeah,
same.
but that's a small that like your phenotype make up a small percentage of your genes,
Mhm.
a very small
Gen-
percentage, like less than
I'm
one
saying
percent of
genetically,
your genes are make up your phenotype.
but
and but Doma, I'm gonna say this though, right? So technically, and that's why I rephrased it when I initially said black people, then I said, well, it's the sickle cell, right? Because yeah, other people, you can't see that other people can't get it, but it's almost like a club, you know what I mean? A club that's like no do rags. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it may be some Mexicans and some white dudes that show up
Yeah,
in
my
some
mom
do
had it. Her
rags,
brothers had
but
it.
for the
All her
most
sisters had
part,
it. Like
it's gonna be like you pretty much banning niggas from the club.
I got the
You know what I
trait.
mean? Once you say no do rags.
Uh-huh.
So it's like once they roll that out, I think that and to me, I think like yeah, it's cool. We can say what we need to have, but at this point, it's too late. Like we had a point, they already approved the gene editing. People are already removing that trait from their genetics.
Well,
Like that.
but to
And
be
then not only
real,
and I'm gonna land right here. I'm just gonna make this last point. That and then the thing is, we still don't even understand how genes necessarily work. We don't necessarily know. We like it could take somewhere between 200 genes to 15 genes that it is just growing your fingernails. We don't know how changing one code can affect the rest of the codes around. So you know what I mean? That's all still a new science. So when they roll that out as FDA approved on for a sickle cell treatment, then that's pretty much just saying we the guinea pigs right now for CRISPR in it.
I I'm sorry, but as quiet as I just want to go back to what you said, like gene editing and stuff like that. As quiet as it's kept, they've been doing it to us. This is nothing new. Since slavery, they used to breed us with certain type of black people to produce a certain offspring. They still do the, and then what we have today, selective breeding. Like you like this type of girl or this type of man. Like, oh, I like tall guys. You have tall children. We've been doing it. It's the same thing. Like I remember Adman was talking about the bananas and GMOs, genetic modification. Um, about with food, it's the same thing that humans do. We're still using selective breeding to have a certain type of outcome for offspring. It's no different. We're no different than flowers and the rest of the animals. We're doing it. I guess I sound crazy, but
Yeah,
it's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
just a little bit and Doma
Um,
disappeared. So
no,
yeah,
and I'll say this though. So that's why and like I said, we don't. And somebody asked the question, "Do I want sickle cell?" No, I don't want the sickle cell disease. But it's only it's like I think it's like 1% of the population gets the actual disease, but we carry the trait. The
Yes,
point though,
it runs in my family.
yeah, part of the reason why you had that trait in general, it was actually like a
Prevent
protection.
malaria.
Right. So it's kind of we don't really know we know why we developed it. We don't even know the effects of removing that type of shit from your genetic code. That could be a
But it
fucking
could be
disadvantage.
severe.
let
I mean,
me get
I have an
back
aunt
to
that died
purpose.
from sickle cell.
Let me get back to
Like
purpose here, because
niggas
this
didn't
is
want to
very
quarantine for 10% of the population.
this is
So
very
we gonna
important
remove
to
a
get back
gene?
to purpose. So if we're gonna sit here and say we know it's happening, but we don't know how it works, how else do you know how to even manipulate it if you don't know how it works?
What
We
is
need
the
people in there to know how
I,
it works.
I didn't
So
say we didn't necessarily know how it
I
works.
didn't
I
say
said we
you
don't
said
know.
that, bro.
Oh,
I
okay.
was
I just
bringing it
wanted to make
back. I was
sure.
just bringing it back general, nothing
Okay.
personal here.
what is it? You mean
Because the
science?
conversation sometimes shifts. So I was saying no different than most of us, well, some of us don't know anything about cars. We go get that opinion from somebody that we know that we trust to go check the car out. Yo, is that mechanic telling me the truth? I trust your word more than I trust his word. That doesn't mean I gotta go learn everything he knows, but I still need somebody in there to know what they're doing. It's the same idea. We keep coming back to this trusting the science based on, obviously we had trauma in the past of black people in America. I get all of that. But at the same time, there's no way around it but to understand what's being used and know how to manipulate it by learning it. That's that. Unless you have a better plan than that, not specifically to you, Blue, but unless we have a better plan than that, I don't know any other path forward.
Yeah. I mean, you could say like you could do editing and try it on other animals to see what happened when you remove genes, genetic code. Like that would be a deletion, and you can also see what happens. Like sequencing with other things. You have to trial and error, like you said. You can't like I'm more lenient with biology versus technology. I know it sounds weird, but I'm all for like trying to get rid of a lot of genetic diseases like sickle cell, lupus, MS, all that stuff that comes down, genetically passed. If we can find the code and secret to deleting those diseases or sequencing them, another outcome, I'm all for it. But back to what I was saying earlier, they're saying I'm saying anything. I'm not saying that they're equal the same. Editing is more specific as opposed to selective breeding. But you can like I don't know why my cousin I don't know why she was thinking that she has what do you call it? Sickle cell trait and she got with someone who had sickle cell trait and they had children with sickle cell. And his I kept saying my aunt, but it's his aunt. She had sickle cell. She died from complications of it. So, you can use like selective breeding to a certain extent to have, get rid of undesirable traits. Like people do
I,
it. People do
I
it without really doing it. They don't know.
right.
Like I like tall guys, so you
Yeah.
breed and have children with tall guys. Or I like black people. We do that in this channel. We prefer black. We are going to have black children. So you do selective breeding. It sounds crazy, like I guess the wording, but it's true. We do it. Just like other animals, like peacocks, like really bright feathers and stuff they mate with other people, birds that have that type of color. And there's nothing wrong with selective breeding. Like you sound like editing is it's so unreal. We don't know. It's not the same, but we are breeding and doing stuff. We're still, experimenting with genetics. You are doing it whether you know it or not. So you might as well go into editing. That's the way I feel, at least.
So what would be different if we're trying to find a cure for cancer?
It's already a cure for cancer.
What?
Well, I
You
don't
you
think
would
it's
go
the
to
same.
school like you normally go to school, bro. Graduate like everybody else normally graduates, and then learn about a cure for cancer. And
No, no, no,
you would
no, no,
I
no,
study.
think
no.
that's the way
I'm
we
meaning
said earlier.
my point in the question is, how is that not trying to figure out like whatever that, I'll call it a defect because I don't know what other word to use other than it being some level of defect, or somebody have a better word, like a cancerous cell in your body or any
Right.
kind of
Nah, yeah,
growth or
cancer is a genetic. I mean, yeah, it's a defect.
so is
A
that
genetic
not the same
disadvantage,
thing
a
as a
biological
genetic
disadvantage.
mutation
Hmm.
correction? Isn't that the same thing?
Hold on, ask that question again.
What's the difference if we're talking about not wanting genetic manipulation? Because it sounds like that's what the conversation seemed like it was going. You know, genetic manipulation is bad. Am I wrong on that? Did I hear that wrong?
I think my man was just saying he was talking about like how the scientists, in society, like how they have monopolized all the studies, and now it's just them studying us versus us having the power or us having people that's in the field that's actually doing studies,
But
for us.
y'all make this too spooky. Like the they versus no, there are interests, right? They're not studying it for you know what I'm saying, for like I don't know, like when niggas say they study us, it's like nah, there's a interest period. There are interest groups who fund it. The question of who becomes scientists and who don't, or who have access to the scientific field and who does it, is just a question of resources. You know what I'm saying? Like there are interest groups or groups of people, there are institutions that have specific questions that they want to answer, specific things that they want to explore. And so they use their resources, they use funding, they use all the things at their disposal in order to explore these questions. You feel me? And like this idea, like this idea that it's this us versus, like when it comes to scientists, it's like this us versus them type of thing. Is like nah, like all of like everything that they produce, you can read, like you can study it on your own.
Well, you saying
Like
the
it's not
same thing, bro. You saying they the same way we said they. I don't think it's
no
a
no no
different
no no no
place.
hold on no you pigeonholing that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying people in the field. When you say they, you say it like it's a boogeyman, like they
No, no,
studying
no,
us.
no.
No,
That's a misinterpretation.
scientists study biology. Scientists study people. Like like when you say like they studying us, not us and them. It's like nigga, who are they? Aliens? They are us.
Nah,
Everything that scientists study impact them just as much as it impact the rest of the world. So
absolutely.
it's not right. So it's like when we're talking about the field of science, right? I mean, one, that's we're talking about an umbrella term, like anyway, which is why I said we need to like, especially when we're talking about what we don't trust. Let's be more specific. Let's actually get into those conversations, right? Like instead of just talking about like like selective breeding in general, let's talk about the danger of eugenics. You know what I'm saying? And different eugenics projects throughout history, which has used the field of science, the field of biology, to oppress people. Because that's really what we're talking about when we complain about
Yeah,
selective breeding.
that's the whole conversation. That's the
Yeah,
umbrella.
that's not science though. That's a question of that's a question of racism. That's a
Hold
question
on,
of
bro.
society.
Science is just study. So you got it's all kind of studying. You
But
know,
no, no,
you
I just made that statement. I know that.
right.
What I'm saying is instead of framing it like like science is doing this to us, we can look at different aspects of what's happening in the what or how science is being used and criticize that. Like we can use like again, if we're talking about selective breeding, let's talk about eugenics and the impact of eugenics. Because like what Lena said, for example, yeah, people do selective breeding all the damn time. I want my baby to have curly hair. I want my baby to be light skinned. I want my da 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 da. You feel me? But it's not the preference that like the preference in and of itself that's the problem. It is the social framing that makes that preference possible. You feel me? Like ain't nothing wrong, nigga being like I want like like a nigga be like I want to date a taller woman because I want my son to be tall. Okay, cool. You just want your son to be tall. That's different than I want to date a light skinned person because I want my child to be light skinned. I want my child to have good hair. All of those are the detrimental parts of eugenics, even though the conversation of selective breeding in and of itself isn't a problem. And the reason why it's important to be specific when it comes to these things like this is because when we're having conversations in this way, like Lena said, selective breeding is normal. Like kind of deciding what traits you want your child to have. People do that all the time. So what is the danger of selective breeding when we're having this conversation? It's entrenching racist social beliefs into how we understand biology,
No,
right?
okay. So I think my man was saying these ain't my thoughts. I think I was just listening and I'm just trying to interpret. He might be gone, but maybe I'm misinterpreting what he was saying too. But I think that he was talking about like you were saying they like boogeyman. No, I think he was just saying systemically, like you talking about, like because we gotta you I know you agree that like for example, when it comes to our genetics, our genome is different from not I'm saying when it comes to like people, black people, I'm gonna use the term in general, and I know it's a broad term, but I'm saying black people and white people, like we have different genetics, so that we like our diets
No, we
ain't
don't,
supposed to
bro.
be like,
That's
hold
not
on,
true.
let
That's
me
not
ask you a
true.
question. Okay, hear me
That's
out,
bro.
bro.
We
Hear,
don't have different.
hear me
Genetically,
out.
we are not different, there,
Yo,
bro.
hear me
Hey,
out.
let me
What
point
I'm
out this is
asking,
the
hold on.
perfect
Hold on, no, no,
example
hold
of
on.
why we
Let
need.
him say it. Let him
I'm
say it.
asking.
Identity. Like,
I want to
yeah.
ask a question. I want to ask a question. So
You
I'm
gotta
saying
get to it,
genetic,
brother. Woo.
huh?
Go
Go
ahead, go
ahead,
ahead, go
bro.
ahead.
I just want to ask, like, so do you think that like our ancestors come from the same place? Like, they do
Bro,
you not agree?
science tells us our ancestors come from the same place and
What
similar
I'm
places.
saying, okay, so check this out. What I'm saying is Caucasians, like based on the
Okay,
pigment.
hold on. Time out. Because like I've heard like we've heard these like pseudo genetic breakdowns before. I can tell you right now, there is a white person that you are closer to genetically than another black person.
I agree with that. Now
That's a fact.
finish. Let me
But
finish my thought.
hold on. But if you but
Because
here's
you
the
just
thing though.
cut
Here's
me
the
off,
thing.
bro.
If you
Let me finish my thought.
but
What
hold
I'm
on,
saying
but no,
is,
hold on, because look though, because look, if you agree that if you agree that you could be closer genetically to a white person than another black person, then the entire argument that black people and white people are separate genetically is null and void.
that's
That
not
argument is dead.
that's not true. So what I'm saying is two, three,
So
400. Listen,
You're
hear me out,
contradicting
bro.
yourself, brother.
Two, three. Who me?
hold on,
Yeah.
no, okay, so
Hear me
you said
out.
two,
What I'm
three
saying.
thousand what?
No,
Yeah.
listen, I ain't say nothing about thousand. I'm saying 200, 300, 400 years ago, my ancestors, like they was raped and something happened. Cause my mom is real light skinned, right? My dad is real dark skinned. So I'm saying something happened a long time ago where like I do probably have some really close Caucasian ancestors, but that's not my point. My point is that when you look at my skin, my nose, my ears, my the pigment in my skin, for one, my dad, like I'm saying, that these people come from somewhere close to the equator, just based off of their skin. Because
Yeah, bro, that's
otherwise,
what I'm saying. We not like
listen to me. Okay,
so
I'm
what are you
getting there.
saying like,
I'm
about the
getting there.
genetic
I'm
difference,
saying,
bro?
okay, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, I'm talking about how my man was trying to explain, like how they are doing science on us or genetic stuff on us, and we not doing it on them. I'm sticking to that, right? So I'm
Okay,
saying,
no, that's fine. But
oh,
the claim
I'm
that you
getting there,
made was
bro.
that hold
Listen,
on, the claim just to be clear, because you're talking about you going back to what Blue said and everything else. The claim that was made was that genetically black people and white people are different.
all
That's
right,
the claim, right?
you gonna call
I'm
you
saying
gonna
that
call you
that
gonna
claim
call
is
for
false.
all right. Well, let me
He
explain how
agreed
this
that it
is,
was
bro.
false.
No, I didn't. I'm saying that
So
You
we
did. You
white
said you
people are
agree with
different.
him.
Yo, I said that I could have a Caucasian ancestor. That's what I.
no, I'm not talking about close Caucasian ancestors. Let's take white people out of it. There is an Asian person that you are genetically closer to than a white person. There is an Arab person, or to a black person. There's an Arab person that you're more genetically closer to than a black person. So
Mm,
it like
it
like
depends on
there are
listen. It depends on what place in time you talk about my genetics. That's what.
no, it don't, bro. No, it doesn't.
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro,
Hold on.
what you're saying, what you're
Hold on.
saying
Let me
is
ask you a question now, because maybe let me ask you a question. So you saying that my genetics are the same 200, 300, 400 years ago
who
as they
said,
are?
bro, the same. It can't be your genetics 200, 300 years ago because you
What do
exist
you
today.
mean? Hold on, bro. Wait a minute.
Your genetics
I'm,
your
I'm-
like you, bro.
yeah, I'm
Like
a
this is
compilation of genetics, bro. I get
right.
my genetics
Exactly,
from
exactly.
right.
And
So
your genetics persisted before racial classifications.
hold
That
on. See,
means
hold
that
on.
before racial
Right,
classifications,
right, right. So
there was nobody calling their gene. Hold on, because you like
you
that's the point.
you
If
going
your
off
we know
though.
that your genetics existed.
I'm asking you
Your
something
gen
scientific, bro. I'm saying that if I have millions of millions. I got millions of years of genetic information. I'm saying,
Yes,
okay, so hold on. I'm saying that they aren't the same. They aren't as concentrated, and there are more
bro.
concentrated.
Like that's beside the point. We talking about the introduction of the conversation of. We
Listen,
talking
bro.
about the introduction of the conversation of
We keep
race. When you make a
moving
comment, your
around,
race
bro.
isn't the concept
Yeah,
of race isn't millions of years old.
yeah, you keep
The
moving around.
concept of
There is only
I'm
one
not
race.
no, I'm not
Only
moving
one race.
nothing. The goalpost is, do black people have different genetics than white people?
Right,
That's the goalpost.
right.
So that means we have to add. So if you recognize that your genes are millions of years old, the
Mm-hmm.
concept of race is not millions of years old. That means that your
There's
genes
only one race.
persisted before. Oh, bro, if you okay, let's think about what you're saying. If you recognize that there's only one race, quote unquote, the human race, genetically, then
Yeah,
how would black people and white people have different genetics?
I'm
Like
saying
that, you're
our,
contradicting
our
yourself.
our
I
genes,
said it.
our
That's what I
genes.
said.
Listen, bro, our genes are composed of a lot of information. I'm saying, as humans, we have similar genetics, but black people and white people also have distinct genetics. I'm saying,
No, they
when you look,
don't.
I'm saying when you
No,
look
they
at,
do not. Bro, if you look into genetic data, that like it says specifically, there are no like the characteristics for traits are called alleles. But
yo,
like geneticists,
I
there's a
understand what you're
consensus
saying,
amongst
bro.
geneticists that there's no such thing as race-specific alleles.
You
There are
going
no
back to
black
race?
genes.
I ain't
There
talking.
are no white genes. Bro,
Yeah,
black is a race. White is a race.
I'm talking about a phenotype. That's what I'm talking
No,
about.
but bro, phenotype is about gene expression, and
Yeah, so
that
and
is a
that's what I'm
small percentage. No, 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 no. That is a small percentage of genetics.
which makes
Phenotype is less than 1% of
which,
your genes, bro.
which makes us very distinct. The same as
No, it doesn't. How can less than 1% make us very distinct?
yo. What I'm saying is,
Genetically, bro, if you look
yo,
at
you
a
just
black person's
rambling,
genes
bro.
and a white person's genes, you would not be able to show which genes are from the white person and which genes are from the black person. You can't do that.
That is not true, brother.
How much you want to bet? Put your cash app in the chat. Because I dare you, pull up a source right now. If you on your computer, pull up a source right now that says that black people and white people are genetically different, heavily.
Yo, let me finish my point. All I was trying to
Pull up the source, bro. We've heard this lecture a million times. Pull up
you,
the source.
I,
Where do you get this information from? Because I've shown multiple times how like literally geneticists say, or not even geneticists say, they show that there's no such thing as race specific alleles.
yo,
No
you
such
keep
thing at
saying
all.
it. Let me make my point, bro. I done heard
Nah,
you.
no. Your point has been made. We need to
I
see
ain't
the
even
evidence
finished.
now.
I ain't
Yes,
even
you
finished.
did. You said
How
yes.
you
You
gonna,
said yes.
how you
Genetics.
gonna
You
tell
said
me?
yes.
My
Black
thought?
people and white people are separate genetically. Now
I'm asking,
prove it.
how can you tell me I finished my thought?
Prove it, bro,
You,
with the
you ain't
evidence.
you
Prove
ain't
it.
tell yo. That's not what we here for, bro. I'm just trying
That
to
is what we here for, nigga.
That
What
right
you
is what we're
talking
here
about?
for, bro.
to
That
show
is what we here for.
proof.
Y'all niggas think this whole shit is just for everybody to get up and go
Hold
on
on.
rants about what they believe. No,
Yeah,
nigga, show and prove.
yo, I don't even got the capability right now, bro. I'm on my
Then I
cell
don't
You
phone.
might
think you
want
got
to
the
stand
capability
down,
to
bro.
make this point. Then I don't think if you don't got the capability to prove your point, you don't have the capability to make it, bro. Just
Yeah,
straight up.
yeah. This I don't understand how if I'm saying if I know what I'm talking about, like I ain't
You
just
don't
can't.
know what you
You
talking about, though.
don't know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
let
That's
me
the
ask.
point, bro.
Let me ask you a question. This is
Don't ask
simple.
any more questions because you're
This,
not even listening to the answers when someone gives them to
no,
you. It's
I heard.
pointless to ask another question. You're not even listening to the answers, bro. This man just tried to break down genetics and alleles, and you're like, I know. But then you end it with, well, I know what I know, but you don't know anything that you're talking about. Look, people, anybody out there listening, when you have certain conversations like this, you have to know some background of what you're talking about. Otherwise, it's just shooting from the hip and somebody question you on a source and you looking bad out here, bro.
Yo,
You
he
can't
ain't
even
getting no
pull up
source.
anything that shows what you're saying.
Yo, he ain't
That's
getting no source.
horrible.
He ain't give no source, bro. He just said that
I've already, but that's because
challenged
I've
you.
already hold on. I've already shown this source on this exact panel. This ain't the first time we've had this conversation on this panel.
I've never been here, bro.
Yeah, but
Welcome.
okay, right. Thank you for pulling up. But the one thing that we do here is that we show and prove, right? And it's a lot of niggas that don't show, but the niggas that don't show get cooked. Like because a lot of niggas have a lot of opinions.
Cell phone though, you know what I'm saying? Because I know what I'm talking about, man. And I ain't even finished.
Pink, okay, put a link in the chat. So go. You can put a link in the chat.
I
You may
ain't
not
even
be able to
finished
show.
my thought. Y'all ain't even heard the extent of my thought. Y'all just
We
like
have no. We haven't heard the lecture because we've
no, there's
already
no
heard
lecture.
it.
No, there's no lecture. All I was trying to say that we was talking about my man. This wasn't even my shit, bro. I was
Bro,
talking.
okay, listen. This is where we at in the conversation right now. You made the claim that black people and white people have different genetics, regardless of what happened before that, right? Regardless of what happened before that,
I said
you made the claim. No, bro, you said genetics.
and
Phenotype is a question of genetic expression. Yes, black people and white people look different. Yes, they look different, but genetically, we are extremely close. We have like thousands of times more similarities genetically than we have differences.
Yo, the differences is what make us different, though. That's what I'm saying.
No,
Like,
it's not. That's a social thing, bro. That's not a genetic thing. Like from a social perspective, we look at our physical differences and we say physically you look different than me, so that means you're a different person.
so white
That's not
people and
that.
black people can have the same diets. That's what you're saying.
Yes. What do you mean? Yes. Fuck are you talking about?
Yo, that sounds
White people and black people eat the same shit. What do you mean?
That's crazy. That sounds crazy, bro. That
Okay.
sounds crazy.
Show me if it sounds crazy. Show me the scientific information that explains that black people and white people don't eat the same thing.
I give it to
Show
you.
me that.
I give it to you.
No, I don't. No. I don't want your explanation. I want the science behind it. Like you telling me that something that you think. Okay, I understand that you think this. What is your proof?
Cardiovascular disease.
White people suffer from cardiovascular disease. Next.
Yeah.
White people and black people suffer from cardiovascular disease. White people and black people suffer from high high cholesterol and high blood pressure.
Not
what are
at
we
the
talking about?
Not at the rate as we
but
do.
the rate at which we suffer from it isn't about our genetics. It's about our environment. It's about our environment. Like how, like when you talk about our diet is about our environment. When you have white people that can shop at Whole Foods and black people that live in food deserts.
Don't affect your genetics. You saying my environment don't affect my genetics?
No, bro, stop just saying shit. Stop just saying random shit. And like follow the conversation. Because nobody listening to what I said would draw the conclusion that you just drew. So like pay attention. The argument that I'm making is that high cholesterol, high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, all of these things are not an issue of simply our genetics, but our experiences and our environment that shape how we deal with these types of things. Like dealing with for example, dealing with trauma and the trauma that's been passed down from our ancestors has made black people more susceptible to PTSD. But you know who else is more susceptible to PTSD? Jews, because of the Holocaust. Ancestors of the Holocaust are more susceptible to things like PTSD because of epigenetics. So everything that we can look at and say this is unique, like this is something that happens to black people, we can take those same circumstances, apply them to other groups, and see that it also applies to them as well. It also applies to indigenous Americans. Like people who suffer or who deal with oppression in the United States have had biological reactions to these circumstances. But that is not because we're black. That's because of these circumstances.
I'm saying that like for hundreds of years we've been displaced. And so our diets and all of that has changed and it has affected our genetics. I'm saying we ain't been eating and consuming the same foods that our ancestors or our genetics are like that's what I'm saying.
We
All of that
can't.
shit has
We
changed.
can't.
But
The
you know, but
reason
why? You
the
know why?
reason
Hold on.
why
Watch
we
this. Watch this.
can't is
You know,
because
white people.
we
Hold on,
can't.
Sabio. Hold on, Sabio. Hold on, Sabio. You
Saying
know,
that
white people have been displaced too, right?
hold
White
on.
people don't eat what they ate hundreds of years ago either. You
Yes,
know
they
that,
do.
right?
Yes, they do because they
No, they
ancestors
not. They
they,
from Europe, bro. They're
they,
from Europe.
yo
They came over to America and had a completely different diet
I ain't
because of
talking about
farming
that. I'm
practices
talking
and
about
agriculture in America
yo,
shifted it. What are you talking about? For
I'm
as
talking
long as black
about
people have been
hunt.
displaced from Africa, Europeans have been outside of Europe. What are
Their
we talking
ancestors
about?
are hunters. Our
Bro,
ancestors
when
were
they
Bro,
came,
scavengers.
bro, when Europeans came,
bro, we
didn't
are
know how
not
to
living
fend
in
for
the
themselves, bro. What are you
Paleolithic
talking
period.
about?
We are not going back to the
They didn't
hunter-gatherer
know how to
period,
fend for
bro.
themselves.
We're not going back to the
What are you
hunter-gatherer
talking about?
period, bro. We're not going back to the Paleolithic period, to and the Bronze Age period where we was running around with spears
Yeah,
and
it
trying
ain't
to
even
chase
Nah, I mean,
buffalo. Bro,
but here's the thing. Where are you getting this information from? Because this is the thing. Instead of it sounding like I'm coming at you, if you present the information, we can come at the information. But if you're just saying that this is just what you believe, it's going to sound like it's coming off at you because you're not giving us anything else to go off of. Like this is okay. If this is your opinion, like yeah, that's cool. All right, you think this, but like that ain't enough to like whether or not you believe it to be true ain't enough to sustain the conversation. So it's like,
I
what evidence do you
I
have that points towards black people's diet?
what evidence do I have that points towards our diet?
Yes.
Yeah,
Like for
that's
example, you don't
crazy.
know. You don't know what we ate.
Crazy.
You don't know the changes in our diet. So what did
That's
you read that
crazy. I'm
informs
saying
you
this.
that we eat
I'm saying,
differently?
I'm saying this. To me, it's as simple as like taking a polar bear and putting him in a
No,
box.
bro, we talking genetics.
You
Genetics
know
is
what I'm
not
saying?
simple.
It's the same
Genetics
thing.
ain't simple,
why do y'all try to hit
bro.
us with these rap metaphors as if that shit's gonna work?
No. It's no rap metaphor,
That
bro.
was like
I'm saying like
he
we
tried
have
to
been
drop a bar
misplaced.
on us. He
So
tried
I'm
to hit you
saying
with a
like
bar,
we're
Domo, to try to
equatorial
make his
people.
No one
point.
I could
That
jump
We're
shit
in
did
here,
not
man.
work.
equatorial people, and we've been pushed off
That
far
was
from
an
the
epic fail.
Bro,
I'm gonna let
you
you out of it.
listen. Where
That
are
shit
you
was an
getting your
epic fail.
information from? It's that simple. Can you provide a source so we can look at so we can look at the details of the information and not just go based off of what you think your opinion is and what you think is so simple? Because anybody that thinks genetics is simple don't understand genetics. Anybody that thinks DNA is simple doesn't understand DNA. The Dunning-Kruger effect. The less you know about a particular topic, the more you think you know about that topic. Come
And
on,
you're
bro.
right.
Yeah, that's backwards, bro. That don't how
That's
it works.
you. That's
It's
you
a
right
No,
now.
man.
that's
That's
you.
you
That's what
right
you're
now.
doing right now.
Watch
Nah,
this.
Yes, it's ass
Hold up.
backwards. It's
Hold up,
ass
Domo.
backwards.
Domo,
Yeah.
let me ask you one
Go
qualifying
ahead.
question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
How many chromosomes do you have?
46.
Okay, cool. Because if you would have said you don't, this conversation was over.
The conversation been over. Y'all glossed over something he said a while ago. Did I hear
Cancer.
you say that there was a cure for cancer? Did I hear you say that?
Cancer. Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't hear that. He said that shit?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I'm
Now
saying
I
I
had a
because
didn't hear
chance to
that shit.
calm down. I came up
because
here to crash out, but I calmed down. I
because
want to hear this shit.
For what cancer?
I'm saying
For
cancer
dog,
cancer is a metabolic deficiency, bro.
the fuck. Okay,
For what
I
cancer?
lost both of my parents to cancer, right?
This dude,
So you
man.
telling me that there's a cure out here somewhere? Who knows the cure? Who has access to this knowledge?
Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can find. I'm gonna see.
You can't
Oh
I'm gonna see if
my
find
I
it.
can
God.
find that
There's
for you.
nothing you can
Hold on.
find.
I'm gonna find that for you. Hold on,
You couldn't.
just give me
You just said you don't
30
have the
seconds, bro.
capability. So
30
what do
seconds.
you? What do you? All
I mean,
right,
I
cool.
don't know if
Let's
there
see.
is one, but I wouldn't put it past.
Oh my
I
God,
wouldn't
y'all niggas,
completely
boy.
just say that that's off the table. That there's a cure for something that we don't have access to. Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with y'all niggas, man? Yo,
So okay.
who? What? This
I
shit is
mean, if you believe that
hilarious.
we got
This
access to
shit is
everything that's put out,
hilarious.
bro, that's you. Okay.
What are
I'm
you
saying
talking? So
I'm
who's
just
this
not gonna take that
secret
off the table.
hand? Who's the secret hand that's keeping the cancer cure from the general population? Everybody dies from
Probably
cancer.
somebody, probably the
And
secret
that's
person
what my
with the
man was
secret money.
saying
I don't
earlier.
know.
That's the
The
silliest
guy
shit.
with the
Do you
money.
know how silly you sound? Do you understand how silly you sound right now?
If
Do you
that
have a
sounds
clue?
silly to you, bro.
Have
It
you any
sounds silly
idea
to
how much the
anybody
world would
listening
change
who
if
has a
they
lick of
had the cure
sense.
for cancer? How much money would be generated if someone had the cure for cancer, bro? Their great great grandkids won't have to work if they figure this out.
There's
And
a cure
somebody's
for
just
HIV.
sitting on this.
Oh my God.
There's a race to figure out if someone can even come close to a cure. There's so
Yeah, like
many
when it like
corporations throwing
I
money at this
mean,
to figure this out.
I didn't say that I just said that that's a possibility, bro. It's on the table. Like I don't
Why
know.
would you
I
say
don't know how you fighting
possibility?
against that. A possibility, but all right. Go ahead and
Man,
give
the
us what
table
you
I'm
How many?
talking about got stains, old ketchup, and
Because
mustard
this
on
is
it,
now we're going to
dog
probability
shit.
and statistics, bro.
That's
When
all I
you said
said.
there's a
That's all I
chance,
said from the
how
gate.
many times has it happened?
I didn't stand on it. All I
And if
said
you're not
was
basing
that
it on
like
how
we're
many
not.
times it happened, you got to tell me what you're basing it on because it
I
hasn't
try not
happened.
to say shit I
So
can't
it has a
stand on.
zero
That's
chance of
silly
happening at this
itself.
very moment
That
until we
rich
actually
people, it's
have
a
one.
zero. So hold on, it's a zero chance that rich
Until we
people have
have
had.
one.
Oh wait, hold on, sir. Is there a zero chance that rich people have had access to medicines
I
and
don't
things
do
that we haven't?
conspiracies, bro. I don't do
I'm just asking.
conspiracies either.
I'm asking.
You
Is
do
there? That's
because
a
you're
well
zero.
nah,
taking it into a
but hold on,
Is
but
that a
conspiracy.
blue,
zero? Is that a
but
zero?
blue, to answer your question though, that you said rich people have access. Yes, that means they're not hiding it. Because it just niggas
That
can't
means it
afford it.
exists,
Like when
right?
Magic Johnson had the type of resources to afford the medicine to keep him alive longer. Like until he was able to become until the technology advanced to the point where he was able to become undetectable. But the main reason why most people die from shit like that is because they
Can't
can't
afford it.
afford the treatments.
Yep.
Like even like diabetes, it's niggas who die from diabetes, not because they, like diabetes is just, even though it is deadly, not because it's like AIDS or cancer, but niggas can't
Just
afford
not taking
insulin.
care of it. Yeah.
Not what, yeah, or niggas can't afford insulin. That's why like Joe Biden and them, it was a big deal when they capped the
I'm making
insulin cost
insulin
with,
cheap.
Medicaid, because niggas was like, it was a story of a dude who died only with diabetes, only because he was having his diabetes dosage to save insulin, and he ended up killing him. So a lot of this stuff is, yes, it's available if you can afford it, which is why I rail against capitalism the way that I do, because you gotta have money to keep yourself alive, which is fucked up. But that's, you know what I'm saying, that's just the
Yeah.
case. That's just what we're dealing with. Hey, but real quick, to everybody saying Damo wrong in the chat, I dare y'all to come up here and show what black alleles are called. What are
Not
black
yet.
alleles called? What are white alleles called? What are Asian alleles called? And what scientists discovered them? What scientists discovered them? You feel me? When they discovered them, all of that. All of
There
that.
ain't no such thing.
Nah, but niggas is sitting up there saying Damo just loud and wrong. Okay, prove it.
Yeah,
Like
that's like
damn, like y'all
saying
niggas have
this
access
Jewish
to the
DNA
same
or some
World
shit.
Wide Web.
Mm.
And then Afro-Asiatic, I read the article that you put in the chat. Nigga, that ain't got shit to do with explaining race and genetics. Like, come on now. Like, y'all niggas sit on the internet all day and do no research. Don't
And
look
don't
into
know the
nothing that
difference
y'all
between
believe.
a cure and treatment. The fuck is wrong with niggas, man?
That was
You said
crazy.
what?
That was crazy.
I said niggas get on here and don't know the difference between treatment and a cure, but want to act like they know some shit, spewing out bullshit that our
Nah,
children could hear, and then
I'm
they pass it on. Then 100 years later, a new googly god pops up. Niggas is goofy as hell, man.
I'm saying it's secure because cancer ain't like I'm saying, you know what? Let me say this.
Oh damn.
I'm saying, bro,
They don't have a cure for cancer. Stop spreading lies.
There
This
you
nigga
go.
said
it
modern
ain't
European
medicine for
birth
sure.
records.
If
You're
you
Oh,
think
supposed to
what
be
I'm saying is
finding the
medicine,
source,
it's
nigga. Where's that
definitely
shit
not
at?
medicine. Hold on, look.
Yo, you looking?
Stop lying.
That should have been some shit you could have found easy if it was like that. If you just knew, if you read that somewhere. I would have had that shit bookmarked.
Man,
The
Right?
fuck?
I'm
That's
just
some shit
listening.
you have
I'm
bookmarked.
just listening to y'all and this whole cure for cancer thing, and like again, for me, verbiage is important. The way y'all say cure for cancer is if cancer is just one thing. There are different
Right.
types of cancers.
Cancer. Why? What cancer?
I
Breast
asked
cancer.
that like
So what are
20
you saying,
times.
that they cured one particular type of cancer, or they cured all the cancers, or this? Is why I said verbiage is so
That's why I
important.
asked
People are too
1,000 times. I
lazy.
said, what
People are
cancer?
too lazy when speaking. It's just like a certain amount of like I
He
don't
just
even want
made
to
the
speak
blanket statement, Miz. He just
about.
made the blanket statement that
They
Yeah,
you know,
that's
we
what I'm
cure
saying.
cancer.
No, I'm speaking of what you're talking about, the laziness
Yeah.
in terms of, all right, I want to get across a point, but I'm not going to really focus in and hone in on what I'm saying to the point where I may be speaking a little bit too broadly. I may be using a term what's the word I'm looking for, Domo?
Ambiguously.
Ambiguously. Y'all know what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Viz.
You know we got you,
No,
bro.
we got you, Viz. You good? Go ahead, cook.
Yeah, no. I want y'all to finish, but I'm just saying, like, to have a better conversation, let's figure out what we're talking about. Are you saying that they cured all cancers or particular cancer? And do you realize the way that you're using the verbiage, it can come off like you're saying there's a one-stop shop for all cancers?
He don't know what he talking about. He
No, he
heard
don't
that
know what he
shit on the
talking about.
internet
Hold on,
and was
bro.
like,
because
"Oh,
look,
that shit's fake," and then came
the
and
question,
spewed that shit to us.
because
As
look,
if
the
we
question
don't
of whether or
fall for
not
it.
cancer, because the question of whether or not cancer can be cured is mostly dependent on like cured in an individual is mostly dependent upon when they discover it, right? Like it's certain cancers, if you discover it at a certain point, it's harmless.
Early enough.
You get rid of
Technically, it
it, you
gotta
good.
be.
Bingo.
You know what I'm saying? And then there's
Bingo.
other cancers.
Yo,
By the time you notice it, it's already
It's too
progressed
late.
too
It's already
far in order for you to
malignant. Right.
exactly.
it's called the book is called Cancer as a Metabolic Disease by Dr. Thomas Seyfried.
Spell his
Yeah,
last
I'm not
name
sure.
for me.
Dr. Thomas Seyfried.
Did you read this book?
Let's see.
I
No.
read parts of it, not the whole thing. No, I
And
skimmed
what did you get out of it? That there's a cure? Is that what we're hearing?
it's not medicine, but he talks about how cancer is caused by foods and how it's a metabolic disease and how it breaks down the mitochondria, the cells, and all of that.
It's
Is
that
he a
purple.
student of Dr. Sabi?
And
It's
I
that
said
purple book.
Seyfried. It's a white guy, Thomas Seyfried. I ain't say
I
nothing
know.
about
I said, is he a student of Dr. Sabi? Is that where he
nah. This
got the information?
dude about 90 years old, I think. I don't know. He ain't say nothing about Sabi, but basically he was talking about how
Dr.
processed
Sadie might
foods.
be one of his students.
He was talking about how processed foods break down the mitochondria in the cells, and all cancer cells are the same. It don't matter; they just resonate in different places, like brain,
Mitochondria.
lung, liver.
This man said
The
mitochondria.
mitochondria?
Right. Mitochondria.
I'm
At
telling you,
this point, we don't know.
you
We
gotta
don't.
go. So,
If
like,
that man, hold up,
I mean,
Waterman. If that man mentioned mitochondria, he fooled you. He fooled you.
Hey,
Hey,
Miz,
look, I will
Savio,
say this though.
Domo, I'm out. You guys got it, bro. Jesus, you guys got
No,
Hey,
this.
I
hold
think
on.
I'm about
Hey,
to.
hold
I think
on.
I'm
Before
about to
you
go
did,
with you, ID, in a minute. I think I'm gonna be heading out with you in a minute. I'll hang on for a few
but
more
before you
source.
dip,
Now
I
seconds.
y'all
will.
got the
I
source,
will
and
say
y'all
this though.
can't believe the source.
Hold on. Before you dip,
I
though.
haven't read it yet, but I know it's some bullshit the way you framed it here. There's no way. If
If
it's a
that man mentioned mitochondria,
metabolic disease, right?
Hey,
The fact that he said that there's a cure
No,
without even
hold on, bro.
reading the full book,
No, hold
Yeah, I
on.
think.
He's not saying that it's a cure. He's
then
saying
why did you say it?
oh
I'm
shit.
saying it's
Yeah, that's
the cure
hilarious.
is in your
Yeah, it's
diet
funny.
and your
Somebody
Man,
lifestyle.
silly as
drop a
hell.
link in the chat.
You ain't even listening. I'm saying he said the
This
cure
why I
is
be
I'm
having
your
a
listening to you,
hard
diet
man. You
and
time.
just
your
said
I
too
be
much
trying
dumb
to
shit
build
today.
All right.
and give pushback, but then it be a nigga like this next to me while I'm trying to do what I'm doing. I gotta fight to make.
Hey,
You know
yo,
what I'm
Blue,
saying? That
that's
shit hard,
hilarious.
bro.
Blue, that is funny.
I can't even get pushback because he might just take me right out the window with him. Like, whoa. What's going
and if we being honest, yo, we gotta when we be talking about sources, we gotta do a much better job, right? Because niggas just be like, all right, I know the name of a book. Sourcing don't work like that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
That
Like
is
even
not a
like
source.
for
That's a
example,
book.
APA format, right? You gotta have the author, the year it was published, and the page number. But just so if a nigga's like, let me look into this, I can go exactly where you got the information that you got. So just being like, I know the name of a book, and the name of this book, you know what I'm saying, has something to do with cancer. That's not sourcing. That is not proper sourcing. You are mentioning a book. That is not a
He
source
just said it,
because
Domo. He said he didn't really say that, but I said it. Like, come on, man. Like, what kind of shit is that, dog? Where
I
do you?
will say this
matter of
though.
fact,
I don't know if
I got some
cancer.
slides. I got some slides from my quantitative analysis class, and I'm gonna have to show niggas so
But
we can
see,
understand what a real source is, what real sourcing look like.
right.
Get your goofy ass
Hey,
out of here,
hey,
man.
hey, but what I will say this though, I don't know if cancer was on the list, but I do know that reversing of age, it was changing age. They was able to change that to lower the age of one rat and raise the age of the other rat until they was the same age. And then it was what else did they do? They cured the blindness in the rat, all of that. But whatever it was, in general, and if I am mistaken, cancer was on that list, and I might be wrong on that. But basically, by them putting a virus in you that would cause the DNA to break itself down, and then it would rebuild itself, and then it would remove the markers that's left by the epigenome. And then once those markers are removed, it'll be like a clean CD, basically, that'll be reading.
That sound like some H.G. Wells shit. I'm out of here, man.
Hey, yo, y'all wild. Niggas bailing out. Yeah, that's just funny. I think it was a good conversation in terms of people could probably gain a lot out of that. And I think with Somo, I didn't catch all of what he was saying, but in terms, I know he was bringing up something about how to use sources and source material. And yeah, I think y'all needed that. Not everybody understand. There are a lot of people, myself included. Because I do notice that a lot of times people grab for sources, and it's either you were trying to make an argument and you try to use the source to back up your argument, and in some type of way you either just misread the article or whatever you read, or you assume this is like an actual source rather than someone's opinion on the topic that you're discussing. So I think, you know what I mean, we need to get better with that. A lot of people.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on these niggas to hit the panel and show me what these race-specific alleles look like, or who found them, who discovered them.
Yeah, y'all swimming in murky waters.
You know it was y'all cool.
But oh, buddy just jumped off though. Like I just said something that was wrong though. I'm trying to figure out what I said was wrong.
Hey, peace, Blue. What's up,
What's
Domo?
good with you at, bro?
What up?
Yeah.
Let me see them. Let me see them race-specific alleles.
What's up? Well, you know they're not.
Y'all too good.
They're not race specific. You know they're not race specific.
But that's my argument, Afro. That's my argument. I'm saying race isn't genetic.
Yeah,
that's my argument.
But
so if you're saying that there's no such thing as race-specific alleles,
well,
what is your argument? What's your position?
Domo, 1 second though. We gotta say they wouldn't be able to tell. National Geographic wouldn't be able to tell us when modern Europeans came onto the planet if there weren't some very specific differences between their population, the population that they are saying that modern Europeans originated with. They wouldn't be able to tell us that, but they do give us that.
You're right. Do you hear the term? No, I looked at the article, the National Geographic article you put. Right. Yeah, I looked at that article. But you know the term that you're using to describe that population is what? European. European isn't a race.
Well, they're
going based off of where they located the bodies, the individuals.
Yeah, they're going based
So they're
on
calling right. So they're calling them Europeans, bro. They're not calling them white people. They're not
either
saying
way.
white people, the oldest white people.
Either
You feel me?
way, it's telling us the genetic history and the genetic background of modern Europeans. There has to
Right,
be
but hold on,
there has to
Afro,
be a
Afro.
distinction, Domo. There have to be
But yeah,
a
but the
distinction.
distinction is based on where they're found, not
No,
racial categories.
it's not
So you
based
can't
on
hold on. So
geography.
you can't
It's
say
not
hold on. So
based
you
strictly
can't
on
say,
geography.
but bro, hold on. The argument is about race specifically. Can we
Well,
identify race by looking solely at genetics? You cannot. You cannot.
well,
Every time they trace genetics back to a landmass, it has to do with them locating the oldest found genetics for the genetics that we see today is in this area. That's not the same thing as racial classifications. That's my point.
well, I wouldn't say it's necessarily racial classification, but there
Then
is
you're not
distinction.
disagreeing with
On.
me, bro.
Listen, you gotta let me talk too, brother. Come on now.
Well, no, but hold on. Let me just say this.
But it's giving us clear delineation. It's giving us timeline. It's giving us distinction.
But it's
And
not giving us race, bro. That's my point. I'm not talking. Hold on, Afro.
No. Let's
If you want to, listen, if you want to just talk about that article,
we should just talk about that.
I'll mute out. Hold on. Hold on. I'll mute out and just let you talk about the article.
I want to.
But when you in the chat, hold on, in the chat, you said, Damo, you're wrong. So now you're saying, hold on, but you just said, hold on, you just said they admitted.
You went out. Domo probably got a phone call.
Yeah, he is wrong though.
Hey,
respectfully,
we got action, y'all. We got action.
Respectfully, Mizzo.
No, I know, Afro. You always.
If I'm wrong, hold on, no. If I'm wrong, show me race specific alleles.
Start over. You might want to start over.
No. I heard him. I heard what he said though. If I'm wrong, show me race specific alleles. If I'm wrong. Because that's my argument is that there are no racial classifications in genetics.
Yeah,
if I'm wrong about that, show me.
It's nuance there that you.
No, bro. We don't listen. Can you show me race specific alleles? Yes or no? It's that simple. Can you show me race specific alleles? Yes or no? Because it's either yes or no. There is no nuance.
Yeah,
there's no none of that.
We don't need to listen.
Hold on, Sabio.
Hey, Mizzo, please, bro. Can you check some, please?
Yeah, I got you, Afro. Don't do that to him.
Like seriously, bro. But Domo,
the claim I'm making is that there's no race specific alleles.
It's you centered on the alleles, and I understand why.
No, I'm not. Hold on, bro. I'm not centered on the alleles.
Hold on,
that's my claim. Bro, so if you're saying my claim is wrong,
listen,
show me where my claim is wrong.
So why you trying to just dictate I can't say nothing?
No, you can talk, but in terms of you talking, you said that I was
every
wrong.
Time I start
my argument. Hold on, because bro, hold on, real quick. I will shut up, and I won't say anything.
I don't want you to shut up.
No, hold on. I'm asking a very specific question. Are there race-specific identifiers or alleles that show race being identified in our genetics?
Well, what we know for a fact, there aren't
alleles, yes or no?
I'm not talking about just alleles. You want to box it?
That's what I'm talking about, though. And you said I was wrong.
You are wrong.
So you want so show me how I'm wrong.
Because you giving the people the impression that there is no distinction between these populations and the populations.
No, I'm not, bro. No, I'm not. I'm talking about. No, I'm not. I'm making. Hold on, no. I'm making a specific argument.
Let's just screen share, man.
Hold on. No. I'm making a specific. I'm making a specific argument.
No, I'm making a specific argument because you're making it seem like there's no distinction.
Nah, because niggas said I was wrong. So show me where I'm wrong.
You is wrong.
So show it. So show race specific alleles.
Well, we're not talking just simply about alleles.
That is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about nothing else.
that there is no difference between these populations where there are differences according to modern science. It's not
That's
just
not
no,
bro. I'm not trying to sell that. You're making something up. You're creating a straw man, bro.
You're creating it. Listen, we having a conversation.
Hold on.
We're not in a college class. We having a conversation. And I want to.
What's up?
I want to go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
I think he got cut off.
So look. This is what I'm saying. You're making. Hold on. You're making an assumption about what it is that I'm trying to say, and then you're saying I'm wrong based on your assumption. What's up, you?
Domo, I can't even argue with you right now, Domo, man. Go ahead, man. I don't want to argue with you right now, bro.
All right, so here's the issue, right? You're saying that I'm trying to say something that I'm not trying to say.
Look,
you know what I'm saying? Hold on, real quick, you.
What I'm saying is just to be clear, hold on. It's more nuance that needs to be.
Hold on, I know the conversation.
Elucidated upon.
I know the conversation.
It's a little bit too simplistic to just say, "Oh, there's no difference between the alleles between these populations."
I did not say no difference, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're ignoring the context of the point that I'm making in order to argue with me, bro. That's what I'm saying. The difference is I know identity and how we understand identity is much more complex than alleles. I know that there are distinctions between Europeans and Africans that are deeper than that exist outside of alleles. I'm not making that argument. The argument that I'm making is that race in and of itself as a concept is not reflected in genetics. There are other differences that are reflected.
That's not true.
Okay, but the way that genes are reflected are alleles. So if it's not true, show me the alleles. You can try to show me the alleles.
We can look at the phenotypes. We can look at the dominant phenotypes of certain markers. When we find certain markers, we find dominant phenotypes.
Right, but what are
especially
but phenotype
we go to the root of those markers. Every time we go to the base of the tree genetically with the lettering, with the root. When we go to the base, we find specific phenotypes. We find phenotypes that become more what we would call Negroid or Afrocoid. That's just the fact.
Right, but we wouldn't call it Negroid because that's scientific racism. That's no longer a relevant term in genetics.
Okay, well, sub-Saharan African, I don't know what you want to.
But hear me out though. Hear me out. Phenotype is a question of environment. Your skin tone, your hair, everything about our physical, how we look physically, had to do with where our ancestors evolved, where they settled, and as their genes passed down, their genes adapted to the environment. So that means that the question of phenotype isn't a question of race; it's a question of environment. The point that I'm making is that we operate backwards when we talk about race. Like for example, darker skin, you find that closer to the equator. Right. So if you find darker skin closer to the equator, then that means that the question of race is something that was created to ignore the environmental shaping of our phenotype. So even when we look at how we look, that isn't a question of race. It's a question of environment.
It is environment. I think, that's what I always got hung up on in the argument with other brothers about, is that we don't really acknowledge, what National Geographic is telling us, and giving that a context. We gotta let that rest. We gotta let that's a significant part of the historical narrative, to say, especially when we see Europeans in power politically, economically, militarily, and things of that nature on the planet, to understand that they really haven't been here. You know what I mean? Even when we look at the Homo sapien, they tracking back 300,000 in Africa. You know what I mean? That's way older than the modern European. You know what I mean? So we gotta. I just think we need to contextualize that to understand. Because when you kind of say the same alleles, it kind of gives the idea like they ain't even been around like that, Domo.
No, bro. You're
Yo, I'm
creating that
tired of this
idea.
spooky shit.
That's in it.
I'm
Hold
tired
on,
of this
Sabio.
Arab spooky shit.
Hold on,
I'm not
Sabio.
talking.
Hold on.
Listen, shut up,
Hold on.
Sabio.
Cause let's be honest. Let's be real about what we're saying here. Your argument and
I
what
ain't
you
even
think I'm
trying to
wrong.
fight you.
Your argument or what you think I'm wrong about is actually situated in how you're misinterpreting the point that I'm making. I'm not making any point about how long white people been here. I'm not making any point about how long Europeans have been around. That I like there that's completely different conversation.
That's not.
When
It's
dudes
how is it different though?
because we can talk about genetic. Hold on,
you
because
saying
we can
that
talk about
we
we can hold
in
on.
common with them,
I'm
but
explaining to you why it's different. I'm explaining to you why it's different.
at
Because we
what
don't
point
need
does
to go.
that
We
become
don't need to
irrelevant?
look at ancient people to understand the like how DNA is situated. We can take my DNA and your DNA and other people from today and just look at the DNA and see if we can see where we're different in terms of in terms of racial. That's my point. Race, like I'm talking about race as a social construct, not ethnicity, not nationality, not even culture, but race as something that was introduced as a more modern ordering system that didn't even exist at the times when we talking about looking at ancient people. Ancient people didn't call themselves white or black. That's a fact.
Yeah,
So when we're talking about racial classifications, and then we're talking about anthropology. Anthropology itself says that they like the field itself says that they don't rely on like racial classifications because they fail to understand the complexities of people and identity and genetics. Like anthropologists themselves say this. So that's why it's like I get the point that you're trying to make, but at this point you trying to tell me I'm wrong just based on what you think I'm trying to do, not based on the data and the information itself. I'm not trying to say that there are no differences between white people and black people. I know that they exist culturally, I know that they exist ethnically, and I know they exist from a nationality standpoint. But if you took ancient DNA and you looked at ancient DNA, you wouldn't be able to tell who was black or who was white. You have to look at other factors. You have to look at where you found it. You have to look
that's
at
not.
what was the culture that was related to and those types of things.
You see, that's not. See, I mean, it's a collect. That's why it's a need. You know, that's why they got doctors like Jeff Rose. You know what I mean? I don't want to keep leaning on myself and my own opinion. You know what I mean? That's why I wanted to share the National Geographic.
What does Jeff Rose say?
No, I'm
Like
just saying
again, y'all gotta stop just bringing up names. What does he
he's
say?
just a he's just one of the archaeologists that advocate for archaeologists and geneticists to do papers
The
in
outer
concert.
Asian theory.
No, can you be relax, Sabio? He's one of the archaeologists that advocates for archaeologists and geneticists to do papers together because he realizes how important it is to match the archaeological data with the genetic record. You know, he's one of those individuals.
But you do recognize that both geneticists and anthropologists say that race isn't genetic. They both say that. So even if they because the argument that I'm making is against scientific racism.
Yeah, but
that's like I'm talking specifically about how race has been used to morph and to change how we understand how we are inherently as a people, and incorrectly in a false way.
I would say it like this. I would say the further you get away from the older base of the branch, say for instance R1B 269, which is known to be predominantly a European branch. You know what I mean of genetics of the haplogroups. It's supposed to be European. We find the father in Africa, in Cameroon, indistinguishable phenotypically from a sub-Saharan African. The RV88, it's amongst the Fang in Cameroon, and it's amongst other populations.
Can y'all pull up some sources? Y'all talking to chat to death.
Yeah, right, Sabio. All this time, brother Domo been talking. You never asked him for a source, but as soon as I start talking, you wanted to demand.
The chat has been asking for sources for over 20 minutes. It ain't me.
I've been trying to show the source. You know what I mean? I've been trying to show the source. It's okay, bro. It's okay, bro. But
hold on. I got y'all.
It's always black though at the root, though. It's always dark at the root when you go to the root of it. The older branches, the RV88 is older than the R1B269. That dominates modern Europeans. It's older than that, and it's black, So, and just like with the E groups, some Europeans do have branches of E markers, but the dominance of E is in the African interior right now, the male line. The dominant, the older ones, the root of it, that's with the Dogon, it's with very dark, it's dark with dark skinned people, you know what I mean? And it happens over and over again. When we go to the base and the root, we find the roots of these I don't care nearly what marker you're talking about, M, N, L3, whatever you, male line, female line, it always goes back to a dark stock of people. I don't care where you at. You can be in Asia, you can be in Africa, definitely in Africa. But that's why I had to say something when you said that too. You know what I mean? Because you can identify what the root is. You can identify it. They got genetic maps and all of that. Diagrams, graphs. This stuff exists. Let me shut up. Go ahead, Domo.
Thank you, because that was a horrible religious display of DNA.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing religious, man. You want to talk religion, I'll hop off.
You didn't have to. I just know that every time you present a source, you have your Muslim slant to it, nigga.
Oh, Domo might have fell off. Domo might have fell off.
Yeah, Mizzo, can I just show? I just wanted to show the article from National Geographic. I just don't want people to, people be calling me liars and all kind of. People be calling me all type of liars, and it's all good though, man. It's cool, It's all good, bro.
Yeah, no, you can share your screen whenever you're ready. You can share your screen whenever you're ready. Yeah, y'all. So let's see what it is. Change about genetics, race. Y'all not too, no strangers to that. True Life says no difference between whites and blacks genetically. Stop. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that per se. So what y'all think out there? Is there a difference genetically between black and white people? I think that's where we add in the conversation. So what y'all think? What y'all think? What y'all think? Okay, I see your screen, Afro.
All right, can you see the screen, Mizzo?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the. Oh man, hold up. Oh, I done went on the. I went on the other joint. I got to put my email address to get on this joint. I just had it open too. Yeah, well, as you can see, can you still see my screen, Mizzo?
Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see, we can still get to the main source here on National Geographic. This is National Geographic. Just a short excerpt of the article from 2018. DNA recovered from ancient skeletons revealed that the genetic makeup of modern Europe was established around 4500 BC in the mid-Neolithic or 6,500 years ago, and not by the first farmers to enter Europe. But that's the source, family. Y'all can go get that off of National Geographic's website, National Geographic, http www.nationalgeographic.com. So essentially, when brothers be having these genetic, discourses, I think we need to keep in mind that modern Europeans were not on the planet, at that time when a lot of these populations were moving. That's why when brothers even talk about North Africans and they say that North Africa was mixed, the assumption is that North Africa was mixed with modern Europeans, but modern Europeans didn't exist when North Africans were mixing with, other populations in East Africa. Modern Europeans weren't on the planet. So, that's just, that's the gist of it. But yeah, that's the source, and it kind of disputes what it's a lot of it's differences, phenotypically. It's differences, obviously, genetically, because these doctors that wrote the article in conjunction with National Geographic, they obviously were able to determine those differences, and they determined that these populations were distinct, and that they came into existence. They came into existence approximately 6,500 years ago. That's according to them, not myself. Fam. So, that's all. It kind of conflicts with what Domo says, but I understand what Domo was saying. But I think it's a lot more nuance to the conversation than the brother was going into.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know Afro always providing source. I know that he never scared to shoot out a source to nobody. Um, Damn, y'all got the chat Zoom and I can't even keep up. See
Yeah,
everybody.
that probably they probably going off on me.
Every time recent genetics come up, it get kind of crazy.
Yeah, it does. Genetics is interesting, though. It's interesting. What they say. And even some black doctors be on the papers. People got to understand that too. It's all nationalities of geneticists nowadays. That's working on these papers. So they all putting their reputations on the line. When they're saying these things, even though science is always subject to change, and it's always new theories and being put out. But yeah, it's definitely a lot of genetic paper.
I know how y'all get with the NYC Southern. I see men's up. All right. Yeah. So, yeah, y'all. So, what y'all thinking out there, man? Y'all saying there's no difference genetically, or y'all saying there's difference genetically? Is there a difference between black and white and Asian, Native American, Indian, Arab?
Yo, Mister, what up? Afro, you what?
The word, amen.
Peace, man.
Yeah, peace to the chat. Yeah, it's been an interesting evening, to say the least.
Yeah, it always is. It always is.
Yeah, a lot of different conversation. So what are we talking about?
Oh, I thought
Everyone.
you were. No, I thought you was on point. My fault. I know they were just having a back and forth about race. Is it genetic, or is there a difference between black and white? Is there does science um, deal with race?
Oh yeah, I heard Afro and Domo.
Yeah,
Well, I heard the whole conversation going back, but yeah,
yeah. So that's where the chat is at right now.
yeah.
And then you got
You know, you know, you know, you know, tigers. Tigers like animal like lions. You know,
oh,
they
like
have.
yeah, of course, yeah, hell yeah. You talking about yeah, of course. I know Tigers.
You know the Bengal tiger, the Sumatran tiger, and like the Siberian tiger.
Yeah, hell yeah. It's a few of them different
Yeah,
types of tigers. Yeah.
I, you know the Siberian tiger and like the Bengal tiger. They're known to even prey on human because they're that big. You know, they in size they're that big. But the Sumatran tiger is more small, like comp- like just a little bigger than a leopard. You know, it doesn't really prey on human like that. It eats deers and stuff. But at the end of the day, they're all tiger. You know, the only difference between the Bengal tiger and the Siberian tiger is the environment that they grew up in, that they evolved in, you know, that their ancestors evolved in, that shape certain phenotype of those tiger. So the Sumatran tiger growing up on a small island, it never have the need to grow big. You know, it wasn't a lot of other super predator for it to compete with, you know, and the climate, the weather was pretty stable. So it never really had a lot of environmental factor forcing it to be bulky. Like the Siberian tiger that's 700 pounds, twice the size of a full-grown Sumatran tiger. And that's a usual size for a Siberian tiger. You know, what forces the difference in phenotype is the environment that they grew up in. And yes, the population over time keep evolving in that environment, but they haven't been away. Long enough and haven't mutated uh, that enough for a Sumatran tiger to be another species. Any tiger you take in the world will be a tiger. That's the species. You know, you got different population. In human being, we classify our different population under ethnic group, culture, and we even put race in it as a social construct. But scientifically, the reason why you even say a white person and not a white alien or a white uh, pig bear man, but you say a white person and a black person, a Indian person, because we are all people, literally one species of human being, Homo sapien sapien. And despite the ethnic group, despite the cultural population and different variant that you're gonna find within this one species, we are all the same species. And genetically, we can all express those genes. What forces those expression is again environment, climate, culture, diet, just your overall environment.
Don't
It
forget,
can force
don't forget
those.
sexual selection, I mean. You know,
Yeah, that's part. Yeah,
that's
that.
a big
Yeah,
one.
and yeah, that's what I'm saying. Population, because that's
Yeah.
where it happened.
And
So
even not to be funny, but the thing with sexual selection, when we looking at the differences and the ranges of phenotypes, say for instance in Africa, is all it takes is one selection. All it takes is a man that has one type of phenotype to make a selection of a woman with a different type of phenotype, and it can be totally altered. It's random what the outcome will be, and that's between black people. You know what I mean? That's on the continent. We see that happen. So a man, it determined by his choice of mate or the woman's choice of mate. You know what I mean? It could change the phenotype. You know what I
With
mean?
that, you gotta understand. You gotta understand dominant and recessive gene expression. So, if a dominant gene is next to a recessive gene,
You talking about Mendel's
then
law? I
then
know
the most highly we're literally talking about nature, natural selection. The most highly percentage of that gene to express will be the dominant gene, and it's only dominant because it's in the presence of a gene that is more recessive. If it is in the presence of another gene that is more dominant than that gene, then it's no longer the dominant gene. And its percentage of it showing up in the future population is not as high as it would be amongst a dominant gene. And it's not that it's always going to show up, because recessive gene do show up too. That is why you even find light-skinned sub-Saharan African. You find blue-eyed indigenous Australians before the mixing, because the recessive gene and dominant gene being expressed, those genes are in every single human being.
That's
The
important.
expression of those genes happen over time, based on your environment.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on real quick.
One last thing, and I land the plane. Quote unquote white people, those gene expression from the skin becoming less pigmented, becoming lighter and lighter, until the gene mutation happen, which you are referring to the National Geographic article about modern white people. That's just part of their genetic evolution. But nevertheless, they are just expressing more recessive gene compared to a sub-Saharan African, but it's the same gene.
That's what I want to do.
Listen, a sub-Saharan African spending enough time in those same environment will eventually start express.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to speak to about the Khoisan. It's about the Khoisan. The Khoisan have the light skin allele that is older than the existence of this modern European at 6,000 Ka. That national. Hold on one second, brother. Hold on. 1 second. The Khoisan have the light skin allele, the original light skin allele that is older than the modern European. So even light skin or being light skin cannot be attributed to modern Europeans. They still weren't on the planet, so we got to understand there's a distinction there in modern genetics. But what is interesting is that Khoisan are some of the oldest Africans, and they have a light skin allele, so we should acknowledge that, you know what I mean, that is what is in the genetic record, and the Khoisan do have interesting genetic markers. They have E markers. They have, as well as they have more ancient A and B markers that are more Twa, but they also have a Khoi Kushite, what they call Khoi Kushite admixture that is heavily E markers. Those markers are shared with some people from modern day Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, so we can get an idea how type of area that Africans were already traveling. You know what I mean? At an early date, people were moving all around Africa.
You know why sometimes you see like the resemblance or even the complexion similarity will skip the direct parent, but the grandchild will look more like the grandparent instead of look more like the direct parent? Because even though sometime a person or individual may be expressing mostly dominant gene expression, it doesn't mean that they're not carrying those recessive genes. And when they pass on their DNA to their offspring is gonna
Well, I think another.
it's gonna be choosing from those dominant and recessive gene. And there's times that the offspring, especially when they have more than one kid, you will see that sometime a child, it doesn't look like the other sibling, but it's still your child. It look more like maybe your father or your mother or your grandfather or your grandmother, because you're carrying those genes, but the gene doesn't always express itself in every generation. Sometimes it stayed dormant or hidden. And you know what? Sometimes in these conversations too, we can invite some of the professionals to come on the panel and speak of it. People who do more work in these fields, because I hear a lot of people come up and everyone is giving their guesswork. I'm not trying, as I say, I came up really calm and quiet because I don't want to start anything. I know there's a little trend going around, So I
Yeah,
come up
no. I think
and I stay really quiet because I'm not trying to be on no pedestal and I'm not trying to act like I know it all. Anyone know
I
it all
think
is a
there's a little discrepancy in terms of with the
sometimes we could
dominance
invite the
and,
professionals on, even if we got to go source them. We love talk about genetic. That's why when people love ask me about quantum physics and quantum mechanics, I love tell them to go ask a profession, because you're asking me stuff that you want me to lie to you at some point.
Yeah, no, from my understanding, I think they kind of got a issue just because if I'm not mistaken, the dominance is not really like you're right in terms of dominance is not really like dominance in terms of strength or overpowering something. It's more so in terms of anytime a gene is dominant, when it becomes paired with a recessive gene or another dominant gene, it still expresses itself. A recessive gene doesn't have that same ability. Anytime it's paired with a dominant gene, the dominant is always going to express itself, unless there's what you call a mutation. And that's when the rules kind of get mixed up. But there's supposed somebody drop a link for Domo. Matter of fact, wait a second. Let me try to pull up something here. There we go.
Oh, my bad.
Young Deity, what's good? Still learning.
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Just here holding a vibes too, like everyone else, trying to live.
I'm not like you said. I don't know it all. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a geneticist. You feel me? But objectively, knowing about hearing out of lax, knowing about how they bred us during slavery, and just our physical dominance, and not just physical, intellectuality. I mean, the most patents came from Black Americans as far as the patents when it comes to inventions. So and then lastly, we don't all look alike. So how are we all the same? This notion that we're all the same, yeah, like I said, that doesn't
Wait. So are you saying that race isn't genetic is saying that we're all the same?
No, I'm just saying objectively, and I'm basically giving my breakdown of that. Basically, history and like I said, as far as our physical dominance and even intellectuality, it's not just physicality. I don't want to just relegate us to just physical. So that means, no, it's not just physical. It's physical, it's intellectuality, etc.
Yo, what's
So
good? Yo, what's
I'm trying
yo, what's
to, just trying to really fathom just this notion that we're all the
But
same.
when you
yo,
speak
yo,
of
what's yo, hold
dominance,
on, what's
we no longer
yo,
speaking of gene expression though.
Yo, what's
Gene
yo, what's
expression.
good? What's
You could be expressing all dominant gene, but weak as a rat in front of
yeah,
someone
hold
who's
on real quick. What's up, yo? What's up with my status on the platform, son? I'm trying to get up on here. I can't get on. Like, what's
Yeah,
going on, son?
my shit was
Yo,
up.
y'all niggas did me dirty, son. They didn't even tell nobody. Y'all
yo,
niggas kicked me off. And they
Marley.
make me a host
That
some more.
happened
Y'all
to
niggas
me.
ain't even send.
It
Y'all
happened to
niggas ain't even.
everyone.
Y'all ain't even send niggas no notice or nothing. And
Yo,
yeah, and by
man.
the way, the Khoisans is not classified as, even though they indigenous to Africa, they're not really racially classified as Negroes.
Q said he messed up the stream, y'all. It's bad. He'll get it right.
What you mean? What you mean by that, Marley? Marley?
Yeah, I know. I was doing the research. I was doing the research about a month ago, and I was doing some research, and they was like, according to, by classification, like the West Africans and sub-Saharan West
social
Africans, the East
classification
Africans,
there. These are not
right,
scientific classification.
right, they're not classified as Negroes. Yeah, they're not classified as Negroes.
Yeah, this is something here in terms of what y'all discussing in terms of dominance and recessive genes, and that's what makes a gene dominant. As y'all can see here, a recessive gene cannot express itself if paired with a dominant gene. The dominant gene will always express itself in this situation, meaning a recessive gene is masked and not visible within the phenotype. A dominant gene expresses its trait even when paired with a different version of recessive allele of the gene, while the recessive gene only expresses its trait when paired with another identical recessive allele. So that's the difference, is that the recessive gene doesn't have the ability to become expressive without another recessive gene.
But you know what's so crazy, man? Like,
that's all. That's why it's one. That is why one is
not that.
Wait
One second. So in terms of it being dominant, doesn't mean like dominance in terms of your capability to run
superior. Like superior. It has nothing to do. Right. It has not.
That
Yeah. It has
dominant
nothing.
gene may be something that hurts you. That dominant gene.
Right.
Gives you
like a lot of times.
For example, hold on. Like, for example, I'm gonna give him an example. Like, for example, we have melanin, right? And that's a dominant trait, right? And it helps protect us from the rays of the sun. But also, our melanin also causes things like diabetes and stuff like that too, because we're not receiving enough vitamin D from the sun. Because if our melanin is protecting us from the rays of the sun, that means that's why a lot of African Americans and a lot of Africans is vitamin D deficient.
They don't understand that because
it's because of our
melanin is absorbing the sun. They don't understand that
melanin
is vitamin D is not a vitamin, right, Marley? You know vitamin D is not a vitamin. It's actually a hormone. It's not actually a vitamin. You can't get vitamin D in a pill. You really can only get it from the sun or from salmon, certain type of fish that really.
And that is why
you can get it. You can get it from herbs
too. Understand that? Do you see why having too much melanin in somewhere deprived of a lot of UV ray could be a bad thing? Because you need sunlight.
You need sunlight
to convert cholesterol to vitamin D, which is underneath your skin.
Right. And even on the continent. And even on the continent itself, right? The Africans don't have all the same haplogroups. You might have some people over East Africa, they got different haplogroups, and in South Africa, they might have different haplogroup down there, and in West Africa and North Africa as well too. So even on the continent, is diverse, right? So we can say, like, based off of the haplogroups, even amongst the particular or African or Black race, there's different, you know what I'm saying, how would you say, groups of people based off of the haplogroups, you know, even though we Black, but we share the same common ancestor based off of the L, because we might have L0, L1, L2, L3, but that L shows that we have a particular common ancestor, even with the E1B1, even with the E1B1 or the E1B, I forgot the other one, but yeah, you pretty much get what I'm trying to say. I mean,
so all in all, like, let's just be clear that when people talk about dominant genes, it's not about running faster, being able to be stronger than anybody
Okay,
else,
finish your
being
cookie.
super intelligent. It's more so about how the relationship between genes work rather than actual dominance in terms of what you can do physically.
What's up? Okay.
But I can see why deity would think that too, because when you look at black people, when you look at our physicality, when you look at how fast we run and stuff like that, there's also even studies as well of black babies learning to walk faster, talk faster. You know what I'm saying? There's studies on those things. So I could see why some people may have that
Yeah, and
you
I
know.
think you brought up the perfect example when you use the
Hmm.
NBA and stuff like that, and when they talk about
Right.
black people, because they use the word dominance when they talk about
Hmm.
black people's ability in basketball compared to
Right.
every
Even
other thing.
football, miss.
So now, or football, you talk, or
Yeah.
any sport basically at this
Yeah, yeah.
that a black
Hmm.
person really
Because
focuses
you
Yeah,
couldn't
on,
tell
it
me.
seems like
You couldn't.
dominance.
You.
So in a
Yeah.
way, when you hear dominance, when science is talking about genes and how they express themselves, you automatically correlate the two. When
Right. Correlated to
correlation is
right.
not all the way
Right.
causation.
Right. Right. Causation. Right. Right. So I used to be just like I used to think like that too. Like, yo, we dominate. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't no better and shit like that. I used to be on some shit like that. You know, so
But
when you understand what they're trying to say in the terms and what it's trying to convey, then you'll be like, oh,
but
it's
at the
not.
same time, are our eyes lying to us when we observe, the dominance of black males in athleticism?
No, ours is not lying to us. Sometimes what we experience is not always true, Afro, and that's why I always use the airplane model as my example. Like you could be in
Hey,
an
man,
airplane,
share
and
my
it
screen,
feels
man.
and it feels like the airplane is moving slower than the car that's moving on the street, right? This is your experience, but that don't mean that your experience is
You
always
gonna get your
facts.
handlebars back here, Domo? I got you.
You know what I'm saying? You understand
Yeah,
what I'm
I got the
saying?
bars back.
You understand
These
what I'm
niggas is
saying,
safe.
Afro?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. So sometimes you might see
What
things.
up,
That's why in science they use tools and stuff like that, Afro, like telescopes, microscopes. There's certain things. Sometimes we may be experiencing something, and it shouldn't just. How many times, Afro, you would go outside your crib, Afro, and you look up in the sky, you see the airplane moving, and you look at the car, but it looks like the car is moving faster than the airplane, but it's not. But you experiencing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
So it's
right,
not. So your experiences is not always
Right.
facts.
Or it looked like the moon following you when you're in the car.
Right,
I used to say
right,
that when I was a
right,
kid. When I was a kid, we used
right,
to see the moon following us. Yeah.
right. Or the sun, or even the sun. I used to do that
Yeah.
too with the sun, though. I used to do it with the sun, yeah. But it's just that the car is moving and it looks that way, but yeah.
all right. So this is niggas were saying that we need to let's show some sources. Let's show some sources. All right. This is from a Harvard article, "How Science and Genetics Are Reshaping the Race Debate of the 21st Century." All right. Getting down into it, like I said, I've probably read this probably like 5 or 6 times. But just starting right here, a landmark 2002 study by Stanford scientists examined the question of human diversity, right? The differences amongst humans. Nobody's arguing that we're all the same. So just off break, even though this study is calling into question the existence of race, they're doing it by studying human diversity. So the argument that anybody's trying to make it to seem like we're all the same people is a straw man. No academic is making that argument. It's a straw man. So Afro, when you hit the panel and you say, "Well, you trying to make it seem like everybody else," no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because again, this is a study examining human diversity. Diversity means the differences amongst humans. By looking at the distribution across 7 major geographical regions of 4,000 alleles. Alleles are the different flavors of genes, blah, 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 blah. In the Stanford study, over 92% of alleles were found in 2 or more regions, and almost half the alleles studied were present in all 7 major geographical regions. The observation that the vast majority of alleles were shared over multiple regions or even throughout the entire world points to the fundamental similarity of all people around the world. Okay, hold on. I got you. What do you say? If separate or separate racial or ethnic groups actually existed, we would expect to find trademark alleles and other genetic features that are characteristics. Hold on. Here you go. Yeah. Or other characteristics of a single group, but not present in any others. However, the 2002 Stanford study found that 7.4% of over 4,000 alleles were specific to one geographical region. Furthermore, even when region-specific alleles did appear, they only occurred in about 1% of the people from that region, hardly enough to be any kind of trademark. Thus,
Right.
there is no evidence that the groups we commonly call races have distinct, unifying genetic identities. In fact, there is ample variation, which means there's ample differences within races. This means that even in the same, what we call racial group, there's genetic diversity. How is it that if biologists are identifying the diversity amongst humans, that the niggas is trying to make the argument that somebody's trying to say that they all the same? Like y'all purposely misinterpreting the argument to keep up whatever racial beliefs. And then this is what I was talking about with old dude earlier. Ultimately, there's so much ambiguity between the races and so much variation within them. That means differences, so much differences even amongst people of the same race, that two people of European descent may be more genetically similar to an Asian person than they are to each other. And case in point is a case study of genetic variation between three scientists. You have Dr. Watson, Dr. Venters, and Dr. Kim.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
What did it show? What did it show? It showed.
Let me get some raw paper and a lighter.
I got you, Mario.
They created sciences off of studying us, but we the same. Like, you know, like.
Some bro, like, just shut up. That's what I'm saying. Like, who said nobody's saying we're the same? Nobody's saying we the same.
Literally said variations.
We're talking about differences. What do you like? Do y'all not know the definition of diversity? Variation?
Yeah, variations. Just like how you have different types of COVIDs, right? You may have the COVID. You have different variations of COVID, but they all COVID. But they call them and when the viruses, they call them variants. But with human beings, we refer to us as race. But there's different variants. There's different variants of human beings, with different variety. So even that's how I said too, Damo. Even on the continent, right? If you go on the continent, if you go to South Africa, they have a different haplogroup from the Africans in the West Coast,
and they might have the most diverse place on the planet.
Yeah,
there's more diversity in Africa than there is anywhere else on the planet.
Who
is saying we the same?
That's a fact.
No, and that's one of the things that supports the out of Africa theory in itself. That's the place where it has the most diversity, which allows the theory to be even thought, adds to the evidence of the theory or corroborates.
But just to kind of break down what we see in here, it says besides the universal dark brown allele, Watson and Venters share one other allele. However, both share two alleles with Kim. So this means that these two white men were closer to the Asian man genetically than they were to each other. Who is saying that we're the same?
Yeah, we're not the same.
If anything, race attempts to make us the same.
Right, exactly. Just you're right about that, Doug. That's what I was saying. Even on the continent of Africa, they have different Africans. So but you just not said it's true. You confirming my point.
No, exactly. So that's why it's like when niggas is sitting here like, Damo, you making stuff up. No, this is what I'm talking about right here.
Mm-hmm.
And then even when I said it's more genetic diversity on Africa than anywhere else, even Afro, the nigga that was trying to say that I was up here lying and I was wrong, agreed with me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I said, hey man, it's differences though, and it's a fact though.
That's what I said. That's what we're saying. That's the point of what we're saying. It's like
I think what Afro is trying to say. I think what Afro and DT is trying to say is that I know what y'all saying, but I understand what they saying too. As far as like with white people, they saying like nigga, like we are different from them niggas. Like, you know what I'm saying? Genetically, like, you know, and on some But I
Marley, we
understood.
could have all been the same color and would have been different.
Yeah. Now us over here, like we all the same color. You know what I'm saying? We might have different shades of us, like you know what I'm saying.
Listen,
But
that's why medication is individualized. You can't just one off a medication.
right, because it goes based off of your weight and your height. So everybody have a different weight and have a different height, so they're not going to take the same medication. Now I understand what they saying too, but I also I agree with y'all. But I understand what they're saying, or what they trying to convey.
Even the Khoisan with the light skin allele the Khoisan got the light skin allele, but the Maasai got a lactase persistence allele that's
But
way older. The Europeans got the same allele,
but look,
not just milk, but the Maasai got one that's way older. It's
now watch this. Now watch this though. You would
it's the
also
original.
admit when you say Khoisan, Khoisan is a European term, correct?
Yeah, so yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I
Well,
think
no.
so,
I don't
maybe.
because it is because Khoisan
Yeah, it
is a
is. It's
umbrella
talking about the
term.
language because the
Is an
language is
umbrella
so
term to
close.
refer to over I think it's over 100 different ethnic groups that they call
Right,
the Khoisan. So the
right.
Khoisan gets reduced down to this one name, but it's many different ethnicities and many different groups that exist
Hmm.
under the Khoisan.
It's a lot of
Khoisan is
tribes.
similar. Yeah, Khoisan is similar to Bantu, right?
Bantu. I was about to say that. I was about to say that. I was just about to say that. You took it right out my mouth. Pause.
Yeah, but see, when we trying to push back against like trying to make everybody the same, the
Hmm.
introduction of Khoisan was introduced to make those hundreds of different groups one people.
Hmm.
Oh, I
The
Yeah.
know.
term Bantu was introduced to make these thousands of different groups one people.
Hmm.
So that's my point is that the racial labels that we utilize do more to reduce our cultural
Hmm.
and ethnic significance
Yeah.
than genetics. So when we're
Yeah.
fighting to be like black genetics and black,
No,
we're
genetics elucidates. Genetics elucidates the subject matter because genetics, when you get into the genetics, it's going to show you the diversity. That's
exact
why
not. But
when
hold
you
on,
say
that's
you
my
may
but
have one group with multiple haplogroups in it, that's facts. Khoisan are one of them.
Hmm.
Berbers are one of
yeah,
them.
yeah.
Hmm.
Bantus
See
are one of them.
that's the
Uh,
point but the point I'm
Nilotes
making.
have
But the
different
point
haplogroups. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
facts.
but that's the point. The point I was making is we don't get to understand that diversity if we
Wow,
only look at it from the perspective of race.
I
We understand genetic diversity better when we dismiss the conversation of race from genetics. We understand diversity better. That's
Hmm.
the argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why when I was talking to the brother earlier. I think it was our men, and I was talking about sexual selection. Sexual selection is one of the most powerful changes of phenotype because you may have a tall, slim East African male, but if he selects a woman that is uh, that is from another part of Africa with a distinct phenotype from his, the range of the phenotype of that offspring could be drastically altered, and vice versa. You know what I mean? Depending on the selection of the female. So all of that got to be taken into account, you know what I mean, in the conversation, because people sit here and say the East Africans have no genetic relationship to the West Africans. That is simply not true. That is simply not true. And the further we go back, the more prominent the connection between them becomes. We have populations like Hadza, Sandawi in East Africa that have a genetic relationship with Yoruba and West Africans, people from Ghana and things like that. But like you said, genetics, it's something good to study, and it elucidates all the diversity. There's a lot of diversity.
Yeah, and genetics hasn't. They still
Hold on,
finding out
hold
things
on.
about genetics
God,
as well
I
too.
don't even
So
know why
they
would they
haven't
like.
they haven't
I
they
don't know
haven't
why
finished.
Afro would they even say that and mention my name. Like, do you know like sexual gene transfer, horizontal gene transfer? That's what it's called, horizontal gene transfer. It's the most. It's the easiest way for someone to transfer their gene to their offspring. It's the most direct way of gene transfer or one off. When we talk about epigenetic is what causes some of those odd mutation, because if we were only transferring gene horizontally, then most likely everyone offspring would be a direct replica of mom and dad. But because of epigenetic, another way of gene to get mutated and then transferred, then there is little variant that happen. So I don't know why you would bring that up. If you mate with someone, obviously, if the person was a dwarf, then chances are one of your offspring, if not all your offspring, might be dwarf.
Right, right, correct.
I don't know why, like some people just non
I
sequitur
mean,
for no reason.
it's nothing.
And
It's nothing
always
wrong.
always trying to call my name when you're trying to make a point. Why? Don't
No, I mean, that's
we weren't even having a conversation.
that's cool,
Yo,
man. You know, I say that to say, for example, with the Berbers in East Africa. The Berbers in East Africa have they're very dark skinned with knotty hair. When we look at the people they are related to from the West African Berber has knotty hair, dark skin. The East African Beja is tall, dark skinned, but with curly hair. But they have a genetic root that they split from. They share the lactase persistence allele. It just shows its diversity within that population, but because they're spread out across Africa, but they have a starting point where they were together according to genetics, but they split at some time in the past.
I got a question I want to pose to the panel. I had asked earlier. Do y'all think that we should all have consume? I'll just say had the same diets based on our genetics, or do you think that we should? Do you think that our Do you think that our genetics should determine how or what our diet is?
A diet based on your genetic would actually be proactive. But first, you would have to know your genetic. You can't guess your genetic. You can't assume it. You would have to do a DNA test and do a genetic analysis. Sorry for my fumble. Of your DNA. It's not something like it's not that is why they're trying to separate genetics from race, because while you can assume your race, you can't assume your genetic. That's actual
right, yeah, right. So your race is based off of your phenotype, even though your
Yeah,
genetics
that's
is,
what I was
even though your genetics is what actually influence your phenotype. Yeah, so your genetics is going to influence that. So sometimes people might like to say, well, genetics have nothing to do with race, but it somewhat does. You know what I'm saying? Because it
Nah, it's
influences.
not that it has not that it has
Does
anything to do with
not
race.
do
does
Like
race.
like how you look, your phenotype is based on your genetics. What your
Right, exactly.
the relationship between phenotype and identity is
hmm
race. That's why I
Right,
say we work backwards. You feel me? So
right,
like we look at
right.
the genetics and we be like, okay, I'm going to call that black. That like that gene expression, the dark skin, the thick curly hair, the broad nose, the big like the
hmm
lips, whatever, the stereotype. We're gonna call that black, but you don't look like that because you're black. Because you look like that, you got called black. That's the difference.
hmm
Like nobody like that's what, and even geneticists and anthropologists would never say that race doesn't matter. Like, I think the race as a social construct argument gets misconstrued as race not having significance, and that's just
That's
completely
what they
not
took
true.
it like. They think social construct takes power from it. It actually gives it more power.
Exactly.
Social construct, you have control over it. Genetic, you don't have control over it. Like if your parent passed on cancerous genes to you,
You
that
can't
is why
control
your
that.
doctor check you and ask you for your genetic history, like ask you about your family history, if such and such runs in your family, because
hmm
despite what you think, you do not have control of these genes just choosing to show up at any point in your life.
Yeah, they
That is
even ask you that in mental health too. I mean, they ask you if your family had any form of
Yeah,
schizophrenia,
addiction,
yeah, addiction,
PTSD.
yeah,
Yeah,
PTSD. Yeah, they actually with young DT always like to bring up epigenetics. So yeah, when you talk about that shit and mental health and shit with the fucking your mom's had this. We even do a genome. We even do a genogram of the person's family. And in a genogram, you'd be like, yo, what was so your pops and your your four grandparents is in the genogram. We doing the therapy sessions and shit like that. So yeah, definitely, you're right about that.
Well, I got a question about these about our genetics being all so similar and our differences really being about the markers, right? So
Hmm.
if we're all so similar and I understand that the markers make us they make up a small percentage of the genome, but that's what actually makes us different because we share so much similarity with like other animals, like when you look at apes, but they don't look like us, as you know what I mean, in humans form, but our genetics are really 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 similar, but it's just those really small markers that determine like so much difference though. Like I know it's a real small percentage even in humans, but I'm saying like like the phenotype and the other things that determine what we look like or what those markers are, they really just come from our environment, right? And like the stimulus, I guess, like I'm saying from millions of years ago, like in the development of our cells and how we come together as organisms and organelles and all of that, right? The information, I guess what I'm asking is the information has always been there. So I'm saying what's the difference? I guess what I'm trying to say is
Well, with the information, I think the recognizing that the information has always been there should explain to us why race isn't genetic. Because if we recognize that race only appeared, like race as a social identity only appeared in more modern history than ancient history, then we can recognize that there were dark skinned people who existed who didn't call themselves black. There was light skinned people who existed who didn't call themselves white. So I don't understand the desire to make race so important when we can recognize that our genetics and our DNA and how it expresses existed before these terms that we use, before we even developed language. That would mean that these concepts, genetic concepts, since they precede race, they're independent of race. We don't need race to understand them. Actually, race actually obfuscates our understanding because we start to think things like when we think things like uh 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 sickle cell is a black disease, that obfuscates, that confuses the question of genetics because of race. When we think that, like, for example, that all black people eat alike and all white people eat alike, that confuses genetic conversations and biological conversations because of race. So we actually end up saying like more counterproductive things trying to interpret race through genetics than if we were to ignore race and only understand how the genetics function.
I can agree with you on that. I I don't even think like I had mentioned earlier, like to me, race ain't even important. It's just a construct. And so I think that we should, like you say, focus more on our genetics. But I think that that's what makes us different, though. Like I was saying, is those real small variations. Like we have we have similar DNA or genetics to apes, but we can't eat like them. Like our like how our genetics, like they don't exercise or nothing, but their muscles and like they just built different. The same as like Caucasians, how their skin is different. Like that means that the information that makes them who they are, it has to be really different from what makes us who we are because of the environment that they grew in. Their skin did what it did in their eyes, and all the way to like how they process different foods. But the same for our ancestors or people who grew up, or not grew up, but people whose ancestors came from a place where ultraviolet light was, it was like abundant all the time. You know what I'm saying? Especially the closer you get to the equator, and our eyes develop different, and our noses, and just from those really small differences, I just think that like you mentioned something about food, but I'm saying I don't think that we should consume the same things based on our genetics.
I don't know if that's a secret, though. I think that's commonly
Yo, Miz, share this for a minute. Let me show him what he's talking about.
common knowledge. I got you.
Yeah, but it's things that some black people can eat that other black people can't eat. So even if we're doing our diet based on genetics, we shouldn't do it around race.
No, but that's what I'm saying. He ain't even say it was around race. He was just like, I don't think we all should be eating the same thing, and that's why I'm like,
Oh no, that was just taking it back to the earlier part of the conversation. Because when we first
I get why you said it, but just now when he was just like, yo, I don't think we should. When just that statement alone is like, that's just common knowledge.
It's called nutrigenomics, and these are some of the benefits of nutrigenomics.
Rasta, you had said something earlier about cancer being genetic. So that's your position?
I did not say anything about cancer being genetic. Cancer, it can you can inherit those genes from your ancestors or from your foreparents. Nutrigenomics or nutritional genomics is the study of how
genetic, though.
genes and nutrition interact. Hertz says variants in bracket differences in your genes predict how your body will likely respond to certain nutrients, which definitely makes sense because as I said, a diet based on your genes, based on genetics, would be proactive. For instance, variant of your FTO gene are related to metabolism, energy expenditure.
So wait, stop right there, because why would you say that cancer is not genetic?
Who says
the brother who said that just a second ago?
Oh, I read some things and like based you. So according to modern science, or not modern science, but the latest is that it's a I said this on the last panel and I got slam dunk, so I'm gonna say it again. I might be,
You already got beat up on that. All right, now you ain't
but
got.
it's cool. I don't mind, bro. Cause it's not me. I'm just repeating something I read from a scientist. He's like the leading cancer researcher in America. His name is Thomas. Damn, what's his name? Anyway, but yeah, he says that cancer is a metabolic disease.
Yeah, but don't you see right there in that line where he's saying about it's the genes that control your metabolism?
Nah.
And this is coming from the Cleveland Clinic article from the Cleveland Clinic.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, but when you scroll down, it'll tell you about when you just the line that you just read about the FTO gene and controlling your metabolic. It's all going.
Oh yeah. FTO gene variant relieve how your body
so basically your
metabolize fat and
metabolism
protein.
is going to be contingent upon your gene.
Oh well, he wasn't talking
and that's
about
just one. That's just one gene. There's many other genes that have to do with what diet and nutrient your body absorb. Because as you see, a lot of people, they're on different diet and they're basing those diet based on their genetics. You know, a lot of people think they should be vegan when it all plant-based diet or a high carb diet, high carb, high fiber diet, that diet is really not for them. Maybe their diet should be a high protein diet.
Yeah,
But
that
if
don't
it,
make sense. That don't make sense, brother. Because I mean, only because knowing what protein is, I'm saying it don't really make sense for humans, well, any human really to consume protein. I understand that some humans have a higher.
what you're saying now doesn't make
Oh,
sense.
here we
You don't even
go.
have to go no further.
Okay, well, let me ask questions, man, because y'all laughing like I'm
Here
just.
we go.
So let me ask you,
What you're saying now doesn't make sense. We don't even have
okay,
to go
so
no
what is
further.
what is protein? I thought that from my knowledge, protein, the building blocks for protein were amino acids and aromatic amino acids. And I'm saying those amino acids, especially the aromatic amino acids, they only come from plants. You can't get aromatic amino acids from meat, no type of meat source. So I'm just saying if cows weigh 3,000 to 4,000 pounds and they don't eat meat or protein.
You don't know what you're talking about, so you shouldn't be talking about stuff that you don't know what you're talking about.
Gray said, get it from the.
But anyway, some people
Right.
actually have are consume what they consider a keto diet, which is high in fat and protein and low in carb. And based on their genetics, that works for them. A keto diet will not work for everyone. Some people need a more high energy diet, so they're going to be consuming high carb diet, and they will burn that off really quick, and that works for them. Other people, that won't work for them, that they will just put on a lot of excess weight, and that wouldn't be good. You know, a lot of other people does not metabolize sugar as fast as other people. So if you know if you know something, if your genetics could tell you something about how your body is going to react to these nutrients, then a diet based on genetic would actually be proactive. People always been going to get health checkup and health tests, different kind of tests, to base their lifestyle based on their heart rate, based on their body fat, based on all those things, their stress level, their hormone levels. So now genetic study is it's not even a new frontier in biology. It's been around for a while now, but it's like a new field, something that biologists can go deeper into. And they're using that now for most of their approach to disease and combating disease, especially those chronic ones like cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, stuff like that. It's an avenue to give you more information to work with.
So what I was saying, I don't know what I was talking about. The amino acid, the protein.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about.
So amino acids are not the building blocks for protein. Is that what you're saying, brother?
What are amino acids?
Fiber over protein, because if you ain't going to the bathroom, then something ain't right.
I didn't hear you say it
You
again.
can get complete protein simply by eating plants or fruits. But to each his own, though. I ain't pushing, you know.
Yeah, I was trying to see what my bro was talking about, the building blocks for the protein.
Once a week, that is not okay. See, case in point, a lot of Americans go to the bathroom once a week. You're only going to the bathroom once a week. That is deplorable. That is unacceptable. Like that, pardon me, but that's because Americans are constipated. They're not going to the bathroom. Not eating enough fiber.
Yo, Rasta, what happened?
Brother said I'm backed up. That brother said I'm backed up. And but that's a case in point though. That's and he's come on, man. That's like I said,
What's up? Yeah, amino acid building the building blocks for protein. Why are you saying? What are you saying? You're not supposed to consume protein or something? That's what you said. You're not supposed to consume protein.
Oh, I was saying,
I'm not saying that.
not that we should, not that we shouldn't, but I'm saying if we talking about health and efficiency and you know being able to metabolize our foods and get the right energy and the right sugars and all of that, I'm saying our bodies would synthesize protein if we just ate the building blocks instead of eating it processed already. Like because when we consume protein, it's byproducts that come along with that.
Anything you eat, there is byproduct that come along with it. It's called digestion. That is why you digest your food. You know, your body has a system of removing the nutrient and leaving the excrement, and your body get rid of your excrements. So anything you eat, there is gonna be waste. If you're not supposed to consume protein, then how do you get your amino acids, which are some of the most essential nutrients that your body needs? They're actually essential amino acids that your body can't make. You can't synthesize those for yourself. So if you don't consume them from outside sources, how are you going to get them?
No, I agree with you. I like I said, I agree that we need those amino acids, those essential amino acids. But I'm saying in order for the complete body of amino acids that we need, we don't have to get any of them from a meat source or a dairy source or any of that. You know, we can. That's why I was saying that I think that based on our genetics, we shouldn't, like you said
But no
something
one
earlier.
says you got to get them from a meat source.
Right. No, I was just
No one says. But
right.
here's the thing, though.
Hold on. Let me finish my thought, Rasta. I was just talking about like how our phenotypes are different. So you know, like our ancestors, we probably come from because you said something earlier about how a person that use a lot of energy, they probably need a high carbohydrate diet. But our ancestors, you know, we come from a place like you know, where the sun is out most of the time. So we you know we don't need to sit around and store energy. Like if we live in a cold place where it's cold, then we probably need to store fat in our skin, right? So we can, over time, that's what white people evolved to, or people that live farther
That's
away
not
from
how
the
it
sun.
works. That's not really how it works.
That's not phenotype.
Different. I can give you an example of different population that you could call it periodically get fat, and other time they're not fat. And they happen mostly with like the southeastern Asian population, the islanders, like people from Fiji, Vietnamese, and over time, because their ancestor population in the past used to go through long periods of famine, and then they would actually go through periods when they have a lot of plentiful. So over time, those people, and there's been a science done on it, where their body learned to store the fat, take on the fat and store it in actually a healthy manner where it's not obesity. Even though they look more bulky and chunky, it's not obesity.
Right, but that's not what I'm
Hold on
saying.
a second, and I'm telling you, and that's because of the environment that they evolved in. They did not evolve in the cold. They weren't storing fat for cold and stuff for other reasons.
That's
So
I agree with you on that.
it's not just one linear way of thinking that okay, white people this, black people that. That's why genetic is such. It shed light to a lot of ignorance because it's showing you that these genes can be expressed in any population. You know, we're talking about the ability to bulk up, to store fat. People store fat not only for cold, for other reason. That was a survival mechanism for those people. Because for the next 5-6 months, when there is gonna be very little to eat, they're gonna be surviving mainly on fat reserve.
I got you, Rasa. That's not what I'm saying. You're absolutely right. I don't disagree with you. It like our genes do adapt in order for us to survive. I get that, and I agree that genetics is complex, and they can different characteristics can show up in different environments. I get that. However, when we look at people that's been displaced, like if you take a polar bear and put them in the jungle, over time, like the polar bear's genetics are going to change. I'm saying the polar bear's body, his genetics, yeah, maybe, but I'm saying
Drop
his
a polar bear in the jungle, we gonna die, brother.
okay, but I'm saying,
from overheating.
yo, his
Not just going.
That's what I'm saying. It's not such a linear way.
You beat me to it.
Yeah, it's just an
you beat me
example,
to it. I'm like,
man.
nigga, a polar bear. It's a bad example.
It's
The polar
just
bear
an
would die,
example,
bro.
man.
You're thinking too linear, like one
No,
thing
that's
means
not
the
what
other.
I'm doing,
It's
man.
not like that.
I'm
There's
just
a
trying
lot
to
of
paint.
different
I'm
things you
trying
got
to
to
paint a
factor in.
picture. The picture I'm painting is that our genetics will change and mutate over time in order
No,
for us
that's not
to.
how it works.
But not to where a polar bear can survive in a
It was
Amazon
just an
jungle.
example, bro. Like
No,
I don't
listen,
mean.
hold on,
terrible
You don't see
because
polar
let
bears
me
just
respond to
walk
that. Let
out
me
to the
respond because you keep saying it's just an example. Here's the thing: in order for the example to be valid, it has to make sense, or it's going to undermine your point. So, like,
Okay,
yo,
so
if you're
this
using
what I'm
an
saying.
example, like
I'm
if you
talking about. Okay, here's the example. Let me make it clear. I'm saying that people have
hold on,
been.
do you understand? But do you at least
I do.
understand why
I
the
do.
example is incorrect, though?
No, I don't, because it's the same as being misplaced. That's all I'm trying to say.
No,
No,
it's
but
not.
bro,
It's totally
like
not.
you gotta
It's
understand,
totally
it's not
different.
just about where it's at. Like what a polar bear eats. You feel me?
That's what I'm
Like every
saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying.
yeah, but if you just drop one polar bear in the jungle, that one polar bear's genetics are not going to change enough
Right.
in order for it to survive long
Not
term.
that one. No, but if you
No,
take
you
his
drop 2
family,
polar bears. That's
if
what
you
I'm trying
take
to
his,
say,
if you
brother,
take his
brother, brother,
family
brother,
or
brother,
5 families over time.
brother. I heard what you're saying, but what you're not understanding is the way and the process that evolution works. Evolution
If
works.
you drop 100 polar bear in the
You
jungle,
gotta hold up.
100
I
polar
got
bear
him.
will die.
Hold on, I got him. Polar bear.
They will
Evolution is a
literally die from
process
disease.
that takes millions of years. When you separate a polar bear from a grizzly bear, that's a process of millions of years. And when you separate the polar bear and the grizzly bear away from the jungle, and the animal that evolved into those two animals, you're talking about millions of years. It's not no overnight thing. You can't
Okay.
just take a
So
polar bear or
how
2
about a
polar
human
bears.
from
Listen
It
for a
will die
second.
from
Listen.
heat,
Stop trying
disease,
to
and
control me 1
starvation.
second and just
okay,
listen.
how about a
You
human from
cannot
Africa
drop
in
2
North
polar
America?
bears, a male and a female, and they have babies in the jungle and think they're going to survive. Evolution does not happen that fast. They're not going to have no baby that's all of a sudden going to be able to withstand the heat in the jungle. The polar bear's body was made to regulate its body temperature for where you see a polar bear is at. And until over a process of thousands and thousands of years, you're not going to have no polar bear that's going to be able to survive.
The polar bear have no immunity to fight off no monkey flu.
Yeah,
And
I understand all of that.
the polar
I
bear is
understand
out
all
of
of
his element. He will never be able to catch no animal. Those fast-moving animal in the jungle, no, he's out of his element. He's gonna die of starvation,
I understand.
disease,
So
and
what about
heat
taking
stroke.
the African
No, you
and
don't
putting the
understand.
African in North
You
America?
cannot. That's why it's a terrible comparison, because a human's way of regulating his body temperature is different from the way that a polar bear regulates his body
And
temperature.
humans live on all continents on the
An
planet.
advantage.
Don't forget that.
Which gave you an advantage over all the other animals,
And
because
human
your
already
body
live on
regulates
all the
temperature.
continents.
In
So to
the
put
way,
another
that's why
human being on another continent, we already did that. So we already have the ability to live on any given continent on planet Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The humans, this is why you see humans at what you call the quote unquote top of the food chain. Is because
And yeah,
their
that's again,
ability to
I was
regulate.
gonna say to Ms. We are from a special group of dietitians called omnivores. And omnivores normally live on all the continents except Antarctica. Human beings, however, live on Antarctica. Maybe not permanently, but is on Antarctica. But omnivore that could eat a carnivorous diet, a vegetarian diet, could forage, could even eat like a carrion, which human being did in the past, would take a kill from another animal and eat it. Human beings have that ability. Chitlin is carrion food. We have that ability. It's not going to kill us.
Okay, so how about if we come from a place where our genetics are used to eating a high carbohydrate diet, and then we eat we go from that and we start eating different, totally different. You don't think that would damage our genetics?
I say it's not that linear. It's not that
How is that linear?
Some
That's over
people
time.
will have, some people out of a population will have issue. Not everyone. And maybe some people from those who have issues, 80% will evolve, will adapt to to the new environment. Maybe 20 doesn't adapt. Say 100 people come from the environment that you're talking, high carb, blah blah blah, and bring them to this new environment now.
I'm talking about something real, bro. I'm talking about the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, I'm talking about that too. And when we came, it's the same thing. Some of us did get sick, but those who got sick, 80% to 90% recovered, and they recovered with new adaptations.
Like the polar bear.
The rest did not even get sick.
He said like the polar
None of that
bear.
phased them
You don't
because
get
they were already immune. The polar bear is a different case, bro. You got it. As I said,
No, it was a joke, man. But I'm saying some of us died because of the environment that we was.
Yes, some of us died. Not everyone was fit to survive. But the fact that we're here showed us that there was other population here, and no, we outnumbered that population on this very land. You know why? They weren't fit to survive the new wave of disease and stress that was brought upon them. That new wave of disease and stress, we've been fighting that for almost 1,000 years in Africa.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's
so
all.
we were already good when we came here. When we came here, except for the fact that we came in bondage, we were already good. The climate wasn't a problem. The disease wasn't a problem. We adapt to the culture. We adapt to the landscape, to the food,
hold on.
The fauna and the fauna that was here.
Hold on, let me ask
you.
And
the fauna that was here, we adapt to it really quick.
Wait a minute.
So much so that we become explorers ourselves, leading other people through the land.
Yeah, but we can't move the sun. We can't move the equator. We can't move.
What are you talking about now? Why would you want to move the sun and the equator?
Because you said that we adapt. I'm saying we can't like get the same environment in here that we get from where we come from.
Adapting to an environment doesn't mean you're making it the same. Adapting means you are assimilating to the new environment. But as I said, flora,
we
flora,
we get
plant
sick,
life,
and we get
flora, the plant life, colored green, the all the stuff that was in the Americas, the papayas, the sugar cane, the potatoes, the corn. We adapt to the plant life, the fauna, the animals, the buffalo, the reindeer.
It's not
the animals that we see around. We
and
adapt
it's not a
to
difficult adaptation because everything that you're consuming is related to the things you were consuming already.
Exactly.
What the hell?
That is why we adapt to it so quick.
But the environment
we
is
did
different.
not make, like, we did not need it to be a direct replica from where we were coming, you know. But whatever was here, we have similar things, so we adapt really quick. And the people that was bringing the disease, we were already encountering those people, so we already build up mutation to those disease. Yeah, I could imagine before it. Well, there wasn't, because we always been going back and forth. We were never cut off from the rest of the world in Africa.
No,
Unlike
but I mean, he's still wrong, because when you were in Africa, you were dealing with diseases over there too. It ain't, just because you've been there don't mean that you evolved to the point where you don't catch any diseases. You catch diseases right where you at. Like, like what are you?
And we brought some of those disease over too.
Like, what are you talking about? You got
I'm talking
Europeans
about. I'm talking about the environment, like our relationship with. I heard y'all talking earlier about vitamin D and all of that, but I'm saying we need a certain amount of ultraviolet light, and I'm saying the in North America that 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 is only for a certain amount of time during the year where the environment where we come from, ultraviolet light is much more abundant. That's what I'm saying about the environment. And when you look at our people, most of us are vitamin D deficient. I understand that we need the food, we got to get the food and all of that with the cholesterol and that. But I'm saying if we talk about the genetics, I think that like our nutrient level and how we, like you said, about us being proactive about our diets. I think like preserving our genetics, that might, I'm saying that might should be one of our focuses is preserving our
Let me tell you
genetics.
something, brother. Let me tell you something. You never gonna get rid of diseases. I don't care what you eat. If all of your people eat the best way they can possibly eat, you're gonna find diseases. That's just the way life is, bro. You trying to think that you find a way to get away from these diseases, and you can't. It's just
Nah, brother, that
life.
ain't what I said. I'm saying that I think that as a human, we should be as try to be, minimize risk, right? You wear a seatbelt, you get car insurance. We do all these other things in real day, everyday life to minimize risk. So I'm saying maybe, our diet and our lifestyle and the environment and all that stuff, like it helps or either damages our genes.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have been wrong if you just said just that. It took you a long way around the block to get there.
I thought we was just talking, man.
Took you a long way around the block. But it's all right.
So, Miz, you're not saying that basically, like as a whole, there's not certain practices that we can indulge in, like i.e., health or diet, which will, in turn, create healthy outcome as far as like I said, diabetes and so you're not you're not saying that like when you say that like disease is inevitable, but it's also most health diseases are also preventable too.
What I'm telling you is that you see the way COVID-19 happened, and then they constantly keep changing the name because it constantly keep mutating, is the reason why you ain't gonna just find nobody being able to just fight off all diseases. You're gonna catch whatever population of people you got, somebody gonna get a disease, because that's just the way diseases work. Because just like you mutated and became a human, just like diseases mutate because they trying to. Now I don't even want to say that. Whoa, let me choose my verbiage correctly. They're not trying. It's the way the system of organisms work, and that's a bigger conversation. But the way that you're thinking about it, it doesn't work like that. It's a system of organisms. It's just the way that organisms have since the first original organism all the way to the variety you see now is the way it got here like that.
I
So
understand
basically,
that.
you as a human being, your ability to be able to consume a variety of foods was an adaptation that was helpful. You see how people are like, don't eat this, don't eat that. The actuality of it is you wouldn't be here if you were subjected to only eating one type of food. The fact that you can eat a variety of foods is why you're here, I'm here, I'm in, everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, is because humans adapted in a way that another animal couldn't. So if you took a cow and you took him away from the grass fields and he couldn't eat nothing else because all of the fields dried up, you're going to lose all of the cows. Meanwhile, if you're a human and you get away and take away all of the grass fields, you'll be okay. You might go pick an apple. You might go kill a bird. You might go unalive a fish. You might go whatever you do. But the fact is, the way you're looking at it in terms of like humans and their consumption of meat, because that's what a lot of this is related to, is this argument about should you be vegetarian, should you be a carnivore, or whatever the case may be. The fact that your teeth are different, right, and not just one way all the way through. All of your, I think it's 32 teeth. All of your teeth are the different parts of your mouth or your facial structure. You got different types of teeth. You got teeth in there for tearing meat off of bones. You got teeth there for crushing. You got teeth in the front for chopping. This allows you to eat a variety of foods.
Yep, omnivore. They should all Google what an omnivore
We don't have
is.
canines. I hope we don't.
I didn't say you had canines,
I'm
brother.
just-
See what
I'm
I
just
said?
saying.
No, you got
No, but I
incisors.
like what you said though, young Diddy, right?
You got
Because it speaks to my
incisors.
point. No, but it speaks to my point. No, regardless of what the tooth is, right? What I said was you got teeth that can tear meat off a bone and separate it, which is a benefit to you. What you said was, yo, but I hope you ain't saying that you got canines. That's what I'm saying in terms of the thought of when you think about being a vegetarian and being a person who eats who consumes meat, pause. You're thinking about it again in this white versus black. White people were the savages. They kill animals. Black people was picking berries and living off of the grass and the fish. That's that whole ideology, not with you per se, but a lot of people who think that way in terms of diet. They don't think about diet in terms of I can consume a little bit of meat, I can consume a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and I'll be all right, just like a person who only consumes vegetables and no meat. Pause. But I can also think about it in a way if I consume too many vegetables or I consume too much meat, pause, I'm gonna mess up my system in the way it's supposed to operate, which is in a balance. So it's commonly known that everything in moderation. So that's just as simple terms to put it. As simple terms that I put it as I can. Besides you going to the doctor and finding out what you might be allergic to from what you not might be allergic to.
With the whole meat thing, bro, I see what you're saying about the teeth, but I'm saying like scientists say that our digestive system it ain't made like to consume flesh, you know.
You wouldn't be here.
Why would
bro.
you have hydrochloric acid?
You wouldn't be here.
Why would you have hydrochloric acid duct that produces hydrochloric acid specifically to break down meat, flesh? You literally have an acid in your stomach to break down flesh, and that acid is part of your digestive juices. Pause. Why?
But it's not specifically for meat. It's for anything that goes into your stomach that needs to get broken down for digestion. It ain't just
You got
and nobody's
enzymes.
saying
You got
to eat
enzymes.
solely, but nobody's saying to
check
solely
out the
consume
enzymes
meat, bro.
pepsin and
Why would
renin.
you even say that?
Pepsin and renin is not there to break down plant material. Pepsin and renin, those are enzymes, pepsin and renin. Pepsin and renin are in your stomach literally to break down flesh, skin and bone. Just like a crocodile have it in their stomach, you have it in yours too. If you weren't meant to eat flesh, why do you have the acid to break down flesh, to neutralize protein, and why do you have the enzymes to literally took nutrients from these fish, break these amino acid apart?
So our bodies produce the enzymes that we need. It ain't just that we just produce it all every time we eat something. Like our
Your
body,
body do not produce enzyme to break down toxin like a bird. You can't break down arsenic. If your body just produces enzyme when you need, then you could eat anything at all. Your body would literally break it down. Your body does not produce this enzyme to break down E. coli. It will kill you. It won't kill a reptile. A reptile could consume all the E. coli they want. Their body can break it down. Their stomach acid will kill E. coli. E. coli will kill you.
I understand. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, um, if let's say if I eat whatever I eat and you eat a different diet, I'm saying our bodies know what enzymes to produce to break down the foods that we put in our bodies. I'm saying just
Based
because
on how human being evolve, we all, every single human being evolved with these enzymes, with these with a digestive system.
yes, that doesn't mean that just because I'm saying just because I have it in my system doesn't mean my body is going to produce it every time I consume something. Because
No,
I might not
not
consume.
everyone's body function optimal. Some people
No, I'm
gallbladder
saying,
does not
I'm saying
produce bile.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if I drink a
Soy.
smoothie and you eat a steak, then my body's not going to produce the same enzymes to break down what I put in my stomach as you did. My body knows
Yes,
that I don't
your
need
body
arsenic.
will.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So
The
it depends on what
protein
I
in the
consume.
smoothie, the carbohydrate in the smoothie is gonna go through all the carbohydrate enzymes. You know, it's gonna go through sucrase, all the glucose enzymes, all the fructose enzyme.
No meat enzymes, no meat acid.
If you put milk or dairy or even say peanuts or other form of plant protein, yes, your proteases are going to trigger because they need to go through digestion. Whether enzymes are there or not, your body is still going to produce the hydrochloric acid just as a precaution to neutralize everything so that the proteases can work.
I understand that too. So how about my intestine and how long they are and how long it takes to break down, even though I have all of these high potent acids in my digestive system, it still takes at minimum hours to break down meat. And I'm saying, and the alternative would be, a few minutes. So I'm saying when we look at genetics, I'm saying if my body ain't used to producing all of these
If
toxic,
your body is taking hours to break down meat, do
that's
not blame your body. It's not your digestive system. You have very bad practices. You're either one, not cooking your food, two, not chewing your food. These are two of the main issues why your body has problem digesting your food. But if you cook your food properly and you chew your food, pause, I didn't even want to say the mastication word. If you cook your food properly and you chew your food, your body won't have that much issue digesting your food. And yes, you should consume a more complete diet, include fiber, because that's going to help get everything through, you know. But usually people who complain about eating meat and meat stuck inside their system for weeks, I guarantee you, you did not properly cook and you did not properly chew.
No, I
That's the
said
average
maybe,
American. The average American is constipated.
maybe even for hours. For
Yeah,
example,
but you can't blame the digestive system. It's the bad practice. Like, just like if you keep throwing stuff down the sink that's not supposed to go down the sink, then you can't say, oh, my drain is not working. No, you keep doing stuff that you're not supposed to do, and you keep doing it the wrong way.
You mean like eating meat?
90% of the world, if not more, consume meat without an issue. Eating
Well,
meat,
maybe it's not a direct
eating meat,
issue, but
has
when you
gotten
look
us
at,
here where we are today.
okay, so let me ask you a question. What is the
The
purpose?
meat in America is different than the meat in other places.
If we weren't consuming flesh, we probably would not have left the trees 400,000 years ago. We'd have still be swinging from vine to vine, eating fruits.
What?
That Chris said meth and crack. He's crazy.
You said if humans didn't start eating meat, we would still be swinging. Wait a minute, hold on. So you saying that humans came from monkeys or apes?
That's where your brain went. Human came from monkeys.
Came from?
No, you
Are
said
you saying meat played a
tree.
development within our?
No, I'm not saying human came from monkey. I'm saying human beings are great apes. We
So
came
apes
from
then.
apes that were once tree what do you call it? Arboreal animals that used to spend most of their time in trees.
So humans came from great apes.
The chances are those animals, like we see other tree arboreal primates, consume mostly leaves and fruits. Human beings come from ancestors that used to be in the trees until they came onto land, become terrestrial, start walking upright.
Okay,
They
so
on that upright posture. We did
okay,
not
so
started off walking upright.
my question is, where are the great apes now that are still metamorphosis doing the human thing?
Human being already did that, and many other hominids. It's not just a Homo sapien. It's Homo sapien, Homo neanderthal, Homo denisovien, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Australopithecus, and all the different Australopithecines.
No, I get
And
that.
before
But I'm
that,
saying
we go all the way back to Purgatorius, before you were even in ape form, when you were literally more of a mammalian looking rat form. And we're talking millions of years ago. So if you want to go back that far, because you think human beings started off as human beings, we evolved over time.
But we evolved as humans, not from we. Are you saying that we evolved from one species to another species? I
We
understand the evolution.
evolved from Homo erectus. We evolved from Homo erectus.
That's a human, though, right?
Yes, they're all human.
So not the great ape. A great ape is not a human, though.
If you would have seen a Australopithecus, you would have likened it more to a orangutan than to a human being. The Australopithecus is our ancient hominid ancestor. The Homo erectus that we evolved from evolved from Homo habilis that evolved from Australopithecus.
I understand what you're saying, that we may have an ancient relative. I understand that. However, I don't understand, like humans, what looks like you and I assume you look like me or a human, at least like a human being. I assume that
Every single
we've
human being
always
look like human being.
right. We've always looked like this. We've never been.
No, we don't always look like this. We were some of our hominid ancestors were much shorter and stouter, than us. Others were much hairier than us. Others did not walk upright like us. These are all hominids, ancient humans, quote unquote, but not Homo sapiens.
Okay.
But we're talking hundreds of thousands to millions of years ago until we come to more modern hominids like Homo erectus, Homo neanderthal, Homo denisovans, and Homo sapien, which is us, the most modern and the last surviving species of all human. Every single human being alive today is a Homo erectus. There is no other species of human being. And every single Homo erectus is a great ape. We are primates.
So you also of the belief that humans at some point, or our ancient ancestors, the great apes, had tails?
I do not subscribe to belief when it comes to science. So no, I'm not of any belief. And what you says right there, I've only heard stuff like that in Dragon Ball Z and other storybook. Never heard that in science.
Well, there's some scientists that say we evolved from fish, or or if not a fish, some type of water creature. As you, but you know, I mean, I assume that you're coming from the belief that we come from, that we've always been on land and we evolved from the trees.
Yeah, no scientist says human being are monkey. Monkey is a completely different species of primate than apes. Monkeys and apes are not the same thing. There are many different species of ape. Human being happen to be one of those species of apes. Just like you got many different species of felines. A house cat is a feline. A tiger is a feline. A jaguar is a feline. They're all different species of feline. You would not say a house cat is a monkey. And
Yeah,
you
but
would not say a house cat is.
you were saying you
You
don't
would
really
always
deal with
say
the
the
science
cat
part.
is a feline. We call it a cat because that's the species of feline that we choose to call it. It has a scientific name, something Felicia or something, I don't know. Pantheria.
Right. So
Pantheria.
you say you say you don't deal with the science that suggests that we may have had tails because that come from some kind of fish.
We did not have tail.
No, I'm
We did
saying
not have
that's
tail.
cool. That's
You're
cool.
talking about our distant ancestors from
Yeah, that's not what.
Jurassic period.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying, brother. I'm just saying that some scientists suggest these things, and you were saying that you
I've
don't
I've
subscribe
never heard
to
no
it.
scientists that suggest that. Show the scientists that suggest these things. I can't deal with some scientists.
Well,
Some scientists be a
everything. Okay,
ghost.
so everything you're saying, brother, comes from some scientists. I mean,
What I'm saying can
I
be
don't know.
proven.
Right, and
Do
I'm
you want me to bring up step by step proof to prove everything to you?
no, sir.
Because I can.
No, sir. I'm saying that I've read articles of people who study biology, and some people suggest that we at some point had something that looked like a tail because now we have a tailbone. and so that bone has
Yes, and
become a
I'm
receptor.
telling you, do you know
So
that?
hold on, wait a minute, man. See, I ain't even finished. I like you first I said a tale, you said I don't subscribe to that. And so what I'm saying is these are just articles
They
that
don't
I read.
subscribe to belief.
And I'm saying that the same scientists that are putting out these articles are the same scientists who put out the articles about our ancient ancestors, about where we come from as far as us being ancient, or our ancestors being great apes, not monkeys. I understand the difference.
Nah, you don't understand the difference, because when you they say our ancestors came from great apes, they're not just talking about black people. They talking about all human beings.
I know that.
That's your first mistake. So
I
if it
know
was
that.
something to try to demean you or make you feel less than human, they wouldn't have done it to their own kids and their own families and everybody else who gets that information has to take that in. What you're thinking is that one day a monkey had a human, and you taking issue with that. And I get it, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think that house cats walk around arguing about whether they come from a saber tooth or not. Just probably something that's not a big issue for them. I think because you don't think monkeys are cool, you have a problem. I think if a monkey was like a lion, you would have been more for it. But because monkeys you thought King Kong was whack. So
But
if they would
human beings are not monkeys, though, and we did not come from monkey. We share ancestry we share a branch with monkey that split millions of years ago. Millions of years ago.
I agree with that, man.
Hold on before you rant again. When you talk about ancestor with tail, you're talking about a primitive form of primate that was no bigger than a modern day squirrel, that looks similar to a squirrel, that lived during the last of the Triassic and the Jurassic period. That's when dinosaur was on their way out. That's when dinosaur went extinct. 100 million to 66 million years ago. Since then, primates that we evolved from did not have tails.
So you believe in dinosaurs?
No, I do not believe in science. Whatever I'm telling you can be proven, not believe.
I said dinosaurs.
I do not believe in science.
Okay,
the
so
fossil record is there to prove that dinosaur exists.
And when you get the fossil record,
You ate chicken. I'm pretty sure you know people who ate chicken. You know about fried chicken.
Yeah, but
chicken is a bird that evolved from dinosaur.
You kind of cherry picking
a dinosaur.
You saying that you don't really deal with some science, but the same science that you know, like it's all coming from the same group of people.
What are you saying? What group of people? No one group of people is doing archaeology. No one group of people is dictating science.
They're all funded, and
every single race that we classified on Earth is partaking in science, in scientific research, is presenting scientific discovery, irrespective of America and the white man.
Maybe now, yes, sir. It hasn't always been like that. And these ideas that we have, they've been put into, they've been put into the system for so long. It's like, like I don't you say it's archaeology that proves that there were dinosaurs, but it's also archaeology of 12-foot humans, so they say.
You're using you use gas, gasoline that we pump in our car, eh? Do you understand why there is gas? Why there is natural gas and oil in the earth? Why that is possible for us to mine oil in the earth and convert that natural oil into gas, that crude oil into gas?
Yeah, technology advances. Yes.
Do you know how the oil get into the earth in the first place? And do you know how long it's been there?
The creator. However, yeah. No.
No, it got there by animal that died and their body remain been deposited as fossil. Those that did not fossilize became crude oil through a process called decomposition and pyrolysis. Okay? And that happened for millions of years. Little by little, every little bacteria, every little algae. So these are fossils that live some 1 billion years ago or more. And we use these fossils now as crude oil. So you're not going to tell me that fossils that we're finding in the permafrost that is melting here in Canada, all over Siberia, and some places in the southern hemisphere, the permafrost is melting. And you know what are being revealed under those permafrost? Megalithic bones. Those from more recent animals, like the from the Cretaceous, from the megalith period, like the mammoth and the saber-toothed tigers, and those from more ancient periods, like from the Triassic and the Jurassic period, 100 to 300 million years ago. And those we call the dinosaurs.
How do you know all of this, brother?
Because the record is there. You could go read about it.
Okay, I could go read about a lot of stuff. That doesn't necessarily mean that those things are true.
If you know how to cross-reference and verify and fact-check what you're reading about, you wouldn't have a problem. You wouldn't be asking these silly-ass argument. It's not top secret. It's published record.
It's a whole lot of published record, bro. I don't. So you believe that man been to the moon also? I guess.
Damn. We're just getting
See,
I
these
told you
are
I
things
do not
that
believe.
I don't necessarily support the propaganda.
You're literally draining my energy with all this belief.
You gotta jump scientific fields now.
This guy he's a drain of energy. He's a waste of time. I told him I don't believe. I do not believe. I do not believe. Why you keep bombarding me with belief?
That's all you really got, man. I mean, you saying that you reading scientists, but you believe the scientists. Because I don't know, but I'll bet you ain't did none of these experiments.
That's the one honest statement you made all night. You don't
ain't
know.
been to see.
You should end with that. You should close on a good note. You don't know.
Fuels, and I don't think you've been to see them things, man.
You have never been to a museum. I get it.
I
never
have
been to a museum.
I have.
Yeah, chat. We all the way there, chat.
You have never been to a museum.
But I'm saying these you can't believe everything they say. Like, I don't. Well, you can, but like you say, I gotta vet this information, and it's a lot of people that say, for example, like it's a lot of people that say that Jesus real. This ain't a talking point, but I'm saying just the way a lot of people say Jesus real, and a lot of people say he ain't. I'm saying it's
natural science. Natural science. You can prove it for your own self. There's other scientists. There's scientists from every walk of life that can verify these findings. If anyone was lying, like archaeologists try to lie all the time, and other scientists call them out. It's called peer review.
Thank you.
If people are blatantly lying, other nation that disagree with them, other people who has monetary interest would literally call them out and make a big quick buck and move on. Science is not one big conglomerate of people who all say, hey, we're going to deceive the world. It's not like that. The world doesn't even agree. And you got scientists from all walk of life. That is why everyone have to present their finding in a certain way using the scientific method. So you are going to present your data. You are going to present every step of your experiment. You are going to present the time, the date, the conditions under which you done these experiments, so other people could replicate them. So if you were lying, someone else is gonna call you on your bullshit.
I understand what you're saying about the peer reviews and all of that. However, it's still a systematic approach to science. And all studies, when we talk, especially when you talk about America, and the dollar runs everything. Not just America. You want to talk about Germany, China, all these people have a system, and it's people run in.
Hold on, I had to mute you real quick, bro. Give me 1 second. The incomparable. You got to turn your camera on. I don't know you. Incomparable. You got to turn your camera on. You backstage. Nobody can see you. All right, just make sure you ain't no weirdo. I can't see you. Yeah, I still can't see you. Kind of holding up the show. Oh, all right. Yeah, so until I see who you is, I can't really let you on. All right, there you go. All right, you good now.
You couldn't see me.
Why you keep switching your name up? Right before you typed in the chat that this is Taz. Yo, you crazy, son.
Yeah, no, that's always my name. I'm just bullshit. No, I was showing you my middle finger on some
I
bullshit.
know, and
What's up with it?
I saw you, but I still was gonna let you on. I ain't know who you was. I was like, all right, whatever, homie, because I get it. You know what I'm saying? But,
Yeah, no, I had to hurry up and put the camera up though to my face. I know a nigga might just be getting on some shit like nigga, fuck you, we'll holler at you like. So what's good though?
ain't nothing. We having a conversation here with the brother here, Waterman. I kind of cut him off to let you on. I guess he could finish saying what he's saying, and you could join in the conversation.
I'm listening.
Shit, I forgot where I was at, man. Y'all go ahead.
You was somewhere about believing about the moon landing and all that.
Oh yeah, I was just talking about how, I mean, we all got, science, oh, I know what I was talking about, how because my bro was talking about science saying it's not like everybody just get together and say we're gonna fool the world, and I agree with that. I'm saying, but wherever you got an institution that's pushing this science and that's funding these science projects and these reviews and these tests, like the money gonna talk. And if they don't want shit to get out, whatever the story is that they want to put out about the scientific whatever they like, that's what's gonna come out. I don't believe nobody left Earth. I don't believe no humans left Earth and went on no moon. I don't believe there's no fucking dinosaurs.
Wait, so let's okay, so let's
There
talk
you go,
about that.
Taz. There you go.
So do you have anything to support that claim that man never left Earth?
Scientifically, it just don't make sense.
Okay, I'm not even asking scientifically. I'm just saying as far as like what's driving that understanding? Only that scientifically? There's nothing that was said or done over the history that says otherwise?
Well, yeah, man. Just the fact that it's things on Earth that we can study on Earth. We got all these mathematical equations. We got all this technology. We got all these bright people that's on Earth, but it's still things on Earth that other cultures have done that we can't duplicate on Earth. So why we got how we get to leave
Oh
Earth?
man.
How we get this knowledge that we can come up with a mathematical equation to leave Earth if we can't even copy things that are still here that we can look and study and feel and touch. It just don't make sense.
It's called E equal MC square, and using Newton's laws of physics,
A object in rest will remain in rest unless another force acting upon it. And an object moving in a direction will remain moving in that direction unless another force acts upon it. Simple laws of physics. Okay? So, what you're saying is unscientific.
How is it unscientific? What you mean? I'm saying you
Using
talking
the
about
laws of
what's the
physics,
force?
human being use the laws of physics to launch object out of Earth's gravity all the time. And human beings use the laws of physics to launch themselves out of Earth's gravity and actually go to the moon, not out of the gravity, but the atmosphere, and go to the moon.
How you
Human
know?
beings
Was you on the ship?
go to
I'm
the
talking about
International Space Station. Just the other day, then SpaceX, you see a news, SpaceX sent a rocket to go rescue two astronauts from the International Space Station and bring them back to
You
Earth.
said the news, bro. I don't believe nothing on TV. You said the news.
Well, conspiracy, it's not conspiracy versus science. It's not conspiracy versus science. There's many articles that you could find it in. It's not a secret that SpaceX sent a rocket to go rescue two astronauts that was in space
Like
and
I
bring
said,
them back to
So
Earth.
this is
Why would
why
that make the news? Why would that be a secret?
so bro, this is why I kind of took exception to what you said. So there is actual evidence that points to the moon landing being fake, right? There literally are outtakes of what is quote unquote considered the moon landing, where you see some of the stuff being faked, some of the shit being staged. And with that, there's an argument that could be made that some of it was initially staged in the 60s, and then they did a later moon landing, but at first they didn't know what to do. At first, they was just competing with the Soviets and whatnot. But if you just come in with I believe, and you ain't really got nothing you standing on, it don't sound, you know what I'm saying, don't sound legit. But there are some arguments. And if a dumb fuck in the chat want to challenge me, I'm up here. I'll go pull the outtakes of the video they showed your dumb ass, nigga. I ain't him. I'll embarrass you and your motherfucking original science teacher, nigga. They lied to you on that moon landing in 60, what was it, 69? Maybe later they did one, but 69 was a lie. And I can prove it with the outtakes of the video they later showed you, dummy. Last person you want to try is Taz, but I'm here though.
Who you shooting at, Taz? Who's that? Who you going at now?
Somebody named Desmond Gamble in the chat. For some reason, they assuming I'm lying or some shit. I don't know, but there are actual outtakes of that first moon landing, and you know what I'm saying. We want to know why.
Even after the first moon landing, they went back to the moon like 5 or 6 more times.
Yeah, that's why I said I wouldn't say we never went. You know what I'm saying? I would argue that first one is questionable, but I would say I wouldn't dare argue we never went. You know what I'm saying? No, I believe they even been up there.
but how we know, man? How can we trust the systems and these institutions that tell us things? And we already know that they lie. They lie about things within their own conglomerate, about
You know
each other.
why I know you trust them? Because the technology that they brought up there makes it possible for us to be streaming this live stream right now. And you're using it and you did not question it not once.
Yeah, because I
In
don't
fact, you're
necessarily
using
I
it
don't think that
hoping
it's
that your Wi-Fi
I,
works and the stream goes good for you and your microphone work. Everyone hears you clearly and we could communicate without a glitch. That's because they actually put satellites up there.
that's you talk about two different things, bro. You talk about sending an object out of the atmosphere versus
Yeah, and human beings are up there
pretty-
tending to those. The International Space Station itself has the most
Yeah,
satellite. It's a big
yeah.
freaking satellite.
Yeah, but you act like it's like getting in my. That's what I'm saying. You act like it's just a
The
trip. Like
International Space Station is not on Earth.
yeah, you ain't listening. What I'm saying is, it's a difference from trying to create an equation to send an object, an inanimate object, out of space to just be there, to just out of our atmosphere, to just be in our atmosphere like a satellite. But it's different when you talk about an excursion where like it's a car full of humans. You know what I'm saying? Or like a ship full of humans and they out there and they got suits
Dude,
on and they
human
walk
being,
or
human
whatever
being
you want to call
traverse to the
it.
International Space Station all the time. Go there and
I
they
don't
come
believe
back.
it.
Human being
I don't
going
believe it.
outer space, spend time on a man-made satellite that is orbiting the Earth,
I don't believe
between the
that
Earth and the
shit.
Moon. Human being send live people outer space to be on a man-made satellite that is orbiting the Earth, between the Earth and the Moon, and those people spend countless amount of time in that satellite and then return to the Earth. It happened over and over.
Okay,
So
here's a
what
lot.
you're saying doesn't make sense.
Okay, here's a logical question. How is it that we've made this advance in technology where we can actually leave Earth, but that's why I say, man, it's medical phenomena that we still don't understand. Or at least that's what they say. They say, like they said earlier, there is no cure for certain types of
So
disease.
different field of science, different scientists work in different field. You're talking about biology. Biologists and astronauts and astrophysicists, they do not work in the same field.
I
Yes,
understand. I understand. Hold on, wait.
sometimes field intersect.
Oh, I
But
understand what you're saying. Hold on.
respectfully, the discoveries and the breakthrough that you're waiting for in biology, you cannot say unless biologists make these breakthroughs, astrophysicists cannot create technology to go outer space.
That's
What
not
you're
what I'm
saying does
saying,
not
bro.
make sense.
That's
Literally,
not
that's
what
what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying.
No, you
So
gotta
why would
listen.
you associate
Mouth,
going
I'm
outer
saying
space with human being finding cure for disease on Earth?
we
Why would you
talking about
associate
logic.
those?
We talk about logic. It's almost the same
And
question.
I'm telling you, your logic is flawed because you're
Okay,
talking
okay,
about two separate
okay,
fields.
okay,
It's
cool.
like saying, if the plumber can't fix the pipe, the roofer can't fix the roof.
No,
It
it's
doesn't make sense. That's what you're saying.
no.
Do you
This
understand that the astrophysicist is not a biologist?
you ain't listening, man. I'm saying they're both sciences. There's a science when it comes to biology and
Different
a science when it
field
comes
of
to
science.
I,
Science is not one big thing.
yo, that's what I'm
Different
saying, bro. You ain't
field of
listening to me.
science.
You act like I'm saying something different. You ain't listening. I said there's a science to biology and there's also a science to astrophysicism or whatever.
No, what you're saying is pseudo. Biology is a science. Astrophysics is a science. There's not a science to biology. Biology is a science. There's not a science to it.
Yo,
It is the science.
oh my goodness.
It's a study of a special field.
Yo, that's all. Why? Yo, y'all. Okay, cool.
But
Whatever
you're
it
not
sounds,
making sense.
however we
You
want to
want
make
people
it sound, that's
to
cool.
accept your
So,
nonsense.
what I'm saying to you is, yeah, because it's the same thing. You just switching up how I'm saying it. I'm saying, but if it's a science that's here, I'm saying astrology and astrophysics, that's almost like a metaphysical thing. It's like something that you have to create equations to try to figure out stuff that's not really tangible.
Physics. Physics deals with physical thing, not metaphysical thing. That's why it's called astrophysics. Astro meaning the universe across the whole astral plane, the stars, the planet, and other physical bodies, not metaphysical stuff.
You don't understand. Okay, cool.
Astrophysics.
Okay, so cool. So though you're right. I digress. So when it comes to astrophysics, that's not something that we can actually we can't it's easier to study biology than it is to study astrology. That's my point. So
For
I'm
some
saying
people,
if
not for everyone. For some
no,
people,
no,
if
no, I'm saying for
biology is your
humans.
thing,
Wait,
then
no,
it's
no, for
easier for you.
humans.
Yeah.
I'm saying for humans because humans are here. It's I'm saying
No, no,
humans are
that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Every
are way
human
more
being are very
accessible
complex,
than the
and
stars.
every human being is their own individual.
Yo,
So
you don't like listen, man.
someone might be able to drive a F1 race car, but have trouble riding a bicycle.
That's irrelevant. That's not what I'm saying,
Yes, it's
man.
not irrelevant. Not
It
because
is.
someone is an astrophysicist, meaning they know everything about biology. So you can't expect breakthroughs in biologists to push astrophysics.
You
And you
ain't
can't
listen.
expect because they did not find the cure for cancer, no, they can't go to the moon. Because they got to find the cure for cancer first before they could make a rocket. As I say, you don't make sense. You're not making any sense.
So you live in Canada, right? I heard you mention something about Canada. Okay, let's say I live in America. So I'm saying it's easier for me to study in America than it is for me to study in Canada because I don't live in Canada. So like studying here is way more accessible. So that's what I'm saying about humans versus the stars or astrology. Humans are way more accessible. It's easier to go and you can get autopsies for humans. You can do all kind of they got lab tests, they do rats and they compare other animals to humans for tests and results and stuff like that. But you can't do that for stars. I mean, you might be able to create a star some kind of way or something, but you can't just take a trip to go study stars and come back to the crib. That ain't happening. So that's why I say if we so advanced, we can study how to we can guesstimate or approximate or we can figure out how much fuel we need, how we got all of that figured out with the distances and all of that figured out without actually going, or not going, but without actually being able to actually, put our hands on it. We can figure it out. But you saying that it's
Let me ask you
that
this.
we can't figure
Does someone studying to be an astronaut stop another person from being a biologist?
Nah.
Okay. So what you're saying again does not make sense.
Yeah, you just ain't
Someone
following
if you
me,
go
man.
study the star and stuff,
You
it
ain't
doesn't mean
you
saying
ain't
human
trying.
beings are more accessible on Earth. So what do you mean? Human beings are more accessible on Earth. So don't study the stars, study human being. Guess what?
Yeah,
Those people are called biologists,
comprehension problem or something.
doctors, nurses,
That ain't,
pediatricians.
that ain't what I'm
They
saying.
choose to study human beings. Other people choose to study the star. You can't tell everyone you need to study human being and not the stars. Astrophysicists has their work. Astronaut has their work. Biologists have their work. That's what I'm telling you. I get what you're trying to say. You're trying to relate the one to the other because you're trying to say if we did not cure cancer, then it's impossible for us to develop the technology to go to space. But I'm telling you why it doesn't make sense. Someone can be making a rocket to launch stuff off the surface of the earth into outer space. Another person can be searching for the cure for cancer. If the rocket is finished before they find the cure for cancer, what they're gonna do? Abandon the experiment until they cure cancer?
This ain't something new. Neither one of them. People been studying the planets, the outer space. People been studying humans.
So why are you saying that it's impossible for people to go to the moon? It's
I
not
ain't never
logical.
say that, man. Like, see, you be putting word. You don't
That's
listen
what you
to
started off with.
what
You want to rewind it and listen to yourself?
I said. I don't
You're
believe
trying to
it.
prove how illogical it was for human being to go to the moon and why they did not go to the moon. That's what you're trying to prove.
Right.
That
I
the
said I
human being
don't
did
believe
not go to the
it.
moon.
I don't believe it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they
So
did,
why you acting like people lying on you though?
huh?
Y'all pseudo wishy-washy. Like, I just tell you that you're saying that it's impossible for people to go to the moon.
No,
You
I
say
don't believe it, bro. I don't believe it.
you're
I
entitled
don't.
to your belief. You're entitled to your belief. You notice I do not challenge your belief.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
entitled to it. You can
Thank
believe whatever the hell you want.
you. Right. Right. But you can
I said
concede that
science has nothing to do with what you believe.
you can concede that some of the things that you think you know, you also believe.
If I know something, it do not requires belief.
Okay.
Unless I'm just going around lying to myself, accepting stuff as evidence without seeing any proof, or accepting stuff as fact without evidence. But no, what I'm telling you, I can verify. What you're saying is belief, and that is why I'm telling you the belief part. No, I do
So
not believe in science.
so the things that you know, you verified them based on other people's information. Is that safe to say?
In some cases, yes. In some cases, yes. I verify them based on the experts' information, not just other people's information. Because you are a person, and I would not verify nothing based on your information. Don't forget that. Don't exclude yourself. You're important too.
Experts are also people, and you believe
I
those.
know. That is why I said do not exclude yourself. You are also someone.
Right.
But I would never use your information to verify nothing.
But you believe those experts.
No, I do not believe experts. Their information can be fact checked. And if they were lying, then I will not accept their information. If they're proven to be wrong now or in the future, then I will not use their information. There is no belief towards it, no emotion, no feeling. I do not hold on to anyone's information as if it's mine. It's scientific data that we all can use to progress. That's it. Some people choose not to use it and live their life based on conspiracies and belief. As I said, I would not take that from you. Maybe that's so you. Some people make their daily bread based on getting other people to believe. I can't stop their food. Other people, they find sanity in just conspiracy and belief, like you. I can't stop you from doing what you do.
I
Maybe
think
a scientific
a lot of what
environment would
I think a
literally
lot of
give
what
you
you think you know,
anxiety or stress.
it's a belief, because we all gotta believe at some point, because we don't have scientific labs, and the stuff where you say you fact check, you still reading other people's information. Like, I don't know how many
There's
places you done been
there's
to,
many
world,
other
the
people
country.
around the world
At
doing
some point, we
science.
have
So it's
to
not
kind of
just
like
one race
read
or
other
one set of
people
people.
and base our information on the validity of other people's studies. We can't just say that we know it
Yeah,
all.
but listen. So you're saying that the black woman from Chicago who went into space, one of the first female astronaut, are you saying that she was lying? She was going along with the conspiracy to trick us? Is that what you're saying?
You added in a lot. You
No, I'm
added
asking you because that's something that we all can fact check. That the black
you
woman from
added in
Chicago was
you
the
added
first
in
black
her
woman
intent.
to
I
go
don't know
into
what
outer
her
space as a
intent.
female
I
astronaut.
don't know what her intent was. You said to trick us.
No, I'm
So I don't,
asking you though. Are you telling us that that black woman lied to us all? Yes or no?
if she says she went out of space, I don't believe her.
Okay, so you're
Man,
saying that Mae Jameson lied to us all.
I'm telling
And
you, the
that is why I'm
interviewer,
saying I will
they
not
said they
take
left
your
this planet.
information for nothing
What
because it
information?
doesn't
I
even
just
worth
said
a
I
grain of
don't know.
salt. But I will always go with the expert. And as I said, if in the future other information can prove them wrong, then I will no longer use their information.
What
But
was the man?
everything you
What was
gave me so far is based on belief and conspiracy.
yo?
So much so
What was
that you
what
will
was the
take
white
the
dude from
glory
the
from your own
CDC that was talking about
ancestors.
COVID in the
So
beginning?
much
He came
so,
and he took
wait,
all that
so
shit
much
back.
so that you will take great accomplishment
Um,
from your own people just to live with your conspiracy. So again, you could ask me where I'm from. Yeah, I'm in Canada.
no, what's the white man name that worked for the CDC that was saying all the stuff in the beginning, and then he turned around and like reneged and said some different stuff. Like
Oh,
he was
that's
a
easy.
whistleblower. He was.
Uh,
I'm
let
saying
me
he
tell
was
you what is it. I don't know because I was not interested. I do not know. If you know the white man
That
name,
was
you could
crazy.
present it.
He said, "Let me tell you what his name is." I don't know. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad.
I guarantee you he knows the white man's name because that's the only part of the conversation that interests him. He
Yo,
heard white man and his ear went up like a little poodle.
why you be reaching, man? I don't, white people cool, black people cool. White people
You don't have to
evil.
say it. We
Black
already
people
know. Based on
evil.
your attitude, I know white people cool to you.
Yeah. I might be a white boy.
You wouldn't be the first one to be.
What I want to be, Rasta. You tell me what I want to be. I just came to have an intellectual conversation.
All right.
And you strike it.
This is where you could have that conversation. I'll be on mute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all know how we get, man. Y'all know how we get. All right, man. Y'all know how we get, man.
Praise Jesus. Praise Jesus.
Yeah.
As an atheist, I think God has blessed me with the ability to have patience with pseudos. I want to thank baby Jesus for giving me my pseudo patience. I'm not triggered when I hear y'all pseudos. You know what I'm saying? I actually feel the same mercy that God has for y'all. Pause. No man to feel no next man mercy, dogs. No man fit. Oh man. Who's next?
Yeah.
What a man. Yo, my bad, y'all. I think I messed up the panel, the StreamYard, and I can't find the. I was being freak. I ain't even gonna say being black. I was being mighty immature. I saw the payment shit, and I was like, I got that shit tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. I don't even remember what credit card I used. I'll figure it out tomorrow. And then they cut that shit off in the middle of the stream. I was like, shit. And then I can't find the fucking package. So I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do. They only gave me 4 seats back. I'm like, shit. That's what I get for procrastinating, y'all. So I'm just being honest up front. I didn't really want to use StreamYard anymore anyway. I'd rather use Zoom. So that's why I kept procrastinating. But Zoom so that's my fault, y'all. So my bad. So I'll wait till tomorrow and I email them, see how I reset up all the seats and shit. So Dev, don't curse me out. Nobody curse me out, man. The White Man Science, Great Key Studios. Oh, that was you on Instagram? All right, hell yeah. Yeah, if you on Instagram, follow me, yo. QueButter at Gmail. What is it? No, Q. Yeah, GQ, we gotta move to Zoom, son. StreamYard is cool, but I think it'll be easy on Zoom. They like the same price though, but what you call it? It's easier to handle the moderation and all that good shit.
Yeah, they crazy.
Nah, metal with the titles. We gotta keep putting different titles that bring in different people, man. And that's why I don't want us to be on some asshole poor shit. You know what I'm saying? Some aggressive shit, like, you know, introduce them to the combo, and then as over time, they'll understand, like, oh, not much people hit me up like, yo, Q, I don't be listening, I be in the clouds, but you done help me, you know what I'm saying? Because I was on some bullshit.
Yeah, nah, that's the new running joke. Every time the show go left, like we just start throwing it on somebody. Oh, this is Corey's show. Like Corey's shows be ratchet as hell. Like you might be hosting a song, but as soon as it go left, you just put the show over somebody else.
It's definitely, identity fault during the daytime.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's originally was an identity show metal. If you want to be clear, I just kind of took over when he had the bell, so he kind of left it like this. So yeah, bro. Like, hey, y'all know we run through the gambit, man. We run through the gambit, man. I'm talking about the highs and lows. We going from the Abos to the pseudo to the Hebrews to the Egyptos. Y'all know that. But still got a problem with science. Still got that big issue with science, especially the white man science.
I'll probably be up here for 20 more minutes.
I should do one of those remixes. White man science. They did the biracial girl.
Biracial girl.
Hey, I'm gonna do the remix.
So got a little bit too much. I don't know. Taz stopped by for a second and broke out. I don't know if that's more. I guess you probably was waiting for more of the political stuff.
Yeah, Dev, I don't know what to do. Literally, on my side, it only shows Psycho as an admin. So I don't know I don't know if I gotta remove everybody. Yo, Miz, can you still mute people or add people up?
You said, do we what?
Can you take people off the screen?
Yeah.
See? Can you end the stream?
I'm not too sure.
Yeah, CG. I'm gonna leave it because I did that last time and then I didn't have to. I think I just gotta leave it.
Sure.
Judah, I did it on purpose. There you go, being mighty Israelitish of you. Your name is Judah, you know what I'm saying? Judah's cousin.
He's a mighty Israelitish.
That's some real Israelitish shit right there to do, G's. Leviathan, what was it? Leviticus 94. Ye shall eat pork only on the 8th day of the month. At least nobody crashed out today. You know what I'm saying? Oh, y'all want to know where Waterman? Waterman, it's your first time over here, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we get used to it over here. We super pretty pro black nationalists, Pan-Africans, a mixture of all of that stuff. And we heavy into science and sourcing up. We feel like that's a way to get black people to move forward. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got to believe in the dumb shit. We can read the shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck these white folks. We're going to take what we need from them and do what we got to do. You know what I'm saying? And after that means science and information, that's what we're gonna do. That's what it is.
I can dig it.
Shoot a pseudo whisperer. All of a sudden he can dig it. Man, you was just we done ran through the whole gamut, genetics, astrology.
Gregory Calloway, I'm feeling yo, man. I gotta mod you up for that question, man. That's a mod up question right there. You on your bliggity black shit for that one. That's a good one right there.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
And what's goody?
What's good? What's good?
What's the word?
Peace, peace. What's going on with you? Question for you, Q.
You.
I got a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old, right? What's the first thing you think I need to do to introduce them to my boys?
Enroll them in Ziax. And let me stop.
Okay, I would love to if I was in New York, but I'm in Charlotte. So
we all over the country, baby. It's online.
It's online?
Yeah, we got kids. We got about maybe 10, maybe 8 kids in Carolina, North Carolina. They may be 7 or 10 in South.
Put the info in the back chat for me so I can do what I got to do.
Mm-hmm. But regardless of that, the best ways to do it, you can either use Legos. They got blocks. Anything that's pattern based and shapes. You want to get them a heavy geometric understanding. Not in definitely in numeration and language, but and reading, talking, and then let them see you do it. Be the model for them in STEM. So let them see you enjoy what you do in STEM. So just pick a hobby and just literally pick a hobby just so your kids can see you do it. Like buy a 3D printer and just work on 3D printing once a week and just learn the program and do it in front of them and just get them involved and just make that an experience that you just do. And I mean, just one thing in science, it could be anything. Just buy a microscope and just choose it, like learn how to make Petri dishes. You know what I'm saying? And just every week, just create a Petri dish, do some examinations, create some slides, and then just get them to memorize the microscope and just get them used to that whole point of discovery and seeing you be a part of it.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna put the link in the back chat. I'm gonna put the link in the regular chat though. Y'all let I just type INSTLTUTOI. I'm bugging. But yeah, what's goody, y'all? I gotta update this website. So much to do. So much to do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Technique. You said you had to crash out. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Obamacare, that the hospital shit, I can't lie about that one. Got me a surgery off that. Somebody got, who was it, Trife earlier? They got mad. Well, yeah. I'm sorry, y'all. Putting Obama's face in between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, that shit pissed me off. I'm sorry.
Who did that?
Mad people doing that when Obama was in office and while he was in office. I'm like, hold on, Sway. How did he earn a spot to be in between them just because he ran for office? You know how much white you gotta suck to get in that space? Malcolm X was sucking the white cock.
And that shit was
Black man in that type of white office, oh yeah, you lap dancing all the way. I'm sorry. Then he's not even a black man. He's biracial. Come on now. And I wouldn't have been that mean with his description had he not been who he is. Denying reparations. Let's not talk about slavery. Are you shitting me? You're gonna put him next to Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. What? What? Malcolm X ain't getting hoes for not one of you niggas. Malcolm X ain't going nowhere near no motherfucking police. The most he gonna say is, that could have been one of my sons too. Holding the highest motherfucking office in the country. You got to be shitting me. He clearly is black. That's the reason why we like to have these conversations. Because a lot of you clearly ass black ass niggas clearly need some motherfucking help. He not white, he not Indian, he not Asian, he's biracial. And because of that, I understand why he wasn't able to stand up on his square and say, black people deserve reparations. Fuck you mean? Oh no, America needs to deal with slavery. Fuck you mean? But that was it a white mama he had? Was it the white mama that pushed him between them white thighs out that white pussy with the white vagina juices falling on the floor mixed with blood? I'm sorry. Did I say white vagina juices mixed with blood? Because that reminds me of the white breast milk coming out of his mama's white tits he was sucking on for the first 3 years or 2 years of his biracial life. Fuck you mean? Word to every pair of Timbs I ever owned in my life.
Biracial season.
Sorry. I just had to say that. Trife, you my mans. Just had to say, no, you need to remember that shit. Little baby Obama sucking white breast milk out that white woman, big ass titties. And then tell yourself that was a black baby. Damn sure right, Fontaine. You can't eliminate one other race. You gonna tell me his white mama don't count? Hell no, she doesn't. That's what you want to tell yourself. You want to believe that white woman didn't count. All the way up until reparations, we need to forget about reparations. Shitting me? You shitting me, son? Roy Chess. It's black men like you who inspire, or rather confirm, confirm the belief that whites have of blacks.
Damn.
These niggas don't care. These niggas so. That makes no sense. Your attributes make your race, says Rachel Dozer. I know you like Rachel Dozer, son. Roy Chess, you grew up with both your parents? I gotta ask these questions to some of y'all niggas, man. Lisa, this is why Roy Chess don't come on the panel. Because you get dog walked at night. Stay your ass in your chat. You got 2 black parents. Now go look at your mama and tell your mama that a white woman could have made you. Go tell your mama that a white woman could have made you. You don't mean nothing. Your blackness don't mean nothing to me, mama. A white woman could have made me. Go ahead, Roy, tell your mama. See what your mama tell you. Don't tell me. Ask your mama if a white woman could have made you. If your daddy nutted in the local Karen in your neighborhood, you would be just as black. Your mama don't count. That's what you're saying when you equate that. No, you cannot equate Obama to you. You have 2 black parents, and Obama has 1 black parent. You both can't be the same shit. How, Sway? So, girl, you said I crashed out on Obama. I always crash out on when it comes to Obama. No brakes to this shit, be running through, no lights, and I got no license plate, bro. I got some paper tags on my shit. Ultima, fuck it, put me in an Ultima or BMW. I'm all the way hood crashing out.
Ultima.
Yeah, there was a lot of expectations around Obama.
Yeah, you know you got the Ultima with paper plates. It's up, son. It's up. Bro, biracial. Yo, you weird, son. Who gives a fuck what the racial? Why are you bringing up racial categories, bro?
Because
you sound crazy. Like now there's only 4 racial categories. So a Japanese and a motherfucking Nigerian. That go away, Roy. That's the point that makes us say, what the fuck? We throw the controller at you at that point. That's when they throw the ball at you on the court. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is our rim. Why are you throwing the ball at their rim? The line is out of bounds. Why are you dribbling over the line? You know what? Just get off the court. Just get off the court. White mama, Kenyan daddy, raised in Indonesia and Hawaii. And he's black. You must have voted for him. You still got that poster in your room? Roy still got that poster in his room of Obama, y'all. Can't make this shit up. Who else got a picture of Obama in their house next to white Jesus? Don't lie now. Don't let Roy be the only one that get exposed. Don't lie.
Roy running around stating the obvious. Ethnicity is not a race. Nationality is not a race. Like,
Roy just want to argue.
What is your point in stating that? I'm trying to figure that out.
Obama is still biracial, though. Obama himself will tell you that he's biracial.
You wish you would have that joint in your house? This is what the cookout looked like, man, in Indonesia. And Obama got the water. What are those? And those are really what I don't. Those are the Wakanda ones. Why do you?
Wait, Obama grew up with his white stepdaddy.
Bro, y'all didn't know this?
So he didn't even grow up around his black dad, the black side.
Son. That's why Trump. This is what got Trump viral because he exposed Obama as being a government agent. He's a Manchurian candidate. Don't get me in my conspiracy shit, man. He's a Manchurian fucking candidate. They made this nigga in Indonesia to come over here and push the democratic motherfucking shit and to steal debt from Americans. Get me on my shit. Obama pushed change the debt statute of limitation for government debt. Get me on my merit. Do you understand? Oh my, I don't even understand. Do y'all understand what that shit means? No statute of limitation on debt in the Obamacare. Why? Ain't nobody touched that one since. He still married a black woman and had black children, though. Now, I do give him that. That's Lisa, that's You know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do. I can't deny that.
Well, he got that part right.
Can't deny that. Roy, don't say exactly. You still like this white woman right here. That white woman make black babies to you. Sit your ass and just look at that white woman for a couple minutes. Think about it. That could have been your mom's. And you'd have been the exact same black. That white woman right there could have made you.
So his mom just went to Kenya, have him. Wait, Obama have a little white sister? Is that his little sister there or something?
Can't make this up, jeez. Who's KIM? Oh, you was about to get it out. All right.
Here we go with the Latino talk.
The defender. Come up, you defend your king.
I wish Damo was on here too. I was defending a point earlier, like about evolution. Evolution can happen more rapidly than we think. They have micro evolution.
But you want to take over that white lady though. Can we just real quick, Lena? How many black babies you think that white woman can make?
Well, she made Obama. She made the first black president.
Say it, sis. So a white woman can make a black baby.
Not a fully black baby.
But
she
you just called her the first black president.
Well, yeah.
So she made a black baby.
I won't say she made it. I say the DNA made it. Like,
but did she birth? So you said a white woman can birth a black baby.
Well, she did. He looked black. I ain't gonna lie. He looked like he has nothing to do with those people. Even sent him another way.
No, he got the same cheekbone, actually a jaw, and mouth. He literally got the same face as her.
The bottom half. If
this
they were
is
working
actually an example why you got to separate race from genetic or from DNA, because his DNA, people will look at him and claim that he's black because they're
he's black enough.
They're looking at phenotype and they're making that racial classification simply based on phenotype. He look like a little black boy. That's what they're saying. But his DNA said he's not. His DNA would be showing majority European or a high percent of European that majority of black people do not have.
Well, I figured Obama is black enough.
Yo, can somebody read that to Roy? What's his name? Roy Rogers in the chat. I remember Roy Rogers. 2020 census shows an increase in multiracial population. The nation's multiracial population was the youngest of any race group, according to a recent released 2020 census demographic data. Among those who reported two or more races referred to this story as multiracial.
Nothing wrong with that, people.
So Obama will be called multiracial. Now, this is when we would give you, Roy, you would come up on the camera right now and give yourself a gill. That's when you turn the camera on, rub the back of your neck real quick, and then slap the shit out of it with your own hand. That's what you need to tell us. That's what you need to show us. So us classifying him. Now it's look, Roy, this is crazy.
But it's also how you see yourself and how others. Besides, it's an identity. Like some biracials consider themselves black, and others consider themselves biracial. So some I've seen biracials that are mixed with black consider themselves white. And I understand it's a woman who has a channel. She looks very white. And she said she used to go around saying she's biracial and she's mixed or that she's black. And she received a lot of flack. And because she got a lot of discrimination for that, she's like, well, just forget it. I'm just saying I'm white to, stop the confusion because I'm getting, pushback from it, basically. So I feel like identity also has to do with how you identify. Because if race is a man-made structure, you could classify yourself as that. I've seen it, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like Zendaya, she is biracial, but she says she's black. A lot of
Hold on,
people.
real quick, before you go there, hold up, before you go, let me help Roy.
Mama.
So Roy said big facts. There is no race category named biracial. There are 4 races. Biracial, not mixed, is the name of none of them, of any of them. So scientifically, there's one race. And on the screen, you see multi-race. So you just got beat up again. This is the point when you stop typing, Roy. You wait like 3-4 minutes so everybody in the chat can forget about the dumb shit you was arguing. Just give it like 3-4 minutes and we'll completely forget that you had the nerve to type the dumb shit you were saying. Just 3 minutes, Roy. You know what I'm saying? Just 3 minutes and you good.
Sound like good advice to me.
It sound like good advice. You feel me? Because look, he literally said there's no category named biracial. Here we have multiracial. My bad. It's not biracial. You're right. It's multiracial. And it's for people who are 2 or more. So Obama will be multiracial.
Mm-hmm. I understood you, idiot. My Spanish is getting better. Did you say, let me see, where are you? What's that? This look like you said, yes, Lena, you can. I think that's what you put down. If I translated that right. But like I was saying, race is an identity.
Kamala Harris would be
what she said she is.
Multiracial.
Yeah, she said she multiracial. Was she part of one of the races she missed with is black? I could see if Carmela wanted to go black though. She could to me.
She grew up with her black dad. Obama grew up with a white
boy to support that.
Mama. She went to black schools. She kind of grew up black.
Who else in the chat thinks Kamala? Don't nobody say nothing to them like disrespectful. Who else thinks Kamala Harris and Obama is black in the chat? Be real, be honest. I know it's not just Lena and Roy. There's 80 people or more watching. Guaranteed there's somebody else in here that's like, no, Obama black, son.
Obama's black to me. He'll always be black.
Working for the temple. Obama's black to you. All right, working for the temple.
Now, do you see how they have Obama sitting in that picture? He is like sitting away from the family. They bogus.
I'm not bugging it. Somebody, I think somebody got somebody in the background. So hold up, nobody else thinks Obama's black in the chat? Y'all come on, y'all scared, son. Stop playing, son.
If Obama would have gave niggas reparations, niggas would have definitely been jacking he black.
Facts. If Obama would have
he's black as hell.
He would have put on for black. I'm sorry. If Obama would have did something exclusive for black, it would have been lit. Fire said, man, that nigga mixed. No, nobody do this biracial. Like, come on, y'all. And I give black cards out for biracials if you put in for work. I make that known. If you put in for black, then you like I don't give a fuck about your white side. I'm gonna say it like that. But you talk against certain shit, all I'm gonna see is your white. Like all I can see is Obama's white side, y'all. He spoke against reparations and slavery. If he was 100% black, we would call him a Sambo or a coon.
I was like somebody else who's biracial to me that seems black. Like I be forgetting he's biracial. Is what's that rapper name? Not Drake, the other one. J. Cole. I be forgetting J. Cole is biracial though. Like even that song, he's like for some crackers, and I be like, wait a minute, did he just say crackers? Isn't he biracial?
He's clearly choosing his side, and we clearly receive him pause on the team. Like he's welcome on the team. Drake, go over there.
Yeah, Drake is biracial to me. I guess too because he's
Holly Berry, sorry, go over there.
Holly Berry is black to me.
That you a fan.
She's like, I'm bitch. She had a black. Her first husband was black. She date black men, and like her last boyfriend is black. She's still black to me.
Huh? Come on, I'm not paying for this article, bro.
I have autism. I'm not on the autism spectrum. Autism people like I'm on the what you call it? The I do have what they consider sensory I'm on the spectrum, but I'm not. I don't have autism, not at all. They try to say I have autism. No, I have.
Schumberg black. We taking a Turo Schumberg. Yeah, come on now. We taking him. That's the put on for blacks is real, man. I don't know who. You said the black delegation chooses Mark Wahlberg. I don't know about Mark Wahlberg.
He said that the black delegation chooses Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, wasn't he? Yeah, he was charged with a hate crime. I don't know about Mark Wahlberg. Jeez,
White
I don't really have much white. I don't really have any white person I'm putting in the white delegation. I would listen to y'all. I got black folks I'm standing on their side, but I don't really have no white folks I'm recruiting. I know a couple of y'all Eminem fans is gonna be mad, or y'all stands in the chat. I'm like, what about Eminem? Fucking Eminem.
Eminem is not blasphemy. He's like someone who likes the culture. The only white person, and y'all gonna be mad, but I like Rachel Dolezal because she at least did something.
Oh my god.
The hell you talking about?
My bad, Lena. I had to pause you for a second. All right, go ahead.
What the hell you talking about?
My bad, Lena.
I'm sorry. I have to give it to Rachel because she at least worked for the NAACP. She was working hard for black people. She worked hard to look black and be black. I have to give it to Rachel.
If you ain't black, you ain't black. Like I don't even. It's all right. If you ain't black, that's okay. Like like all right. Like you be good. It ain't a handicap.
She
It's
infiltrated
more so
the
like
NAACP acting black.
The internet twins, the white boys from the islands, she letting them in too.
No, they ain't coming in. They too fucking weird. No, I'm not saying that she is black, but you know, if we doing the delegation, I would pick Rachel because at least she worked hard in trying to help black people.
You know what she's doing right now?
I don't know what she's doing now, but I know she was working for the NAACP.
She on OnlyFans right now. You can go look at her bust it wide open right now. I do not want her part of the delegation.
Twerk.
It's got you know that.
OnlyFans? Yes.
White girls twerking. Standing the dollar to the movement, pimping. White girls twerking.
I was on OnlyFans.
Can't make this shit up, bro. Oh my goodness, and she on OnlyFans. That's hilarious.
Somebody my pictures and make OnlyFans for me. I couldn't believe that somebody would pay to see me.
Yo, Tim Black, Roy already said a white woman can birth a black child. He already said it. Make that make sense. Make that make sense.
Yeah, I don't care if Mark Wahlberg was for reparations. He ain't black.
Brittany Griner, man, white folks can have her. That's the tall gay chick, right? The tranny.
She don't even know who she is.
I thought, oh man, I was really off. I thought Brittany was mixed. I guess not. The one that wasn't that the one who got stuck in Russia or something.
Hope Owen L. Black men and black women make black children. A black man by himself cannot make a black child. Black woman by herself can make a black child. This ain't the 60s, this ain't the 30s, this ain't the 40s. It's 2024.
Hey,
Now
what about
now
what
you
about
trying to
this,
say
Q?
I'm not black.
What
I'm
about this,
not
Q?
black.
A black American with a black South American.
That's black. That's black on black.
Like a black Brazilian is like
That's black.
Okay.
That's black. You talk to the wrong person. You know, I think they.
But you went to Colombia and got a J-Lo? You know what I'm saying? That baby biracial now.
No, there was a Colombia got like a Michael Phillip Thomas or somebody. They black. Michael Phillip Thomas he Hispanic, but he's still black.
You know what I'm saying? You went to Brazil and you came back with another J-Lo. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas know who y'all are.
I ain't coming back with no J-Lo. I ain't coming back if I go over there. I'm staying. I'm bringing the kids.
I think J-Lo's overrated in the face.
This was just to trigger y'all Obama.
But low key, you saying I'm not black though. I don't appreciate that though. Your criteria, because you said, huh?
Your mom's is black.
My mom's is black.
Your dad?
He a half breed.
And you were an 80s baby?
Huh?
You were 80s baby?
I'm a 70s baby.
Oh, you in the grandfather clause. You cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, our grandfather, y'all 70s, 80s babies was different back then.
Hold on, so why Obama ain't grandfather?
Because Obama,
he's biracial.
Fuck up your card though. You know what I'm saying? Once you fuck up your card, I gotta understand how you fucked up your card. I gotta blame it on the white side. Why else would a black man deny motherfucking reparations? If you was a black man, you would be a fucking coon. Sellout.
I wild out.
Any black man in 2000s during the right after David Chappelle, literally during the David Chappelle, yo, do you understand? This is David Chappelle did the reparation skit. He made everybody know, like, look, niggas need to get that money. However you want to do it, niggas need that bread. It was a joke. Who gives a fuck? Obama knew what time it was. It was in the conversation. He said, nah, let's forget about that, man. That was in the past. We need to heal type shit. Walk out of here. And I'm not even on the reparations bandwagon, respectfully. We need our shit back. We need to end some. But I'm never not gonna say, oh, hell no, you motherfuckers owe us. Hell yeah. Forget about slavery. No. We're gonna talk about that. Well, I'm the president now. Yeah, my feet up on this bitch. I'm talking, you let my half black ass in here. You ain't know I was half the op, nigga. He was supposed to come up there half black, full 100% op to white people. For the last 3 months of his 8 years in office, it was supposed to be chicken, motherfucking Pookie and Ray Ray politics. I'm freeing niggas that was going against the government. Fuck them. I'm paying niggas college shit. I'm doing shit straight for black people. You shit me? Something. I'm not going out like no bitch. And you got the nerve to put this nigga on a t-shirt next to Malcolm X and Martin Luther King.
In all actuality, he was supposed to be like the real life reality of the spook who sat by the door. He was supposed to get in that. He was supposed to play his position, work his way all the way up there. Then, like you said, bring that nigga side out.
Well, for him to do that, he would have to really resonate with your plight.
We talking about Obama and his white mama.
The fact that he don't resonate with the issues that's going on, he ain't gonna push that type of button.
I get what you're saying. Executive orders out that first week.
So Trump had a better turn than Obama? Bro, all them shits was the same to me. Y'all wanted him to get assassinated? Fuck out of here, bro. You got niggas working for you, boy. Niggas ain't getting assassinated. Niggas pussy. You feel me? Trent Dabs. Who got the smoke alarm and they shit going off?
He said, "It says fire is crazy." I ain't want to get assassinated.
Yeah, that's definitely bro. That's Obama's new name. Bro.
I did a black thing today, let you know, even though y'all iffy a little bit about people who might have a biracial parent. Somebody called me a nigga today. I went in. I didn't even do anything. I just witnessed this white lady get cussed out by her husband or something. He's like, F you, and he swung in the car, so I thought he was gonna hit us all. I stopped. And I looked, and I was like, I'm thinking, like, should I call the police? I was on the phone, and he pointed and said, yeah, that nigga's on the phone, because I guess she was saying something like, she called him the cops or whatever, I guess. And he points like, yeah, that nigga's on the phone. I was like, oh, you calling a nigga? I was like, you got a lot of nerve calling me a nigga. I told the lady, I was like, you could do better, and I hope she F a nigga. I was so mad because I wasn't doing anything. And I just went in. I called him trash. It was in his pickup truck. I was like, y'all nothing but worthless lowlife, blah, 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 blah. I was going in. So definitely black.
Yep. What she said.
We got Chris.
Bad Obama-ites. Kamala-ites. I'm taking bets once the week is over on who's going to be the most pissed in 4 years.
Democrats about to be mad.
The people, who's going to be more upset, though?
The Democrats.
If Trump gets in office, and after 4 years of doing fuck shit, all the Trumpites are going to be pissed off. Are they going to be more pissed off than the people who didn't want him to get in office? I told you so's. And vice versa. After Kamala gets in office and does absolutely nothing for black people, and the country continues in the path it's on, who's going to be more upset? The black people who voted for her or the black folks who wanted Trump to get in office?
I think the Democrats are going to be upset next 4 years, and I don't think we're going to even win. But I think people, even though the issues don't say black and they're specific to us, we still benefit. Like, healthcare. It helps black people the most because we're the most disenfranchised and marginalized people. So if she get in office and you can walk back a lot of the stuff that Trump did, because we still got to pack the courts, the Supreme Court. we lost affirmative action or whatever. Maybe we can have that back and reviewed. Also, we might get, more housing underneath Carmela with her new plan where you get $25,000 or whatever. It might get more housing in the black community. So just because something don't say it's for black people, if it help us, what we gonna do? Not take it? Well, it didn't say it was for us, so you keep 25,000. Give me the money. I'll take the 25,000. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they probably figured that.
Yeah, I don't think the Trump crowd gonna be too erratic about if he lose. Now it's the way he lose. Now if they come up and say they did some cheating shit, they might get real erratic. But if the Democrats lose, the next 4 years they gonna be demonizing everybody.
The Democrats lose, I think they're gonna be. I think they're gonna be super mad. I told you so. It's gonna be crazy on either side.
Oh no, I told you show's gonna be crazy.
Yep. And Mayo told you so's is gonna be hilarious for these next 4 years, y'all.
These people, they want this chaos. They want us hating each other and shit.
Uh-oh. Conspiracy theory time.
Yeah, Chris, break it down, brother. Break it down, brother. Bean pies for sale out for.
You still voted for and think Trump will be a good president, especially that rally that they had? And talking about black, talking about Puerto Ricans, and we know low key they was talking about black people. Come on, they masked that black people are immigrants too. Like you could tell they was trying to keep America white again. They was really saying it in that rally. Let's keep America white again. They want to say it, they can't say it.
Man, ain't nobody life gonna change no matter who wins.
He literally called African countries before trash. What did he say? Shithole countries. He really talked about Haiti, like where I'm from, like the people there. Like, yes, some stuff happened. I wouldn't call it a shithole. This was somebody's home. And you're gonna vote for him? You, as a black man, think a man that pisses in gold toilets give a fuck about you? Tell me how he gives a fuck about you. He's very blatant. I can see the other politicians not. I'm not arguing that they care about us even more. But at least they're not trying to hinder us the way he is. He's blatant. He just not trying to hide it. He doesn't care.
Trump don't know me to give a fuck about me. He never met me.
What is that in your background?
I'm not bugging, right? I'm looking at my blunt like.
Is it? I thought I was tripping. I was trying to see who Mike was over for.
I think it's the ladies. But nah, though, that's why he gonna get a lot of men vote though. Just for what you said, how you men vote for him, like just putting it on men, like we gonna do the complete opposite of what you want just for doing that. Like, a lot of people doing it just for that. Not me particularly.
Somebody gonna be mad.
A lot of bodies. A lot of bodies. Might be some bodies.
They stormed the Capitol again. I ain't gonna lie. I might go just to film that shit.
You gotta be careful doing that, Q boy. They might get you just for that.
Nah, I need to see that shit, bro. Fuck that. I'm gonna stand with the police. I'm gonna be a motherfucking reporter. Like, I'm here to view these niggas. I need to see this shit up close. Nah, maybe I shouldn't go because my black ass right now. They storming the White House. Maybe if I mask up and pull shiesty, they won't know.
Yeah.
I'll pull shiesty the whole way from New York.
Cell phone time, all types.
Who shot you? Messed up. You see him on the block side of slap. F him up. That's my jam. I didn't know you like Pooh Shiesty. Well, that's not Pooh Shiesty's song, but you know, he makes appearance.
Okay.
You born in the 70s?
Yeah, we're going. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah. Record from a
Cute.
distance. I need to see white folks and like that, man. That's and I'm snitching. I'm going in to snitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest. I'm going to the snitch. I'm telling on every white person I see. Yup, Jake was there. Bartholomew was there. I saw you, Matthew. Yes,
Him
Matthew
over
was
there,
there.
right there. He bust the window. It was him. It was him.
I'm gonna have 4K cameras and mad body cams. Hey, and I'm gonna be up. Hey, Mike, why are you here, Mike? Tell us why you're here. No, go in, brother. Every white person I talk to, I'm gonna call him brother with the Hulk Hogan. Go in, brother. They're gonna go off. As soon as you hit him with that Hulk Hogan, brother, go in, brother. Like, man, fuck these Democrats, bro. I'm storming. You go ahead, brother. You go ahead and do your thing, brother. What's your name, brother? Don't be scared of these Democrats, brother. Say your name, brother. I'm kidding. Names, body cams. For his whole government. And don't let me see your black ass up there neither. I'm snitching on you too. It's gonna be YSL Records with QueButter.
Yes, and you too.
His name was Chris Hill. That nigga be magic. He be on my channel.
Nah, I can't go to jail, Q. Fuck that.
Oh shit. Snitching on everything.
If I go to jail, y'all coming with me, man.
Yeah, I'm coming to put my paperwork in. Like, yeah, he was on my platform a couple times, Your Honor. Yes, he was. I did not know he was going to storm the White House with them white folks. No, Your Honor, I don't think my platform is a political platform. No. Yes, we let people frequent. We don't know. We do not vet the people frequently, Your Honor. I'm sorry. He was a good man. We thought he was a good man. He did a lot of money, though. They're going to be on TV. Chris Hill donated to several organizations, particularly the Black Nationalist School. It's going to be over. Yeah, Chris, don't go.
Chris, you better stay in the crib, son. Don't come outside.
Do my time, Mike. I don't have no time to do. I'm only going up there to be on some Black Karen shit, bro. If Trump loses, we know they're gonna storm the White House. We need to be up there to snitch on these white people.
I want to see the fights in the parking lot, the red hats versus the blue hats. Right after the announcement, there's gonna be wild feelings in the park.
Man, gonna be a whole bunch of fat people fighting out of shape.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. People gonna be getting hit over the head with picking signs, all kinds.
Dude, I might dress up with some torn jeans and shit. Have a straw hat on with some straw. Him right there, boss. Yes, sir. It was him right there, boy, and with them boys over there from the other end, boys.
I don't think the Dems want to go to war against the Republicans in this day and age.
You know what's crazy? On the right, they have all the guns, but the
That's
left,
what I was saying.
they control all the ports.
It's up, bro. Either party loses, up. The Democrats lose, oh man. It's gonna be 4 years of freaking tranny protests and liberal crybabies. But it's gonna be whack if Kamala get in office. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be any excitement. It's just gonna be like boring. She's not gonna be doing shit. And when she does do something, she's gonna do mad. This is the most we're gonna see of Kamala. Guaranteed.
I don't know, man. We might be in goddamn World War III, boy.
We still not gonna see her.
Oh yeah. You talking about her? I'm talking about the country. It might be a real,
Bro. We have seen Kamala every day straight. She's been on She's never going on those black platforms again.
But all right, so fuck it.
She was on Shay Shay.
Let's take that. Is she ever going on Shay again?
On who?
Shay Shay, Club Shay Shay.
Yeah, Shay. What's the other basketball dude? She not going on that other basketball dude shit again.
Not unless she up for re-election.
Re-election she'll go back, but she's never going back there again.
No, but the question is, if you on the brink of World War III, who y'all rather have going into that? Kamala or Trump?
That's, Trump, no doubt.
That's the biggest question. If you got Korea going to help out Russia, and
you see that shit?
Interference by the South Koreans, all that, China trying to back up Iran. If NATO gets involved, who are you trying to go into World War III with? Kamala behind the helm, ready to push the button, or Trump ready to push the button? Because whoever get in there gonna have that suitcase with that button in it.
I don't know. Because honestly, let me see. Trump gonna keep us from going to World War III. Kamala dealing with World War III, I might go with Kamala. Kamala gonna put down the pain. She gonna put the pain down. Trump gonna do a lot of talking, and then he gonna fuck shit up. He gonna be waiting. He gonna be talking about blue. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so
Kamala gonna lay down that pain. So she'll be like, what? Kill him.
So you saying that?
But
Look, she'll like, just kill him.
Did you see how they botched Afghanistan?
So you saying that
people dropping off the plane?
So you saying that negotiation wise, you rocking with Trump, but if you already in a fight, you rocking with Kamala.
Oh, Kamala gonna bring that pain. The multiracial side, the little bit of black, the little bit of Indian. Anybody know Indian women and black women in office don't play. She has a mixture of Indian and black. Neither of them women play when they get into power. You go to any hospital, go to any business corporation. Yeah, Indian women is right there next to black women when it comes to degrees and it comes to corporate running organizations. Yeah, Indian women don't play. So yeah, I'm not gonna be and I ain't gonna play. Nah.
Are you taking away the fact that the man took the earshot, jumped up and pumped the fist and said, fight, fight?
Nah, she gonna lay that pain down, bro. She going straight. She calling the big boys. She not gonna she not gonna play on that one. She calling the big boys. And it's gonna be straight. Look what she did in California, bro. Like we already know what she did in California. She not playing with the police. Lock them up. Send these niggas away. Like, if they don't want to bring their kids to school, just put them in jail. You know what I'm saying? Her view is going to be straight violation. Yeah, she was a prosecutor. She not going to play games, bro. She going to be like, first, so they don't want to use our economic policy and they don't respect our threats. So she want to hit him with that weird hand motion. So what can we do to persuade them? Can we just kill him or something? Can we just, take him out? She gonna have a lot of those. Can we just kill him and take him out conversations?
Bro, you want Putin versus Harris, bro? What? Why you say Ping name?
China I don't want either.
I like what you said with I think maybe Trump might be better at the negotiation side. Telling everybody chill out on some negotiations. But inside of an actual conflict, I don't know about either one of them. Well, Trump, I don't know. Shorty, I don't know. I can't call it.
Trump has dementia, yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's why niggas might be scared. Trump might just wake up and be like, bomb him, bomb more. You know what I'm saying? So they gonna rather be on Trump's side. They know he crazy.
Yeah,
And
Trump
anybody
might be
rocking
that
with
threat.
Trump is definitely crazy.
Trump might be
I
that
ain't gonna
threat.
lie though. Her geopolitical, when they be asking her them geopolitical questions, she be acting lost too. She might not be able to remember. I mean, she might be able to remember, but she be acting lost when they be asking her questions.
No. Ain't nobody respecting either of them. I mean, this whole shit is a joke, so.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Talking about war and all that. Now people probably ready to call up McCain or something. People grew up for a while now, just knowing the United States is the bullies. But when it's not looking like a slaughter, it seems like people a little bit more nervous.
Yep. What is like 15 days now?
Oh,
She
yep.
getting the perm talking about push the button. I can see that. She gonna be getting her hair done on the phone talking about just kill him already.
Oh man.
Yeah, I can see a lot of those things happening.
I don't know. Ain't she a liberal? She might be too liberal. She might be a humanist. Like, nah, I ain't ready to wipe.
Son, she was a prosecutor. There's no such thing as a liberal prosecutor.
Yeah, but
career prosecutor.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no. Then you go to the attorney general. Nah, bro. She done deployed the riot patrol. You know what I'm saying? She done
Remember,
see some shit on paper in California.
50 to 60% of all prosecutors end up leaving the field due to stress, caseload. So most prosecutors that start out in that field, they end up leaving to go be a defense attorney or some other case. So it says how she's a very unique person to stay in that field and to not leave due to the data. So I find that interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think Chris scared of World War III. That he don't even want to see. He ain't even.
You scared of it too?
I ain't worried about it.
Oh, man.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear
What's
you.
going on, brother? This
Billy Boy.
Yeah, Billy Boy. Yeah.
Dang, I can't hear y'all, man. Hang on. Let me get my
Is this
mic.
the one y'all say be getting wet?
Dev, I don't even know when that shit is. When is the It's in 6 days. This is the 3rd.
It's the 5th.
The 5th. My bad, y'all. I told you not look at me for political anything. I'm not in
Nigga said 15 days out.
I said 15 days out. My bad. I just said that shit. My bad. They were like, yo, Q, you told me that shit was 15 days from now, son. So why would you listen to me, bro? I don't vote. Oh, man. 5 days. Yeah, this is gonna be some funny shit in 6 days. How long it take them to announce it? The same day, right?
Nah, it ain't been like that.
Tell
The past
Q ain't
2
no
elections.
voter. I ain't no voter either. That's why I can't answer.
I mean, it's
Go
gonna
out
take a
and
few
come back in,
days
y'all.
to announce the winner because there's gonna be lawsuits and all that stuff. Fulton County, something gonna happen with Fulton County in Georgia.
I saw they burning ballots already.
Yeah, they burning them things.
They burning ballots already. They burning mailboxes. This shit is hilarious. Yo, this shit is hilarious. Yo.
Funny.
Oh my goodness. I was like, what's up right now? They burning ballots.
Yeah, nah, niggas is tight right now. like Nina said, the nigga called Puerto Rico a garbage dump or something. Yeah, this is super funny.
Your ballots out here been combusting mysteriously too. They've been setting fire. Playing
Yeah.
time.
The only ones I'm seeing is in Oregon and Washington. Like that's the only place I'm seeing them being burnt up.
It's crazy because it's supposed to be a liberal. And see, people don't
Wednesday.
realize liberal don't mean non people like, oh, it's progressive. That don't mean it's not racism. That doesn't mean anti-blackness don't exist there because they're progressive or they're liberal. You know, that's just a terminology. Like, what does that mean? Like progressive. You know, I know what it means, but it doesn't mean that, you know, people just that term gets I feel like it's liberal here. It's what does that mean? It's liberal here.
Man, we solid now. Thanks, QueButter, for letting me on.
That's good, Philly boy.
Man, ain't nothing, man. We talking about politics now?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, we a week away, man. Woo.
So they said, if we going into World War III, who you going with, Philly boy, Trump or Kamala?
I can't do any of them, man. Like,
You gotta have somebody. Somebody gonna be president. You gotta rap with somebody. Somebody gonna be president.
And listen, and I throw my vote away, man. I go with the third party. It's disrespectful to me that our candidates.
I get you.
I agree with you, brother. I agree with you right there.
He said it's disrespectful.
I know I'm going to lose, but hey, I throw my ticket to the third party.
That's how I felt in 2016, bro. When Trump even ran, I'm like, what? Not when he ran, when he got the nominee for the Republican Party.
Well,
I'm like, what the fuck? How do our country elect? Like, how do he? It just blew me that America.
Well, I'm in Pennsylvania, so my third party vote really doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Well, Pennsylvania is a half and half. No, we always went Democratic. Am I lying? Am I trying? I don't know.
Ain't gonna be no World War III, y'all. TikTok is gonna be happening. Y'all wilding.
And not Q, but Q. I think is Pennsylvania like a leaning state?
Yeah, that's a key. Pennsylvania, a key state. That's
And you got to ask Chris these questions.
Battleground.
Battleground, yeah.
Oh,
Pennsylvania.
Oh no,
battleground state.
I'm asking. Like I think because Philadelphia, we're Democratic here, so I don't.
Yeah, y'all key right now for this shit.
Okay.
Not just y'all specifically, y'all state, but y'all wanted to battle.
So what's the states that are leaning? Like okay, Pennsylvania's leaning.
Leaning. I never heard that term when you say.
Yeah,
I mean,
what
I've heard
mean?
that you say leaning. I've never heard it applied in a way.
And what I'm saying is that could turn.
Swing. You mean swing, brother? You mean
There you
swing?
go. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Excuse my language. Swing states. So, what's the state? What are the states that can turn this election?
I ain't gonna lie, but I don't know every single state that can swing potentially.
I think it's Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, I think.
Nevada.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there's a lot to be discussed there, man. Like. to distinguish. Hear me out. I don't think America's ready for a woman to be. We saw it with Hillary Clinton. Did we or did we not?
And she had the popular vote, so
Yeah, she had the power, and most women voted against her. Men, especially black men and black women, voted for her.
Really? I mean, hang on. You said a statement. Most women voted against her?
Yeah, like most white women. Let me rephrase
Talk about
that.
Kamala, right?
No, he's talking about Hillary Clinton.
Oh,
when she.
you're right. Because most white women voted for Trump during that time. You're right. Yeah.
Oh
More white
wow,
women voted for
yeah,
Trump than Hillary.
yeah.
I
That's
don't
something
mean
I
most.
didn't.
My bad for the most. More.
I didn't acknowledge that, man. Can you elaborate more on that? Like most, I thought Hillary would have walked it in back then. And
She won the popular vote. Most people voted for her. She just lost the electoral.
I voted for
her. See?
I feel like Hillary was too verbose. VERBOSE. Like she's too
All them
verbose.
emails came out, boy. All that dirt came out about it right before the election.
That
man,
did
that
damage her too.
she
That
supposed to be
definitely.
locked up.
Yeah, there's some
Whatever
wild.
connection she got, I
Yeah,
need that.
there was some wild stuff that came out.
Here, what up, gang?
What's up, man?
Yo. And then, when it come to us, Super Predator, that that was gonna follow him for to the end of time.
well, that's interesting to me. Like when she and Hillary had the popular vote. So you think Kamala's going to get the popular vote?
I think so.
I think so.
I don't.
I don't think so because we see what it is. Like he basically, let's call it what it is. She's not a black woman.
You're cute. You
What
already
is
said
what does that? What does that have to do with the conversation? Of
Hey,
She
they just
called
said your
herself.
girl been accused of paying the shade room to boost support among black voters.
And that's
so
what
both
through.
both sides are paying people to boost support. I promise you that.
Oh, okay.
I can guarantee you both sides are spending money to boost support.
And that's what threw me off, man.
That's campaigning. I'm trying to figure out you was talking about qualifications for presidency, and then you skip to let's keep it real. She's not black. I just don't understand what that has to do with being a candidate. Like we
Okay,
talking
hear me
about
out.
qualifications for being president, and you throw in she's not black. Like
Hear me out.
neither is Trump. So both her and her opponent have that same qualification missing. Neither of them are black. But
Hear me
she's a
out.
minority and he's not.
And she ran her campaign on calling herself a black woman.
She did not run her campaign on that. That's false information. She did not base her campaign on being black. People
Am I
bring that
wrong?
up. People bring that up, and she addresses it as she should.
Am I
And she
wrong?
really
Did
don't
she
even
call
address it
herself?
like that no more.
Did she call herself a black woman?
Respectfully,
But she didn't run
boy,
her campaign based on her
she
being a
didn't
black woman, though.
campaign on it.
Okay, I
The media
misread that. I misread that.
I
That was
appreciate that, brother. The media pushed that shit.
That was the media.
Yeah, she didn't say, "Hey, I'm black, vote for me."
She tried to actually avoid it, which even caused kind of more.
It's a lose-lose for her.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Oh, okay. We solid. Square.
When people say in this election, I don't want to vote for neither because neither one of them no good. I understand you saying that for Trump because he has a track record. What is it about Kamala that make people say she's a horrible presidency? I'm confused.
Man, she locked niggas up. She has no.
She was a prosecutor. She locked plenty of people up. That's what prosecutors do.
She let these
Name a prosecutor that didn't lock people up.
And she let people over this border, and I can't agree with her stance. I'm at a
Man,
loss
y'all go
right
straight to the talking points that the Republicans like. Y'all don't even have nothing different
now. And
to say.
listen,
So you saying so it's because of immigration? She let immigrants
let's
over.
rewind
She's
back.
not black.
Let's rewind back.
All right, go ahead.
My my mother, my grandparents had like 10 plus kids, right? I only had one. So what I'm getting at and what they're leaning at is, yeah, we got these migrants over there. They populating our society, right? You still there?
Yeah, I ain't want to interrupt you.
Oh no, because you can correct me. Immigrants are making, and our black ladies are not making babies no more.
I disagree.
Okay.
I see pregnant black women every single day, literally.
Okay.
So where are these women not having babies? I'm like, where are we getting this stuff from?
I don't. I know, and I can't afford 10 kids like my granddaddy did.
What? What are we talking about?
Yeah, you put it in the mix.
What? No, I didn't. What are you talking about? This is all what you brought up. I'm just responding to you. But to Tim, because Tim said Kamala doesn't answer questions. That's one of the negatives to her. And I would say she does answer questions. She answers the ones she knows she can answer, just like every other politician. They avoid certain questions and they answer the questions they know they got the right answer for. That's
I
just
missed you
slick
with
talk.
that. I
Yeah, she
missed you
do
with
that
that
just
point.
like every other politician.
I missed you with that point. All right. But yeah, you can't move around that. We're not producing what America needs, and America sees it.
What is it that we're not producing that America needs? You sounding
We're
like
not.
Madonna.
And don't compare me to no other person. I don't know what Madonna.
Man, Madonna, that guy, man.
Definitely that guy. But yeah, what is it that America needs that we're not producing? Because you might be right. I just might not know what you're talking about.
And I'm here to share information. That's what. Well, I'm here to talk it out.
Cool. That's what we trying to talk about. The stuff
And
that you said America needs that we're not producing. That's what we
I
talking about
could
right
be
now.
confused. And why are they?
You're definitely confused. That's what we're trying to figure out. What is it that America needs that we're not producing? Stick with that
Yes.
right there. Don't run around it.
Okay. So who am I talking to, sir?
Jesus. No, you talking to Fontaine. Let me stop. Let me not troll you. You talking to Fontaine.
I mean, I meet Jesus when
I
I
know. I
go.
was just joking, bro. I don't want to troll you. I was just joking. It's Fontaine.
Yeah, Jesus gonna let me go. Okay, here we go. We don't even like the jobs. You understand me? Like, I talk to my son. He would never work at a McDonald's. Like, who is he to talk like that?
I mean, I always said I would never work in a McDonald's, and at my age now, I've never worked at a McDonald's. I mean, if you got standards, you got standards. You just can't say I'm not gonna work at a McDonald's and then don't work nowhere. That's the only problem.
Yeah, so here we go.
But is that the
because
problem? But like the jobs in America are not jobs people want. Like I'm just trying to stay on subject. So we was talking about stuff that we're not producing that America needs.
so if my son knows that he would never work at a McDonald's, like who would work there?
People that need a job,
Hmm.
teenagers, people that need entry level jobs.
Me
A few people
myself, I
will work
think
at McDonald's.
McDonald's is a great job. I actually grew up with a girl that she's a general manager with no education. And she worked at McDonald's all her life.
Kamala worked at McDonald's.
Hmm.
So you like people that worked at McDonald's, right? Kamala worked there for a few hours. And Trump went and worked there
She
just
also
to say he
listened to
worked longer
Tupac.
than Kamala. She dissed Tupac. Now we definitely can't vote for her as black people.
No, I didn't say she dissed Tupac. I said she falsely proclaimed that she listened to Tupac during the
Oh
time
yeah,
frame.
yeah,
When
yeah. Come on, man.
he
Come
was
on. We
on
know what
rap.
she was doing, did she was trying to get more black votes.
Oh, you gonna dismiss? You gonna
She was
dismiss that?
pandering. No, hell no. She was pandering.
It's
I'm not
disrespectful, man.
dismissing it. It is what it is. Let's take away some points for that.
Any other
Yeah,
community?
You know what
McDonald's
I'm
is a
saying?
corporation, man. Like I respect anyone that works there, but that's not where you want to be. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you be confusing me, bro.
We got to get it together, black folks, when it comes to these politics.
How is that confusing?
Well, because you was just saying how McDonald's is a good place and people should want to work there, and then you turned and said that's not somewhere you want to be working at. So it's kind of confusing.
And that's not where it, and me as
Yeah,
a
you sound
person,
confused yourself. Sound like you confused yourself.
me as a person, and I don't want to say, hey, I'm a McDonald's personnel.
See, this so like you, Madon, like the people I see supporting Trump are
And why
more
you keep
reasons why I
comparing
don't
me?
want to support Trump. I'm not comparing you. I'm saying like I'm naming the people I've seen on this platform that support Trump, and y'all all kind of have the same thought
You
process
don't,
and have no.
you
Hold on,
don't, you
let me
don't.
finish. I know you get excited when people talk to you, so you like respond real quick because your emotions get in it. But calm down. But I can't side with people that think like y'all because y'all have yet to give me legitimate y'all literally say the same stuff when I ask what's the issue with Kamala. The first thing out y'all mouth is she not black, like or she immigrants. Like y'all yell out the same, y'all just blurt out the same stuff, and then when I ask you to follow it up, you don't really have nothing because you done talked about several different things when I asked you to follow up the stuff you don't like
It
about Kamala.
matters. It
But you
matters.
haven't given me. But you name me something concrete that you've named since we've been having this conversation.
I'm gonna name you something concrete. You don't grow up and
Because you don't
say,
have anything concrete.
and I'm gonna name you right now. You don't grow up and say, I want to work at McDonald's for the rest of my
What is
life.
the hold on? Let's backtrack. We're talking about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump candidate as the candidates for
I'm
presidency.
giving you
So
regular. I'm
what
giving
makes
you a
her a
regular.
bad
I'm giving
candidate?
you a regular lifestyle.
Okay, what makes her a bad candidate? How does working at McDonald's have anything to do with her being a bad candidate?
Yeah, she's a liar.
What does she lie
First,
about?
she called herself a black woman,
She has every right to call herself black. Now, whether you agree or disagree,
and
that's
that's a
your
lie.
opinion. But she has
That's a
every
whole
right to
lie.
call herself a black woman, bro. She literally does. She has a black parent. She can call herself black. Like, so
Just like
whether you
Obama
agree
got
with
a
her or
right.
not is your choice.
Just like Obama got a right to chastise black men, yet he was never raised by a black woman. We'll
Yes.
chastise black men about not hating black women, yet the gall of you wasn't even raised by a
Yes.
black woman. So
Yes, did he has the right to. Now, whether you respect it or whether you accept it, now that's different. You feel what I'm saying? But he has the right to
okay, I
say
see
it.
what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? He got every right to say it. We ain't got to accept it. We can ostracize him for saying it and all that. So he got to accept the backlash for it. But he got the right to say it. That's how he feels. Shit, okay, cool, my nigga. That's how you feel. Your daddy
Obama
was
from
black. You
Hawaii,
might not have known him,
Malaysia.
but your daddy was black. Like Trump say all type of shit about the black community. Like he got the right to say that bullshit he say. You know what I'm saying? No, I ain't saying you support him, did it? I'm just saying that he says shit about the black community and he get a pass for it. Cause he got the right to say that shit. We ain't gotta agree with him, we ain't gotta accept that shit. But he got the right to say that stupid ass shit. Like I be talking about politics when I talk about these people, and everybody go to talking about personal shit and feelings, and I don't give a damn about all that, bro. No, none of these people like us.
Hey, listen. You may understand it more than I do. Man, you're not gonna lie to me. You're not gonna spit in my face and tell me. You're not gonna tell me it's raining. It's not. Come on, man.
But that's what politics do. Trump, like that's what Trump did. He did 4 years of it. What did Trump do during his presidency that you feel like, yeah, this somebody I want back in office? Because some people have told me things he did that they rock with. So how about you, Philly? Tell me something that Trump did that make you support him.
I don't rock with Trump. I don't rock with him like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you did jump on and say neither one of them, so you right.
I'm voting for Prop 6. I'm voting for Prop 6, man. California, you feel me? No, it pertains to involuntary servitude. It's just to, we emphasize national voting, presidential voting, over local voting, but it's a lot of local measures out there that we can annex ourselves to, attach.
Yeah, Diddy. I agree with you, man. Like,
there is a 2-term max. Whoever said there should be a 2-term max, that is the max you can do as president, 8 years. So there's like so part of me want to vote for Trump, get him in office so we can get rid of him after this, but I feel like he gonna do something to break the Constitution and keep himself in office.
He said he lose this time. He done. Yeah, he said he done. He ain't trying to get shot
Man,
at.
yeah, he probably ain't though. He ain't gonna survive too many more years.
hear me out, y'all. I think Trump has the better chance
to do what? To win?
And not to win. I think he has the better chance at our country, the United States, to prepare us for going forward.
You talking about the guy when they asked him about a healthcare plan, he said he got a concept, but not a plan. That's who you said has a better plan for the future of America.
Well, at least he had something to stand on. Like, what does Kamala stand on?
She has a plan. She laid out her plan. She didn't have a concept. She had an actual plan.
What is her plan? She's
So
never
hold on.
said.
So hold on. So you're asking me for her plan while ignoring the fact that the other guy doesn't have a plan, just has a concept. Right. Okay, just wanted to make sure you said that. Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, you got to go look at her plan, and you got to go look at her speak about it. Then I'm not gonna tell you about her plan.
If she's following up on,
But it would involve the affordable health care. It will involve keeping the affordable health care. Go
I'm
ahead.
talking right now, sir.
Oh, my bad. Did I cut you off, big dog? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. If she's following up on a plan that's already established and it's not working.
Wow. What make you say it's not working?
And look at how Americans feel. Like, we're broke. The housing market is down. They making it look good on paper. It's not that way, man. People are losing jobs. I mean, look at Boeing going on strike. Look at Ford going on strike. Come on, man. Like, can I
That
go
has nothing to
further?
do with president or vice president.
Stepped up here in Philadelphia going on strike. Can I go further?
What does that have to do with the presidency and the vice presidency?
And it has everything to do with it.
Yeah, name how though. You can say that, but tell me how.
That's crazy.
Listen, you think about
In the whole other world.
I mean, I am thinking about it. I'm asking you. You seem to know. You saying like that
because
has
it
an effect
affects
from the
me because
presidency.
I'm in those
I'm not
taking
saying it
leadership.
doesn't affect you. I'm saying how is that like a result of something the president or the vice president did? That could be something your mayor did. That could be something a city official did. It had nothing to do with the presidency.
Okay, yeah, let's take something like SEPTA here in Philadelphia. Yeah, you know what SEPTA is?
No, what
No.
happened? What happened with Boeing? I think about 8 years ago. Congress, you got to blame Congress for this because they wrote a dumbass law that allowed Boeing to self-regulate itself.
Then they bailed them out.
You break it down, big guy.
That's what happened. That's why Boeing they don't make planes how they used to because they self-regulate.
And so that was Congress, right? That's not the presidency.
Correct.
So,
But Boeing has government contracts, so
yeah, what does that have to do with the presidency?
it's everything because Boeing gets kickbacks from employing us, right?
I'm confused, brother.
And as natural human, like Boeing employs the working man. It was what I'm saying, working man, working woman. So it affects us.
The presidential election.
And so you tear that down. And Trump sees that. You sit and work overseas. Okay. So
well,
is that not
work
effective?
overseas? Now we talking about work being sent overseas.
Hey, listen, I've been late. I worked for Boeing at one time in my life, and they sent that work overseas, man.
He might be
And no
better than
longer
Madonna, Chris.
a great paying job. I mean, you see towns tore down. You understand that?
Nah, bro, you be confusing me. I ain't gonna lie to you. I really don't know
Yes,
what you be talking about. It be random.
I may be all over the place, but you have no response to that. It's
Well,
sickening,
how do
man.
you respond to somebody who is self-admitting he's all over the place? Like
All
you
right.
just say, I be all over the place, and you probably don't got no response. Who would have a response to that? That's crazy.
But no, Fontaine, to answer part of your question as far as about my gripe with Kamala specifically is that I know it was over. I want to say it could be close to a dozen, but it was about 5 or 6 black females. One in particular, Cherry Peoples. She had her daughter had sickle cell anemia, and she was actually locked up as a result of Kamala's truancy law that Arnold Schwarzenegger signed into law. So a few black women got locked up behind her truancy laws. And like I said, the sister who I just referenced in particular, she was affected by that. And it's hard for me to vote for somebody who once again, that they're proclaiming she's a black woman, but she didn't protect black women. So why I'm supposed to vote for the sister right here? And like the sister was saying, she's the number one reason why I would not vote for Kamala Harris. So it's another
So,
black woman.
so because Kamala implemented, I thought you was done.
Go ahead, brother.
I was just saying, so because Kamala implemented a law or pushed for a law that would hold parents responsible for their kids' attendance in school, and this law so happened to affect 5 or more black women, that's like, oh, I can't vote for her because she didn't intentionally hurt black people. It's not like she put this in law to say, man, we gonna really
I'm
lock
gonna tell you
us
right
up some black people.
You know what I'm
tell you
saying?
right.
Like,
I'm gonna
hold
tell
on,
you
bro. Let
right.
me finish talking, bro. Let me finish talking, bro.
Mm.
So if I'm trying to do something to curb the attendance rate since it's so low in my community, that seems like something to do because she didn't automatically say, hey, soon as her kid is delinquent in as far as tardiness or whatever, they got to go to jail. It was a process. It was like first you get this, and then you get this, and then you get jail time. So like,
Yeah,
I
and they
don't.
try
She didn't do nothing evil.
they had a program to work with parents whose kids weren't attending school. I can give you the booklet if you want to see it.
So hold on, are you saying that? I'm confused, Chris. Are you saying that to
I think he's struggling right
quote
now. Like,
Fontaine or what? I'm trying to
like,
figure that out so
like,
I know how to, dice y'all,
when,
dice
when,
y'all up
and when, did-
real quick.
and when do you matter, dog? Like,
All right, go ahead,
when,
Didi. I think he done.
and when,
No, so
and when does your
Chris,
situation
brother,
matter in life?
you're saying
Everything that's put on the table
Chris, you
does
in
not
regards
matter
to
to me. Like, first time home buyer, that does not have no effect to me.
All right, cool, bro. We was actually having a conversation about something. Go ahead, Didi.
so once again that her law that she, like I said, that she took, no, actually the law that she ultimately concocted, she wanted to take that law not statewide but nationwide.
I'm
Basically
I'm
she
about to
wanted to
bust
take
your
that
argument up.
particular truancy law. Bro?
Yeah, I'm about to bust your argument up. First
So
time home buyer.
basically, ultimately, as it pertains to that particular law, like only black women was affected by that. So that makes me scratch my head, Nobody else was affected. I mean, no other groups that I know of was affected by that. And
But
I'm not
is
saying the
that
whole
like
black and the 5,000 black men. That's not true. That's not true.
no?
You feel me?
I don't
But her
disagree
office
with you
was
saying whether it
investigated. Her
was.
office was investigated for foul play as it pertains to certain cases with black men and a host of other people too. So I ain't gonna just say it was black men, but it was really just her office was under investigation as it pertains to. It's just a lot of it's just certain things, bro. Like, and then her economic proposal is not a plan of action; it's a proposal. It's
Yeah,
a
there are proposals right now though, as far as the economic
so
shit.
it's just hard to it's hard to get jiggy with her proposal when she's trying to make it. She's trying to she's trying to propound, which means put forth. She's trying to propound her proposal and like something exclusively for black men, and she just came back and reading it and said, "Oh, it's for everybody." I can't
Yeah,
get jiggy with that, bro. Like I can't get jiggy with that, bro, because you're making it seem like it's this, but really it's something else, bro. Like I just can't get jiggy with that, bro.
she nor anyone else is doing nothing exclusively for black people. So I like that ain't even nothing in my radar. If that's what a nigga looking for, then don't vote for her because she damn sure ain't gonna do nothing exclusively
And they
for black
saying she
people.
black. They saying she black. Okay, what's she gonna do? And since
Yeah, whether
they
she
are
black or not, she ain't doing nothing
parading her
exclusive
around
for
as if
black
she
people.
black, what's she doing for us then? Y'all want to say she black, the first black this, the first what doing for us? What they doing for us then? Oh,
So this is my thing though. So
black me.
if
That's
a
what I
person
don't
had Diddy,
Shit.
if a person had a black mom and dad and was running for president, you think that means they gonna do something for black people?
Listen, they do it for the Chinese. They do it
Who
for
is
the.
they? What they do for the Chinese, Philly? What they do for them? Don't answer no questions for them, Diddy. What they do for the Chinese, Philly?
Yeah, you answer that. You
No, I
don't.
won't, cause you blurted it out, nigga.
Yeah, they did that.
This is why I compared you to Madonna, because y'all niggas just blurt out shit that you hear other motherfuckers say and you don't have no reason to back it up. You don't have nothing behind it. So when somebody say, "Hey, explain that," all you say is,
Come on.
"Yeah, you explain it, nigga." That's all you got, bro. That shit. That's what we call stupidity. Are you just repeating shit and blurting it out, bro, randomly? Shit be retarded.
It is that. It is that. It is that. They call it
It's more
retarded.
so, It's black
Yeah,
women, and then
you
regardless, they
hang
would say
on, hang
mama.
on, hang on.
That
You
hit me
call it
kind of like, bro, that
retarded,
made
but
me.
we need
I
that.
feel some type of way about that. I ain't gonna lie, like, you feel me? Like, I ain't gonna lie, bro. So it's just, you know, certain elements of it, you know, it hits my, you know, it pulls on my heartstrings, man. You feel me? So,
And it should. Now you like I ain't knocking you for questioning or putting her up to task. Like, hold on, put her on the hot seat for this shit. Like, yeah, you right. You know what I'm saying? But it's like follow up with that shit and put yourself in the same position. If I'm a prosecutor and people are telling me, and I'm just using this as an example, and people telling me, hey man, the attendance in this area in your community that you the prosecutor in, the attendance for schooling is horrible. The truancy is getting complaints every day. Da, 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 da. You're gonna start implementing things to try to affect that. You know what I'm
and I
saying?
have
And
to respectfully.
she has programs for those same parents. She has programs for them. She also had programs for people leaving prison and shit like that. For people talking about, oh, she wanted to keep people in prison. Da, 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 da. She had reform programs and some more shit that people don't talk about. None of that. They just talk about the stuff they think is bad that she did. They don't talk about none of the good shit she did though. So it's like, dog, as a person in that position, you're gonna do things that people don't like. You're
And
gonna do
listen,
things that people are gonna get locked up for. You know what I'm saying? Because you're a fucking prosecutor.
that lady put a lot of good men away.
Name one Philly. Name one of the good men she put away. Name one good man she put away.
Okay, look at LA, right?
Name one of the good men in LA she put away.
I don't know
Name
about what
one.
I don't know what he's saying, but to be fair, so I'm not supposed to be looking this shit up. But to be fair, let me go through.
I
So I think
appreciate you looking it up, cute.
in the truancy one, I think personally that's an L, and she admitted that was an L. Like
Why was
that
it
one,
an L?
because it unfairly targeted black women and minority women. Like that's an L. Kamala's word for truancy wasn't necessary, was wrong.
So
or it was fairly conservative law and order type. Yeah, this is from Code Switch. Story about how Kamala has his truancy program.
So would you say that's an L? Like
that's unjustified policing. That's over policing. But at the same time, right? She's also, I didn't know this. She was by white folks, like Dama would say this, by the left or white, whatever side they are, they accuse her of not being hard on crime because she didn't give the death penalty to like 2 or 3 different gang members. One of them for killing a cop. So deity, that's also on her side. They consider her to be soft on crime. Like they like.
And so Q, that kind of go to what I was saying about in that position, you gotta try to do what you can do to help. So everything ain't gonna be accepted by everybody and loved by everybody.
Yeah, that's why I can't. That's why I don't fuck with it. You know what I'm saying? We need shit that's for black people. We don't need all that extra shit. Figuring shit out. Today it might be good, tomorrow it may not. This one right here is another weird one. I didn't even know about this shit. This is crazy. You can go to jail, and in certain states, you can request gender, whatever the fuck they. I don't even know what the hell they would do to you in a jail to help you with your gender, but Kamala Harris backs this shit up.
That's the shit where they talk about she backed them where they can use state funded or government funded money to get sex changes or something like that. Yeah, I heard about that shit.
In jail, it's just like what?
I don't care.
But
only thing I care about that is the funds. If they using government money or our tax money for that shit.
Definitely.
I think that's what people care about, brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I get that.
Was that shit was going on during Trump shit? It's part of the Constitution.
Oh, okay.
Which is like, well, you know.
But she openly supports it, so it's like it still fall under her.
Yeah, that's what makes it like a
Yeah.
I mean, no highlighting Trump. Trump is a derelict. You know what I'm saying? Like we could just pick anything, any given day of the week, you could pick something Trump talking about is gonna sound stupid. You know what I'm saying? So don't get me on those side. I'm not
that's why I was saying I just wanted to hear people say like what makes her such a bad candidate, like because I don't see it. She's a politician. That's all. That's all I see.
You don't care. So that whole no, I ain't gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something for black people like that. That doesn't perturb you.
No, because I don't. I
You're not
don't
perturbed
expect
by that.
nobody. I don't expect not.
Any other community, if she would have got on TV and said those disparaging comments, you don't
What
think that
disparaging
community
comment
would
that I'm not
immediately
doing
abandon
nothing
her?
specifically
Yes,
for
she would be
black people.
immediately abandoned by any community if she would have got on there and said she ain't helping out Indians. And she said, I guess they said it. The black senator because it was already the first black senator in the state of California. So I'm basically expressing that when she won that senator seat, she was classified as the first Indian American. But I just kind of find that ironic. They didn't say they could have said black and Indian or black and something. They just said straight pure Indian, first Indian American senator. But I don't know, man. It is what it is, though.
All that type of stuff is emotional to me. Like for me, that don't like none of that. She's Indian, she's black. Like none of that shit mean nothing to me. Like now, as far as her saying,
think about it.
I'm not doing nothing specifically for black people. I don't expect you to.
Non-black American, all these non-black American people who's not connected to the soil. I take umbrage to that. I
Who's
think that's
non-black?
suspect.
Like, how is she a non-black American? See, I
Obama
don't
wasn't a
want to
black
get into
American.
that conversation.
He was not
I don't
connected
want
to
to
the
get into
soil. He
that
was not
conversation.
Yeah, hey,
the
real quick,
lineage of
fellas.
what he went through in
That's a
America.
circular conversation. That conversation
No,
will never end.
it's not circular. It's not a circular conversation. It doesn't think about it. Most people that they
I say it's circular
select
because we're never going to agree, and we just gonna keep going in circles about it.
And real quick, fellas, I just put Kamala's truancy stuff in the back chat. Y'all can check it out. You know, in the program they did try to help, students. And then when you see the data, like a lot of kids weren't going to school. I said, God
Hey,
dang.
Brother, but that's off
listen.
money though. The underlining is that it's money. They were losing over $1 billion. So it ain't about helping black kids. It ain't about let's salvage the black. It
Hold
ain't
on,
about helping no
calm
black
down,
kids. It's
calm
because
down.
the article in the
Hold
Huffington
on.
Post decomposed, meaning it broke down.
And
But the bottom line was money.
listen.
They were losing over $1
But
billion in
listen,
school.
Diddy.
It ain't about saving no black
I'm
babies.
sad
They
that
weren't
But
coming to no
listen,
school. They wanted
Diddy.
to save black kids.
I'm
No, they did
sad
not.
y'all
That's a
talking,
lie.
man.
They didn't want to
But
save no
Diddy,
black kids.
but Diddy, her job and her position,
It's about money.
she has to make. Listen, bro. She has to make decisions to try to help those numbers. Those numbers that he just named, he says a lot of kids not going to school. Her job was to help fix that. She didn't, as a prosecutor, she couldn't say, "Hey, take." She, as an attorney general, she couldn't say, "Hey, take all of this money and allocate it towards this." You feel what I'm saying? So she had to do what she could implement to try to curb that attendance rate. Or should she have done nothing?
I don't know, brother. I don't know, man. Like,
A
I don't know,
woman
brother.
will
Benign
never
neglect,
be in
man. Benign
charge of
neglect is
America. Facts.
benign neglect.
I don't know, man. She like to me, it's like no, you can't win in certain positions. It's like, what am I supposed to do when on my desk I got a paper saying, "Hey, man, we got 1,000 kids missing school at this rate. We need to do something about it." Okay, implement this. These we gonna penalize the parents because that's who makes sure you go to school. That's supposed to make sure you go to school, right? It's supposed to be the parents. That's who responsible for. I'm a parent, so I make
Yeah, I
sure my
agree.
child go to school every day. If you tell me, "Hey, Fontaine, your child," they sent me a letter home before. Your child missed 5 days of school. Next letter we had to send, we got to come to your home. They
And
do
you
that
missed
here.
that.
That ain't because of
Yeah,
Kamala. Guess what I did? I started
you
making
missed
sure
the
my daughter
whole
was at
point.
school. I started making sure my daughter wasn't tardy, et cetera, because I don't want y'all in my business. So is that the mayor fault? Is that the prosecutor fault? Is that the attorney general fault? No, that's on me to make sure my kid going to school.
You talking everywhere else, man. And miss me with that, man.
Well, what are you talking about? Listen.
A woman will never be in charge of America. You understand that?
Hold on, let me
And
put
I
you on mute. Say
stayed.
it again. Yo, deity, you see this on the screen?
Yes. She wanted. So Kamala Harris Prohibition on marijuana. But once again, too, all black folks don't smoke weed because they love to try to correlate, like certain little things with. Not all of us is in jail, you know.
But then they blame Kamala for her prosecution and said she locked up all the black men in California. They go both ways.
That's not true. Some black men were affected, but the numerals were way off. It was not the amount that they were saying. But that's a half truth. But yeah, there was a black man that
I understand your sentiment as a responsible parent, but technically, the government does have the right to make sure that your child goes to school. They're technically responsible for that.
And then,
I don't feel like they are. But okay,
and,
if they
and
are,
then
then that would mean hold on, Philly, because I'm responding.
She want to be.
So that would mean that it was Kamala's responsibility to implement those things.
That was the truancy and parental incarceration. That's the line. Like like handling truancy, but incarcerating parents for it. That's a that was crazy.
But that's like
black kids are only
that
kids
was like the
don't go to
end.
school.
My bad. Go.
Black kids ain't the. I mean, are we saying black kids are only in California and the black population in California is not that big? I mean, it ain't like Chicago, New York, in comparison to the black population. But
Well, I think that's what Q was
I'm trying to
saying, that
understand
like it
why there's only black
unfairly
and only.
affected blacks and minor and
Why are
brown
we always,
or women.
the cannon fodder? Like, why are we always,
Okay, well, let me ask you this: in these areas that she was over, was it the black and brown areas that the attendance was a problem, or was it every area?
That could be a case, and then we don't
Okay,
know
you
if
know what
they
I'm saying?
surveyed all areas. Like if you go in most universities, it's more drugs in most
We ain't
universities,
talking
black
about
universities, than
universities though, but
on a lot of these
so
people.
so a little anecdotal. I went to school in a black area all my whole life up until 11th grade. That's when I started going to school with white people. So yeah, it do be different. They get more shit than we get in everything, but to just act like in a poverty stricken area there isn't more attendance issues.
Yeah, I understand that, brother, but part of this is also historic too. The history with the Democrats, me knowing, and just so it's really based off of you know, like I just bro, it's based off history and just the constant history of, like I said, but benign neglect policies and just it's
Well,
That
I've never
might,
trusted either
I mean,
side.
it ain't just her.
To play a fake fair devil advocate, that might have been the stain on her resume to help her understand it in the future to do different.
That's true. Like trial and error.
You know what I'm saying? Like she know better now. Like there is that part of life. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And to me, that type of experience also makes her the better candidate. Like she's actually had experience in these fields to where she won't say nothing like, well, let's just eliminate the Department of Education. We don't need it.
Hey,
You know what I'm saying?
Q.
Like she's been there.
Hey, Q. With you running the school,
Stop hating.
how do you feel?
Embody the message.
How do you feel about Kamala Harris plans with schooling versus Trump plans?
oh, let's say that part again.
I said, how do you feel? Which side would you choose? Like we did the ward choice. Which side would you choose on the school policy?
Basically, shorty man.
Up front, Trump, but to be fair, the school movement is moving it's like the school movement is moving in a constitutional way. So I think it's going to be like bipartisan regardless. Like they're moving in on school choice. It's a whole progressive change going on with the education system. So even if Trump don't get in office, they're overhauling the education system.
Now, he got me with the school choice thing. I like that.
Hey, look, Q, man. Look at our schools, man. Our schools are terrible. black community. Like they don't want us to move on, man. To get any squared away. You hear me? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and man, look at your schools, man.
Do we go to where we need to go to get funding for our schools? Like to the local school
And you don't
council
have
meetings and all this
teachers.
type of
You
thing?
don't have nothing, man. Like,
I've been since my this is my second year with my kids being in school. So the past year I've been going. But before I started going, I used to watch parents on YouTube going to their school the committee meetings and everything like that. And I would just pay attention to they questions and everything like that. So that's why I
When
asked that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, when you went, was it empty or was it like a lot of people? Because when I be going, it don't be a lot of people.
Okay, so my experience was in Charlotte. I'm gonna be honest. It wasn't just it was full, but it's a mixed crowd. A school my kids go to, so it's a big Indian population, a big Latino population, and white kids and black. So it's a mixture, but it was definitely full. Like
Was it more
I'd have been.
affluent or was it like a more poverty level area?
It's not poverty and it's not influent. It's like middle. It's
Like a
like
middle class working?
more middle class.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'm just trying to gauge it because
But
when I left,
when I was in
go ahead.
public school though, growing up, I never seen my people going to the meetings.
Yeah, it changed for me when I had my daughter in Fulton County. Nobody ever went to nothing. Then when I came out to Clayton County, it was a more uptick with participation from parents. So
I definitely would say though, it starts local with us on the ground. I definitely agree with it. It starts local.
Y'all still there?
yeah, I'm still. I had to mute out really quick.
nah, you want to charge Puffy for something he didn't?
Sorry.
Y'all want to charge Puff for
Who
something
charging for?
that's natural, like, and y'all don't get to sing?
I missed something.
Yo, I don't know.
I definitely missed, man.
They don't understand the point that just literally created a law. Like, come on, man, and targeted black people. That's what it feels like. It seemed like to me optically. That's what it
What,
looked
that
like.
Rico?
Nah, y'all don't do it. Yeah, and man, Puffy ran the scene like I think he thought he was. To me, he thought he was something that.
How we get to Puffy?
And it is Puffy, but Puffy is the greatest thing you ever seen. And am I lying? Am I trying?
You trying?
Yeah, you trying right now.
Man, nigga, you never made it to that status.
Facts. We never made it to that status. What does that have to do with what we talking about?
Gentlemen, I ask a question.
And that's a great black man.
Hold on, bro.
Y'all
Somebody
trying to
just jumped on and they talking.
that's a
Let them get
great
in.
black man that we trying to tear down.
I'm not trying to tear him down, man.
Oh boy.
Gentlemen, I ask a question, bro. Okay, so if the parents are locked up, right? And I asked this in the chat. I'm just asking right now. If the parents are locked up, basically, let's say, so now it becomes grandmother and grandpa's, you know what I'm saying, problem. Then it becomes auntie and uncle's problem to try and go on and solve the problem for the kid to go on and be in school because the parent is locked up. or the parents are locked up. How do you solve that problem? Because the parent is not in the situation anymore. The
You're
parent is
supposed to
locked
try to
up.
you're supposed to try to solve it before the parent gets locked up because like you don't immediately get locked up. It's a process. That's the last step is to lock the
She
parents up.
did create the
So
law.
if you done did all of that and your kids still missing school and we at the point of you getting locked up, then yeah, now you have to get the other people that are in the kid's life involved.
Hold up. So
But
you're talking
the
about
hope is to not get to the locked up point.
Fontaine. You're talking about a
Yes.
14, 15-year-old, right?
Mhm.
16, 16-year-old. My daughter turns 17 tomorrow. Think think the universe or whatever in the world, bro. I don't know what in the world to think, dog. Trust me. But I'm just saying this here though. My daughter has been a great student and has never missed school, right? And if she did decide to miss school or decide to skip school or decide to do any of the things that these kids are doing these days, you come and lock me up. Now I can't go on and make the correction within my family because now I'm sitting up here saying, oh, okay, well, I'm behind bars. I can't make the correction. Is it my fault? Oh,
But
I'm
you
working
keep
two to three.
skipping to the locked
Hold
up
on,
part.
hold on, hold on. I'm working 2 to 3 jobs, right? Trying to go ahead and provide for my family. Fontaine, I'm
I
waiting
didn't know
on
if I
your
could
response.
respond yet. You when I first started responding, you said hold on, so I was making sure you was done. You finished?
Hey, but I'm saying I'm working 2 to 3 jobs to make sure
That's
that I
cool.
provide for my family.
But you didn't get locked up. I mean, you keep
So
skipping straight to being locked up, and so you didn't do none of the other
yes.
stuff that they was doing. You still couldn't fix your
So
kid
what?
issue when they did the first two warnings. You still
The
led up to
first
you
two
getting locked
warnings.
up. The
The
first
first two
whatever it is, because it
warnings.
was a process. You didn't immediately get locked. Have you looked at the process for her truancy program?
What is her truancy program, please?
Let's
Because
look. We have
I
to
mean,
look it
like,
up because you don't
yeah, we gotta
immediately
look it
get.
up.
I'm looking it up. Yeah, I'm looking it up right now while we're talking. But you don't immediately get locked up. That's not like the first step.
You find the right.
Okay,
That's
so
like the
they come and
last. That's the last resort is you getting locked up.
okay,
But I
so they come
the
and give you a
problem.
warning, right?
Yeah,
They
so
come and give
like
you a warning.
so I'm gonna just use the simple shit that we do down here in Georgia. If your kid misses 5 days of school in 1 month here in Georgia, you get a letter. That letter says, "Hey, your kid has missed 5 days. Either you fix that by sending in notices for why they missed those days, or they can't miss any more days. If they miss another day within that month, then we're coming to your home." So that's the first step. So after them coming
Uh-huh.
to your home, then there's something after that. I never got past them sending me the letter. They never came to my home, so I don't really know what goes on after that. But
Well,
that's my
I
point.
just got an email.
That's
I
my
just got an
point.
email
As
today, dude. I just got
yeah,
an email
so when you
today
get
that
an
my son
email,
missed 5 days, right?
okay.
My son missed 5 days. My wife took my kids on a cruise once they got into school. So I'm supposed to be locked up for that.
What? How
I'm
are you
just
getting
saying.
locked? This is what I'm saying. How are you locked up? I didn't get locked up for my kid missing 5 days. So like, where are you skipping straight to
No,
locked up?
no. Well, I'm skipping straight to locked up, bro, because basically it's like this here in California, what they're going ahead on and saying, supposedly from what I went ahead on and read within the laws, yeah, you get that first warning, you get a second warning or whatever like that there. And then afterwards, basically say, let's say for instance that your kids may miss because they have a common cold or they may have COVID or they may have something, you know what I'm saying, that exists within the
That's
commoncy
excused
of
absences. All
the
those are
excused
excused.
absences. But then yet though, if you can go ahead on, if you don't have a note or anything like that at all from a doctor, right?
No, you don't. Or that may be in Cali. Here, I can write a note myself and say my child was sick. I don't have to have a note from the doctor.
And I live in the state of Louisiana, bro, and basically to say, bro, they're asking for a note from a doctor.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying, dude? So I'm just going by the letters of the law of what they're going in and putting forward and what she had put forward within the state of California. And I don't know, because That's the West Coast. I'm way down here in the South. I'm just saying there's a difference between the two, bro. And that difference, man, we don't know what it is, and we're going ahead on and we're just judging it and saying, oh, okay, well, she's going ahead on and saying that, oh, this, that, and the other, bro. And me personally, man, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I just see it as this here is that between the two of Kamala and Donald Trump, you're choosing the lesser of the two evils. One is going ahead and understand that they're about to raise your taxes, this, that, and the other. I was stating in the comment section not too long ago that my taxes went up with Barack Obama. Then my health insurance went up with Barack Obama. I went from paying like $130 something a month to $325 per week. So I was paying $137 per week for health insurance. I went to paying $327 per week with health insurance with the Obamacare plan. They can call that a certain tax bracket or whatever like that there, dude. But god damn no, bro.
So the funny part about that is that's the trick, right? We're all black, right? We all talking about black power and fighting for the black people. But all black people don't have the same tax bracket. We're not all in the same tax bracket. So the same bill that you may have an issue with because it's causing your check to be shorter and your taxes to go up, it's helping other families that are in that same black community that we're all on this panel fighting for. So you don't want to help those people that are in a lower class black family, or you do want to help those people in the lower class black family because it's still part of that black community.
Fontaine, let's go back to the situation at hand, right? I was told that this bill would go on and let me keep my doctor, right? Let me keep my my physician or whatever like that there to and go on and help another family, right? You increase upon the middle class. I'm a middle class citizen. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not rich, dude, or nothing like that at all, bro.
Gotcha.
But the one thing is this here is that you increased it upon the middle class. And when you increase it upon the middle class, that would have on and brought them down a peg. And you didn't go ahead on and like increase it upon, the upper class or whatever like that there, or, the higher ups or whatever, bro. So now you brought me down a peg to where now my savings becomes nothing. I'm instead of me saving, $200 a month or whatever like that, or $200 per week, now I'm only saving what? $50 per week or whatever like that there. Or else I'm putting that into my retirement and I'm not able to go ahead on and put towards that what I was able to put forward before. Bruh, that's a decrease of what you're trying to go ahead on and live for the future. That's the part that I really don't like with the Democrats, basically say. And the Republicans, they go ahead on and they give you everything and say, oh, well, we can't do this because of this. We can't do this because of that. Bruh, it's mind-boggling at a time where we're trying to establish ourselves. I'm 42. I'm still trying to establish myself within, this realm of government so that way I could at least go on and have something for the future. Because why? They say Social Security is going to run out. They say, you're not going to have any health benefits later on in life or anything like that at all. All those different things. And I'm trying to establish myself within this society. And even at 42, I'm still not able to establish myself within this society because why? Everything changes on the whim. of, oh, well, I think that this policy is the best policy. I think that, taxing the middle class instead of the upper class is better for us. I think taxing the upper class rather than the middle class is better for us. Oh, but if we tax the upper class, then we're going to lose jobs. If we tax the middle class, then we go to create jobs. Which one is it? I'm really asking, which one is it?
Which
Which one is it? Is it that we tax the upper class and we go ahead on and we give the middle class a break so that way they can go ahead on and make it? Or do we tax the middle class so that way the upper class can create more jobs, supposedly, and pocket more money? Because
I
that's
guess
what
there,
seems to happen.
I guess there's no right answer to you do either or and see how each works.
There is no right answer. Nobody has an answer to this whole
So yeah,
situation.
that's the first thing I said. Well, I guess there is no right answer.
Yeah, because we're sitting up here, what I'm saying, in a tailspin, really, when you really think about it, Fontaine, we're sitting up here in a tailspin because we're sitting up here saying, okay, I tax this one, we get this. I tax this one, we get this instead. So even with the $25,000 tax break that she's talking about for new home buyers, this, that, and the other, right? Let's go on and look at that there. Who do you have to get that approved through?
Up to, brother, too. Keyword is up to. Remember, it's up to
Up
$25,000.
to, okay, deity, no problem, brother. Up to $25,000, right? Who does she have to get that passed through?
Congress, right?
Why y'all
You
quiet?
could get 5. You could get 10. You could get 2.
Well, we just try not
Yeah,
to cut you off.
no,
We don't want to
no,
jump right in.
no, no, bro. I want y'all to jump right in, bro. I appreciate a little, what I'm saying, back and forth banter, dude. I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
Cool,
All
cool.
right. So here it is. She has to get that passed through Congress, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. And then after Congress, she has to get that passed through who? Senate, right?
Senate. Yeah.
And then after that, the bill possibly appears on her desk with amenities applied to it. Am I correct?
Yes, sounds right.
And with those amenities, if those amenities don't meet her or his, as I say, Trump also don't meet their, you know, what do I want to call, dang it, damn it, man. If they don't meet towards their, their transgressions of what they really want for the American people, then what happens? That bill gets vetoed. But I'm going to say this here to you guys before I leave because I'm going to jump down. But the one thing is this here, bro, is that I always look at the vice president. I never look at the president, really, because the president, they can go out and make an executive order. An executive order can be transferred from the next president, or it can be going on decline and declared unconstitutional by anybody at that time, as far as the Supreme Court justice or the Congress or the Senate to go ahead on and say, hey, look, this is unconstitutional, and we can bring up, what I'm saying, charges against you within that time period. Now, the only thing that I'm looking at is this here is that the vice president controls what? The Senate. Am I correct?
Yes.
So if they control the Senate, then that bill is either going in on and fast forwarded through the vice president as far as this, that, and the other, but the amenities can be added to it. But it is up to the lobbyists and the advisors of the president to actually look at the bill and actually know what's really in that bill before they sign it. So that way it can either be vetoed or passed through. So the only thing that I'm saying is this here is that I'm looking at the vice presidents. And I ain't gonna lie to you, Donald Trump's vice president, what a douchebag. Kamala Harris, vice president, what a douchebag. Because he sat up
Nah,
there
I
and he
like
lied
him.
the whole time. No, he sat up there, he lied actually.
I
He
like
sat up there,
him.
he lied about where in the world he was stationed, this, that, the other, everything like that there. If you cannot remember where you were stationed while you were in the military, then guess what, pal? You are sitting up here and lying to me, and you're telling me about a time that you were stationed at this point, and you did not go ahead on and have your ducks in order. I expect my vice president to have his ducks in order. And then also with Kamala, I'm wondering how will it go ahead on and affect with Middle Eastern countries? Because those Middle Eastern countries, notice Iraq, Iran, anything like that at all, you know what I'm saying? Saudi Arabia, all those guys right there, do they respect women? Ask yourself that question.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been reading this link that Chris sent me about Kamala truancy plan, so I've been like half listening.
Oh, you've been half listening. Okay, cool. But here you go, Fontaine. I'm asking you this question though. Do you
Yeah.
think that Middle Eastern countries go ahead on and respect women as far as their platform and where they stand? Even if they're the president of the United States of America.
I think they'll respect them in the public forum. I don't see them doing nothing directly to disrespect them. Like if the Queen
Okay.
Elizabeth was over in their country, they're not gonna blatantly disrespect her.
Has Queen Elizabeth ever visited Iran, Iraq, or anything like that at all, sir?
I mean, I just gave an example. I don't know. We can see. We can
No,
look it up.
I'm asking you a truthful question because I want to go
My
ahead
answer
on
is I
and get
don't
to the
know.
point.
Yeah, my answer is I
Okay.
don't know.
So she possibly has not, as far as from what we both know.
And she
Right?
possibly has, as far as what we both know.
She possibly has, but we have never
Well,
seen her.
do you know if she has or
Anything.
hasn't?
I don't think that she has.
You don't think, but do you know?
Do I
So
know?
neither of
No,
us
sir,
knows
I
if
do
she
not.
has or hasn't. So it's possible both ways. That's all I'm saying. You're just eliminating the possibility that she has.
Hold up. I'm sorry, bro. I was trying to read Psycho's comment, man. Deity. Can you read Psycho's comment, bro?
Yeah, it
I'm
says
sorry.
he said you could have 3 kids and one of them is the wild child and cut school, but the other 2 are honor roll students.
That's why I want to get to this link that Chris
According
sent
to
me
the
with
law,
the
that parents gets locked up. Shaking my head.
But the locked up part is literally like the last result. And they stress that in this link that Chris sent. That's like the last result. Like if you've done, it says in here, if you've done everything above, you've exhausted all of these things, then it may be where you need to bring in law enforcement. And they even say in that, I gotta find it now because I'm gonna scroll down.
May implies that
It say it may be, and then it still tells you. That's why I want to read the sentence, Dee. It says maybe, and then it also says in that same sentence, still try to avoid it though. I don't know the exact words, not verbatim, but they was like, but still try to avoid using law enforcement. Like y'all trying to fight it, but this shit is saying, try your best not to lock the motherfuckers up. Like do everything to avoid all of that. Try to get into it talks about funding, it talks about implementing things to get parents involved. It talks about all of this other stuff before it even gets to any kind of locked up. And then when it gets to locked up, it's still like, but please try not to do that if you have to, like if you can avoid that. They don't want to lock people up, but everybody is jumping to it, man. They're gonna lock you up. They fucked everything else that they said before the lockup. We just
Well,
gonna
it's a
stuck on the
scare
locked up
tactic.
part.
Fontaine, it's a
Yes,
scare
that's you want to
tactic.
scare them. Yes, you want to scare them to make their fucking
Okay.
kids go to
Why in
school.
the world should I live in fear of my child going ahead on and making the decision that they want to make versus the decision that I am trying to work for, sir?
Maybe it's because my child 14 and I gotta wait till she's 17 and my son only 12 and I gotta wait till he 15, 16. Because my kids, I know how I was able to get away with the skipping that I did. So my kids ain't gonna be able to get away with it. So I don't know how y'all saying like I'm just gonna trust my kids to go to school. I know my kids gonna take their ass to school. What are y'all talking about? Especially if I can go to jail for it. My kid going to school. I promise you that.
Oh,
Like
but
y'all
you
kids
working
run
2 to
y'all
3
household.
jobs.
Y'all kids tell
But,
y'all when they go to school.
but you're working 2 to 3 jobs, sir.
Listen, bro. Do y'all kids tell y'all when they go to school, man? I don't care how many jobs a
Hold on,
person working, bro. Do your kids tell you when they go to school? You better
Fontaine.
figure it out.
I'm about to lay something in front of you, okay? You live in
Because you're
Georgia,
gonna
right?
make all these excuses without. So you gonna
No,
skip all of the stuff that the. Hold on. Before you lay that out, you gonna skip because you've been talking for a minute. Before you lay that out, you gonna skip all the other stuff that's in this plan before the law enforcement. Before the law enforcement gets involved, all of that stuff could have helped this person that has 2 to 3 jobs. I don't know every single thing that they were implementing, but they implemented a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? You just pulling those articles up, but are you gonna go read this though? Go read the link, dude. Go read this link that Chris put in the back chat.
And that pertains to her truancy
Y'all
law.
want to see what the plan is before the getting locked up part? Go read the link. It's right there in the back chat.
So Fontaine, your view is really it's the parents who need to be held accountable for if their kids is missing school.
Who the fuck? Who the freak else is supposed to be held? You're the guardian of the child.
Brother,
Who else is responsible?
I 100% agree with you. You will make a hell of a conservative, man, hell of a Republican.
I mean, I don't vote. I don't vote for Republican or Democrat. I vote for policies and who I feel like is the better official for that position. Like I really don't care if you Republican, Democrat. I like Bernie Sanders when everybody else was voting for Biden and all these. Like I don't always. I like the Asian dude when everybody was talking about. I'm never with what everybody else talking about. I go off policies and who I feel like is the better candidate for the position. It's only 2 people that can be elected in this election. So I go with Kamala because she's the better candidate for the position for me.
Fontaine, I'm gonna ask you a straight up question.
You're.
I'm gonna ask you a straight up question, okay? So you live in Georgia, sir?
Yes, sir.
How much does your rent cost in Georgia? Just asking, straight across the board.
Mine's I got a 2-bedroom, but I stay in a lower area,
No,
so it's about.
no. Just
No, I'm just
give a
telling you.
rough,
I'm breaking it down so you can
estimate.
understand it. So about
Okay, give it
1,500
down.
for a 2-bedroom,
About
let's say.
1,500.
Yeah.
Okay, a 1-bedroom apartment in California is $3,000.
But what's your minimum wage?
What's their minimum wage? It's not mine. I have a friend who lives in California. His minimum wage, bro, is $15 an hour.
And how much you said
So
the apartment was?
$1,500. Well, I said it was $3,000 per month for him to live in a 1-bedroom apartment.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
Hold on.
I
Now
would
here it
move.
goes, Fontaine. This is the reason why I'm aiming at what I'm aiming at, guy. Check what I'm saying. Okay, $15 an hour. You get 40 hours out of that fucking 15, right? How much is that? Not
Say that
including
one more time.
taxes and everything like that. There, $15 an hour. 40 hours out of that week, right there. 40 hours out of that week. He is making less than $1,500 right there. He's making less than $1,500. So he has to apply himself to a second job to go ahead on and create a new avenue of revenue for him to go ahead and make up for the apartment itself. Now, this is a 1-bedroom apartment. Him and his son staying in this 1-bedroom apartment. $3,000. He's still short at least $500 to $600. Then he still has to eat. He still has to pay his electric. He still has to pay his water. And not even counting that, he still has to pay an internet bill for his kid to be able to do his homework on the computer so that way he can go ahead on and turn in his homework. So he has to have some type of internet, which is charging him another $125. I just sent this man. I just sent him Cash App $225. Reason why? He fell short. So you mean to tell me that a guy who's working 2 jobs, who's trying to get a 3rd job, so that way he can go ahead on and provide for his family all the way, so that way he could pay the $3,000 bill that he has for rent, so that way him and his kids are not on the street, or him and his kid are not on the street, plus the amenities that they need to go on and stay there. You're telling me that you can watch over that child 24/7 and tell him or her what to do. Tell him or her not to gangbang. Tell him or her not to go ahead on, not to skip school, not to do these things here. You're telling me that it falls back on the parent when the parent is sitting up there underneath the gun already.
Yes,
You're sitting in
that's what
your
I'm telling you. It falls back on the
You're
parent.
sitting in your $1,500 apartment and probably making more on your job than this guy is in California right now.
I definitely because I ain't working no job. I only make $15 an hour. But there are things in this plan that Kamala had where they reach out to the parents to see the situation and try to help out where they can. So maybe that person would have help through this plan before there's ever anything about them being prosecuted.
How financially?
I mean, I don't know exactly. You would have to go into the program to see.
You would have to go into the program to see, but basically say you're telling me right now that, okay, the program is this, and you've read it, and you're going ahead on and
I'm reading
saying
through it. I haven't read it. It's
you're
a
reading
lot of
through it.
reading to just
Oh,
say
it's a
you
lot
read
of
it.
reading. It's a lot of reading, but then yet though, do you know the underlines of any of those parts of it? That's the part that I'm trying to get you to understand, sir.
What part have you read about it? How much have you read about it?
Bruh, I don't need to read it at all.
So you don't need to read it at all.
Reason I don't need to read it at all,
You're
but
gonna
because guess
criticize
what?
it, but you don't need to read it at all.
Dude, I don't need to read it at all, bro, because guess what? Life is life, bro. We are going through this
What does that
thing.
mean? What does that mean? Life is
Okay,
life.
what does that mean? Okay, hold on.
I could say that about the whole conversation we're having. Who you voting for? Life is life, man.
Life is like, I'm voting for the Green Party, dude. Don't even worry about that, bro. I'm voting for the chicken, the little dude, bro, who's on the Breakfast Club, bro. That's the reason why I voted for them. I
Why
cast an
get up
early
then? You
vote.
might as well stay home and not waste your time. Not vote.
I already cast an early vote.
I'm there. That was a waste of time. If I'm voting for somebody I know ain't getting
That's a
elected, I'm
waste
just
of
chilling.
time. How is it a
But yeah,
waste
I'm
of
just
time,
saying.
bro?
I mean, not your time. For me, that would be my waste of my time. Not for you.
It wouldn't be a waste of time at all, bro. Because
For
basically,
me, it was a waste of time. For me.
no, I'm saying it's not a waste of time for you either.
If I'm
Because guess
voting
what?
for if I know only 2 of these people are gonna get elected, I'm not going to put a vote on someone I know is not getting elected. So I'm just gonna chill at home on that one or go to work.
So you're willing to go ahead on and put your effort forward into someone who is not even caring about you at all.
Who I've never seen a president that care about me, so that's not why I vote. These people still make policies and impact the country. So like my feelings about whether they like me or not really don't matter. Like it matters a little bit, but it's not. I don't expect either of them to actually like me.
But you know you're supposed
What
to
you
get
say,
something
did?
to vote, right?
Yeah, you should.
I want to make sure
You should. But how do you know Kamala isn't going to give me something for my vote? No, yeah. How do you know Kamala's not going to give me something for my vote? Because why am I voting for her over Trump? You get what I'm saying?
I just feel that you're just going there to vote for her because you think about the Democratic Party.
Well, that's cool. You can think that.
Being like, shucks, bro. That's the only reason why, dude. I mean, like, bro. Other reasons why, bro. When you think about it, Abraham Lincoln was what, a Republican, right? And he
I don't
went
know
ahead
what
on and
Abe
freed the
Lincoln
slave.
was.
No,
Honestly.
Abe Lincoln was a Republican. right?
That's cool.
And Lyndon B.
He
Johnson was a
did.
Democrat.
He did too.
Yeah, and Lyndon B. Johnson went ahead on, and he won the black vote for everyone. That's a Democrat right now. Why? Because he signed the what Civil Rights Act.
Said I'm gonna have them niggas
And he
vote
also talked about
crap for
putting
the
black
next
soldiers
100
at the
years.
forefront because he wanted us to be the first to die too. Lyndon B. Johnson, he was a staunch racist, anti-black racist.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
sir. He certainly was, deity. You are
did.
correct.
That don't matter though. That doesn't matter. You know, that history and all that stuff. And
They did.
don't get caught up in that, y'all. Just focus on now. History
It
don't matter.
definitely matters because you want to know history so it don't
I'm
repeat
being
itself, but they
facetious.
did.
Well, I'm focusing
I know
on
you
now,
hear
and
me.
now is this here is that you're going ahead on and cheerleading for a lady who went ahead on who said, "Hey, look, our kids and their parent aren't enough.
Who when she say that?
Our kids and their parents aren't enough. Their parents go ahead on and can work 2 to 3 jobs and try to, you know, improve the kid's life as much as they can." Bruh, do you know, okay, what's the number one way to get out of poverty in a black community? To have an athlete,
Oh, I
right?
was gonna say a college education.
A college education. You sure
Yeah,
about that?
yeah,
Because
I'm
how much
positive.
how much more how much more in debt are you going to behind that college education?
Well, so for me, where I grew up, most of the kids that I knew growing up, the ones that went to college had the more successful lives. That's
Mhm.
what I've seen from my view. And some of them were athletes in high school and they got to college based on their athleticism, but they didn't go professional or anything like that, but they did get a college degree.
Yeah, remember, less than 1% of it's not too many young black men or young black men go to the pros. So it's not even a percentage.
Yeah,
So
like college
I think
education is what breeds successful people. Like not only college education, don't get
I
me
would agree
wrong,
too.
but college education is very important.
I think it gets magnetized sports and hip hop, but I don't think.
Yeah.
So
So you
DT,
saying
let
that
me
you
ask.
oh my bad, I
I'm
didn't know.
sorry. Go ahead, Fontaine. My bad, dog. I didn't mean
No,
to
you
step on
good,
your
go ahead.
toes,
I ain't had
brother.
nothing special to say. I ain't had nothing special to
No,
say.
bro. No, man. Go ahead, bro. We
No, I'm
having a
serious. I
conversation,
don't
bro.
it wasn't even that serious. You was about to ask bro something.
No, bro. Nah, dog. We having a conversation, bro. Go ahead, dude. We having a conversation, bro. I'm good with this, dog. I'm really like good with this, bro. So please go ahead on. Let's have this conversation, please, bro. So say what you're about to say, sir. I'm gonna quiet up.
Oh shit, I don't even remember, bro.
Damn. Nah, man. So
Sorry.
deity, do you feel that most of the kids within our community right now with a college education have a chance to make it forward rather than to go it on and go into debt and be entrepreneurs also? Because that's the one thing about it, bro. How many entrepreneurs are there without a college education? I just ask.
It's most successful businessmen don't have a college degree. So
That's not true.
huh?
But their college
Yeah,
education.
most people that are successful didn't finish college. Like
They didn't finish.
didn't finish. I didn't say
They
I didn't
went
say they
though.
didn't go to college, but yeah. So, but but your question, brother, you were asking me, do I feel like starting a business, entrepreneurship, or funneling our kids into college, and incurring debt? I feel like if black parents have the money to send their kids to school, I would tell them instead start a business as opposed to incurring debt. But I'm also a proponent of trades too, though. So it
Can I
kind of
ask
varies.
can I ask y'all both a question on that same line? How many of
Yeah,
those
bro.
entrepreneurs' businesses turn out successful?
I want to say about 78% of them.
Get the fuck out
No,
of here. I
50% of all businesses
disagree.
fail. 50% of all businesses fail due to
78%. Where
yeah,
you at?
78% of black businesses go ahead on turn, bro. How many? Okay,
I ain't even
here
gonna
it
put the
goes.
word black in front of
The
it. Most businesses don't just
reason,
businesses
I'm
fail.
succeed,
sorry.
bro.
That is
The
true.
re- the
That's
re-
true.
I cut my light off and I cut it back on. The reason why I say that, bro, I had a teacher named Miss Alicia Jones, right? She said, "Oh, you're going to be chasing behind a garbage truck,
Mm-hmm.
all right? Think about it. You're going to be chasing behind a garbage truck on a waste management and stuff like that, there, bro. Okay, that dude, he chased behind the garbage truck for a while. Then all of a sudden, he's the owner of the fucking business. Excuse my language. Then you go ahead and you look at lawn cutting, right? You look at people who go ahead on who own lawn businesses around the neighborhoods or whatever like that, there, bro. And I live in, like I said, Louisiana. Most of those people there, bro, are successful. Why? Because they do a great job and they're able to go ahead on and employ other people also. Then you go ahead on, you look at what is it? I work in the paint and body industry, right? Paint and auto body industry. There are a lot of black businesses that are successful. For instance, you can look this up right now. Mix and Match. It's a body shop that exists in Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, exactly. And I mean, like, bruh, dude makes money. He's a millionaire. But the one thing about it is this is that he doesn't act like one. Everybody is, you know what I'm saying? Everybody is meant for their cause, for their pause, bro, for everything that they have, dude. All we got to do, bro, is just go ahead on and just look at it as, hey, you know, technology, training, science, math, everything that comes forward, bro, we just have to put those things forward. But with Kamala and all that stuff there, bro, back to that there, I look at it as we always got to get it out of the mud. It doesn't matter who's president. It doesn't matter who's the vice president. It doesn't matter who's in the Senate, who's in the Congress, anything like that at all. It all matters on us to go on and do what the fuck we have to do.
And I agree with that. I wholeheartedly
If
agree.
if 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 we're sitting up here saying, "Oh, well, she's gonna put us in jail because our kids going ahead on and not going to school and stuff like that," bro, what is shit? Then what the fuck are we doing?
But just even bigger than that, though, brother. Even bigger than the whole woman or boogie man aspect.
Boogie man, yeah, yeah.
I said boogie woman. Yeah.
I understand. You said boogie woman, I understand, DUT.
Yeah, boogie woman. Yeah. So bigger than that, though, we self sufficiency is more vital than ever due to just neglect, due to benign neglect, due to being ignored. So you gotta tap into the historical essence of the ancestors, Black Panthers, community. Like really on some community based type of
Our past brings forward our future, actually. And I understood what you were saying way early in the day, bro. Our past brings forward our future. If we go on, we review the past, we can go on and apply those things towards the future. But most people won't do those things because why? They've seen the failures within those things. And by us seeing those failures and seeing those things fall off by the wayside, bro, it's been kind of hard for us to go ahead, you know what I'm saying, and kind of accept, hey, look, let that past be a teaching moment to us rather than to go ahead on and say, okay, this is where we move forward. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, if you go ahead on, you look at your past and you say, oh, okay, I know where I went wrong right there. Okay, I can't go wrong there anymore. Let me move towards this side of the field. You move towards that side of the field and you see a little wrongdoing right there. Now you might go ahead on and go on a straight and narrow path. But you know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm sorry, bro. I get caught up like you, dude, at times, bro. Because my mind goes it goes, you know what I'm saying? It goes different ways. And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking like, wow.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you, man.
I know what it is, bro. I know what it is, man. I know what it is, bitch. Trust me, bro. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? The mind goes it wanders, but the one thing is that it's gonna go back on track. And you know what I'm saying? And like you can go ahead on and be on the wrong side of the tracks, you can be on the right side of the tracks, and then all of a sudden you can realize on the right side of the tracks, everything is fucking wrong. Everything can be wrong on the right side of the fucking tracks. And you gotta right yourself. You gotta course yourself to what is right. And what's right for you, your family, and everything else. But I gotta jump off of here, bro, because basically say, dog, tomorrow's my daughter's birthday. And I'm about to get it on, bro. She's turning 17.
Happy
And I don't
birthday
know
to your
what.
daughter.
Thank you, dude. Thank you so much for our time, bro. I don't know what to do about this here, bro, because I'm sitting up here like, whoa, you know. So, man, y'all have a great night, bro. But the thing about it is this is that, like I said, man, look, Kamala, I don't know. Donald Trump, I don't know. Nobody has our best interest, bro. They're way at the top. All they're looking for is corporations to either come into the United States or leave the United States. Tax, tariffs, whatever in the world it may be. But we got to look at what it is on our side of the country. You live in Georgia, right, Fontaine? That's $1,500. Increase that another $1,500 by living on the other side of the country. Plus the taxes and everything like that there, but they exist with.
I wouldn't live there.
You said rent
Yeah,
ain't cheap. It's cheaper than where I'm at. It's one bedroom.
yeah.
They want
I
over
would move.
1,600. They want
No,
almost
Atlanta is
2,000.
cheap. Yeah, no, Atlanta's cheap compared to other places. It just
Yeah,
ain't as cheap as it used to be.
about it. Yeah.
Atlanta really used to be cheap. Like,
Why do you think?
man,
Hey,
when I was
question.
18, Diddy, my first apartment, I paid $555 for a 2-bedroom apartment with a fireplace. Yeah, I mean, so shit much different now.
Okay.
20 years later.
Question. Why do you think that most people are moving from California to Texas right now?
Shit, people moving from Georgia to Texas. I don't know.
Mass exodus.
It's a mass exodus because Texas, guess what? Between Texas and Florida, right? What are
Texas.
the state what are the state taxes? Zero.
I'm not too privy. Yeah.
They're zero. State taxes is zero. Property taxes are probably high as fuck, but still, all in all, state taxes are zero.
Texas, property taxes?
No, Texas state taxes,
Oh, state tax.
like the state tax is zero.
Yeah,
Property
property tax.
taxes are fucking high
If
as
if
shit,
you got
probably.
like the homestead, certain exemptions, your property taxes can be very low in Texas. If you got like certain like livestock, or if you're growing agriculture and all that, you can get exemptions. So I've been doing some research on just Texas and
Right, right. But I'm just saying though, you know what I'm saying? If you think about it, bruh, state taxes, property taxes, bruh, state taxes in Florida, zero. Why you think most NFL players be like, man, I'll go play in Tampa Bay, I'll go play in you know what I'm saying, Miami, basketball players, I'll go play in Miami. I'll go play, you know what I'm saying, as a baseball player, I'll go play in Tampa. I'll go play, you know what I'm saying, whatever in the world it is in Florida. Texas, they'll go play there. Reason why? State taxes, man, that shit is zero, man. They're not worried about that shit then. You get to accumulate your money then. Stephon Diggs went from Buffalo, New York, right? Some of the highest taxes up there to Texas, to where, hey, look, state taxes, shit, that shit ain't shit. Come on, bro. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Let's just be smart about it. You go play in California, bro. You're paying probably 58% in taxes out there versus Louisiana. You're probably paying what, 24%? That's the reason why 50 Cent even moved his shit down to Shreveport, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Think about it, bro.
Yeah, that tax percentile.
The tax percentile is a motherfucker, bro. But California, though, you paying that $1,500, right? Yeah, you paying that $3,000 for to go on and stay in a single bedroom apartment. Versus in Louisiana, you pay $3,000, you got a goddamn whole house with all utilities and everything like that paid. But in California, though, that's not paid. Think about that. That's the part where I'm like, okay, so we're going in on talking about parents saying, oh, well, I got to work 2, 3 jobs to go in on and try to take care of my family because this is where we stay. That's the reason why I say, Fontaine, bro, you got to think about that shit, dog. Kamala going in on and saying, oh, well, I did this, and this, but she's not thinking about, you know what I'm saying, what the welfare is of a person at that time. My welfare, my well-being of me taking care of my child and making sure that they have a roof over their head is more important than when they cut school, they cut the school. I can't control that. That's something I can't control. Because I'm not there. I'm not over them like, you know, like a hawk. I can have a grandmother over them, and guess what? Grandma can't do nothing shit, and they can't do shit about it. His grandma can say, hey, make sure you home at this time. Yeah, grandma, I'm gonna be home at that time. Uh-huh. Yeah. And next thing you know, that dude's sitting out there in the corner the whole time. How in the world are you supposed to go ahead and take care of that, dude? There's no way to take care of that, bruh. There's no way for us to go ahead on and like look 24/7 over our child. It's up to the child to make the decisions. And it's up to us to help the child make the decision. Hard, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just tired of legislation being what black folks in America always being the subjects of bad legislation, and we always got to find some way to try to. Well, and listen, this is what it is, man. This is what it is, man. That's how I feel, like.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Hey, BT, I'm about to get off of here, bro. Cause Psycho just came up, dog. And I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I don't want no beef with Psycho, bro. Psycho Patriots, what's up, dude?
Peace to Psycho.
Peace, what's going on, family? How y'all?
How you doing, man? You all right, brother?
Yeah, I'm good. Had a long day.
Man, say, bro. Look, I missed you on when it was Man Cave Monday, bro. My bad, dude. I ain't catch it, bro. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me start off with saying, I'm somebody. I'm definitely looking at certain situations on a biased level because I'm definitely anti-police. I don't rock the police. I understand they're necessary evil, but I do understand that they're evil, right? So I don't subscribe to, and I do understand that black people are disproportionately locked up based on the laws of this land that's targeted minority, us mainly, but minority groups as a whole, right? It's built. It's a caste. It's a class system, right? That's how it's pretty much set up. So I understand all these dynamics. Now, understanding all this, when Republicans are running around here killing black police, co-signing police killing black folks, co-signing all these black folks getting locked up and everything else, and making all these laws in place that again disproportionately arrest black people, everything else. Everybody like, we gotta vote against this. We gotta get these people out of office. Trump Project 2025 and all this other shit, everything else. And everybody's on my side of the fence on this. Anti-police is too much, and this, that, third, targeting black people. Everything's good. But when it comes to the Democrats doing this, when it comes to talking about 94 crime bills and Project 2025s and all this other thing, I mean, not Project 2025, when it comes to crime bills and truancy laws and all this other stuff that Democrats are doing to lock people up. Oh, well, what's wrong with that? These same people that was arguing all this, all of a sudden now they start sounding like Blue Lives Matter. All of a sudden, here comes the Blue Lives Matter rhetoric. Oh, well, what's wrong with that? And well, the parents need to do this, and the parents need to stop, man. We gotta stop this. Y'all act like y'all ain't grow up in the hood, like some of y'all wasn't latchkey kids yourselves, right? Like, let's keep it a stack. Like, parents gotta go and work. Most parents get up and leave work before it's time for their kids to even go to school, so they're not even knowing that their kids not going to school, right? Like, again, we talk about latchkey kids, and then by the time they come home, their kids supposed to already been home for school. So they unaware of this, and I know sometimes the schools used to send letters and calls and stuff like that. Listen, I done cut school before. They intercepted those phone calls before my mom's and all this other stuff found out about it. I knew how to get around that shit. So because I know the little tricks that the school's going to do and know how to get around anything else, my parents should be locked up for that? That's crazy. No, I'm the one doing all that craziness. Like, if anything, it punished me, cool. But to punish the parents, that's crazy. And the fact that people are sitting up here co-signing this because they being team Democrat, team left, and all this. This is why I don't mess with none of this party stuff, because all y'all start sounding like coke members. All y'all double talk. All y'all talk out of both sides of y'all mouths. Y'all very selective with y'all outrage. Y'all not consistent. And this is why I said, that's why I say, yo, listen, we got all step back. All this two-party shit. This shit's fucking y'all brains up. When I listen to y'all sound nutty to me, both sides. Both of y'all, again, both talking out of both sides of y'all mouths. None of y'all making too much sense. And this shit's madness. How the hell are we going to target parents, because their kids is cutting school? I already gave a scenario in the chat. Y'all highlighted where, what do you do in that situation? When you got 3 kids and only one is the wild child that's running around doing X, Y, Z, but the other 2 kids are honor roll students. Why is that parent getting locked up? But according to the law, that parent's going to get locked up. See, yeah, this and people, what's wrong with that? What do you mean? What's wrong with that? I don't like. This ain't none of this is making any sense. Y'all just a bunch of cult members. Y'all cult members, and I obviously y'all don't see it the way I see it because y'all too far deep in the far sea trees. All y'all thinking is anti-Republican. I gotta vote against them, and whatever your side's doing, you gotta justify bullshit. This is why I don't mess. That's why I don't rep none of that crap. Stupid.
What's good,
Thank you,
y'all?
Psycho. Thank you.
So
Psycho, in most
yeah,
cases, well, I don't want to say most, it's not always the parents that get the punishment of truancy. One state I know in particularly is Nebraska. They'll come after the student. Now, I don't know what age that begins. You know what I mean? I can't see them locking up a 6-year-old over truancy, but they'll go after the student. And the thing about the truancy courts, how it works is they'll help find a remedy. It's not just immediately you going to jail. So let's say within a semester, a child misses the first semester, the child misses 8 days of school, right? And you get summoned to truancy court. You may go through a process throughout the courts that whole next semester where they trying to find the advocacy for you to get that child to school. And mentioning the sickle cell, if that was true and that was the reason why, I don't know if saying the parent has sickle cell or the student, but if there's medical issues, something that can excuse those absences, they'll fall back. It's the people that's blatantly disregarding the school. You get where I'm going? That eventually the punishment comes towards. And I've sat in and just observed these truancy courts. A lot of it be entitled as poor white people. Well, at least out here in Oklahoma. It's not race specific. It's really about the student getting to school. But there's nuances to it. It's not like they just kicking in people's doors and taking you to jail because your kid skipped school one day. You'll get fair warning. You'll even get a chance to plead your case and find a remedy towards it. It's the ones that's blatantly neglecting their child going to school. Because at that point, if it's that bad, withdraw them from school, put them in homeschool. There's ways to get out of going to jail, but it's these people that's just blatantly not caring. If you get where I'm going, like you have to really, really not care to wind up in jail.
That's basically what I
Huffington
was
Post.
Can
saying
you
about her
afford
truancy
homeschooling?
plan. It wasn't trying to lock people up. It was trying to avoid locking people up.
Can you afford
Huffington Post reported
homeschooling?
Wednesday that Kings County has charged 19 misdemeanors under Harris law, and 19 misdemeanors under Harris law in the past 4 years, while Orange County has charged a total of 24 parents under Harris law. I find it very, it's the laws. They
In
want
four
to name
years,
these
how
laws
many?
after the jail. Remember,
In
it was
four
called
years,
Biden's
how
law.
many
Before it was the
people?
91 project. Before it was 91 project, it was
Like 4
called
or
Biden's
5
law,
people
but
a year.
got backlash. He got backlash for that. That's why knowledge and history is important. It was called Biden's law first. Look that up. How he was literally
So
calling
what
up.
should be done to these parents for the kids that just keep missing school? But nothing should be done to the parents for the kids that keep missing school.
The parents ain't always at fault.
I'm just asking, what should be done
I would
for?
argue.
Okay,
I
what
would
should be
argue
done
more
in a
times. I
situation
would
where the
argue
kids
more.
keep
I would
missing
argue more
school?
times than not. It's not their fault. More times than not.
But
Well,
Psycho, like what
what
you
should be
saying
done for
towards
the kids
Psycho,
that
like
keep
when I
missing
was
school?
saying the advocacy, right? Let's say you are worst case scenario, you're a single parent and you're working a 12 hour shift. And that's the period that the child goes to school. And you go and you get summoned to court and you let it be known that, hey, I'm working these hours. They supposed to be getting up and going. I'm doing what I can. They'll sit back and ask, okay, well, what remedies can we provide? Can a family member step in and take them? Can we send a bus to where you live? Do we need to send a school van? They'll help find a remedy to get that child there.
But
You have to
sometimes,
go up. You
well,
have to go
depending on the
above it.
state you're in,
You would literally have to go above and beyond the reasonable. You would have to leave no doubt in their mind that you're
now depending
blatantly
on what
just
state you're in,
neglecting.
I'm not sure if this is. I'm not sure if this is national. Like over here, like in some situations, like the kids just don't want to go to school, and they're allowed to drop out at 16 and try to get a GED. Some
Yes,
kids just want to
I
take
think
that
it's
route.
17.
Lay down.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lay
some
down,
kids
mama.
just want to take that route
Lay
instead
down,
of
lay
going to
down.
school because they might be getting bullied in school. Some kids cut school because they don't want to get bullied. They got bullied there that's fucking with them every day, and this that and the third. So avoid messing with the bullies or getting jumped by a gang or whatever the case may be. They just don't go.
Yeah, and that's something that
They
you would have been able
We
avoid
to
need
that
to tell
report
bullshit.
to the
somebody
court
that
or
then.
to the advocacy agency, Psycho.
What happened?
I get where you coming from. I had to go through the shit with my autistic son. I get where you coming from. There are circumstances where the parent is truly doing their best and they shouldn't be held accountable. That's why I was making sentiments towards, like, I want to speak towards it on a different direction. What happens when you get a bullshit ass judge or a DA in that courtroom and they drag the shit out so they can accumulate court fees? That's the shit that
Exactly.
irritates
That's what I'm
me.
saying. It's all about wrapping people up in the state, right? It's all about getting people wrapped up in the state because the state can get money. I'm surprised I'm hearing black people co-sign this. It's crazy.
I just wanted because we complain about kids being messed up in the school. We complain about kids being outside, guns, this, that, and the third. And then when somebody says, well, as far as their attendance in school, we have this list of things we're gonna do. And at the end of this list is locking up the parents. It's like, oh no, y'all want to lock parents up. No, we want to do all these other things first before we try to lock up the parent. That's what we want to do. We're trying to help the kids stay in school.
Nah, locking up the parents ain't the way to go. I don't care. That shouldn't be even on the check on the list at all. I don't care if it's first or last. It shouldn't even be
So
on
what
there.
should be done?
That's what
The question would be, what should be done? Lock the 16-year-old up?
What else is on the list? What else is on the list besides that? You said it. What else is on the list?
They implemented programs that, like, basically what he was just saying. They have programs and stuff that you can get involved in. They have ways to help you with transportation. They have counseling, if it's something dealing with stuff like that. They have all. It depends on the need of the situation.
All that's good. And you know what they did in my day? If you did, they didn't even have all that. But if the kid misses X amount of days and too many days at 30, the kid gets kicked out of school. The kid gets kicked out of school because it falls on the kid. Now the kid has to find another school to go to.
That's still gonna
A
fall on the
different.
guardian though.
What happened?
That still falls on the guardian. If my daughter get kicked out of school, that falls on me. That don't fall on her.
How?
I gotta get her enrolled in another school. She can't just go get
What do you
enrolled.
mean that don't fall? That's cap. That's
So
cap. But
how
it
is
falls on the kid.
my
It
daughter?
falls on the
My
kid.
daughter's 14.
If your kid
If
gets
my
kicked
daughter,
out, if your kid gets kicked
how?
out of school for fighting, that's your fault.
No, it's not my fault. But what happens?
Okay.
Who is responsible for that?
The kid. What are
So
we talking about? The kid don't got no
so my daughter
responsibility.
gets kicked out of school. So when
The
my
kid ain't
daughter
got
got
no
kicked out of
responsibility.
school in 7th grade, when my daughter got suspended and expelled from school for fighting, what was she doing? What did she have to do next? Because she had to do nothing. I had to go to court and represent. I had to do all the stuff. I had to go sign the paperwork. I had to go to the office and talk to the principal and everybody. She didn't
Right.
have to do nothing.
Right. And instead of locking you up, that's the headache. She put you through headache. Right. Okay. Well, you got
Yeah.
to go through that headache. But at the end of the day, you didn't get locked up, did you?
No, because she didn't continue to do this because I as a parent corrected everything. So she didn't continue to do it. But if she
But it
continued to
did.
do
But
it, if she
how much
continued to
did
do
she
it,
do
either
it?
her or me could possibly have
How
been
much
locked
did
up.
she do it? For them to get in touch
That
with you,
one
she
time
did
in
it
her
one
life.
time.
That was the one time she ever did it.
No,
Honestly.
I'm saying was it for cutting school? Was this for cutting school?
No. This was for fighting. She got in a fight.
Oh, fighting. Okay, that's why I thought it was cutting school. Okay.
No. She never. My daughter ain't like that. my son, if anybody, will be the one cutting school, but he too young right now.
Yeah, in most cases, when this truancy kicks in, you would have had to miss enough time to fail beyond repair. I mean, repair.
According to
Like,
the law, it was 10 days.
yeah, you
10,
there's
10
yeah.
unexcused days, which because again, parents' note ain't good enough.
Well, I
No,
don't know. They
if
accept
you
my notes.
excuse it and you can justify it, you
Well, not
good.
according to the
It's
California law. I'm talking about the California law.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
Okay.
you would have to. That's where a battle will begin. Is what's justification for an absence? Because, like I said, you got a paraplegic child, blind, is going through seizures and all kind of stuff. They not
Childhood.
gonna lock you up underneath those conditions.
He locked up a sister in particular whose daughter had sickle cell anemia. Her daughter, and she said they was privy
But
to
there's
the
probably
baby.
more to the
I
story.
believe the sister. She
That's
ain't lying.
probably a
I ain't with
heavy
all that.
part
So
of
she
it.
not
But
the black lady ain't lying. I ain't know.
if she had medical proof deity, if she submitted that to the court, if the mother submitted that to the court and to the schools that that's what's going on, that becomes excused. That's just like you can't with disabled children. You can't send a blind child home from school because he can't see the chalkboard. But just because the child is blind doesn't mean you don't send them to school at all and deprive them of education.
Yeah, that would be discriminatory if they send a child home because
Right. So that it becomes this weird dynamic of what do you do? How do you remedy this?
Why we
Now,
don't see
And
if they blatantly disregarded that little girl's condition, then I can understand frustrations. But we'd have to prove that the mother did everything that the parental guardian is supposed to do is in regards of submitting medical documentation, letting
they
them
do
know that this is why
penalize the
she's
my
not
child
doing
is
kid.
it.
not there.
I know what she said, so I'm gonna go ahead and take her. Take her word for it as far as
Hey, Vyasis, or am I
I
saying your
appreciate
name
that.
right? How do I say your name?
Who was you
Can you
speaking
hear
to?
me? I just want to. I don't want to say your name the wrong way.
Vasai. You can call
Vasai.
me Bubba. If you
Bubba.
can't say Vasai, you can just go with Bubba.
I got Vasai. I got Vasai. What? How you feel about boot camp in that situation?
You cut out. What you say?
I said, how would you feel about boot camp in that situation?
It depends on the circumstance.
we got to get punished.
Like I
So
wouldn't send a kid with sickle cell that's sick and
No,
it's
no, 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 not that situation.
right. That's what I'm getting at. It depends on the circumstance.
got to punish the
Now
innocent.
let's hypothetically, I got a 14-year-old boy, clicked up with the knuckleheads, and this little nigga skipping school. He got it in his head he gonna be the next block king. And I've
Oh, yeah.
talked to him, the school has talked to him, he's showed up in courts, and he still ain't listening. If the
Send his
judge
ass to
said,
boot
yeah,
camp.
your summer is gone, you going to boot camp, I wouldn't argue with that.
Nope. Take your ass
I
to
I
would
boot
wouldn't
camp,
argue
boy.
with it. I wouldn't argue with it at all.
I would prefer
Especially
to go
once
for
the
that.
judge, gave me leniency and said, you know what, I'm not locking you up because I see you going to work. You got other children, you got other responsibilities, and this solely ain't your fault. At this point, we see it's the student. That's why I'm trying to put an emphasis on is circumstantial.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. I got you. Because the brother Afro Ninja in the back did make a point, specifically in LA when it comes to the gangbangers. There are parents who are gangbangers, grandparents, parents, then the kids. So in that situation, I can see the accountability being jail. But besides that or health, I would preach for boot camp for the kids.
I mean, that situation, which is
Gotta beat them
not
kids somehow.
most kids' parents ain't gang banging. But if you got that situation going on, I mean, that gang banger is going to get locked up for other reasons.
They used to it
They don't
anyway.
need to get locked up for truancy. They gang banging. It's gonna be other reasons why they're gonna be getting locked up.
I would even advocate community service.
Like black
Nah,
kids ain't
community
punished
service
for
don't.
I think all of that is
Community service don't do
in
that.
the picture.
Community
black
service
So
don't
you
do
kids.
the
mean to
job.
tell me?
You need some
Let's
boot
fall
camp.
back to one mic. Everybody's speaking over each
My
other.
bad.
My fault. My
I'm
fault, y'all.
sorry. So you mean to tell me that picking up trash on the side of the road is equative to going ahead on and going to school?
No, I'm saying the punishment
Because
of not going. I'm
that's
saying the
community
punishment of
service.
not going to school could be um, compensated via community service for that 14 through 17-year-old delinquent.
Because it
I'm
got to
Now
be
sorry,
you can
but
somebody.
I
be you
can't.
can now and eat. Let's say let's play with the gangbang. Let's say it's a parent who's out there in the culture and they promoting that culture to their child. The I don't give a fuck mentality. I would put both of them in a community based program. Now that may be in the form of an educational communal program. And if they failed to comply, then I would start threatening jail time. The point is, do whatever it takes to uplift the community. Don't make excuses for deviant behavior. But I get where Psycho's coming from. Like, you can't always blame the parent if they're doing what they're supposed to. But you still have this dilemma that has to be dealt with.
But that can't go ahead on and prevent anything. Basically, you're saying that picking up trash on the side of the road and being embarrassed supposedly is going to go on detour this person.
That's where your mind took it.
Yeah.
There's various forms of community service. Just
It
like I
would
said, it could
deter.
be in the form of an educational after school program. You can go
Educational after
mentor.
school program.
You can go mentor. You can be in an environment within the community
That's
to where
literally
you're
this.
doing
Yeah.
something productive. It don't
Hey,
necessarily have to be picking up trash. It don't
would
have to be
anybody up
a
here
shame campaign.
turn down putting trash in a bag versus their mama going to jail? Like what are we talking about? That's like nobody would choose that unless they just really don't give a shit. That kid is like, mama, damn. Now yeah, you lost. You are lost. If I can't affect you to that point, that even seeing your parent, mother or father go to jail, even that don't deter you. Yeah, I don't know how to even save a kid. That's that law. Yeah, that's crazy to me. So picking up trash, show me where it is. Give me a bag, give me some gloves. I'm good with that.
A little bit different situation. Your life might not be threatened taking out. Very small chance your life being threatened taking out the garbage. Like
What does
like
that
like
That's
mean?
what
like I
I'm
said, it's a lot of different scenarios why the kid might not be going to school. Y'all just assuming the kid don't want to go to school because he's just bad or he's just like a gangbanger or y'all immediately again
So
kids get bullied.
offer alternatives then. Offer alternatives. What do
okay.
you do? What do you do in that situation that you're talking about? What do you do?
You don't
That's where
lock
the
the parent
truancy
up.
Identity.
court
You
comes.
don't lock
That's
the
where the
parent up. I
truancy
can tell you what
court.
you
That's
don't
where
do.
truancy.
You don't lock the
That's
parent up.
That's where the truancy court process comes into play. They'll offer
Identity. I
that
never really get to talk to you.
they'll offer advocate,
What's
like
up?
out here in Oklahoma, it's called systems of care.
I'm gonna let this guy speak.
They'll even send people to the house to see what's going on within the house if need be. So if when I first moved to this city, the reason I wound up in truancy court was I had a 2-year-old daughter, a 7-year-old autistic son, and an 8-year-old daughter. Now I'm all by myself. Ain't no friends here, ain't no relatives, and none of that. I'm 100% solo. I would take the older two to school, but I would drop my autistic son off first because I'd have to walk him to class. Little did I know the school started at different times. Now I always got that boy to school on time, but for the whole first semester I was here, I had no clue my daughter was getting to school late. Nobody said anything to me. I'd walk her to the office. She would go on to the classroom. Nobody was saying nothing. I thought everything was fine. Once I got served to go to truancy court and I submitted, this is why she was late and had, after so many tardies, it becomes absent. So once I submitted that, I'm a single parent. I got a child with autism, and this is what I was doing. They didn't threaten me with jail. They said, okay, well, what can we do to find remedy? But there's laws that prevented, a simple solution. They both get on the same school bus. Well, because he's autistic, he can't ride that bus. And because my daughter's not special needs, she couldn't ride the special needs bus. We had to figure out a
There's a
remedy.
situation out in California that I showed everybody. A Didi was just talking about where his sister got locked up because her daughter missed more than 10 days and she was suffering with sickle cell.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we would have to find out if the mother was submitting medical records and saying that, or if she was on some I don't give a shit. I'm not going
Because
to
why
court.
wouldn't you
No, she
submit
said
the medical
she said the
records?
school knew the school. She said the school knew. Said she was giving them. She was keeping them informed about the
Then by
situation.
all means, she would have a
Parents'
lawsuit.
notes don't mean nothing. That's that and the third. Anything else, they locked up.
Then by all means, she would have a lawsuit. They can't hold that child's condition against the child. That's
I
what I
think she
was
may be
alluding
suing.
to when I said you can't send a blind student home for not seeing the chalkboard. But if the mother was on some, I don't know her story. If the mother was on some I don't give a fuck shit, y'all can't tell me what to do with my child and fuck your courts, she probably got hit with a bench warrant
No, it
for
wasn't a
not
bench
appearing to
warrant.
court.
It wasn't a
Like,
bench warrant.
we would have to see, but for me to speak on it in absolutes, I would have to see, the entirety, not just
Yeah,
tidbits of the story.
They
yeah.
knocked on
No,
the
I
door.
covered the story. Yeah, it wasn't a bench warrant. They came and got her. It wasn't like it wasn't a bench warrant like she missed court. It wasn't one of those. It wasn't that type of situation where she was on the run or something.
More than one officer.
Hey,
Yeah, now
this is what I'm trying
if
to
she
do.
submitted to the schools that she has a child with a
The
medical
drug
condition,
bust.
and
Yeah,
this is
yeah. The
why,
school
and then she
knew.
submitted to the courts,
Yeah,
by
the school
all
knew.
means, I would go above them. I would, if that was state or city, I would go federal and put forth a lawsuit.
That belch
Because
was
at the
nasty. But
I
hold
believe
on,
it was.
identity. I know.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, it is though. Okay, so your kid, right? You're sitting there. You're in California. This is where the scenario lies, right? You're in California. You're paying an substantial amount of money to go out and stay in this apartment, right? And if you're staying in this apartment and you're paying this money and you're working 2 or 3 jobs to go ahead on and provide for your family housing, lights, water, internet. Those 3 things right there, those are 3 things that you need right now in order to actually provide for your family. If you really look at how the demographic of everything that you need to provide for your family, and this is what you're doing, and this is what you have to do in order to provide for your family. Dude, and your kid goes ahead on and says, hey, look, you know what? I'm going to cut school today. I'm going to go ahead and do what the hell I want to do, this, that, and the other. How in the world are you supposed to go ahead and watch over your kid? You can go ahead and put grandma over the kid. Grandma can go ahead on and say, okay, I still have a life to live, this, that, and the other. All those different things. Grandpa can say, I still have a life to live, but I'm gonna make sure that he makes it to school. But when he makes it to school, he goes in on and says, I'm gonna cut anyways. How in the world are you supposed to go on and watch over this kid? That's the question that I'm asking. How hard is it for you to be a parent, provide for your family, and still have other family members watch for them also? I'm just asking that question because it's a hard fucking question. To me, it is. Because I could go on, I could ask my mom, hey, look, mom, watch over my kids, pick them up from school, this, that, and the other. But when you get home, when y'all get home or whatever like that, there, I know that you have to do such and such, yada, yada. What in the world am I supposed to do with my kids? How am I supposed to go ahead and provide for my kids so that way they're not able to get in trouble before school or after school? That's the question. It's not hard to understand the fucking question. So identity. How do I go ahead on and make sure that my kids are provided for within these realm and time before they go to sleep, when they wake up and they go to sleep. When they wake up and they go to sleep, how in the world am I supposed to go in and watch over them? And I'm working 3 jobs on my half to take care of them.
You're not gonna like my answer. I'm just
I
gonna tell
probably
you.
won't. I probably
Yeah, you
won't.
probably won't. But
But you my guy
I
though.
can give
So
I can give you
you a
the
psycho of my
anecdotal.
guys.
Anecdotally, I am the other child. I was the one that did go to school. My twin didn't. So everything that I was, they weren't. So the cutting the class and getting high and all that, that was on the street stuff that I watched. But look, I'm going to school. And over time, eventually the streets got him pretty much. That's how it ended up. What was my mom doing? Single mom. What was she doing? As you said, working 2 jobs, barely home, oldest kid trying to keep up with the rest of the kids. Obviously, it usually falls on the oldest kid in the house. The point I'm making is, my mom was not able to do a lot because she was working. I get that part. Now, had they threatened my twin with jail time for my mother, I would have made sure her ass was in that damn classroom because, like that to me is like a whole nother level. I didn't have that fear in Philly of my mom getting locked up. I don't think that was implemented. Is it implemented now? I don't know.
No, that we didn't have that problem. No, no, that
Yeah, I didn't have that threat, but that's a whole nother level. Eventually, my mom just kind of washed hands. That's kind of what she did. Like, all right, I can't. You're not gonna listen. You're not gonna do what you're told to do. You want to run the streets, rip and run, and
eventually
eventually
it
the
becomes his
streets.
decision. Eventually it becomes his decision, right? Eventually it's like, okay, I just gotta let you just go learn the hard way, right?
Yeah,
That's
that
like we get to
that
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 point.
scenario. Yes, I agree. Now, fast forward to now. If I am being threatened, if my child's not going to school, and the only reason why I can't watch them is because I'm working, I gotta find other means of if my life is threatened. Obviously, I can't go to work if I'm in jail. I agree with that. You can't go to work if you're in jail. I gotta find other means to be more present because I can tell you, my mom wasn't present. She was too busy working.
But it wasn't
That
her
was
fault
part of.
though. But it wasn't her fault. She had a family to take care of.
Well, that's a little touchy because technically, if we're her kids, we are her responsibility. And if she's
Well,
not
the
making enough
guardian.
money to cover the bills, again, that's choices she made in her life. I don't agree with a lot of the things that my mother made choices in order to have the kids that she had.
Identity.
But,
He sounded
Identity.
but,
real conservative, boy.
Identity. Identity. I
but,
ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
Woo-wee.
hold
You
on.
really,
This
you
has
really
nothing to do with
sound
conservative. I don't even know what that means relative to this conversation, to be honest. I don't know. I
no.
really don't know how that relates, but
The argument
Okay.
that a lot of conservatives use, I'm just
I have
hearing it
no
from you.
idea. I had no idea, respectfully. I had no idea. This was a conservative stance. I don't watch conservatives like that, so I don't know. I'm
It's
No,
a
I
speaking
do.
parenting
I
It
do.
is a
stance.
So
Certain
conservative.
that's
specifically.
I'm just
It is a
responsibilities come
conservative
with being
stance,
a
but
parent.
I'm listening. It is a conservative stance.
Right. You know,
Okay, and that's
earlier
fine.
today, the show was talking about the difference between elders and elders. There's a step towards becoming a community elder, being responsible, pushing the best of your people. To say conservative, like at some point, just saying stuff to be saying stuff to make an argument becomes redundant, y'all. That was identities.
I wasn't saying it to make an argument.
Like
Yeah, I'm not speaking from a conservative standpoint personally. So that was
I
more
know.
me being of just if I'm faced with that situation. I didn't have a similar situation, but I did have like medical emergencies in the family, and the decision to actually be the sole responsible person financially for the family fell on me. No, by all means, I got to make that happen regardless. Now, what does that mean for the family? Now obviously my wife has to take care of a lot of things at home, and so I'm now responsible for everything. That's just I'm just being dad and father, and father and husband like that. It is what it is. If I'm living beyond my means, I got to cut back. If I'm There's always some like trimming the fat that I have to be responsible for. I cannot wait for someone to either bail me out of it or have some plan for me to make it easier for me. I knew going in, if I'm going to have kids, I got to make sure I'm not putting them in positions that I was in because of the decisions my parents made. I'm trying
But
to do better than
identity.
that.
But
So
identity.
so it
This is the
falls on the
part.
parent for me. It falls on me.
But this is the part where we go ahead on we looking at, you know what I'm saying, everything that comes into hand, right? The parent trying to take care of the household itself. The parent
Yes.
is trying to take care of the household itself.
I'm tired of
So
hearing that talking
we're
point, man. At what point does the child become more important than the household? Like, I get what you're
Yes.
trying to say, but the child should be, that's part of the household.
Right. Well,
The
yes,
bills,
my
the
point
pay the
is
bills
child
and all that other shit.
cycle. I'm
The
sorry,
child,
my bad.
the child becomes your primary objective. Once that seed pops out and you know you're the responsible um creator of that child, at that point, that should be your primary concern. Now,
I
at a
get
certain point, do we take our hands off? Yes. Do we teach accountability to them? Yes.
right.
But the primary focus should be taking care of family, not being able to say I'm maintaining a household. That's just adulthood. We talking about
Right.
family and family
My,
roles
my,
at this
my,
point.
my question is, at what point do these kids start taking responsibility for their decisions? Because I know, because we're
When
talking
they're
about
of
pretty much high
age.
school, because we're pretty much talking about high school ages, right? For the most part, right? Because elementary school kids, for the most part, ain't cutting school. But they not like missing 10 days and
Right,
something like
right.
that. So we talking about
But
like
it
high
could
school
apply
kids,
to
teenagers.
them too,
Well, that
Psycho.
was one of the
The
main
point is
focuses
that
of
this
Kamala
this
thing was elementary
Let me finish.
kids.
Let me finish. Like, cause again, cause I know when I was a teenager, right? Like I was making conscious decisions, right? To me, those were my these are pre-adult years, right? These are the first adult-made decisions that I was making that could affect my life, right? You know, what I mean, like the first decisions you make that could affect your life in totality is your teenage years, right? You can make decisions in your teenage years that affect you 20, 30 years away from now. So so when you're doing this, at what point do they got to take responsibility? Because again, getting kicked out of school is something as adult responsibility that you have to abide to, right? Like going to school is your first adult responsibility. Finishing school, graduating high school. To me, like that's like your first adult responsibility. That's like your first job. That's like your first, like that's everything, right? Like that's your responsibility. Get through high school, get that diploma, and then from there, things go wherever it goes from there. But that's your first responsibility. And I understood that as a kid, and I knew what I had to do. And like I said, I treated it as a job. I took days off from time to time. I took days off by my own admission, but I didn't take a bunch of days off. I ain't make it a habit. But still, the days I did take off and I got away with it, my parents should have been locked up for it. Like I just got issues with that because I knew what I was doing, and
They wouldn't have been though.
what
Would you
happened?
have done it if you knew they were going to get locked up?
Would I done it? No, probably no. I wouldn't.
That's the point.
But
That
but
right
no, but
there
no,
is putting the
but that's me.
responsibility of your parents'
But that
safety
but that's
and their chance to go to
right.
jail on you.
That's because but understand, I was cutting school to get pussy.
Hey,
Some
well, I
people are
mean, you
cutting
know,
school. Some
it is
people
what it
some
is.
people
It is what it is.
yeah, yes. Some people was cutting school because again they were scared. Like y'all, we talking about California, right? And everybody's in chat talking about Cali, like with all the gangs and this, that, the third, and everything else. And they making it seem like these gang kids are the ones that's cutting school. No, a lot of these people, a lot of these gang members are going to school every day. That's their job. That's where they get their money from. They tap in people's pockets. What you got on this? What you got on that? And everything else. Like that's a hustle. Like these gang members are in the school, and you got kids that want to avoid the gang members because again they are getting bullied by the gang members because the gang members are in the school. Know why the gang members are in school? Because they don't want their parents to get locked up. They don't want their parents to get locked up because they know if they miss school, their parents going to get locked up. So they making sure they go to school. But that don't mean they stop being gang members in the school. So now you got people that are not gang members who are getting bullied by the gang members. They don't want to go to school. So now what do you do with those parents? That's why I'm mean like it's a very nuanced situation. We just keep throwing it in this black and white boxes, and it really don't belong there.
Right. That's why I said
That's a
it's
lot of school you
circumstantial.
gotta
Like
miss
for
in order for
example,
your parents to be threatened to go to jail.
let's say in one circumstance we find out this as the school, we're the school board. You know, whoever's principal, teacher, janitor, all what is it? Nine of us on the panel. We work at a school. We find out that little Tyrone is not coming to school. As we do the investigation, we find out it ain't gang banking. It ain't malicious intent. Tyrone had to get a job because mama can't cover the bills and they was too ashamed to say it. At that point, we handle that circumstantially. Let's say there's a circumstance where 8-year-old, I don't know, Ebony is not going to school. But we find out because, well, in the investigation, we find out, okay, this is a split home. We contacted mom, didn't get anything out of her. We contact dad. Dad says, hey, we split, and he becomes an ally of the school saying, no, I want my child to get an education, but I can't make her listen. And once we do some investigation and we, try to observe the house the most we can, we find out the mother is on some ratchet shit and really don't care. Then we could advocate, okay, we need to take that child out of this household and put it in this one. It's going to be circumstantial, y'all. But it's
Now you talking
what
CPS? That's CPS stuff, and
what I
I
want, yeah,
question
and they can they
CPS.
they can get involved. And what I wanted to stress is the one thing I
You don't
wanted to
want them
stress
in there.
is there's a process
This is
to it. It's
this
not
kind of
like
brings
the
them
student
into it.
misses, let's say, 10 days. We'll agree on that number. It's not an automatic, ooh, this is the 10th day they missed and they go and get the parent at work. It doesn't work that way. Like there's a process that leads to incarceration. You'll get summons to, they call it truancy court, at least out here. Now, what I will say is, um, and this is gonna sound weird. When it was in the hands of white people in the city I'm in, they gave a lot of leniency. But once McGirt happened and the tribes got to take over, the tribes are more prone to send their own people to jail behind this with no leniency. So it's very, very circumstantial. And it's not a Harris thing out here. It's just truancy. They've always battled that before Harris was even on the scene. But back to that particular case, if that family had to go through that traumatic experience over medical, which is already stressful and traumatic in itself, then yeah, I would advocate they got a lawsuit on their hands. But we can't neglect the fact that there are students out there who don't give a shit, and there are parents that don't give a shit, and somebody has to do something about that. We can't advocate that we want our children to be educated and then say, well, my child is 13, they can make decisions for themselves. If they don't give a fuck, then that's on them. That's bad parenting. That's bad communal practices at that point. And then when we look at it on the world stage, what we gonna do when the drawback of that is when they say, see, they just on some nigga shit. They don't care about advancing their own people. Why should we help? Like there's a very this is a sensitive subject. And I get the fuck the police sentiment, but we can't allow that to make us anti-law and anti-common sense either. I don't want to get long-winded, so I'll go back to mute, but
We're
we gotta really,
also
really think about this stuff, y'all.
we're also defining this situation at the extreme. That is not jail is not the first option. So if that's the last resort, how do you judge it based on its extreme case? If there's already things in place to mitigate that, that's like, look, we have no other choice. We got to, yeah, that's different then. Why are we not judging it for what it wants to do? We want to fix the problem. We want to figure out what the hell is going on. This kid can't go to school. Is it the parent? Hey, CPS will come in there and find out whether it's the parent or the kid. They'll come in there and find out. But the point is, sometimes it is the parent. Let's be real. That's a real scenario. Sometimes it's the kid. That's a real scenario. But the first reaction is not lock up the parent. Then we can't judge it as that if that is the extreme. So I don't know if that's a talking point from politics or not, but that's just how I see it.
I don't think
So
But
nobody.
correct me if I'm
identity,
I don't
wrong.
think nobody should be locked up in that situation.
identity,
Even all the
it,
parents.
it it is the parents' problem because basically, say the state is going ahead on and prosecuting the parent rather than to go ahead on and look at everything else that's going on within the parent's household.
That's not what I
And
heard the breakdown was. So Fontaine, I think you broke down part of what the argument is of last resort is jail time, right? Am I
Yeah, that's
reading?
the
Am I
very last resort.
When I was younger, the
so?
last resort was getting kicked out of school, and that was
yeah,
that
Well,
was
we're talking about the
excellent.
lockup prison thing, sending parents to jail. So
Yeah.
if so I just wanted to make that clear for Rob, was it P Rob?
yeah, I'm cool.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it, brother.
So we
Don't
can
worry.
Yeah.
we can now speak in terms of that being the last resort, not the first
Well,
option.
it's not the first option, but the one thing is this here is that okay, it's a like snowball effect when you really think about it, right? And this is what I'm saying. All right, so what I mean by snowball is that okay, so this kid misses school, this, that, and the other, right? And let's just say that something else happens and it keeps snowballing to where, you know, we're just putting a coincidence on it, okay? And I'm not trying to go on and like label down anything or anything like that at all identity because I know how you are and I know that you will go on and place momentum on something and I don't want that to happen right now. So I'm just trying to go ahead on and just put it into a casual effect of things happening. So let's just say that the kid misses school, right? Then all of a sudden, all right, the kid catches the flu or something like that there. And then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, the kid isn't able to attend school because they've caught the flu or whatever like that there. And now the snowball effects happens and they're sitting there and they're like, okay, so this kid has not been in school, this, that, and the other. But you know what? Forget all that. Let's toss all that out the window. I'm talking about this here. $3,000 versus $1,500 as far as rent or anything like that at all. A parent has to provide for their household to go ahead and make sure that that kid is able to do what needs to be done. Now, if that kid decides to miss a school or anything like that at all, because hey, look, dad or mom is not able to provide, because I'm just saying, bro. 9 times out of 10, well, not even 9 times out of 10. I'll say 5 times out of 10, the mom and the dad are not together. All right. So that mom and that father, they're trying to provide for their household, and they're not able to keep that eye on that kid, like talking about it. And bruh, that is a hard perspective to for you. I'm sorry to say it this way, for you to see it, because you are mother and father in your household. Am I correct, sir?
Yes,
I'm being
sir.
hands off on this here.
You talking about
Yes.
me?
Right? So no, I'm talking about identity. I'm talking identity. I'm not
I said, yeah, I'm we're
yes.
responsible
So you
parents.
are
Yeah.
mother and father in your household, right? So
Yes.
by you being mother and father in your household, you're able to go ahead on and have a grasp of the situation, of financial, of educational, of what's really going on possibly within your household. Your kids could be withholding you from bully, this, that, and the other, all that type of stuff like that there, like Psycho was saying just a second ago. Because bullies can go in on and make your kids not want to go to school. And trust me, at one point in time, my son did not want to go to school because of a bully. And I will say that honestly, we 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 late night, bruh. So fuck it. I could talk about it. All right. Here it goes. How do I, as a parent, go ahead on and say, hey, look, son, this is what you need to do. This is what needs to be done. Don't worry about that. Talk to your counselors, talk to your guidance, this, that, and the other, all that type of stuff like that there, bro. All that shit goes out the fucking window once that kid hits the fucking school grounds. And I don't mean to say it that way, identity, bro, because dude, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I love everything you do, bro. And if you go ahead and give me a bell and a ring and say, here we go, I'm good with it, bro.
I was about to. I was
Trust me.
about to.
I love it, dude. But I'm gonna tell you like this here though, man. It's a fucking it's a fight that we cannot fight as adults. As adults, we cannot fight that fight for our kids. And we're sitting there and we're saying this right now that hey, look, we can fight this fight, this, that, and the other, right? But we can't. We can't fight it because we're sitting there saying that I'm trying to find the right words, bro, and it's hard for me to find the right words. We're sitting there saying that we can't find the right word. We're sitting there saying that we can't fight the fight because we don't know what the kids go through at school. And by us not knowing that, we're at a disadvantage. We are at the disadvantage. We're going ahead on and saying that, hey, look, your teacher, even teachers bully people, bro. I had my son's teacher tell him not too long ago, everybody needs a trash man, and I feel that you'll be the trash man. How do you fight that there?
Did
In
y'all
their
report the teacher?
competence? In what? Oh yeah, bro, I did.
Oh, okay. Most definitely.
I did. Trust me. Paige Mota has been reported. I will say her name over and over again. Feel what I'm saying? Paige Mota has been reported already. But
Damn.
for a teacher to go ahead on and say that your son will be a trash man, come on, bro.
Hey, Psycho, I was looking at just a quick search out in Jersey. Is kind of mixed of what I picked up in the quick search, but the truancy out there says the student can be fined from $25 to $100. And when you go into more in depths, like if you actually click a link, it says they may arrest the student, not the parent out there.
Yeah, I told you it falls. Well, it wasn't like that when I was a kid, but I know responsibility falls on the kid all the time. Like, yeah, it always was like that out
But
here. Like, responsibility
but
falls on the
it
child.
does, but it does stipulate, what I was alluding to, that there's a process, notifying the parents, trying to find a remedy. Like there's steps before even the fines or punishment towards the child or parent comes into play. Like that's the very,
Mhm.
very
Yeah,
last thing.
yeah. Like before, like I said, the end result was again, you get kicked out of school, but the board of education that made it mandatory that you either a you could drop out and then go out and try to get your GED, or you had to go try to find another school, and everything else, and all that's a hassle, right? But these were the options that you was left with, right? Like everything falls on the kid, right? These are decisions that the kid is making. So again, because again, everybody don't want to go to school. Some people just want to get their GED and just be done with it and then start working early. So
Yeah. What I think is wild in all this, y'all, is you fight, whether it's one child or you got multiple children, you fight throughout the direct, and I don't mean like a literal fight, but you fight and push for education and you do everything you're supposed to get them there. And then as soon as that child turns 17, without your consent, they can withdraw from school.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Like
16 is the age out here.
that's the part that's wild to me. Parents should be pushing against that, against the schools, to saying no, that's my child. They're not an adult yet, and I want them to finish school. If you get what I'm saying, like I get it if there's justifiable reasons, but for the most part, these babies do need to graduate. You get what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say? Like
yeah,
just
I
because
I agree.
17-year-old boy and 17-year-old girl turn 17 and they say, fuck it, we grown and I ain't going to school, and they lay up, and y'all know what comes from that. Just because they 17, I don't think we should give them that option or privilege to make that kind of life decision.
Yeah, yeah, I feel you. I feel you. That's why they had the GED option. That's why they had the GED option for those for kids that again just don't want to go to school for whatever reasons. There's multiple reasons why a lot of kids don't wouldn't want to go to school.
Because I don't think at that age they can comprehend how fast time can really go. You drop out at 17, next thing you know, you're 33 with no skills, no education, trying to figure out how you're gonna make it. You get what I'm trying to say? And it was all based on a 17-year-old decision.
I hear you. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, we all make decisions that could affect us. That's why I said like that's the ages, the teenage years where you making decisions that the first time you're making decisions that's going to affect you for the rest of your life. And it starts with the school, going to school and getting good grades, right? That's the first decision making you're making. That's going to affect you.
So
And all that falls
um
on the parent to be responsible for making sure you study, making sure you do. You have your own responsibility as a child, yes, but as the parent, it's your responsibility to help them build that discipline, help them get their structure, and make sure they're going to school.
And I get it can be tough, gentlemen. When I say autistic, I don't mean the type of autistic identity was referring to earlier, which had me cracking up. My son is nonverbal autistic, and he's 19 right now, but he's probably at the cognitive ability of a 3-year-old. And trust me, just taking care of him and the sacrifices I made, it's like caring for 20 people. Then you add being a single black male on top of it. There wasn't no empathy for me out there. I had to sacrifice work, career, all kind of stuff. It was not easy. You get where I'm going? So there's nights where my daughters, was up all night, and I decided, hey, I ain't sending y'all to school today because I know you tired. I know you worn out. Get some rest. I finally got him to sleep at 8 in the morning. Y'all go ahead and get some sleep. Like I get there's gonna be circumstantial battles that people gotta face. Now what I don't like is, the white folks over there in where was Andy Griffith from? Mayville, wherever they from. They white
Mayberry.
picket, yeah, with that white picket
Mm-hmm.
suburbanite community where everything is laid out for them to where there is no excuse for them not going to school, and then they pass
Right, because
judgment on
everybody know
us.
everybody, right? But
Yeah,
when you're
yeah,
in an
you get what
urban
I mean?
setting, it's a whole lot different.
Yeah.
Hey, Psycho, can you pull up what I just shared? Because I don't have control right now. I think Q has to take some stuff. So I wanted to put this into perspective because I love numbers. So I don't know what's going on in California, so I did something more closer to home. So I wanted to know how many truancy cases are going on in Philadelphia. I think that's probably either comparable to California as far as truancy numbers, but I just wanted to see how large that number is. So in 2021, 2022, 55,000 cases in that year of truancy, of kids, whatever they're doing, cutting class, whatever else. And we're focused on how many that were locked up? 45. This puts a perspective on we're judging something on the extremes. This by the numbers, it's noise. That's like noise. It's not even
What is truancy? What accounts with a truancy case? Like um what do you got?
that's circumstantial, right? I don't know all the breakdowns. I just wanted to know just the general number of cases flowing through a truancy court. That's kind of what I wanted to find, and I can't do it for the whole country, but I just figured I'd pick
I was
something
just
that I
wondering
know
what they count as
probably has
truancy
a
case.
higher number than usual.
Yeah, I was just wondering what falls under the category of truancy cases in Philadelphia.
Right. Now, we could probably break this down even more, but the point I'm trying to make is we're talking about something like we're judging a scenario based on double digit cases when that doesn't even scratch the surface of 1% of 1% of 1%. Like that's such a low number. Do we really want to judge this whole thing based on these extreme cases? That's why I'm really I'm a little lost on the attention that it's getting. Is it more for the smear campaign? Sounds like it is, personally. I think that's the point. Let's throw this on Kamala. Hey, if it's her
Well, Kamala was
responsibility,
bragging
great.
of. For me, this was just about the subject matter. But if we gonna make it about Kamala, then yeah, I mean, she was bragging about this. She was bragging
About which part I don't know
about
specifically.
making this a law and locking these parents up. Yes, she was bragging about this. So
Right.
it's not like we ain't talking about something that she took great admiration to.
I don't know if
But
she bragged about locking the people up. I think she
She
bragged
bragged
about
about
the.
making the bill, and she said that she was going after them parents, and she did this so the state can get up money.
She
Everybody's
did.
leaving that part out. We're gonna make this about Kamala. And she said she did this to get money for the state because the state was losing money.
Yeah,
now
now
go
that's the part
again.
of it I agree with you on, Psycho. They should leave the money out of it.
But if it's costing
Anytime
the
the state
state
gets
money,
involved,
why
it's
should you
always
leave
about
it?
the money.
Hold on, but
And
It's
hold
always
I'm
about
on.
the
saying
money
that
when
in
the
the
state
sense
gets
of
involved.
finding the parent. So you get the initial fine, you get the court fees, and go to jail. And if you're in jail, you lose your job. Like that's a lot. That's a whole lot.
You're not supposed to get to those parts. Like, that's the thing about it. You're not supposed to get that far down the list. Like, how many times do you have to be absent for this thing to happen? Like, you
Yeah.
missing a lot of school.
I mean, if we want
Yeah,
to get
it's
down to the
short out there
extremism, we
in
want to get down to
Pennsylvania. Three
extremism.
days. Ooh, that's tough.
Both political parties, we're gonna make this a political thing. Both political parties play on extremism. I
Yeah, they
mean,
do.
They
I
both
agree,
do.
they do.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing it from a party standpoint. I'm just saying that as a prosecutor in that position, how do you curb those numbers
How do we curb what the numbers of the 48% that he
of the truancy of the kids missing school?
again, that's why I was asking what well just missing school. Kids ain't
Of
you
the,
always gonna have kids that's gonna cut school from time to time. I mean that's never gonna end. That's been going on before us, it's going on after us. Like it's always gonna be there. Yeah, you
so
never gonna
so
stop that. Kids don't like going to school. Kids up here used to pray for snow to come down, pray for a nor'easter, so we have a reason not to go to school. Kids just
I
don't.
know I did.
Yeah, so like you're always going to have that dynamic.
so the graphic under this 2011 2012, because this was when she implemented the 2013 little Harris Law, whatever you want to call it. So in Sacramento, it was 142,667 enrolled in school. The number of truant elementary school students in Sacramento was 28,993. That was in
Still
Sacramento.
very, very small number of 45.
Hmm.
Again,
Yeah,
that's
But that was
it.
Sacramento, though, right?
yeah, that's just Sacramento.
Mm.
I mean, if you're talking in the five digits of cases, 40,000, 20, 30,000. I mean, it's not, I'm not saying it's not a big deal overall, but it's not the governing body of why it should be defined that way.
Well, if it's only 45 people getting locked up, why have the law? Why have the law at all? Like, is it really effective? Like, is it really
Is
necessary?
it?
And don't forget, the bottom line was about money. At the end of the day, it was over $1 billion. They was so
Exactly.
it's about money. It ain't about
That's
For
what it's all.
locking people up,
Anytime the state gets involved, it's about money. That's what child support. All the state
Well,
gets
locking
involved with
people
child
up costs the
support,
state money,
with
don't it?
truancy, with
I
CPS.
would assume
It's
so.
always about
they make
the
money
state
too.
getting money. Always.
Wait, the state makes money if they lock somebody up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
hey
Hell
man,
yeah.
yeah, you get paid. Yeah, you get paid a slave labor.
For
So,
locking a
so
parent up, it that makes the state money.
Yes.
how?
Court fees.
As soon as they get booked in, the jail gets a
Yeah.
hefty ass check.
Yeah.
As
People
far as
get.
how do they make
A lot of
money?
fees
Now the back
associated
end
with.
is the court and all that. I didn't mean to cut you off, Psycho. But yeah, as soon as you get booked in, depending on state, yeah, they get paid for each inmate like a school gets paid for each student.
Now, if money is the motive, then I'm not sure it would be the last resort. And that may be just me. But if the motive is money, that would probably be a lot earlier than the last resort. Like if the goal is to make money off of locking a parent up, if you're only getting 45 on the year, okay, all right, you got how many? I mean, honestly, that's again, I play with the numbers because that really tells more of the
Yeah, but you only
story
talking
of
about one city. You only California is a huge
correct,
state.
which means odds are it's probably larger than 30, 40, 50,000. I just picked, like I said, a city that I know has a problem with truancy. I know firsthand Philly has a problem with truancy. That was an obvious thing. Like, I mean, but that
Every big city does.
again, yeah, yeah, and I guarantee you, them cases are not in the hundreds, 200 cases, 300 cases. Now, if you're talking taking 45 out of 300 cases, that's a big deal. That's a huge deal.
And
But if
Psycho
it's
not lying about her bragging. She was bragging about her having the
Hey,
power to be able to wield her prosecutor, her ability to be a prosecutor and her being and her power to wield the pen and how she can literally change. I'm paraphrasing, but it's what she basically said. How she can change a person's life with a stroke of a pen, and that was verbatim. I remember, I vividly recall her saying,
well,
I can change
as
a person's
I'm
life
looking
literally with a
through
stroke of my
this, it
pen.
wasn't even
Laughing about it, like,
Harris
okay, that's
responsible. It
evil.
was
That's creepy.
it was a male DA that was taking advantage of the truancy ordeal right around the time of a reelection. It doesn't give that DA's name in this article, but it says it was a male DA of Orange County that had that sister locked up. It wasn't Harris. It was years after she implemented a truancy law out there.
She put in the law. Yeah, I'm talking about her
Yeah.
putting in the law, right? She put the law in place.
Yeah, but it's Harris's law, brother.
Somebody
It's
else
Harris's
abused
law,
it.
though.
So
Yeah,
so
but
so because she
It was
implemented the
signed by
law,
Arnold
someone
Schwarzenegger.
else abused
Signed
it.
by
but
Arnold
So
DT, I
was it
need
Schwarzenegger.
you to think
effective before it was
you
abused?
gotta broaden your lens on this.
So,
For her to
so,
sit
so
back and brag on it, that could have been what the people in California was pushing for.
that's
And
like saying,
parents and parents, you get what I mean? She's appealing to her constituents at that point.
right? That's like saying Ronald Reagan ain't responsible because people abused him more for that when they went after the Black Panthers. Like,
It's
no,
not the
Ronald
same.
Reagan's the one who put the
That's
law in
not the
place.
same. Was that an effective
It
law
is, it
though?
is, it is. But the
Like, or was
Republicans
that
will
a
say
quote
yes.
unquote good law?
Republicans will say
Yeah, I
yes.
mean, I know some people would say yeah, but like, you get what I'm saying? Like, was that a quote unquote good law? That's subjective. Of course, we gonna say hell no. You know what I mean?
I'm just saying. All I'm saying
But it's
is,
not
all
comparative
I'm saying is,
to the thing dealing with
that's like
truancy because
saying
she
that's
not
like
attacking
Ronald
nobody.
Reagan. But I'm saying the same situation. Ronald Reagan was out in California bragging about the law for that, put it in place, put it in law. He ran on it. It's one of the things that boosted him up the presidential status, and they this that, and the third. And yeah, that was strict targeted black people. That targeted
But
black
this
people.
went
They didn't come up with
against
the law for
her
that until the
presidential
Panthers started
status.
walking around with guns.
But she didn't target Black Panthers or no, not Black Panthers. She
No, I'm not
didn't
saying
target
she
black
targeted
people
Black
or a group.
Panthers. I'm just
Yeah, I
saying
didn't mean to say
that
Black Panthers.
yeah,
She didn't target a
that
group,
you
is what I'm
mentioned that
saying.
we can't blame her because other people abused the law that she put in place. I'm saying, well, that'd be
But
like
what I'm
saying we
saying
can't
is her
blame
law wasn't
Ronald
put in
Reagan
place to
because other
target a
people
group.
abused them up for that.
Her law wasn't put in place to target a group. Her law was put in place to counteract something that was going on in the community.
Disproportionately
But
affected.
that law was going to specifically disproportionately target a certain group. It's no getting around that. That's
I mean, that doesn't necessarily bode true because it depends on where the truancy is.
Yeah, at that point we'd have to see how many black because I don't know. We'd have to see how many blacks live in Orange County. Ain't that where Disney
And
World
we have to
is?
do all this research. No, I'm just playing.
Then we
Is it
could sit
called
back
Orange
and
County?
start and then we could start making an argument is race based, but that's why I said that's gonna be hard to prove because me just
So let's say
observing it, me just
in
going in there and
2011, 2012, it was 263,584 enrolled in Orange County, and it was 32,300 the number of listed as truant.
does it give race?
Yeah, 12. Oh, no. Not race. I thought you were going to say rate. It's
Yeah, can you
12.3%.
maybe we can
I can
do
look it up.
yeah, the black percentage of Orange County,
Yeah, because it says
black
right
I
here
can
that
population
tell.
22,
percentage.
22 parents got locked up under her law in Orange County. I'm gonna look that up specifically. See if they was all black. If they happened just to be all black women, 22 parents in Orange County got locked up. I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna find out just because I'm tired of this. Was they black?
The black
Yeah,
population in Orange County in California 2011 and 2012 was 1.5% of the total population.
Right.
So
well,
majority, of course, was white.
where most of the truancy cases taking place at. Where
This
they
is
It
Orange
just say
County. This is
Orange
where that
County. Yeah.
we
just in
doing Orange
Orange.
County because that's where that girl was, the sister
Okay,
with the
all
sickle
right,
cell.
yeah.
So 1% of that district is black, and the truancy law is in effect there. So it'd be hard to prove that that's race based.
But that's a whole
Well,
county
no,
though.
no, no, no,
That's a
because
whole
it's
county though.
34% Hispanic. No, I was
That's
about
what
to say
we talking about. A
that it'd be
county.
hard to prove it's black race based, but if you want to say it's black and brown, then you could throw it because it's 41% white and it's 34% Hispanic, and then
Right,
the
because,
largest after
but
that is
if
Asian
most of the
at
truancy
18.
cases in that county is in pocket
But
sections, which
it'll
is
still be
mainly
hard.
black, is where the mainly the black people are and Mexicans or whatever. Then yeah, you could say it was targeted a certain demographic.
Yeah,
Because if
you
we
would have
gonna
to
keep
get
it a
that.
dollar, y'all, let's just keep it a dollar. Y'all know white people walk around with an entitlement that's superior to ours, and when they don't give no fucks, they don't give no fucks.
Hold on. So
Teenager
real
or parent.
Real quick, what was the percentage of black people in that county?
1%.
1.5%.
So we're talking about, we do raw numbers. That's a 1.5% of 1%.
Mm-hmm.
That is so minute that we shouldn't even be talking about this right now. I get why we're talking about it because, a politician brought it up. But as far as it targeting blacks, that would be hard to prove because the number is so entirely low. And we don't even know how many of those 45 was black. So if 80% of them was Hispanic, then I don't, the whole black argument's dead.
Well,
So,
34% of the county is Hispanic.
right, that's what I mean. So so then it'll be like 1.5% of 34%. So again, it's just a multiplier.
And that's
It,
going to
it,
be even smaller because you can't guarantee every Hispanic and every black has children out there.
that's what I'm saying. It'll be
Yeah.
hard to
Well,
prove that it's
Hispanics on average is they got the highest birth rate in the country.
It just seemed like it's more
White people
that
got
this
the
was
lowest.
the
And
help
white people
than the
got the
hurt.
lowest.
We always vilify these things, but it seemed like this was implemented more to help than to try to do some type of evil scheme.
Yeah. Now I'm 100% going to be an advocate that a lot of those families need advocacy, and every last one of them shouldn't be criminalized. I'm with y'all on that.
yeah.
But then that becomes
I
circumstantial
agree.
once again. Like me becoming a godfather, it's my nieces and nephews, but I became a godfather. When my uncle got murdered, and it's my blood aunt, but when my uncle got murdered, they mama wasn't sending them to school. I can't count how many days I would be late to work driving across town just to go over there and make sure that they was up going to school. And once that became accepted behavior through their eyes that we don't have to go, my man gonna make us go. And this is my own family I'm talking about, y'all. It was a battle out this world to make them kids go to school. And I'm bringing that up to say, yeah, there's parents out there that just they don't give a fuck, and it can misguide, mislead, and misteach that child that this is okay, and we do have to do something about that. I wouldn't want to see my aunt go to jail or sister. I don't know why I said aunt. It's late. I wouldn't want. Yeah, my aunt. I call her my
Okay,
sister because
I
we
just
so
found the
close in
numbers.
age.
I just found the
But
numbers since we're doing the number game. I just found the numbers.
what
Like
for
I
out
said,
in
Orange,
Orange?
that 1.5% is in pocket areas, just like I said. So most of the truancy that happened in Orange County, uh, the most truancy cases is Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders at 4% per week, and the second highest is Black African Americans at 3.9 per week. So again, the number, it might only be 1.5% of the population, but this accounts for the second highest truancy number in the county, that 1.5%. So again, it doesn't like bringing up 1.5% doesn't hurt the argument because again, this is disproportionately targeting black people.
So are they
1.5%
targeting Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders too?
got the second highest amount of truancy in that county. That 1.5%. So this only furthers the argument. This targets
So that
disproportionately
means they're
targeting black
targeting
people.
them, or is that just the result of the situation? Like, so are they targeting Hawaiian Pacific Islanders too?
You said it's
I said
it's
minority
3
groups. I
point.
said, but that disproportionately affects us more than any
Did
other
you
group.
say it
That's what
was
I was. That's what I initially
three?
said.
Did you say 3.9% a week is black?
Yeah, and the highest was 4, and that was
Hmm.
so it's only like point 0.1 lower than Native Islanders, or Pacific Islanders, or whatever the case may be.
Does it show it for the whites?
I just clicked off of it.
Yeah, where's those other percentages? All of these percentages have to add up to 100 somewhere. So, again, because the population is the truancy case is one thing. Even if you assume all 35,000 or 30,000 are all black, and we're talking about 45 of them getting locked up, and this is assuming all of them are black, you're still cutting down what?
White makes up 1.8 per week. Hispanic is the third highest with 3.8. They one decimal shorter than us. We 3.9, they 3.8. Hispanic Latino. Whites is 1.8, and they the highest demographic in the county. How many white people is in Orange County again? What's the percentage of white people in Orange County? Because they only getting 1.8 of the truancy cases.
How much school they missing?
And I know they probably the highest percentage of people, because that's Anaheim and all that and everything else. So I'm sure they number one as far as percentage of people living there. But again, we only 1.8%. Remember, Hispanics make up 30% of the county, and they lower than us. And they make up 30. I know they was 30-something%. I forgot what white people was.
Yeah, it was like 34 for Hispanic, like 41 for white.
Yeah, and they 3.8. We 1.5 and make up 3.9% of the truancy numbers. That's insane. That's a insane.
It's essentially 70%. Brother, it's basically 70%.
Yeah,
68.7.
Yeah,
and we're like we're not even 5% of the population in Orange County, black people. So, like, we're 2.3%.
We're throwing a lot of numbers around. Hold on.
Getting numbers now. Numbers.
Like I said, the law going to disproportionately affect black people.
I still can't forget that we're talking about the truancy only. So,
well, I mean, I don't want to. I don't even. Only reason I'm making a big deal about it because it's the denial. Like it's the dismissal of this. Like it's no big deal and everything. No, that's a big deal.
Well,
I mean,
we'll understand we're talking politics too, Psycho. So we're talking about a talking point that a politician is only focused on for one reason, and that's whatever gain that's going to come off of it.
I hear you.
That's the
I hear you
game.
about
That's
that.
the game. I know you know that already.
Yeah.
See, that's my thing too, though. Like, we really would have nobody talking about this law would be talking about it if Kamala wasn't running for president. So clearly, they don't care about that law.
Actually, this was very talk. Well, I do politics, so they've been talking about this back in 2020 when she was running for the
Yeah,
primary.
we ain't talking about you smart people, Psycho. We talking
Yeah.
talking about these regulars.
Yeah, I was surprised how many people didn't know about this case. I thought this was like common knowledge. That's why I covered it like a week or so ago, because I thought this was common knowledge. But a lot of people don't know about this stuff. Like, they was confused. They was too. They said they was getting a lot of wrong information being put out there.
And you know me, I'm not an advocate for locking people up, because we talked about that before. But I understand why someone would implement the law, though. So I'm not gonna condemn somebody because they put that law into effect. Like, I get it, especially if you put all these other preliminaries in effect before we even get to locking you up.
And and honestly, I bring this law up to pretty much try to prove that she's not a progressive, because people like to throw this progressive title on them when she's actually moderate. She's pro cop. She's top
Can you
cop.
run down the difference to me? I'm not too fluent on the terms, Psycho.
What happened? Can I explain what?
When you were talking about progressive versus moderate, is that what you said?
Oh yeah. Progressives are the people that pretty much advocate for change of everything, right? Like, they kind of like, they advocate. They kind of got like very socialist mindsets. They advocate for free healthcare, and they reparations is another thing. But they also advocate for like gay rights, women rights, and with it, pretty much the people that people call SJWs for the most part. That would be your quote unquote progressives, right? These are people
Okay.
that They also anti-police, right? They have the anti-police brutality and everything else. Is that and third? So these are the progressives. Then you got the moderates who are more centered, right? They actually very pro-police, right? They actually are anti-reparations, right? They actually are, they go against a lot of things that the progressives push, but they still Democrats, right? And that's what she is, right? She's centered, right? She's moderate. She's not a progressive. They try to make it seem like she's this radical progressive when she isn't, because a progressive would have never put that silly ass truancy law in place.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not fluent with some of the terms. That's what I was asking. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, they're the far left. Yeah, exactly, Jackson. 2 times they're the far left. And people always try to push her off like she's far left. Trump's one of them people, the Republicans right now, that's a popular talking point on the right, that she's some far left liberal that's going to do all this wild stuff, and that's not the case. That's totally not the case. And like I said, this truancy situation kind of helps confirm that. I could bring up other situations. She's a corporate, moderate Democrat. That's what she is. She gives the optics is that she's progressive because she's a quote unquote woman of quote unquote color. So, i.e., she must be a progressive. And no, that's not the case.
Yeah, this is a very layered conversation, y'all. Just historically, think how hard we fought for our kids to have education, and now we're at a point where we're saying, "Fuck it." If the student don't want to go, then just let it be. It's wild.
Yeah, I was trying to keep it in that perspective that we are talking about truancy now. So it's not talking about the ones that are going to school. It's the ones cutting up for whatever reason. And then figuring out what's a justifiable penalty or extreme penalty, let me put it that way. What's a justifiable extreme penalty? Is locking the kid up extreme? To some, maybe. Locking the parent up? Yeah, to some that's extreme too.
How about we
But
put the kid in boot camp?
Yep, that's an option.
that's an option.
I think all three are on the table depending on the situation. When you
I just
can
don't
see
feel.
that
I
it
just
ain't
don't
the
feel.
parent fault,
I don't feel like the
when you
parents should be punished. That's my thing. I just don't feel like the parents.
nah, if the parent is partially responsible, I think they
I
bear
feel
some
like I feel
responsibility.
like the kid going to boarding school is punishing the parent. I don't feel like the parent should be going to
It
jail.
is. I wouldn't
I
really even
don't know.
argue that, like, because I don't want to argue for a jail. But I just, like I said, I just understand why it would be.
So let's say we are talking about a parent that just ain't really doing shit. Like, because we know they exist. We know they exist. So if we're talking about that type of parent who's literally just don't even check to see if their kid's in the crib type situation for days, like that, just let the kid run amok, just do whatever the hell you want to do. Like, what is the extreme case for that? What is the penalty for that extreme case? What's justifiable?
Yeah, now we start getting into removal, and then we put the kid in the orphanage and foster care, and like
That's a different topic.
it's so much. Well, if the parent is the neglectful one in the situation, that's that's
That's it.
that's in the procedures of remedy. Is maybe the student needs to be withdrawn from the home.
Because once the parent gets locked up, CPS is involved, and
Oh yeah, they coming in.
that's a problem.
Yeah, it's
I'm not a
crazy.
fan of CPS. I understand the need for them, but I feel like they be doing too much, and yeah, you don't want to get wrapped up in the system in that way with your kids.
What I don't like about them is they never seem to be there to help the ones that need the help, but always mess up the families that could pull it together.
Right.
They got a strange track record when it comes to that, and us at least.
Hmm. And they money hungry too. So yeah.
Worked with a guy who I thought it was a weird situation, but his kid was 30. I ain't even gonna say it was his kid, his son. Let's put it that way. He's not a kid anymore. But he had some troubles in life, whatever else, and he really needed assistance because he had drug problems. The father retired early to be responsible, more responsible for his kid. Now he can only do that if he has the finances to do that. That's clearly a must have. But he took it on the chin and was like he really didn't want to leave because he enjoyed what he was doing, but he felt like he had to. Like, that's my son. What else am I gonna do? Like, he's 30, yes, but he needs me. Like, I it's more important than being at this job, I gotta go take care of my responsibility. I'm like, man, that's a guy taking it to the grave. Like, I am solely responsible for my kid. Now, I scratched my head because I was like, could I do that with a kid that's 30? Like, damn.
It
But
might
at
be
the
some
same
personal
time, I get
guilt.
it. Yeah, he might feel some guilt for why his kid's the way he is.
Yep, how he
But
raised him.
that to me looked like, yo, this dude he's taking it as a responsibility on his shoulders. Like, I gotta do whatever it takes, even at the expense of my livelihood and my enjoyment and what I do. I gotta go do what I gotta do. And yeah, that's extreme. I know that's an extreme case, but I just thought it was like a wild situation. But it couldn't be done unless he had his finances straight to do that. Might have been different if he needed the money.
Yeah, I had to
Might have
watch
been.
my grandmother take care of a daughter, which would be my aunt, with Down syndrome, and it was a beautiful, painful thing to watch. Identity, because she practically gave up her entire life to
Yep.
to tend to this one child. You get where I'm going, and it created disdain with her other children. My father, for example, because they weren't getting the attention they need, or the good jobs, because so much energy was put into this one,
Right.
but that one couldn't do anything for herself. You get where I'm going? So I get it. I get what a parent's love would do, and I wouldn't say felt guilty for the turnout. That's just a parent trying to save they child.
Yeah. Yeah. I could hear the pain in his voice, man. It was like, woo. Like, he just knew I gotta do whatever it is I gotta do. Period. That comes first. It's like, wow. Wow. And we're not talking about, like you said, like a disabled kid or something that can't really function in their own world on their own. We're talking about, just the kid just ran into some troubles and he just really needed some help to get him out of it. Like, just constant monitoring. Like, he literally makes sure he gets up. He's responsible. You're going to get a job. You're going to be this. But he's like, I couldn't do that while I was at work, so I had to go.
It sounded like maybe his work kept him away from his son as he was younger. So as he got
Probably.
older, yeah, that's what it sounded like.
There may be a little guilt in there, but I don't know him to that level of personal just to put it definitively on that. But it definitely it shook me a little bit because I started thinking, like, can I do that? And it's like, well, I've never faced it, but at the end of the day, my end all be all is to do what I can as a father. Like, that's job number one.
And the flip side
So
could be some undiagnosed issues with the son themselves. There could be some
yeah,
autism or cognitive impairments going on that just haven't been addressed. Like you would We would have to know, and this is why I stress the word specific, y'all. And that's a good example. You know, it took it out of the school and it centered it right back on parenting again, but just in a way different context. But there's specifics out here. And to some people, yeah, they take parenting as a hat that you don't ever take off.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They'll be quick to tell us, yeah, you 60 years old, but you still my child. Y'all know the saying, I took you in this world, I'll take you out.
Mm-hmm.
We gonna hear that, which leads back to that elder conversation. So
Yeah, man. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It definitely hit me hard when I realized I'm like, I think I am that type of dad. I'm unapologetically that. I don't care what anybody thinks about it. It's more, I'll take it on it's everything's on my shoulders. I'll carry it as long as I can carry it. That's end all be all. So, you know, it is what it is. I know that kid didn't choose to be here. That was all mommy and daddy. So, until that kid learns to fly on their own, I got it. So
and
hopefully
to
I don't have to
psych
run into those situations.
and to Psycho's example, I get it. I've been to some hood ass schools before. I I can't imagine what a lot of these students go through now where the mass shootings are normal. COVID just happened.
Mm,
Like you get where I'm going? The gangbang culture is so prevalent nowadays across the nation. It may not be as bad as in Cali to where it's a staple culture, but it's there. Is at bare minimum mimicked. And them are some of the worst ones, especially when you start breaking into the ones that can obtain guns and they got access to, I don't want, they privileged fools, for lack of better words. Young privileged fools that can be a deterrent to that student that's not of that element and
hmm
doesn't want to be around that environment. It can shut them down, cause depression, all kind of stuff. So I get it, like, and that's why I stress the specifics. Um, and they do need an advocacy. More than anything that we should take away from this is that advocacy program for Black children. I can't go out on some save them all, but for those families that would need it to make sure that the parent doesn't unjustly go to jail or that student doesn't unjustly, get penalized,
Right.
they should be able to fairly state their case without fear of punishment. There needs to be a safe place for that in these situations.
Then
Because
you got
you got to think about it. If mom and dad can't move, and you tell on the gangbangers,
Mm-hmm.
they might try to protect you in the hallway, but you still got to go home. You get what I'm trying to say? And now you're putting mama in danger and little brother in danger. And then what if the school themselves is the threat? Racist teachers still exist in my mind. You get where I'm going? So if you tell on
Mm,
that teacher, who's going to protect me? If I tell my mom and dad, they ain't trying to hear it. I don't want to hear that black people shit. You might have that in your home to where the student does feel stuck. So I get it. Um, this is why I wish, oh, I hate to say this right now. This is why I wish the Umar stereotype didn't exist because we do need black psychologists in these schools. We do need an advocacy for black schools being produced. But that's even hard to do because then they're going to hit us with we can't discriminate. And we don't have enough money to go private. So it's a mess. I think it's a mess that can be cleaned, but it's still a mess nonetheless.
right. Now I don't know personally what that whole gang part of it. I don't know that pressure personally. Um So I can't speak to that level of pressure, like peer pressure to go do some stuff. I don't, growing up I heard of gangs, but I never had like it wasn't like that from where I was from, like to be that prevalent. I mean, the streets were the streets, but it wasn't like, we all wearing the same jacket type shit.
It wasn't as influential as it is now.
Yeah, I
You
think
mean
all
the
of us
gang?
was phase one of it being introduced to the
Yeah,
youth.
yeah.
We was phase one. Now it's at phase 8.
Mhm.
You might not even want to be a gangbanger, but the crowd you may be around may be into things with people, which then cause you to be in things with people, whether you want to be or not.
Mm.
Yep, I got a bullet burn on my shoulder that way.
Mm.
I wasn't banging, but the people I knew, and one of them being my relative, when I hate dumbass words and phrases, when the ops seen me and knew I was there, you get where I'm going? These types of things happen, is my point to the brother that just said that.
You see.
And it's sad
Uh,
because you can get the double up of it being associated. Now you got the laws looking at you and pressing you.
Yep.
And you just unfortunately guilty of your environment. Not necessarily your actions, but just your environment alone.
Right. That's how a lot of people become gangbangers. Is like, like to avoid getting bullied. Right. A lot of them become gangbangers because it's easier to get down than to be bullied. Right. So, or they will just stop. Like I said, or they got situations where they just won't go to school or whatever the case may be. But again, putting this law into place is only forcing the gangbanging kids to be in the schools. What does that do for the regular kids who don't want to be gangbangers and just want to go there to learn?
Especially
We
neighborhood
got a bunch
schools
of
where
kids
you
there
got to
who
go.
want to learn. It's only there just because they don't want their mother to get locked up. It's a weird dynamic, and it's just hard to put everything. Like, I don't think locking the parents up is going to settle the the factors that needs to be addressed.
Could you imagine
yeah,
if they
it
did that
might
in
not. It
Chicago?
might not.
But we all know this. Jail and prison ain't nothing but criminal university.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It,
Man.
it stopped being reformed and started being the producers of
That's why
that
I don't.
element.
That's why we shouldn't lock the kids up either, because putting them in juvenile, they're gonna come out worse than they was when they first went in.
Yeah,
Exactly.
risk them coming out monsters.
Yeah. So I don't.
Linked up with other monsters now.
And if they in there long enough to get into, damn, I can't even speak. It's so late. Institutionalized. That in itself is hard to undo.
Mm-hmm.
I got too many that couldn't shake that mind state.
Yeah, when you start off juvie, it's like I those type people I never really see recover. You got your few, but the ones who start off juvie, then to the penitentiary, end up with 2, 3, 4 numbers. I never see them able to correct. Now the people who may have caught charges as adults and was able to grow, I see them be able to turn a new leaf. But my friends who like was in 20 ours is called 2020. My friends who went to 2020 when we was 14, 15, like they never recovered.
Yeah.
You know, the part that irks me the most, and it's not an absolute. I ain't saying it's like this from hood to hood, but in our culture, when one of us come back from a bid, there's a cookout. Niggas is greeting you with blunts and bottles.
Celebrating.
But when we come back from trade school, we come back from college. Oh, you a sucker. You a white boy now. You think you better. You get put down, and I just can't understand that dynamic. I don't get that at all. That's if any of it irritates me. That's the one that irritates me the most. Or when Super Thug get taken out and he get his angel wings at the funeral. I don't get that part either.
I think it's
Couldn't no
music.
couldn't nobody stand his ass. Couldn't nobody stand Debo being on the block last week. But as soon as he get laid down, he with the Lord and he an angel all of a sudden.
I think it's the music. How you say it one more time?
You can just say Bubba. Keep it short.
Bubba.
It's
My
Versailles.
fault. I'm gonna just say Bubba. I think it's the music.
Here we go.
Yeah, you
I'm
know we say
speaking on
that with
my
Psycho on the
generation's
panel.
music. I'm speaking on my generation's music, Psycho, not the '90s hip hop. What we listening to now, brother, is something totally different, and it's so influential. It's so influential to these kids. It's all they know.
Yeah, I don't think it's the music that's influencing the kids though. Yeah, because like the gang culture has been going on before gangster rap was really a thing, quote unquote gangster rap, or drill music, or whatever you want to call it. This truancy thing, like I said, it's been a huge issue. I want to bring up another thing that was real popular back in the day. Not so much now. It's not kind of frowned upon since it was when I was a kid. But what they did with a lot of these kids that like had issues in school and didn't want to go to school or whatever, and like I said up here, they didn't lock up the parents, but the kids was kicked out of school or whatever, but they had to do something with it. Then the pressure was on the parents to do something with the kids. As far as like what they're going to do once they get out of school, because they had to do something, either go to another school, get a GED, or they had another option called Job Corps. And some of y'all might know exactly what I'm talking about, but Job
Yep.
Corps, yeah, Job Corps ended up becoming an issue as well because Job Corps was almost like voluntary juvenile,
Yeah.
almost like voluntary prison, because the way they had these Job Corps set up, it's supposed to be like a trade, right? It's supposed to be like a trade school type of thing, right? Where you go there, you learn a trade, and they're supposed to help you get a job after you do go through this whole process, right? And it starts off with, I think it started off at 16. I think that was the earliest you can go with 16. And they had a bunch of them scattered all over the country. I know it was a big scandal with them, and I'm not sure what their status is now, but they had a whole bunch around the country. It was a government. It was set up by, I think was it Harry Truman or was it FDR? One of them had set this up back in the day, and yeah, this is a place where a lot of these kids went to learn trades and everything. But just like in juvenile, it became a place to become a good hustler, right? It was a place to spread gangs and everything else. Gangs got spread a lot through these job corps and stuff because these were the kids that the quote unquote bad kids that y'all talk about that was going there because they had to. They didn't. They got kicked out of school or whatever the case may be, dropped out, whatever. They had to do something, so they went to Job Corps.
It was
And
Johnson, Psycho.
yeah, go ahead.
It was Johnson. I didn't mean I thought you was done, but it was Lyndon B.
It was Lyndon B. Okay, my bad, my bad. I thought it was Truman. Okay, all right. But yes, but it was a lot of scandals, a lot of sex with the staff members, all types of wild stuff, right? Because they was gone for weeks, right? Because this wasn't like something you go do and then you go home every day. You went away for like months at a time, and then came home and everything else, and then you come home for like a week or so, and then you go back.
You know what's crazy? I'm gonna completely flip the coin real quick. How we spoke about, me and Domo was speaking about Norman, and out there where OU is. In that county, this isn't college kids. Middle school, and high school students. This is your upper middle class white people. Those students created not game, but game, to where you either had to get caught doing drugs or having sex at school. You had to intentionally get get busted. And that didn't get picked up on the newspaper, the nation, none of that. Them kids weren't getting in trouble. It was all swept underneath the rug. And I'm saying that now to say I don't think it's the music. I think deviant behaviors is blended in from multifacets. Social media, just um, mass population, the movies, the music, various forms of media. We'll just put it in there. And this pursuit, or not pursuit, this idea that the more money you have, you can live this, what do they call it? Party like a rock star mentality. You become untouchable.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a certain group that's the kings and gods of that. And then we're stuck at the bottom. So in order to get seen as something prestigious, you got to get your money up, your clothes up, and get your rock star appeal up. That deviant behavior.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, truancy has always been an issue. Like I said, it's not going to ever stop being an issue. Um, this has been going on for eternity. Some kids just don't want to go to school. Like I said, so it's depending on like I said, people got different reasons why they don't go to school. It's not it's not always just, oh well, the kid just extremely bad and just don't want to listen. I will say that is the case a lot of the times, but that's not always the case.
I know one thing. I know it. I can't prove it, but I know it. If we change people's ability to say I'm 16 years old making more than the teacher, that would change the whole playing field. If these teachers was getting compensated like entertainers and athletes, as far as pay scale, to where it's a desired, um, I'm not gonna say people don't
I,
desire that career, but
uh,
if it was socially desired, it would change the dynamics.
yeah,
Because now you're gonna want the education. You're gonna want to become principal and teacher.
I, 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 bl- I blame the teachers more so as far as like the kids learning while they're there. I don't want to blame the teachers for them not being there. Uh, I don't think kids don't go to school because of a teacher. I
Yeah,
don't, I don't think
I'm
that.
just saying that towards the school in general.
No, I mean I disagree with you, Psycho, because this goes back to black boys and how they're uh uh disciplined, and targeted in school. So I mean that could be a factor as far as the disconnect with
Well,
teachers.
it's going to be kids that not like a certain teacher, whatever the case may be. But I don't know too many people that didn't go to school because they didn't like a teacher. Like,
Uh,
you know what I'm saying?
okay, yeah, I
Like,
see what
yeah,
you're
I
saying.
don't like this teacher. I'm not going to school today. Like, I don't really that I don't remember hearing that factor of why they people don't go.
Yeah, now once you get to a certain grade and age, you can just transfer classes.
Yeah, they might cut that class. Cutting class and cutting school is two different things.
Mhm.
But yeah, they might cut a class because they don't like a teacher. That might happen.
I went through the racism. That became my motivation to not really be there. But I wasn't missing free lunch and free breakfast.
Yeah,
Hell no.
like I said, I only miss school for pussy myself. Like I did, I actually enjoyed going to school. Like, it had to be a reason for me not to go to school or whatever. I wasn't just cutting school just because I didn't like. I actually school didn't bother me, whatever. Like, and plus I was a basketball head, so I couldn't be missing days like that. I had practice and all that other shit.
I just stopped caring once I realized I was gonna get in trouble no matter what I did. Like I'm not making this up, and I'm not saying it for any empathy. There was times I would get suspended 15 days just for looking like I'm about to run. Looking like I'm about to run. Not me running, not me doing anything. You just look like you're about to run. That's 15 days. And you just got to scratch your head like, what the fuck? And there's even more mundane things than that. 15 days you had a pen instead of a pencil. Come back, 15 days you had a pencil instead of a pen.
What school you go to?
I don't want to say the name. I hate it so much. I don't even speak their name no more. I will tell y'all this story.
That's
I,
that
I
sound
was
like one
going to
of
share
those.
it. I was going to share it yesterday, but y'all know the audience. You got to be able to read the room. Um, essay came up. Sexual assault. I was going to share the newspaper clip and everything. I was a juvenile at the time, so they didn't put my name in the paper. This predominantly, I got beat by every male teacher and a couple of police officers. I even got handcuffed to a tree, all behind this female. She was a female English teacher, cheerleading teacher. She seen she seen this little white girl tell another girl that she thought I was cute. The next day when I got to school, I didn't know any of this. I got told after all it went down. The next day, as soon as I got to school, I go to the bathroom. All of a sudden, I know I'm getting beat on, and it led to me ultimately being handcuffed to a tree. And while I'm handcuffed to this tree, uh, they start asking me, stupid shit. You calm now, because I'm resisting. I'm resisting like a motherfucker. You calm now, you calm now, you calm now. And I just stopped speaking. At this point, I didn't give up, but I just completely stopped speaking. It was no more leave me alone, get off of me. It's none of that. Just leave me. I just shut down. We go into the office and all right, go home. You know what you did. And I'm like, one last time, what did I do? You pulled your pants down and you was chasing the cheerleaders, telling them to give you fellatio. Bring the bitch that said that. Make her say it in front of me. No, I'll just go home. At this point, I'm shook because the procedure is you get suspended, your parents come and get you. I'm getting police at me. You get handcuffed, you go down to the station. I've been through the procedures. This time it's just walk home. Now, mind you, I'm bloody than a motherfucker. That threw me off. That threw me completely off, but I didn't think nothing of it. Here's the hells of it. I get home, I gotta tell my mama that I'm in trouble for sexual harassment, which was a big no-no. You do not mess with girls. Me and my mom still got a damaged relationship to this day. About 3 days after being suspended, um, I wake up early. We used to have the cartoons in the morning. This is when you had the TVs with the knobs on it still. I'm up early. I got punishment, and the punishment was I had to do a lot of yard work. And I got the bright idea, hey, if I get up early enough, I can knock this shit out and I get the house to myself. I'm about to Mortal Kombat the day away. Soon as mom go to work and this nigga go to school, my little brother, oh, I'm Mortal Kombating to death. Well, instead of turning it to the cartoons, I turned to the news and it flashes, teacher arrested for sexual molestation. It was the teacher. In order to join the cheerleading squad, these little girls had to either get fingered at the movies or go to her house and let her and her husband have their way with them. That was the only way they could be cheerleaders. The way I got beat so bad this happened in front of everybody. I got beat so bad that them girls felt the courage to say what was going on to them. It's a crazy world we live in, y'all. Um, I'm gonna put the newspaper clip in the back. My name's not in there, but just to kind of give some validity to the story, I'll drop it in there. It'll have the school name in there too. I just don't like speaking it no more, particularly because of that day.
That sound like one of them boarding schools out there in
Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Boys, what the was called? Boys. What's that shit called?
Where all the YouTube videos of parents condemning Kamala in 2015. Same places where all the Donald Trump videos are at of them condemning him for the Central Park Five and him being a slumlord in New York in 2015. Because nobody was making videos about Donald Trump being a slumlord in 2015. Nobody was doing videos about him, the Central Park Five in 2015. And these are old ass cases. Nobody was talking about it until he ran for president. Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? Like I said, both sides do this, but everybody complains when the other side doesn't. Like I said, y'all too deep in the forest to see the trees. Y'all don't even see y'all the same people y'all complain about. I agree. Nobody was talking about Kamala in 2015 doing this. I would agree. Same reason why nobody was talking about Donald Trump in the Central Park Five in 2015. Same reason. They wasn't running for president.
So, somebody said they felt like music was like a culprit, music or something. Am I
That
correct?
was me.
That was you. You said you feel like music was a culprit in why, or as far as like our
And like gang culture and today.
stereotypical gang culture.
Yeah, in today's
Oh, but you gotta understand, brother.
today.
Gang culture emanated from white people. Bonnie and Clyde, Al Capone. They was the first people to use machine
I would
guns.
agree with that.
Black
That's
people
what
was
I'm
not the first
saying.
people to use machine guns.
I
So
don't
that's why I
disagree
say
with that.
it's knowing, but like it's cool. I don't fault you for what I'm saying, but we understand the gang culture emanated from white people. That didn't start with us, bro. Anytime we started a gang was to oppose anti-black um anti-black tyranny stemming from white people. You feel me? So from California, spook hunters. It was a white spook hunters. Yeah, it was a white gang pretty much formed due to blacks migrating in California. So and I actually speaking of that, I actually was doing some research on Tookie Williams and Raymond Washington. I did some research and I found some articles and they basically the reports were saying that they formulated the gang due to outside. It didn't specify if it was. I'm assuming it was white because they said they came together due to outside gangs harassing them. So I'm coming to the conclusion that they came together. Crips didn't start out on no negative stuff. It actually started out as two black men coming together due to being harassed from outside gangs. So it's a lot we don't know about. We think that we started gangs to kill each other, and that's not really the case, bro. Yeah.
No, I feel you. I feel you. But the thing is, where has it gone to now? Like
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah, yeah,
talking
yeah.
about
But
the
crack,
Bloods and the
crack
Crips.
cocaine. Though. I mean, you have to understand, brother. We've been hit on multiple levels, though. You feel me? Like multiple levels. So I
I
mean,
know, and
it
I'm
shows you.
giving another. I'm just saying another level of it now is the music. I feel like instead of crack, the music
All
has.
right, I'm glad you
You
brought it
get
back to the music. If you mind, can I read this right here? It's gonna break
go
it
ahead.
down to you, and I guarantee you gonna have a different perspective after I read this. Can I read this?
Go ahead.
Okay, so rap music and crime. Hip hop artists can only create and market. Hip hop artists can only create and market malignant filth if a country or a society has atrocious values that allows them to do so. A large part of hip hop's a large part of hip hop's popularity is due to corporate America's desire to validate its negative perceptions of black men. That might explain why rap music that might explain why rap music today is the best prison pipeline ever created by mankind. Rappers are paid by record companies to promote unfavorable stereotypes such as laziness, criminality, drug activity, violence, immaturity, ignorance. White power controls rap. White power controls rap themes and sponsors rap music. Rap themes almost entirely govern black youth. Rap became popular in the 1960s and represented black culture and music. A group's culture is directly related.
What?
Huh? You want me to stop?
Rap got popular in the '60s. Go ahead, continue. Continue.
well, when did rap? I'm saying like the the advent of rap started when? It was like was it the 50s?
They
Rap
talking about just are they
Late
talking about just
70s.
like rapping like Muhammad Ali, like just making things rhyme? Or are they talking about music like
I
rhythmic rapping,
I
like
just
in music?
okay, not like the like acapello and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm
Got
saying.
you,
Like,
got you.
yeah, what
James
are they talking about?
Brown.
Yeah, because when people talk about spitting, they talking about mostly they talk about rhythmic rhyming, which started with DJ Hollywood. But like you had people that was rhyming before that, but it wasn't rhythmic, right? It was like like the Last Poets and like I said Ali and like you had people that was actually rhyming, but rhythmic rhyming like that wasn't popular in the '60s.
Mm, okay. We'll disregard that then. Y'all. But okay, so boom. A group's culture is directly reflected in its music. Music represents music represents them, speaks for them, provides listeners with intellectual nourishment, develops their personalities, and serves as a musical conduit that plants a spirit in the hearts of disarmed listeners. Transfixed in a moment of harmonic transfixed in a moment of harmonic synchrony. Music carries messages to the heart and soul through a hypnotic trance, reinforces thoughts and values, stimulates fantasies, physically motivates, and determines the kinds of moves, dances, and values that people have. When one group, especially a conqueror, controls another group's music, they also control the spirit, mind, body, and soul and actions of the people who created it.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there, real quick, Diddy. Listen to everything you just said.
Okay.
And tell me what I said was wrong.
So when one group, hold on, especially control.
When one group controls,
when one group, especially controls another group's music, they also control the spirit. So yeah, when one group, especially my bad, when one group, especially a conqueror, controls another group's music, they also control the spirit, mind, body, soul, and actions of the people who created
what
it.
we seeing with the mind, the spirit, the body, and the soul of the young folks listening to the music we listen to today? What we seeing come from it?
We seeing nothing but the bulk of it is rife with just negative, just
That's
like the
my
brother said,
point.
non-productive, huh?
That was my point when I said the music.
Yes, brother, but that's like you're placing it on like the onus solely on us though.
No, I'm not placing the onus solely on us, but I do got to place the accountability on us also. Of course, it's somebody who's maneuvering the puppet, putting the money behind the puppet. You know what I'm saying? Of course that, but you still got to hold the puppet accountable too. If I know right from wrong, if I know that somebody is doing this to me, if I know a Jewish guy is only letting me put out this form of rap to my people and I see what it's doing, once I know this and I understand it and I continue to do it, it gotta fall on me.
Accountability.
It gots to fall on me. If I know what I'm saying to this in this music is hurting people younger than me and is influencing people younger than me, and I can see the reality of what's going on in real
How
time.
is it influencing people though? That's what I'm trying to understand. Help me understand how it's influencing people.
Well, can Deity reread that part about the prison pipeline? Because there was one line very early in the article that
Okay.
struck me to be interesting.
Okay, so
Right before the prison
yeah,
to
right before that.
the pipeline. Yeah, right before that.
Okay, so hip hop artists can only create and market malignant filth if a country or society has atrocious values that allow them to do so. A large part of hip hop's popularity is due to corporate America's desire to validate its negative perceptions of black men. And then it goes into okay, so that might explain why rap music today is the best prison pipeline ever created by mankind.
Exactly.
That article is saying that it's the reason.
Okay.
Yeah, like you literally brought up
That's
the
the
article
greatest
and
one.
broke and it like validated what I was trying to say.
Yes, but he's also saying that only if you see what I'm saying? We only can create that only if a country would allow and condone,
I
you
agree.
know.
I agree with that
But it's
100%.
okay. I
Because
see
we
what you're
don't
saying.
own the media. We don't own the radio stations that's playing the music.
Mm.
We don't own
None of that. I agree with you, but we are the voices, and we do know now. Back in the 90s, baby, we can. They got let grace. They get grandfathered in, like you said about the ancestral stuff or the biracial stuff. But now in today's time, how we see
Right.
this affecting kids. Go ahead, Psycho.
No, my bad. That was an opinion piece, right? Like I gotta get on my identity stuff. Excuse me, and play the numbers game. Like they said that hip hop is the greatest school to prison pipeline. But if you look at these numbers are the homicide rate that dates all the way back. I don't know how to do my name anymore. Yeah. But this goes back beyond 1940. You can see that, right? And you can see what the homicide rate was when hip hop first started doing quote unquote gangster rap. It would be right around the peak of you can't see my mouse, but yeah, you'll see it peaked out right around the time when gangster rap NWA Straight Outta Compton came out, and that would be right around 1988. And as you can see, from that point in time, from 1988, that was the highest it's been. It hasn't been that high since 1988. It's actually dipped off, a huge decrease since 1988. You can see the graph right there. The black line, the top line is the black death. So just so y'all know.
But Psycho, this the homicide rate though. Pull up the prison. If you can, let's just look at a chart on the prison rate.
Well, the prison rate that doesn't have nothing to do with the music. That has to do with the crime bills and stuff like that being put in place. That's where we got to get political. That got to do with laws that were put in place to target people. As we just talking prison, right? I thought y'all were talking about like behavior. Like,
when he had brought the prison.
Okay, well, the prison
more than I think y'all get why he said that.
Right, but that has to do with the laws, though, right? Like that.
Definitely.
Right.
But I do think, brother, the music is influential to where like, brother, like you're not saying that music is not influential, like, or it doesn't penetrate.
I don't feel like it influences people to do criminal behavior. I don't think.
Psycho.
I've never heard. Me personally, it's off my anecdotal experiences. I know a lot of thugs, gangsters, street dudes, killers, hustlers, everything in my lifetime. And none of them have ever been said they did any of that dirt they did because they was motivated by a song.
But that's what I'm saying. We living in a new time, Psycho. You're a little bit older. This younger generation.
But I lived through the era that had the most homicides.
I agree with that. But you didn't live through the era where people were literally telling their criminality, real criminality, not exaggeration or a fake story or someone else's story. You got kids literally. If I say some wild stuff today, the next kid want to say some even wilder stuff about what they actually are doing. Like the way the music is influencing kids nowadays. Maybe not the homicide rate going up, but how many people are actually who's selling drugs just because of music, not out of strife, not out of because they poor or don't got money, but out of just purely want to be cool because it's in the music. That's like a epidemic right now going on.
Nah, like people are influenced not by music. People are influenced by the big homies on the block. That's what people.
Ain't no more big homies on the block, Psycho. Ain't no more big homies on the block. You are the big homie.
Well, I'm saying
not you, Psycho, but I'm saying the person who I'm speaking of. Go ahead.
No, I feel what you're saying. But I mean, but you know, it is. They see the dudes out in the block and everything else. Like you're influenced by your environment, right? Like the people that is looked up to in the hood, not by the music per se, right? Like the people that's what it's always been, right?
But the rappers are the ones who are looked up to now. It used to be the big homies, the drug dealers. Now it's the actual rapper. I can't even remember a time when I went to high school. I started in 2008. I didn't know nobody. I probably knew two people who wanted to be rappers from 2008 to 2012. Now anybody I'm around is a rapper, literally.
Well, that's because you're older now. That's because you're older now. It was like that when I was a kid too, and it was just like a few of us that had actually hip hop aspirations. By the time I was done graduating, like there was a whole slew of people that thought they could spit and wanted to start trying to make music. Like like the older you get, that starts to kick in a little bit later in life for some people.
I got you.
Yeah. But and I agree with that. That's my artistic beef with hip hop is too many people spitting and not enough people listening, and that's the problem. Everybody think they can do it, but that's a whole different topic though. But
I can't even listen to music right now, man. It hurt to even listen to it when it comes to rap. It hurt to listen to it.
on the artistic level, it could step its game up definitely. So you get no arguments with me on the artistic level. I just don't think it's causing people to do criminality, so to speak. Like these people are going, like criminals are going to be criminals, right? They're going to do what they do, like and they're going to do it independent of a song, right? Like there's gangsters out here doing all this craziness, back listening to the Temptations, and what's what Cadillacs, right? And Lincolns and shit. Listening to Temptations and 8 Tracks, right? Like, and they was up here doing the most gangster shit you ever think of. And so it's not the music.
Let me read this right here. Let me see if it shapes your. I'm gonna just skip all. Right? I'm gonna just get straight to the because he has a certain point and then he gets to the. But really I shouldn't. I mean, even though I just read that, but all right. So boom. So he has the okay. So um okay. So he just said, okay, so one aspect. So look at me. I listen to gangster rap all the time and I came out fine. That would be like a boxer claiming that, yeah. He said, look at me. I listen to gangster rap all the time and I came out fine. That would be like a boxer claiming boxing isn't that risky. I used to box all the time and I came out okay. Not every person is affected the same way by trauma or exposure. Three woofers, three woofers fall from a building among the victims. One breaks a leg, another breaks an ankle, and the third is fatally injured. One 100 people are exposed to asbestos, yet only a few suffer health effects. Among NBA players, some retire rich, others retire financially secure, and some retire poor. There is no proof that rap is linked to any crime. Those who believe this statement must be professional excuse makers. In every stage of music, in many facets of life too. For many rappers, there is violence and murder in any major city. Any time people hear of a shooting at a music studio, they automatically assume it is a rap. Yeah, pardon me. They automatically assume it is a rap music studio. A shooting or brawl can happen at any concert, but it is almost expected at some rap shows. Small venues or house parties featuring rap Rat poison are even more prone to violence. People involved in this murder music are risking their lives at their music studio, concert, and video productions, walking down the street or sitting in their own homes, only for others to sit and deny the crime and violence associated with rap music. The only music, the only music video productions that have routine gunshots and murder are rap videos. The only musical artists who are constantly shot or attacked while walking down the street in their homes. While walking down the street in their homes or standing in the cookie shop are rap artists. Nowadays, the average rapper seems to be currently or previously affiliated. Nowadays, the average rapper seems to be currently or previously affiliated with a gang. Today, most young black men in prison are passionate gangster rap fans, as were many of their parents. Many rappers get either locked up or murdered. How is an activity that continually promotes gang activity, retail, retaliation, shootings, selling drugs, and alcohol use are not criminal in nature? Question mark. Claiming rap is unrelated to crime is like claiming that fast food commercials do not successfully encourage people to eat the food. People people, especially young people, are easily influenced by anything that is powerful and visual and by repetition. Some rap music is so powerful it can induce hypnosis and put listeners into a trance. The link between I'll stop there if you want me to stop, but yeah,
A
I don't know.
trance?
But,
Oh, bro, Psycho, hear me out. Hear me out. Really, if I turn on, if I'm deity, just be truthful too. If you in the car and you turn on some young boy, ain't you gonna hit the? Ain't you gonna start speeding?
Say it again.
If you in the car and you turn on some young boy, you just got finished listening to some Sade. You was just cruising. Soon as you turn on young boy, what are you gonna do?
Oh, it's a whole mood shift, bro. Whole behavior.
You don't even
Whole mood
intentionally
shift.
But that's
do it.
not criminal though. But that's not criminal.
No,
That's
it's
what I'm
not.
saying. Like
I'm just
criminal
saying.
activity is what I'm harping on.
I got you, Psycho. But I'm saying the music does have an influence, whether it's criminal or
I think right or wrong kicks in. Like there's a reason why, because it ain't just criminals that listen to gangster rap, right? Gangster rap is listened to by everybody: white people, Asian people, black people that's from the suburbs that don't live in the hood, have no hood in them whatsoever. You know, this, that, and third. They listen to it. They listen to it actually. They actually buy this music more than the hood do. The hood dudes buying bootlegs, right? Like if or getting copies or just downloading it. Now they downloading stuff. Bootlegs ain't even a thing no more. But you know they downloading the music right on. They downloading torrents. They not even paying for that. You know what I mean? So like these white people actually kicking out money to buy this stuff, and they listen to it on a regular basis, and nobody, they not up here killing everybody and this, that, and the third, or whatever the case may be. So it's got to do with the environment, not the music per se. You know,
Let
like
me ask you a question, Psycho. Why you think the J. Cole's, the Coast Contras, the 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 real conscious rap, the brothers who actually got the talent, why you don't think they get pushed as hard from
well, that's because
the
and this is where you got to start pointing the finger at the fans because the people that's buying it is buying the other stuff more, right? That's why I don't get pushed as much because remember these people are about money. We talking about small hats, right? Now
yes sir,
these small hats are all about making money. They all
yes
about
sir.
green. We all know about that. That's the whole stick about them, right? They about their paper, right? So ultimately they're gonna put out whatever's gonna make them paper. And if people are up here buying this drill music more than they buying the conscious hip hop, they're gonna push the drill music. Right? That's just good business, right? That's just business sense, right? Like if you tapped into a genre of music and there's different subsets of this genre of music, and this subset over here is what's making the most money, that's where most of your focus is going to be on.
I 100% agree with you, but I feel like if they know that, there has to be something to that. If the small hats know that this is gonna sell more, they know that for a reason. It's just like subliminals when it comes to coloring, when it comes to McDonald's and how you advertise everything. They know these psychological warfare games
Red,
they
all
play.
that.
So if they putting out this type of music for their bottom line, they know exactly why their bottom line is going to be made because they know the influence this type of music can have on a certain type of individual, a certain type of person who's in a certain type of environment.
White,
I mean,
white, white kids. Another question. White
I
kids
feel
listen
like
to
it's
rap.
just 50-50, Psycho. I don't feel like it's 100% the music. I agree with you on that. But I do feel like it's a little 50-50. And I say that more towards my generation, not towards yours.
yeah, I
Real
still
quick
don't think. Oh, go ahead. You
on
say
your, I
what?
was gonna say real quick on your white kids and so white kids listen to rap more than blacks. So these are all questions basically. He's basically so white kids listen
What's
to
that book called, matter of fact, before you
Black American History and Crime.
okay.
It's a 2-in-1 compilation on group survival and lawlessness. Examine the impact systemic injustices has on African American behavior, statistics, and lifespan. Okay. White kids listen to rap more than blacks, and they're not out here doing crime. Who says no white person has yet been influenced to commit a crime by rap music? Question. Rap does not resonate with white audience. Rap does not resonate with white audiences the same way it does with black youth. Most white youth do not consider rappers to be leaders. They often have two parents in the home, but live in low crime areas and do not take rap lyrics rap lyrics literally. So I just want to put that out there. I thought that was a good point, but
Right. Like I mean, case in point. Case in point. if y'all grew up listening, did any of y'all grow up listening to Eminem? I don't know. I'm just going. Maybe
No,
you did, maybe you didn't.
no.
Okay, but that he is of that ilk, right? Like y'all grew up with him being #1 artist and everything else at one point in time. Y'all remember that? Yeah. Now this dude was walking about killing his moms and throwing his girl in the back of the trunk and all this other stuff and doing all this other wild stuff and everything else and people was listening to this and he was #1 selling artist and I didn't hear about a whole bunch of cases of mothers being killed and wives being put in the back trunk and drove off the cliff and I didn't hear about all these cases going on. You know, people like he was just saying, you know, people take it and they don't really take it but so serious, right? Like they understand this stuff is kind of fiction and they don't really take it to heart.
We did hear
And
though
also,
from
brother,
the
we
white.
don't.
We did
They
hear
don't look
from
at
the white community
rappers
about
as leaders, like Black Youth.
the rock and remember the white community did. They was trying to get that rock and roll took out of their community, and then them violent video games. And I think Eminem even had some. I think Eminem had some problems with the white community on his raps too. But of course, no, it wasn't to the level of.
Now the video games to me is more damaging than the music.
I agree. I put them on the same.
That's
I put them on the
practice
same
right
spectrum.
there. Yeah, because that right there is actually practice. Like listening to music ain't practice. Playing video games, some of these video games is practice.
I got another one. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Like that Grand Theft Auto, that's detrimental because niggas is out here thinking that this is the real world and they doing shit that's in fucking GTA.
These white boys, these shootings and everything is out there. I think a lot of that is video game motivated.
I agree.
See, yeah, it's deep though, man. It's definitely interesting. As far as the video game, so what about the violent video games and movies? Do you want to ban Do you want to ban that too? Question. Not all violent movies and video games pass censorship. It is legal in the US to sell or view pornography, but there is still plenty of porn that is illegal, even if it involves consenting adults. Some video games have been deemed too violent and banned in the United States, all without any cries of censorship. Rappers are prohibited from rapping about killing cops. They cannot rap about animal abuse, date rape, domestic terrorism, or domestic violence. If they did so, they would be terminated and the songs banned. The only obscene anthem that is okay to constantly rap about is killing members of the purported black community. Some rappers are promoting 0 to 100 real quick, as well as gang activity and guns. That is a recipe for crime and violence. Yeah, deep though. Ultimately, but I put the man. It's promoted, man. It like you said, it's promoted due to to ultimately perpetuate negative black stereotype, man, and that's
See, you read it. You opened up the book thinking it was gonna be able to, but now it put them thoughts in your head.
I
never had these views 6 years ago. Like
The music has always had music always talked about sex. It always talked about balance. Music is like
not so
graphically
though.
It might be more graphic now. It might be more. The lyrics might be more graphic, but the topic matter has always been discussed in music. These topic matters.
Man, you got you seen that little 8-year-old you got it's a little 8-year-old called Little RT. He is literally talking about killing little 9 and 8-year-olders.
Now I don't support it. Now it should definitely be an age limit to this stuff. Now I would agree. Like
they would not let no little white boys.
They make this stuff age limits. Like they put age limits on this stuff, right? Like I know they did that back in the day, like back in the '90s, like with C. Dolores Tucker and all them was tripping. Like they put all the adult mature content labels on certain albums and everything else to let people know like it's for mature content only, like only adults only. So
That's
now
gone
that
now.
falls on the parents. That
That's
falls on the
gone now.
parents, right? The parents
No.
gotta be careful what the kids are listening to. Just like same thing with movies, right? Movies are rated R for a reason, right? The rated R lets you know it's mature content. This ain't for kids, right? And then you got PG where it's parental guidance. You can watch this with your parents, but not by yourself, right? If it's G-rated movies, they don't need no parents to watch it. Anybody can watch it, right? No parents are needed, right? Like so, this it's a reason why they did that with movies, and they also did the same thing with music. So I don't see the problem. Like these are R-rated music that
But
kids
see,
should
with
listen to.
the music, even on the radio station, it's words that you used to couldn't say when I was growing up, like shit and fuck and all of that. You couldn't say that on the radio. You can
Yeah, I
say
know
that now.
they more lenient now. They are more
So
lenient with
my
shit now.
my
You couldn't
5-year-old
say you
ride
couldn't say bitch. You couldn't say damn. You
exactly.
couldn't even say damn when I was a kid on music.
My
Now
little 5-year-old riding in the car with us. He listening to a song with his mama. I'm on the phone with them. I can hear him in the back singing word to word with the song. I'm like, what do you? No, you don't listen to that while he's in the car.
That's an FTC problem though, right? Like that's a problem with how they regulate in the radio stations.
But
Like,
I think that's the way
crazy.
our culture is going that way of
That's society. That's society
Yep.
as a whole.
Yep.
That ain't just black people. That's society.
No, I didn't mean when I said culture, I didn't mean
yeah, because
black.
TV's
I
like
mean,
that too. TV's like that too. Like TV on regular national TV, like ABC, NBC, CBS, you would never hear nobody say the word bitch back in the day. That would have never flew back in the 80s and shit like that. Hearing the word bitch on NBC or ABC, they'll throw the word bitch around like nothing on ABC, NBC, and all that shit now.
Hey, Psycho, was it ever okay to call another man that word?
No.
Was it ever okay to call your homeboy that, bro? That
Hell no.
you got these little niggas out here calling each other bitches like they a woman, like they using it as a term of endearment towards their brother. Like,
see, that's the gay culture getting pushed right there. That's
yes, but these is coming from niggas in the streets, niggas who rap like is wow, is wow.
That's wild. That's wild.
In a joint, bro, you ain't even making it home. I'm sorry to bring it to that, but you're not even making it home. You call another man that.
Yeah, man.
And no, Ray Charles wasn't singing about killing Smokey Robinson. No, they wasn't making diss R&B songs against each other. That's not R&B culture. But yeah, like no, that's not going. That never happened. But I'm talking about like the subject matters, like like I said, like drugs and sex. Like people ain't complaining when people complain about hip hop. They're not complaining about battling. Right? They're not complaining about people battling. They're complaining about people dying. That's
yes. And dying over rap words, literally. Like at least back then in the day. I mean, it ain't no at least, but back then in the day when in the 80s and the 90s, when the crime rate was crazy, it was about money. It was about territory, whether it's right or wrong. It was about something. Nowadays, the killing is literally senseless. It makes no sense.
And I didn't know over 200 rappers died in 2020.
Bro, yes.
With many more wounded. I didn't know that. Like, that was unbeknownst to me. That's a lot.
Then look at all the rappers who locked up right now. It's like 100 rappers locked up. You got RICO cases, murders. Like, I don't even want my kids listening to no rap at all. Like, I don't listen to no rap around like I said, I can't even listen to it no more. I listen to all Sade, Thorn. I listen to what my mother raised me up on. I'm trying to implement that into them. Would you say, Psycho?
That music's cool too. Like I love music, period.
I do too.
Yeah, but yeah, like I love hip hop, and some of the hip hop, a lot of the hip hop I listen to ain't kid friendly. But again, hip hop never affected me on that level. Again, it's anecdotal. I understand that, but yeah, it never affected me on that level. It never made me want to jump up and kill anybody. never, even though I can listen to a whole album of people talking about catching 180 bodies. After I listened to that album, I never felt the need to go pick up the gun and go shoot anybody.
Man, I know little niggas, bro. I know little niggas who literally turn on YB just to go like when they about to go do what they go do, they turning on they hitter music. Like,
Ain't
they got
nobody doing
songs just
drive-bys to Sade, bro.
that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be no stride bys to Sade. You would be a smooth operator. Like you ain't even got no reason to do that listening to Sade.
Yeah.
See, yeah, C says white power enjoys a plethora of benefits from promoting gang activity and violence through this sonic. He called it a sonic sewage. Sonic sewage. All ethnic groups are guided and empowered by their values and consciousness, culture, and self-image. Therefore, rap music is one of the most powerful instruments white power has for exerting control over Black America because it gives them direct control over Black personalities, youth, youth values, consciousness, culture, and self-image. Through rap music, white power is able to produce future convicts and to provide prison labor, cause early deaths, conduct population control, increase stupidity, stunt maturity, normalize pathology, and replace their violent hate groups with Black gangs. This teaches the world to also despise and fear Blacks, and defines the essence of Blackness and Black culture as being completely and exclusively intertwined with hip hop and crime. But yeah, brother, this book it's very
I
thought
disagree
provoking.
with a
It
part
definitely
of that.
makes you think,
As
man.
far as like if you as an artist, as an MC, your vocabulary got to be up. Like you're looking into words. You need to know what words mean. The more words you know, the better. As an MC, right? Like you gotta construct bars. You gotta construct rhymes and word patterns, and you need words to do this, right? Like
They
people
took the
pick up
bar.
dictionaries and start, huh?
They took the word play out, Psycho, and added the melodies. So now niggas ain't gotta drop bars.
See, and
They
that's
drop
and
melodies.
that's I actually don't even disagree with you there. Like a lot of these artists nowadays, they that's why I call them trash. They not lyrical. They not complex at all. But if as an MC, like as I said, MCs, they not these little contrived rappers that's just out here just trying to make a buck off a trendy hook and a nice beat, right? Like, but yeah, most artists out there that care about their music, care about their bars and everything else. Oh yeah, they got to get their vocabulary up.
And them the ones we don't get to put on the pedestal. We don't get to really. They don't get glorified.
Yeah, these
Look up
mainstream.
Coast Contra when y'all get some time.
Oh, them my dudes. Them they
Bro,
throwbacks. They throwbacks.
them
Like,
they
yeah,
are cold.
they throwbacks, and they that's hip hop. That's why I said like they
That's hip
MCs.
hop.
That's hip hop right there.
What
Yeah,
about La Russell? You like La
The
Russell?
Russell hip hop.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. They out there. You gotta just dig for them. You
Yeah,
gotta
that's
do.
what
For
I'm
You
sure,
gotta
saying.
do
for
a
Like,
little
sure.
digging.
but they need
That's
more
the only
support.
music I
They
can
need
listen
more
to now.
support so they can make more money. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Cambada. I rock
Kambada.
with Cambada too.
I rock with Kambada. I got Black Magic
Yeah.
363.
Q. I got Q
Q
on my
Q.
playlist too.
I didn't even know QueButter rap.
So yeah, man, it's a lot on there though.
Kambada hard though.
yeah,
And
these
then
artists
right
are out
now,
here. They out
East
here. That's
Coast.
what I said. Like, but people either don't look for them or they hear them and they like, oh, I like them, but they don't really support them like that. So when the label don't push them out there because they're not getting supported like that, people think it's a contrived effort to suppress them, and that's not the case. It's just they're not making the money. That's because people ain't gravitating to that. We gravitate to that because we hip hop heads apparently, but uh, people that are just like casual listeners, and most people that listen to hip hop are just casual listeners, right? They listen to pretty much whatever they hear on the radio, and they're like, oh, I like that, and then that's what they listen to, right? Whatever is spoon fed to them. They don't really go digging looking for hip hop like that.
Mm-hmm.
So and that's what the labels pay attention to. They try to just grab catchy, trendy things that people just the casual listener go out and buy. It's not targeted to the hip hop heads. That's not where the money's at. The money ain't with the hip hop heads. The money's with trying to get it's more casual listeners than hip hop heads.
Because we want to listen to your whole. We want to listen to your whole album. We're not gonna go out and just buy all your songs. We're gonna listen to your whole album. You feel me? Song by songs. You got these people who putting out an album with 22 songs. You only go listen to 3-4 of the songs on it and pass it up.
You know how hard it is to make an album where all the tracks are actually hot? Name one album in your lifetime. Maybe you got one that you can play from beginning to end.
I could. Those are the classics to me. To me, if you can't do that, it's not a classic.
Facts.
I know classics, but it's not a lot of them. Like
That's
usually
hard to
you
do.
can't name an artist with multiple classics. Usually you can name artists who got one classic and the rest of them is like they might be good albums, but you can't really classify it as a classic.
I've been slapping that 38
Like
speech too.
DMX first album to me is a classic.
Who you say?
Front to back, no, I ain't skipping nothing.
You say DMX?
His first album, yeah.
Front to back. Who you say? Deity.
38 Special. He from Rochester, New York. Benny the Butcher.
I'm hip to him. I'm hip to him. Benny the Butcher. Yeah. He hard. He hard. I just got him
called Mother and Gun.
He sound like that one battle rapper.
Huh?
He sound like this. It's a battle rapper. They both sound dead on each other.
Yeah, he got bars like a battle rapper. He be spitting
that don't even get pushed in New York. Like now, New York only pushing the drill scene.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting. Another question here. Somebody said even Ice Cube and others say rap does not cause violence or crime. Ice Cube and others are generating income from the music and protecting their investment can be expected. 2, during Ice Cube era, rappers were not killed as often. 3, now decades later, it is possible that Ice Cube and others feel differently than they were in their 20s. 4, Ice Cube also stated publicly that rap is being filled. He said rap, and that's true because I've seen that. Ice Cube also stated publicly that rap is being used to fill prisons. Facts. In August 2023, he told Bill Maher, whatever that white dude can
Bill Maher.
Yeah. It seems really kind of suspicious that the records that comes out are really geared to push toward that prison industry. Quote. That's what he said. So it's find that interesting. It's true. So Psycho, you agree with that? Not as many rappers was killed during your era, or
no, we didn't. No, it wasn't. I mean, rappers was dying, but it wasn't over music, right? Rappers wasn't dying over music. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they was actually dying in their real life.
Yeah, they died over some street stuff, right? Independent of music, and that's what's going on nowadays too. Even in the drill scene, people ain't dying because of the music. People are dying over street stuff, and they making songs talking about it, right? Like that's kind of what's going on. So now I don't. I think it's stupid. I think it's stupid to do dirt and then make a song dry snitch on yourself. That's insane to me. But that's what's going on though. Like like Chicago had this murder rate problem for a while before drill music was even a thing. So it's just now they're just talking about it publicly on songs, which is insane. Again, I don't agree with that. But yeah, I don't think that's what's causing the murders though. They just talking about it, which again is stupid. They dry snitching. What are you doing? Like, why are you killing people first of all, and then second of all, why the hell are you making songs talking about it for the world to hear? But like, it's stupid on so many levels.
Did y'all watch that special ed interview on Drink Champs when he was talking about NWA?
Yeah, he blamed NWA for killing hip hop and ruining his career and everything. But it's funny because like especially when it did come out during the crossover, right? Like he was a young dude.
Yeah.
He was a young dude when he came out with I Got It Made and this was the late '80s, and this is when music was starting to really cross over from his style of music to becoming a little bit more hardcore, right? It's quote unquote gangster, right? Like that was starting to become like more of a thing. Like the underground scene was starting to make more noise and was starting to become more prevalent. And he was more of a mainstream party type of MC from like the Heavy D and the Boys, Salt and Pepper, Kid and Play type of format, right? He was more of that, right? And when he came around, he was a young dude. He took off his first album, made a lot of money off some singles he made, and after that, when he came around to his second album, by the time his second album came out, hip hop had changed and his style of hip hop where it wasn't people trying to hear that no more. And yeah, he kind of got phased out quick, and he blamed NWA for it. And I mean, he could blame NWA for it. I mean, or he just couldn't keep up with the times. I mean, you had to adjust. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah. The genre shifted.
yeah, I mean, he
It
wasn't born
shifted
then,
heavy.
right? Like that's why they that much older than me. Like he was a young kid when he came out. He wasn't that much older than me when he dropped. So like I saw the shift happen, right? I was for I already was adjusting to what hip hop was about to become in the '80s. Like I saw it with Rakim and G Rap and all them, right? Like I saw where hip hop was going, and I saw like if you ain't stepping your lyrics up to this type of level, you're gonna be a nobody. Like I see where this is going, right? Like they didn't open up the floodgates. So like, and so if you still stuck in this yes, yes, y'all to the beat, y'all party people like having the ball. If you still stuck in that joint, you're gonna be phased out. I wasn't trying to be phased out, but he stayed in that lane, and he got phased out by the time the second album dropped. He wasn't able to keep up.
Like LL and Cannabis, sort of like, right?
Kinda, yeah, kind of, sort of, yeah. But L had carved out a lane though. L was good because he had carved out the lane with the ladies and shit. So he didn't need men support once he like came like L. Most of L's support came from women. He didn't need the lean in heavy on pause on trying to get the male base because he had all the women locked up. He kind of carved out that whole lane, pandering to women and stuff. Like he kind of carved that whole lane for himself, so he was good. But and he always had like one song where he'll bring in all the current artists and everything else, and he'll do and that'll kind of keep him semi-relevant with the dudes because he always had that one song on his album that the brothers rocked with. But most of his album then was all for the women. By the time his third album dropped, I should say, his first two albums wasn't like that.
I need love.
Yeah, that was the game changer right there. That was the one. Once that dropped, he made an ass load of money off that song. Yeah, he that created the lane.
Even our R&B music is different. Even our R&B music is even geared towards street music now. Like we can't even get good R&B no more.
Love ain't in the music no more, man.
Now you
It ain't
back
even no
in back
love
in
music.
probably like the late '90s was around the time where things started to shift to be a little more raunchy, like when it was like blatantly obvious what they were talking about. You had to be really creative with your lyrics to get your stuff played, like in the '80s, '70s, '80s for R&B. You knew they were talking about sex, but they didn't just blatantly just come out and say it.
Which I think gives that's how you become creative. That gives you more creative ability because you're not being blatant. It makes you think, how can I say this without saying it like that? It gives you more of a creative ability. Now it's just I say what the fuck come up to my mind.
And it come
Anybody
out.
out there want to hear a song that like they literally wrote a climax in the song? Between the Sheets by the Isley Brothers, that was one of the most creative ways I've ever heard an R&B song literally right in the lyrics and the build up. It was like holy shit, like you can image like you can picture it like damn, yo. Did they just do that? But they
Hey,
played
why?
it on the radio and you know, it was on the radio.
Hey, why was the Isley brothers always talking about getting cheated on?
I don't know.
You
Mr.
ever
Big.
notice that?
Mm-hmm.
Like every song.
Some scandalous chick, yeah.
Hmm.
Either they the other man or they got cheated on. Either way, it's some
Yep.
cheating going on.
Yeah, at some point early, actually mid to late 90s, it just was blatant. It
Yeah, I
was
mean,
just blatant. When R.
but they
Kelly did
always
that, I'm effing you tonight. It was like, damn, you ain't even try and hide that, did you?
infidelity was always a thing in music though, being talked about. Now, like you said, it was they way more explicit in the '90s. I agree. They kicked the whole table. They were just out in the open about. They ain't just talking about cheating anymore. They talking about how they doing it. Like, yeah, I had your
Yep.
baby mother bent over in the back seat, tilted this to the side, and went to work. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was very like it wasn't that explicit back in the day, but they talked about infidelity though, all the time, all the time.
Now it's it's yeah.
Mm.
No
Ain't none
longer
of these
good.
R&B dudes got time for begging. Them
No,
Keith Sweat
they
days are done.
Oh
hell
yeah,
yeah. They talk
sipping all
about
that
tricking
sipping
now.
stuff. Yeah, yeah. Keith Sweat was King Simp of R&B. Like,
Hey, still touring to this day though.
Yeah, he is.
he's dope artist. He's a
Still
dope
touring.
producer too. Dope producer, dope artist. But you know, like yeah, he make dope music. But that was boy, he used to make simp music though.
Now, I did hear Tyrese's new album. Forgot the name of it. He just came out with it. He writes a lot about his screw ups. Like every album is about somewhere in there he screwed up and he's trying to get his woman back.
Who'd you say?
Tyrese.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like those type artists, yeah, them begging days are done.
Yeah, begging ain't that ain't working anymore. The women don't even want to hear it. Women don't want to hear it, but
Nope.
don't hear begging.
At least the Christian I'm now hearing some decent sounding Christian rappers. Like just the flow, you're like, oh damn, they got better.
I
They
can
used
agree
to
with
be horrible.
I can agree with that 100%.
Horrible. And I don't even listen to Christian rap, but I've heard a few that
Yeah,
like, oh damn, that's a Christmas
Like
church
them
song. What
Israelites,
the hell?
they do
like
got
Kirk Franklin.
some bars.
Kirk Franklin, Lou.
Nah, Kirk ain't he ain't even an artist.
I don't know what to call Kirk. I don't even like calling that rap, but nothing. Like
Hell
he
of an
branded
instructor.
as rap, but I don't like calling it that. I agree.
Yeah, I always thought he
He
didn't
like
have
the
the
Christian
talent.
Luke. He like the Christian Luke. He kind of just talks through the song.
Right. Right. And he keeps changing his band. Like, are they quitting on him?
Probably so. Or he probably fired him. Probably started asking for too much money, just replacing him.
He told him to ask Jesus. He told him to keep praying for it, and it's
Yeah.
gonna happen.
You know he one of them prosperity gospel ass type motherfuckers. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
another reason why I don't like those Christian rappers. They come across like prosperity preachers, and they annoy the hell out of me.
Y'all see that episode? I guess it was some came out. His mom lied to him about his dad. His mom lied to him about who his dad was, or something like that. It was like I seen it. Yeah, his mom lied to him
That's not
about it.
Christian like.
Yeah, it's kind of yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was almost guaranteed you was garbage if you was a Christian rapper.
If I heard somebody come to me spitting Christian bars, they got it. Like, I don't even want to spit behind him. Like, we in a cipher and somebody come in and spit Christian bars, he done killed the whole, he done sucked the energy out of the room. I don't even want to spit no more. How do I follow that? I'm not about to spit behind that. You got it, bro.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's just a lot of good rappers wasn't interested back in the day.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but now lyrics gone.
Bars. That's why I said people don't respect bars anymore. To the point where they don't even frown on ghostwriting anymore, man. It's like it's crazy. It's
Right.
crazy. Like that.
Ghost writing and snitching. They don't give a damn.
They don't care. Yeah, exactly. Two things that actually matter. Two things that you could have never did when I was a kid is now socially accepted, and it's crazy to me. I will never.
Yep.
It would never. I will never normalize that in my head. Like, yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. I just gotta be the old dude saying, "Get off my lawn" on that one. Like, no, like snitching and not writing your bars. That is a problem for me. Especially not writing your own bars. That's a big problem. Big problem.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
I'm gonna be honest. Honest moment right now. I do not like that Kendrick Lamar song that went viral. I don't like it.
Not like
I don't
us.
think it's that good.
They not like
That was
us.
Yeah,
that was a
I
hit
don't
right
think it's
there.
that good.
I like the
He
beat and subject. I like the beat and
it's
subject matter, but the song it's not one of his better. So I like Meet the Grams.
Lyrically, it's horrible to me.
Meet the
but
Grams
see
is way better
this
lyrical song.
this what
Like
it
Meet
is,
the Grams.
identity. He beat Drake at his own game. That's why it's so popular and live. Drake is the
beat and the hook gets it. You know, the beat and the hook.
Drake is the when he goes at you on a track, when it's a diss track, he's able to make those diss tracks that you could play in the club. So when Kendrick dropped that, it was like he pulled a Drake move on Drake. That's why it's so big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like Beat the Grams better. I thought it was a better song. Like just as far as the concept of it and the bars and everything, like it was a much better song.
Of course.
But what you call it, with that? Not Like Us. That was the turn up. Like that was it's the beat and the hook grabbed everybody, and they just ran with it. And it dropped in the summertime. It was always a summer banger.
Yeah, that thing went viral.
He also took off the copyright. He let creators actually eat off that. So
yeah,
off the song.
Mm-hmm.
Drake's another one that known. I did not believe Soldier Boy when he said it, but yeah, Drake did take some stuff from Soldier. I was like, yeah, he has a valid claim here, Drake. Like, no one noticed though.
Yeah, Drake got a few, but Drake steal from a lot of people. Like it's a compilation.
How is this okay though? How do you be the number one rapper in the world at one point and people know you stealing bars, you stealing flows, you stealing rhythms
How
and
is that respected? Like how is that?
Yeah.
Like that's crazy. Like and
You
people
see what
like,
he is?
and
He
people
one
be
of them
like, "Who
small
cares?"
hats.
I'm like, "Who cares? What do you mean? Who cares? Like you not know what hip hop is all about? Like hip hop tried their best to be unique." And one of the unique things about hip hop is the fact that the rappers are rapping their bars, right? It's not like R&B where they have writers, right? Like Motown had a whole team of writers that wrote all the artist stuff, right? The only person that Smokey wrote his own stuff, and Stevie, when he was there, he wrote his stuff. Everybody else had to go through the writing team in Motown, right? They had writers, right? But they performed the songs, and that that's cool in R&B. I'm not tripping like you because R&B singers aren't required to write their bars. They just required to make it sound good. That's all they required to do. But in hip
Yeah,
hop,
they bring the vocals.
right? But in hip hop, no, it's about your pen game. It's about your pen game, your delivery, this, that, and the third. Like that's what made hip hop unique, right? That's one so Now it's just like if you got other people writing your bars and you're just performing the bars trying to make it sound good, then y'all ain't nothing but R&B singers.
I'm
Y'all
sorry
no
to
different than R&B singers at this point.
I'm sorry to tell you, Psycho Man, but it ain't no hip hop. Ain't no more hip hop. It's rap. It's rap. It's
That's
mumble rap.
crazy
It's
because
real rap.
I feel the same way.
I'm,
I feel
I'm, ba-
there's a
I,
distinction between hip hop and rap and hip hop is not the same. But some people feel like
yeah.
they're the same when they use them interchangeably. But I disagree. It's
I don't
not the same.
even know nobody who has used the word verbiage hip hop, and
For real.
I don't know how long, other than someone older than me. But hip hop, that's a thing of the past.
High infinite power healing our people. Yeah, it's not. It's
That's
not.
what hip hop stood for.
That's a concept I got from a brother from the East Coast. I ain't gonna say it come from me, but yeah,
I ain't never heard that one.
yeah.
Yeah, I
High
don't
infinite
remember
power
hearing it
healing our
coming
people.
up being defined as that. I don't remember that one. I don't even know why
Yeah,
it's
but
called hip hop. I don't know.
it's gone now. Ain't no more hip hop.
Yeah, it's turning
But it
into
just
something
it
else.
it had a certain culture to it of like the bragging part was one part, but you had to bring your own. That was if you didn't you got laughed at if you came in with somebody else's
If
stuff.
people found out somebody didn't write their own bars, there was all respect. Everything else, they career plummets. Their career goes to the ground because there was some people that didn't write their own bars back in the day, but they stayed quiet
Hmm.
about it. They stayed
Vanilla
quiet about it
Ice.
because they knew if they ever got leaked out, their career was over.
But see, shame is gone. Ain't no shaming no more. Ain't no ridicule. Just do what you want. It ain't no more shame. You can't
Nah,
shame a nigga for
you
not
can't.
writing his bars no more. He gonna look at you like, nigga, I'm getting paid. It's all about money nowadays, Psycho. Long as I'm making
Yeah.
money, I don't give a fuck what you talking about.
And the consumers don't hold these artists accountable, and that's what I mean. Like the consumers don't hold them accountable, right? Because the artists, like, if you go, shit, they gonna let me get away with this, I'm gonna keep doing it, right? Like, and they're gonna do it openly,
Hmm.
not even caring because the artist, because the consumer don't care. They just want to hear a good song. They don't care. They don't care if you didn't write it. As long as you in the video and you
Crazy.
it's your voice. If it's your voice and you in the video, they cool.
But when the consumer base is so young, and I hate to say this, but ignorant,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say that our parents thought we were ignorant. They just didn't get it
No, they didn't
because
get it.
it didn't make sense at all. Whether it was lyrically, whatever, it just didn't make sense. It's like you're just talking on the radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a flow, it's a style, it's a
They didn't get it
they
at
didn't
all,
get
and it
it.
wasn't meant
They
for them
didn't
to
get
get
it.
it. Yeah, it wasn't meant for them to get it. Like I get why they didn't get it, right? When you understand what they grew up listening to, and knowing what they were listening to when you was a kid, you know what I mean? Like you get why they
Hmm.
didn't get it. It's because it's something completely different, right? It's like that's why I always say when people say, "Oh well," when I critique today's hip hop, they say, "Well, it was the same when you was a kid. Your parents didn't had something to say when you was listening." I'm like, nah, it's not really the same because my parents didn't listen to hip hop, right? Like I'm somebody who grew up listening to hip hop, so I'm critiquing today's hip hop from that perspective. My parents didn't know nothing about hip hop. They didn't listen to it, nothing. They hated it. Like it's a completely different genre of music. It's not like my parents a fair comparison would be if I was an R&B head like that and they was critiquing my R&B compared to their R&B. That would be a fair comparison, but that was a completely different genre of music that they didn't understand, right?
It
So they
didn't. It wasn't even defined for the first couple of years
right. So they just
because
didn't get the
nobody knew what
culture.
that was.
Yeah, it was a completely different culture that they didn't grasp. So it's a little bit different coming from somebody like me. Well, I understand the culture, and I'm just critiquing how it's being done today. The culture isn't being practiced correctly based off what the culture was built on.
It was a political talking point at one point in the '80s. Like you
Right.
know what I mean? Like get rid of hip hop or rap music or whatever it was they called it back in the Public Enemy days. Remember when they had like like some local politician
doing something to like rap tapes or something, or stepping on rap tapes, or I think
Mm-hmm.
one of the most egregious one was riding over with a
Oh
bulldozer
yeah, I
or
see Dolores Tucker and
Check
all
that.
them. Yeah.
Check what you just said out.
yeah.
Check what you just said out. The government got involved and started saying that towards who? Public Enemy. Now, what was Public Enemy talking about?
Well,
Black empowerment.
Exactly. And
yeah, they
then they got them out the way, put them on the back burner, and then you see a rise in this gangster rap. And you ain't heard nothing about the
but
government
they went
coming in
after
and stepping
gangster rap stuff too. They went
Yeah,
after
they did.
NWA and Ice-T and all them that police shit
because
because
they was talking about killing
Ice-T had the
police.
you're right. Ice-T had
But once
the
they,
cop killer song
yep.
and then the fuck police song, but
But once they
NWA.
went to talking about killing niggas, it was no more governmental intervention.
That's why the parental advisory is on the
And they
music because
used
they
they
had to.
used C. Dolores Tucker and them to come after that's why I got issue with her
Hmm.
because they used she was a tool. I did a whole breakdown on this whole thing. I did a whole stream breaking that whole situation down and that whole era and how C.
Now
Dolores Tucker was
that
used.
is interesting. That Public Enemy and NWA was around the same time.
Yeah, Public Enemy fell off around that time. That's around time. Public Enemy fell off around the same time Khalid fell off. All around, they all fell off around the same. They was all going after the small hats and everything.
What was their last best album? Like Fear of a Nation.
I think
Mm.
What
so.
was their last good album? I think
Uh,
Fear of a Nation.
Fear of
What
a
was that?
Black
after
That
the
Nation.
was
third, after
91.
the third album is
Yeah,
when they
Fear of a
started to
Black
fall
Planet.
off. Yeah, after
Black
the
Planet.
third album is when they started to fall off. Because that was after after that that's when the Professor Grip thing happened. And they had to drop Professor Grip out the group.
So Fear of a Black Planet 1990, Fix a Nation of Millions 88. So that was their
Yeah,
first one.
so it's Fear the Black Panther. That was the last good one. Fear the
Wait,
Black.
Apocalypse 91 wasn't bad. That one wasn't bad.
That's when they
But it
started.
was
That's when the people were starting to become less interested.
yeah.
Yeah. That's when they started to roll off. But then you had NWA. That was around late 80s, early 90s.
The first big album they had was Straight Outta Compton. That dropped in '88.
So that
They,
is
they
overlapping
second
Public
out.
Enemy.
Their second album dropped in 90, 91, 91. It was 90,
That's
91
overlap.
around that time. That was their second and last album. NWA only got two albums. They got they got two albums and an EP. That's all NWA has in the history of NWA. And yeah, only and one of them was without Q.
So Public Enemy's first one was Yo Bum Rush the Show, 87. And
Yeah,
then they
that one
came
didn't
out
make
with It
no
Takes a
money. That one
Nation.
didn't make no money. People didn't know too much about Public Enemy. That one. The
Right.
second album was when they blew up.
Hey, my Uzi Weighs a Ton on there was crazy though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
one was
yeah.
crazy.
A lot of people
It
didn't know about Public Enemy at that time though. But '88, that's when they blew up.
but that's overlapping NWA.
Yeah, yeah. But NWA didn't take off. The NWA became bigger later. Remember the NWA didn't get no radio play. Like, they didn't get no radio play, none. You had to buy their tape, but you ain't listening to them. Right? Like all they success came off word of mouth. All of it, because they didn't get no radio play, no spin.
I was in Philly listening to Schoolie D, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't listening to NWA first. It was Schoolie D. Some
Yeah. Oh,
Philly
out here
love.
they wasn't getting hardly any burn, and like people wasn't buying any stuff like that out here either. Like most they record sales came the West Coast and Midwest liked them, the South liked them, but out here this was Rock Kim, KRS, and all them out here. It was hard for them to really. The '88 was a huge year too, so a lot of people didn't listen to NWA out here around that time. But
Real quick, Marley, you can't come up. I guess Q has to give us privileges again. So, but we are live.
how come you can't come on the panel? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have control
I
either.
messed up yesterday with Q and the system. He didn't take care of the StreamYard thing, so basically he lost a lot of that. But he only got space for 4 people or something like that right now, so he gonna get it back together. We're gonna get it back together soon, probably today. So yeah, Molly, don't trip. Don't trip.
Molly, come up. I bring you up, Molly.
Yeah, Psycho got the power because he brought me
Men's
up.
be in the back for like 5 hours,
I
just
didn't know what was
quiet.
going on.
You
I was
won't even
lost.
know he
Okay.
on.
Yeah, nah. I
Yeah, I
always
don't have
tell people,
control at all, Psycho.
Oh, okay.
Aaron. I always tell people, Aaron, I'm always around. Like
I see.
I just be, you know what I mean, waiting for something to go quiet. I don't be wanting to set in and all that.
Shit, y'all niggas don't fuck you, mother. Molly, get your ass up here.
Yo, Molly don't like the fact that him and Young Deity gotta get here to sing. It's all right, Molly. We know you ain't regular, man. What's the word, Ebony? It's good though, y'all. We on.
What up?
Man, ain't nothing, man. We had a long day yesterday. We went through the gambit. The identity. You was exhausted. Psycho pulled up a little later, exhausted himself a little bit. I don't know. Did you run into the waterman, Psycho? You went back and forth for a little while.
Nah, is that one? I heard a couple of dudes I never heard before earlier, but I was in the chat. I left a few comments in the chat, but I ain't get on the panel.
I swore you pulled up yesterday or something. Probably bugging. Shows is probably running back to back to me.
Yeah, that man was arguing that we cured cancer.
But yesterday
Yes,
wasn't that heated though. Yesterday was cool. It wasn't that heated of a day.
no, not even heated. Not even about heated. Just about the claims, the same arguments, and like we still going through it. Like we still going through it. Like man, we went
Yeah, I
through it.
tapped out. Domo was giving it to him. I was like, I gotta go, man. My head hurts.
What? Yo, he was like, nah, bro. He went.
Hey, when I first got on the channel, I couldn't understand why y'all be so harsh on people until I'd have been around the past 2 months. So I just been observing, like, okay, I see why they be going off on certain people. It's like you done came up the past 3 days, had the same conversation and moved nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people better at it than others. You know what I mean? We got Sabio who ain't good at it at all. He ain't.
That's why I had to tell y'all, bro. Put him in the back just real quick so we can hear what everybody's saying real quick before Sabio go off.
Sabio ain't with nothing. It's just it's levels to the patience. Under the pen word, it's definitely levels. I ain't gonna front. I ain't gonna front. Yes, they was batteries. Yes, they was batteries.
Yeah, we got too many topics that people just can't come up here and just say anything. Like, no. We got somebody for that. Like, you ain't gonna come up here and talk all that stuff and not somebody here that can't refute everything you just said. So don't come up here acting like we all just gonna buy that mess.
I mean, we went through the nah, they telling us we come from monkeys, where's our tail? And so yeah, we went through the gambit yesterday. So you trying to tell me we walked on all fours?
I'm not gonna lie, I never believed in evolution till I came to the till I came to the platform. So y'all brothers are doing y'all thing.
No, I appreciate that.
I never believed in that shit. But as you able to sit down and actually listen to it as an adult, because we was taught this in school. I didn't give a fuck about science in school. But now as I'm able to actually listen and sit and learn and take my biases out, I'm like, okay, the evidence does add up, even though I don't understand it all. But it makes much more sense. Because I don't believe in no,
Your mic is muffled, bro.
my bad. I don't believe in no spirituality. I never did. But I always question how we get here where we came from. So with being here and just steadily going over the same topic, I'm gaining way more understanding.
Is this mic low or is it me?
Nah, you still a little, yeah, you still a little muffled.
My bad. I don't know what happened.
I mean, yeah, but we basically kind of got the gist of what you're saying. I mean, I definitely know everybody else probably appreciate it, but I tell you, like, it's good to hear that right there. That probably help with a lot of people who get frustrated thinking that, you know, you ain't getting through to people, but to know that it's somebody like, nah, I wasn't with it at first, but then after listening. So all of the people who pull up and be talking about evolution and all that should feel good about themselves in a certain type of way. If one of their goals is to start waking people up to certain aspects of science that they may not have been familiar with, or maybe a little standoffish too. It's dope to hear somebody say that. To be honest with you.
Yeah, real talk.
Because if I was one of these niggas and I would have been an engineer talking to y'all niggas for hours, y'all better be learning something.
You hear me?
I ain't with all of that, like doing it for the good of the cause. Motherfuckers better be learning.
Yo,
More.
Marley with the great white beater. Yo,
Right.
let me tell y'all right now, Marley's part Caribbean. That's the only reason why he got a colored white beater on.
Man, I was thinking, was that gray? I'm like, is that a gray beater?
yeah.
Brooklyn niggas do not wear colored white beaters.
What is that? An ex-wife beater?
That wasn't bad.
Yeah, at least I'm on now. I can't come and go when I want to, but
yeah, well, you know, like crazy.
You just stay logged on.
Marley, he was sick yesterday. He like, yo, what beat what I did, yo. I ain't even violate.
I thought I got fired and shit. So, you know how
because you got put on timeout.
Nah, that was
I ain't even violate that nigga like that. I got my Marley voice down pat. It's over, son.
And that nigga Marley is the biggest. He's the most funniest instigator I've ever seen. That nigga is comedy.
Oh yeah, that is true though, yo. Because if you did that in front of in somebody's face, they be ready to dive on you, bro. Because you be hurting souls laughing at them like that. Like, yo, you laughing a little too hard, ain't you?
Nah, I was like that in high school and shit like that. I ain't gonna front.
That nigga laugh is alright. It's when he hits you with that extended laugh that don't got any laughs in between. It's like, ha ha.
Patting that joint.
It's like eyes.
Is that in the background for the movie or horror movie?
Yeah,
paid off that. I'm telling you,
like something out of a horror movie.
Patting that. I'm telling you, but trademark that joint.
Like nails on a chalkboard, right, Young D? To tell that nigga son.
Yeah, you know, I got Wale's laugh, I got Marley's laugh. I thought I had you, miss. I don't think I have you.
Nah. I told you, save the clips a bit, but my brand is barely getting back to his 2023 numbers.
Nah, you're right.
Yeah, but no, Marley, we were talking about yesterday how we ran the gambit yesterday with people questioning all the sciences. Like all the science came into question yesterday.
That's why I had to break it down like I broke it down yesterday.
The moon landing came into question. DNA came into question. Technology came into question.
Technology, all of this stuff is for real. Like,
DNA.
They
was
was
on trial
DNA,
yesterday.
Psycho. They was questioning DNA yesterday and everything they go do. Man, as I said, I was like, damn.
That's how you're trying to tell them. There's like science is not nothing like philosophical where you know, it's like it's objective, like it's straightforward. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's no better perspectives, and none of those things is about dealing with facts.
Even blackness came up. Black. What is it that word Domo uses all the time? To describe the markers, like
Yo,
DNA
Oh
markers.
Yeah.
Lansing
Alleles. You talking about alleles?
Alleles. That's it.
Alleles.
Yeah, I'm surprised he wasn't on point for that. We had what's the white gene yesterday? That's where we got into the DNA, the white gene and all that.
What y'all talking about? Who's black and who's not? Y'all talking about Lil?
Yeah, I
Talking about
know
who's
you
black
missed
and who's
that
not?
one, son.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
Domo can
Lance came
come,
over here. Lance came over here yesterday.
Hell no, Lance been on
No,
vacation. He got
Oh,
us.
he hasn't come back since Q blasted him last Saturday.
for
Yeah, what
real.
happened with that? You told me about that. What the fuck happened?
Nah, he was getting. He came up on here
You
doing
niggas
that
do not
bullshit.
like niggas.
Yeah,
Yeah, like that
yeah,
type of
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, he came up on the panel. He was talking shit to Amin and started calling him a foreigner and all of that, saying he got us and shit. And then Q came up on the panel was like, Lance, you should be a disgrace to be a black American. he said
he went off on that nigga.
he pulled the Caribbean move on him, bro.
That shit was so funny.
And Lance was violating though, because he was
Yeah,
coming at him men
Q
heavy.
came
Like
off. Q
you
came off.
coconut from Canada, like damn.
And
Yeah,
when Q went
but
off, Lance didn't say a word.
the thing is though with Lance, right? The thing is with Lance is that sometimes like now I don't even take Lance serious. That like if he start talking that xenophobic shit, like I like brush it off, like because I think Lance be saying that shit sometimes now to get under people's skin, but I don't think he really like that.
No, sometimes I know he being funny, and then other
He was
times,
being funny.
but
Yeah,
other times is like he is some truth in every joke. So it
yeah,
ain't like he just playing. There's some truth
yeah,
in
yeah.
there, you
Yeah,
know.
I think Lance would come along though, like the more he hang around and shit. Cause I'll be wanting to tell him like, you gotta stop doing that.
He ain't the only one though. He ain't the only one who got a
Yeah,
little
but
issue
Lance is
with
cool
those
though. You know, I just wish he
xenophobic
would stop doing that though.
little.
Hey, Miz, you was having word PTSD yesterday.
But I be talking shit
Oh
about
yeah,
I be talking shit about Jamaicans and shit like that. I be playing though.
yeah. So yeah, Aaron.
I be playing. I be
Some
playing
words
around
be getting
though.
me, son. Word, I can't.
Whoever that water boy, whatever his name was, he was just irritating, bro.
Yeah, son, that shit was like. That's why I don't
Yeah, I
usually
heard
do it.
one of them was getting on my nerves in the chat. I was like, I better stay my ass down here because I'm not making be the bad guy. I'm not trying to be the bad guy today.
Yeah, I see. I mean, that's why I be trying. That's why I be chilling. I don't really get into it too often. But damn, that one time was just like, woo.
Was it worse than was it worse than the hip hop discussion? Controlling people that ran for like a whole week. Hip hop.
Nah, we literally went through somebody yesterday, Lou, who questioned everything. Like, usually you got some people like, nah, I subscribe to this, but I don't subscribe to that. I subscribe to this, but I don't subscribe to that. Like, some was like, yo, yeah, he was like, yo, we ain't land on the moon. Yo, like, I don't think we should be letting our kids use these cell phones. DNA is something up with DNA
You don't think
and
we
all
landed on
that.
the moon? He must be a flat earther. He's a flat earther.
Nah, he ain't get to even get that far. That's around the time when I
The
think
first thing came out.
Taz pulled up. I think Taz
This
that
ain't
pulled
the
up.
celestial navigation dude, is it?
Nah, that wasn't him.
I
That
like
wasn't
cooking
him.
them fake moon landing people. I like cooking them.
And
Now,
we
you
had
know
a
what it really be up though, is when you start seeing people from other platforms come over here, like other content creators from different sectors. Like when you
yeah,
start seeing that, like you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like I remember when Jason Black came on Psycho show one day, just out the blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a classic.
Yeah, no, I can see the growth though, Luke. I can see the growth. You could, I mean, a lot of times I'm always constantly looking at the numbers, the, the odds and all that, watching them shoot up and go down. I be having,
Everybody knows Q though, man, from the black sector.
yeah,
Everybody know who Q is. So what I don't like though is like when I go to other places, they got these talking points that's like, ah, nah, you just a hotep. Nah, what are you, pro black? And that should be killing me, man. I'd be like, y'all motherfuckers lost, bro. I mean, even if you're not quote unquote identifying as any, what I mean, like you should still understand why that ideology exists.
Real.
Mm-hmm.
You trying to save your own people, bitch?
I feel like all black people, even if they not pro-black, even if they not pro-black, I feel like they should understand why Pan-African
What
is
Drake say, Marley? What you trying to
I'm gonna
get the
tell you.
slaves free?
no,
You
I
trying to
was
get the
saying,
slaves?
hold on. I was saying that how even though every black person might not be on Pan African or pro black, they should at least understand why it exists. Because I feel like a lot of black people, they try to like we talk about blackness or Pan Africanism, and they try to like like you know what I'm saying.
I never met a person. This is a true statement. I never met a person say that they was not pro-black until I got online.
For
Like
real?
this is I've never met a person that like just denounced pro-black until I got online. That was just unheard of. Like that's
You can be a little more reckless on the internet, psycho.
like
Yeah.
I never heard nobody just outright just say I'm not pro-black or just talking shit about anybody who identifies as pro-black. Like that shit is all foreign to me until I got online.
For me, the seeds of that, all that started with that living color stereotype with Damon Wayans. You know how they stereotype the ex-prison pro-black mispronouncing words and stuff like that. That's you know
We
what I
need
mean. That's
to capitulate.
you know what I'm saying. To constipate. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Capitulate.
It's definitely an issue when it comes to
Nah,
like
I know what Psycho would say.
branding.
He's talking about like outright just come out and say it like on some, but there's people who really
Yeah,
feel
just
like
like
that. Like
yeah.
even if they might not say it in real life, there's some people who's on some everything is not all about black. Like,
I'm just not used to that.
don't
Like
do this. Don't talk about. Don't talk. I heard. I had one
I
time.
grew up in an era of motherfuckers where everybody had African medallions.
I
Everybody
had
had
somebody tell
African
me.
medallions. Everybody was trying to buy black
I had a black person
against
psycho. I had a black
apartheid.
person tell me who was a gang banger. Yo, don't talk about white people. I got white friends, but you would
Yeah,
just be gang banging on
yeah.
black people. Like the fuck?
Like
Don't
I
talk.
grew up in a
Hey,
different era.
Psycho.
Like I said, like everybody had African medallions. Everybody listening to conscious hip hop. We was all against apartheid and everything else. I grew up in a time with a lot of racial tension up here. Central Park vibe and all that stuff. Y'all know about that stuff and everything. Y'all hear about it all the time with Donald Trump. Like that was a real thing. Like that story was real. It was a real situation out here. And that ain't the only thing. You had other situations y'all probably not familiar with, like a situation called Howard Beach that happened out here. You had the Crown Heights riots out here. You had a whole bunch of other situations. Abel a whole bunch of other stuff out here. Like racial tension was real high. That's what Public Enemy was making all that noise and everything else, and all the fight the power and all this and this and that third. Like that, all that stuff was like the premise behind that was all the racial tension that was going on at the time. So like this stuff, like so to hear people now just openly just like yeah, I fuck being pro-black and fuck black people and all that. Like I didn't grow up around that stuff. Like this, that shit is crazy to me to hear motherfuckers talk like that.
Yo,
Hey, Psycho.
Yeah,
the first time I ever met a coon like in real life, like that was open and came out, was in the military,
Military.
bro. Was in the
I knew he was
military.
gonna say that. I knew he was gonna say that shit. Yeah. But for like I don't know if y'all remember from the '90s. There was this. I think it was People magazine. It was one of them big magazines where they was covering a Klan rally or something like that. And on the cover, you know, because it had got violent, black people was fighting them, and it was the sister that just jumped on top. You know, they caught it on the cover of the magazine. Sister was defending the Klan and shit. So I'm like, yo, that image was crazy, man. You know,
Just
yeah,
like, just like they wasn't slick when they put that image out of the cop hugging that little black boy like a few years back. They thought they knew what they was doing. They tried to, the black boy that was crying, and they had the cop hug him, the white cop hug him. Imagery is imagery is powerful, man.
yeah. I mean, shit. I lived through Rodney King. Rodney King. That was the most on code I ever seen black people in my life. In my life, that was the most on code I ever seen black people. without any internet, any social media, this, that, and third, everything else. All we had was a news report that flashed across the screen, and everybody simultaneously, nationwide, got on code and started wilding out, whipping white people at like just had white people shook nationwide.
Psycho. You don't
White
think that
supremacy.
OJ was at least equal, equal or maybe a little bigger? Because I know a lot of black people was on code for that OJ shit, but I ain't
Well,
gonna
they was on
lie.
code, but that was different. That was people being happy and celebrating. But I'm
They
talking
was
about like
mad,
it being
bro.
up.
I'm talking about
I'm talking about it being up, right? Like I didn't live through the MLK assassination or Malcolm X assassination, none of the other stuff, but I did live through that Rodney King riot shit. And in my
yeah, that
lifetime,
was
that's the
crazy.
most on code I ever seen black people.
I think that
I
was the
think
straw that broke the camel's back right there.
I think a different world had 2 episodes dealing with that Rodney King situation.
Yeah, the Cosby Show didn't touch it, but Different World did.
Yeah, you know
Psycho.
Cosby ain't gonna do
We ain't even got them. We ain't even got them shows again, like the correlated back to the music. Even our television programs. We ain't got. We ain't got. Uh, what's the show you just mentioned, brother Lou? Uh,
Martin, we ain't got none of them shows no more. We
not
ain't,
Martin, but
The
the show
Cosby
you
Show. You talking about a different
different
world?
not the
world.
a different world, a different world. The Cosby's. We don't even got them shows no more.
Nah.
I think it's just it's. I think some of them around is just corporatized, man. And then they got like political uh, agendas and stuff.
Blackish, all
Then
that
this is
stuff.
across the board. Like you can't get no show unless you lean in a certain way politically. Like,
Yep. Yep.
but you do got some of those degenerate, type of shows like Power, stuff like that.
Like what? The Shy.
The Shy is
Power.
just, man.
The
Please
It
Shy.
was
don't
horrible.
put my city name with that
No.
show, man. Please
It
don't.
started out its first season, was and it went from they flipped it. They like they always do. They flip it.
Like they
They
always
got
do.
flipped upside down.
But did even in like the first season, man, like this is a pet peeve for me, man. It's not racial, but they got people walking around with pizza boxes, man, because the deep dish thing that
Mm-hmm.
they always
And
try
that's
to
not
act
even
like
a thing.
Chicagoans. And they got people on the show walking around with. I never seen nobody, and I lived in Chicago for over 40 years. I never seen nobody walking around with pizza boxes. You know what I'm saying? Like we like deep dish pizza, but come on, man.
No
Y'all
gin and
promoting
juice, none
that.
of that. Like,
I mean, that show is horrible, man. Don't even.
It's horrible, and it's just getting worse every season.
It's just the LGBT side, man. That shit is
Did
crazy on that shit.
anybody hear about what happened with that active shooter? I had posted yesterday in Atlanta in a hotel on the balcony.
I heard about that, but
Some
I'm
ran across my news tab, but I ain't get to check it out.
Yeah, probably nothing. Always something. That's probably nothing. I just seen. I'm like, oh, word, active shooter with my Atlanta people at.
It's just stuff like this tend to spike up, man, when you got the economy like the way it is now.
I wish they could bring back a different world for the newer version.
Listen, man, different world was cool, man, but some of that stuff did have a little, integrationist,
Yeah, yeah,
subliminal stuff in it too. You
you're
know what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah,
You're
like a
right.
whole white girl at the HBCU. Even though that was happening in real life, it was just yeah.
Right? It wasn't happening to the degree that it needed to be represented, especially at
Right.
that time.
She was the token white girl.
And even Bill Cosby had just as many white friends as he did black.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's so crazy, yo? My whole family laugh like this. But my shit is the worst though.
Yeah, I'll probably be over there getting weak.
Yo, imagine my whole family laughing at you if this niggas is joking.
They could be ready to fight. A whole bunch of Marley laughs.
I got a little my cousin who died and shit like that. He used to laugh like that as a kid too. That was the first time I heard him. I was like, oh, this nigga laughs like me.
Yeah, man. I watched the Cosby Show and stuff like that, man. But as I'm older, and I look back on it, man. It's just they left a lot on the table
Yes,
in terms of like, you know what I mean? Especially like them being in Brooklyn
yes.
and
People get mad at me for critiquing the Cosby Show. Oh, I get smoked for that.
yeah,
But
because it was iconic, you know.
people got to remember the age I was when the Cosby Show was out and everything else. Like I was getting a little too old for that Brady Bunch type comedy and everything else, and it was a lot of real issues going on that I was starting to, care about in society and stuff. And they wasn't touching on none of it, and it just wasn't seeming real because that wasn't the life I saw when I walked outside. Right, I didn't know too many people that had two family households, much less the father being a doctor and the mother being a lawyer, living in a $1 million brownstone out in Prospect Park. Like I don't know, it was just I didn't know that life. I didn't know nobody who lived that life. So and Rudy lived literally blocks away from my old school. Like my old school, she lived, like I used to see Rudy like once a week or whatever the case may be. Like she literally lived like 2 blocks away from the school that I went to. But I just didn't feel a strong connection with the Cosby Show like that. Now, Different World was a different story. They actually did touch on issues, and I was getting close to college years around that time, so it resonated with me more. Theo getting a whole episode about Theo not being allowed to be in a music video just didn't connect with me. I just didn't really care that much. Like, okay, you didn't make it inside a music video. Who cares? Like this is what the whole episode's about. Like, it's real shit going on out here, and I gotta look at
The
a
best
whole.
thing, my bad, Psycho. I was
My
just
back.
gonna say the best thing that the Cosby Show did, besides breaking barriers, like in terms of black TV shows and stuff. For me, the best thing he did was like showcase black art, and he did a lot of that on there. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying?
mm,
Artists, uh, uh, perform singers, and stuff from the guys from the '60s or whatever, '50s.
yeah,
But he did like stay away from serious, you know what I'm saying, conversations.
far away from it.
And I think it was a good thing too, because his politicals, what I mean, politics, so
Mm-hmm.
he was more on that what's it called? Uh Amos Wilson used to always say that damn, it'll come to me. All respectability politics.
Yeah,
That's what
he definitely
Cosby
worked
did.
on that a lot. He's a big component of respectability politics. That's the whole pound cake speech was all about.
He lost a lot of the community behind that stuff too.
Yeah, he did.
That's why you seen like when he got hung or whatever, a lot of people didn't support it. I mean, they didn't support him.
Yeah, 'cause those kids that he was talking about was the kids that saved his goddamn career. Motherfuckers felt disrespected, kind of like the way Obama was chastising them, right? Like it was the same kind of feeling. Like,
Yep.
who the hell is you?
Yeah, you're right, cause it was a gap in his career between I Spy and the Cosby Show. Like he was really,
Yeah,
and then
people
he even got like a
he
documentary,
got
a pro
people
black
forget
documentary. Yeah,
he got blackballed for a minute because of his involvement in black exploitation.
Psycho, you know Knowledge Born.
Yeah. Let him up. Let him up. He good. That's my man.
All right.
What's it called? Yeah, he almost got blackballed out of Hollywood because of his participation in the blaxploitation genre. Hollywood caught wind that he was helping fund it, and a couple of those movies, and that's when he lost the I Spy joint and everything else, and he was off primetime TV for a long time, and then and he made his comeback through Fat Albert. Fat Albert was his comeback after he got in on it because he was relegated to doing blaxploitation type films like what was that joint? Uptown Saturday Night and shit like that. Like he was relegated to that type shit. He was off primetime television, but he still was under contract with NBC. So NBC didn't want to kind of get some of their residuals back from the contract that they gave him. So they relegated him to the children's section, and that's when he started doing Fat Albert. And guess who Fat Albert was targeting? Fat Albert was targeting the same kids he ended up talking shit about later on in his pound cake speech. So it was like the nerve of you, dog.
He even dropped like a documentary during that period before Fat Albert, like where he was giving out Black history, like untaught Black history. It's actually a pretty good documentary. Like just for me, from what I know about Bill Cosby, it's a little bit off message. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
What's good, Knowledge?
Yo, okay, Psycho, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's going on with it?
What's good with your fam, man? Word. Y'all talking about old Pill in the game?
Yeah, he came up, yeah.
Yo, the shows.
Oh,
yeah, I got a bunch of stuff to say about them shows, and I get the same kind of smoke, Psycho. Volume 6 of my book honing directly on that right there. So the ghost of Norman Lear lives through all of the television shows that we saw. Anything that you've seen with blackface, from blackface to blackface, or black faces.
You talking about thieving ass Norman Lear?
Yeah. If we looked at the blaxploitation era did what? It saved Hollywood. When we go back to 1915, Birth of a Nation was their first attempt in the cinema at blackface. So if we look at
my bad, Knowledge. I just want to add, just to be fair with your point, because you're right. But it wasn't just the blaxploitation; it was also those kung fu movies too that saved Hollywood. So it was right there with it, though. I agree with your point. Go ahead, bro.
Who are those kung fu movies mimicking? Like we give a lot of credit to Bruce Lee. Yeah, we give a lot of credit to Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee studied all black fighters.
Well, Bruce Lee opened up the that lane. I'll give him that. But those kung fu movies was actually imitating westerns and shit, bro. The Lone Warrior, step in the saloon, smoke somebody and sit down and have take a shot. You know what I'm talking about? That's that same thing. That's the same thing that's in a lot of those kung fu movies, bro. But go ahead, man. I'm sorry I interrupted you because you was going
you good. It's all good. It's all in line. You see what I'm saying? So if they had the villain come to town, what color did he have on?
Oh yeah.
He was dressed in black. So who was he mimicking? Again, so you still don't get away from it whether they cosplay it or not. So the villain shows up. If it's a Western, he's in black and then the hero's in white. Yep. So that ripple effect that was sent through, even subliminally, regardless of what it is, it's still the personage. This is that personage right there. So if you look at Bruce Lee studied all black fighters, and then we give him props saying he had a black student. No, he was a student of black fighters, all of them. You see what I'm saying? So, and that was a violation for him because the Asian world wasn't very accepting of black martial artists. Now, if you go back and look at Enter the Dragon, that was the indictment. The indictment was these black fighters was whooping them white fighters and them Asian fighters and wasn't allowed in the dojo. So they was trying to figure out how we learned their quote unquote martial arts without
One
having to be
time,
in some kind of
one time,
dojo.
one time, a Vietnamese told me one time. He told me this. A Vietnamese guy. He was like, if black people was to study martial arts, nigga said, he said niggas would kick everybody ass.
But that's the era. So if you look at like a Jim Kelly,
Yeah, he told me that shit, son. I was like, he was like, if black people learn martial arts, he said they will kick everybody. A Vietnamese guy told me that shit.
so that's the era of the 60s and the 70s. That's the era of that, space of self-defense. Many of the brothers and sisters were studying martial arts in places that they wasn't welcome in. So we went to tournaments and won all of the tournaments. You could go do the history to it, you see what I'm saying, and check it out and see that it's verifiable. So if you look at somebody like a Ron Van Cleef, you look at, somebody like a Jim Kelly and a lot of those black fighters, these were the people that Bruce Lee was studying. He was studying Muhammad Ali. He was studying all of these black fighters to orient his style that his world, the Oriental world or the Asian world, was saying was ineffective. So that movie that came out like 51 years ago, Into the Dragon, it features Jim Kelly for the first time. So when he was talking to Mr. Handman, he said, your style is unorthodox. And then Jim Kelly's response was effective. That was an indictment on the black martial arts world. So what they were saying in the tournaments, actually in real life on the mats, that our styles were unorthodox, but there was no way that they could counter it. You see what I'm saying? There was no way that they could counter it. And they began doing things like cheating us out of tournaments, things like that. But once it was actually time to show and prove, our style of martial disciplines were the only adaptable styles that were effective in street fights. So there's a thing where you can learn martial arts in the dojo, and it's effective for a dojo or for tournaments, but not effective in real life. So our style of fighting, we were dealing with fights, we was dealing with gangs, we was dealing with police brutality, all of those things. So everything that we learned had to be effective and adaptable to real life situations. And so you'll hear martial disciplines now kind of adapt to self-defense techniques, but that's how we lived. You see what I'm saying? So, I said all of that because that these were, some of the tropes that were seen. And if we looked at shows like The Cosby Show and things like that, these were dismal attempts to make us seem passive, to sort of try to humanize us in the eyes before the world. But the inverse was true. We were looking for something reflective of our reality in the fantasy world. So that space of that fantasy world was crafted by Norman Lear and all of them. So if you look at like a Marcy Carsey or Tom Warner, all of these are all disciples of Norman Lear. And if you look and see all of those films that they were, or television shows that they were behind in the background, that was, one of those watchful type of situations. So if you look at from the black exploitation era on up, you see the same type of tropes. We never got away from those tropes. So from the not black exploitation era, but the Birth of a Nation era in blackface, you only see black people on the cinema and on the TV operating in blackface. If they're not operating in blackface, you're not going to see them for long.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that show in particular, just the Cosby Show, was atrocious on a different kind of level. It was mad disrespectful because the the shows that came before it that was quote unquote white shows, look at how they lived. And the shows that came after, look at how they lived. They had to be a doctor and a lawyer to live in this brownstone. Somebody tell me what Edith Bunker did for a living.
In the
Nothing.
Cosby's,
Nothing.
Somebody tell me what Peggy Bundy did for a living.
Nothing.
Not a damn thing. So they was able
Archie
to
didn't
have
even
a
have.
house.
Archie was only working at
He
a
used to sell
construction site.
shoes. Al Bundy used to sell shoes. He was a
Yeah,
shoe.
In the strip
what's
mall.
called Archie worked, I think, at a construction site, if I ain't mistaken.
If he worked at the construction site, right? He worked at the warehouse and he drove a cab.
Yeah,
How
and
could
he
he
wrote
afford a
that.
house?
Yeah.
Yeah, how could he afford a house with an upstairs and a wife at home that didn't work?
And a son-in-law living there didn't work, and a daughter that didn't work that was living there.
Right, right. Down the
He
street
was the
from the
only one
Jeffersons.
working in the whole house.
Yeah, down the street from the Jeffersons. Al Bundy worked at that shoe store since high school. He didn't own the shoe store. He worked at the shoe store.
George owned the dry cleaners that lived next door.
You see what I'm saying? Like, so this is the cinematic space. You look at Florida and James, they had 75 jobs between them. Everybody in that house was working, and they still couldn't get out the Section 8 projects they was living in
They
in
couldn't
Capri
get out
Green.
that project apartment with
Right,
everybody in the house working. Like you said, yeah, JJ,
right,
James, Florida, all working.
right, right. And they killed him off, and everybody was working, and they still didn't have enough money to get up out of there.
Go to sleep, bro. Lay your butt down.
So this is the indictment. I was like, this is crazy. I'm like, upstairs? They got it upstairs. You see what I'm saying? Like they got it upstairs and a garage,
And a
right?
backyard.
In the backyard, all of that, right? So the thing is, you got an apartment versus a house, and then you got this place that's supposed to be in this prominent section of Brooklyn that a doctor and a lawyer have to have in order for them to have something that's supposed to be their own. A doctor and a lawyer versus a damn cab driver / part-time construction worker. And I think he had enough money to own that bar, Mel's Place or whatever that was.
Yeah, yep.
So you
He was
see the
working at the
difference.
bar, and then he eventually ended up owning it. Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like you see the difference. There's a difference in between how things are perceived. So if you look at like Roseanne and all them other shows, the same people
They
in
was
the
broke too. They was white trash that owned the house.
right.
Yeah.
These are the same people that supervised those projects and still showed them in this likeness, regardless of how they tried to present them like they was quote unquote white trash.
Poor white look different than poor black on
Right,
TV.
right. So yeah,
Poor white still has houses and backyards and cars and stuff.
right.
They got poor blacks like that too in the South with houses.
No, I'm saying we talking TV. On TV, poor black people poor look different than poor white people poor.
Right. Yeah, so the further attempt to vilify in regards to inequity, you start looking at inequity cinematically, and that was on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Like Roseanne wasn't in the trailer park.
Right.
Like, where's the TV series with a white family in the trailer park? That's a real thing, right? White people, that's a real thing. White people in the trailer park, but you never see a TV show about it.
Right. So, Friends got one thing, Living Single had another, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a complete difference right there. Nobody got kicked off of Friends, but homie who was the conscious one was like, "Oh, you gotta go." You see what I mean? Like, same sort of setup.
Regular Joe, that's fact. Friends, none of these motherfuckers seem like they ever had jobs, and he had enough money to afford an apartment in Manhattan. You know how much an apartment in Manhattan costs? Like, you might be paying the mortgage.
It was 75 of them in Living Single in that house, and they ain't want Max in the house, so they moved across the street.
Right.
So, yeah, they'll show that. I think one of the dope shows for me, I think that Felicia Rashad's character was like a lot of those characters that they had typecast black women with on these television shows, demeaning, undermining, and mad disrespectful. She was the same way. Harriet from Family Matters was the same way. Like you could just go through the list of the women. You see what I'm saying? Like, so even though she smiled when she demeaned this dude who's a doctor, quote unquote, she was mad disrespectful with him. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Carl was the police, right? She was mad disrespectful with him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
The
so it was like,
bumbling idiot. Yeah.
right, right. So if they showed him in one instance that was good, quote unquote, in another instance they wasn't. So he wasn't able to fix nothing. You see what I'm saying? Like, so
Mm-hmm.
he was
Woman
again.
it became more about the matriarch at that point, like the woman running the household for the most part, like as far as like everything. Even
Right.
though the father's there, the father
They,
was
was-
kind of just there just to be the bumbling idiot and work the job and take care of the bills.
right. And you can count on one hand how many straight black men was actually father figures on the television.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there goes another agenda. You know what I'm saying? Like there goes another agenda right there. So you go all the way back to the Jeffersons. I think John Amos was like the, but
He was
I don't know. He was
he was
like the only
the
one.
best TV dad on ever, like ever. James Evans,
Right.
best TV dad.
That's a fact.
Most realistic and just straight to the point, hands on, like
Yeah, him and Red Fox was about it. That was about it. I mean, you look at the rest of those guys. The rest of those guys was
Red Fox was a single dad. Yeah.
yeah, right. That's where Hal Williams came from for 227 when him and Marla Gibbs.
Yeah, he was the cop.
Yeah,
He was the cop there. Him and the white boy and shit. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. I think John Amos was on there too. He was on there for a little bit, but I know they push it Maud, and I think Family Matters that came from Perfect
Yeah,
Stranger.
he wasn't on there long. He played one of Fred's friends for a minute, for like a season or something. He was one of
Yeah,
Fred's friends. But
so
like you
yeah,
said,
that was
he started coming on with Mod and everything else, so he
right.
wasn't too long.
Yeah, and I think he was Henry over there.
Was that Stymie from the Little Rascals? One of Fred's
Yeah,
friends? Yeah.
yeah. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Everybody Brady.
a lot of these television shows was crazy. So you go from that through Martin. Martin was on What's Happening Now, and he had that list all the way through, and then he pop up on Martin, and that's where it went right there.
Mm-hmm.
So Martin did his best in living color impersonation. So between that and the Jamie Foxx show and all that, but they had those things that they were promoting. You see what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
you know what I'd be noticing about some people, like especially when we be having discussions like about science and shit like that, and because we may be correcting them. A lot of people be feeling like we think that we know everything. So yeah, I know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's just them projecting the way how they really feel because they the ones who think that they know everything until they get corrected. So they start to project those feelings and fears. Because remember, we correcting them and they not proving us wrong. So if we was wrong, or if we think that we know everything, just prove us wrong then. But because they can't prove us wrong, they resort to, oh yeah, I think that y'all know everything instead of proving us wrong. Which is
I
very,
think
which is
I
very,
think that
it's like a gaslighting tactic. Or what people would try to do is, or what people would try to do is they would say, well, you weren't there, like to try to invalidate your point by pointing out. So indirectly, when people do that, indirectly, what they're doing is admitting that they're wrong, but at the same time, they don't want to directly tell you that you're right. So they would try to make it a neutral ground where it'd be like, well, don't no one knows because no one was there. You know what I'm saying? So they go into that state when they can't validate their point.
Chuck Wu said the Cosby Show showed the alternative version of blackness, alternative reality version of blackness, because that was the average black household. He did not show your average everyday household in the black diaspora. Were they successful black people? Yes. Were they doctors marrying lawyers? 9 times out of 10, I'll say 9.5 times out of 10, no. Like that it was fantasy. It was fantasy. It just was not realistic. It's a wish and a dream, you know. It gave if you like hope, then you'll love the Cosby Show if you like hope, because that's what it provided people with hope. But it was not reality, especially in 1980s.
In Brooklyn.
Yeah, it just wasn't reality.
I don't need no alternate reality where I got a woman in the house that I'm taking care of undermining me and demeaning me. I'm good. No thanks. No thanks. None of that disrespect. You see what I'm saying? I'm cool on all that, because that's the whole thing that was being pushed.
And his office, let's not forget, his office was his basement. His basement was his office. He didn't even have an office. He had an office, but it was his actual house.
Who's that?
Right.
Cosby?
Yeah, the Cosby Show. Yeah, the office was like his patients would come to the house and they would go downstairs in the basement and he'll take care of them there, or he'll meet them at the hospital. But like his office was in, like he had a base, and he go downstairs in the basement. That was his office where he saw, because he was a gynecologist, and that's where he met the women at and everything.
Oh, he was a gynecologist in the show?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's crazy.
He's up there catching babies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that still ain't garner him no respect or no compassion in the house.
I'm saying
ain't nobody.
But look on the corners he had to cut just to be able to, you know what I mean? Like they point out what you were saying earlier about how our rich look different than they rich and our poor look different than they poor on TV.
Right. Nobody respected his authority in the house either.
Mm-hmm.
So
that white family, that white doctor would have had an office somewhere else. He'd probably be going off cheating on his wife and everything. You know what I mean? Like he'd have some private office somewhere else in a different building or some shit like that, whatever. It would have been
with a powder habit and a drinking habit and a gambling habit.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
Oh, he was obstetrician, excuse me. Obstetrician and not gynecologist. You're right. I'm getting my doctors mixed up. It's all coochie. They all coochie doctors.
You said he wasn't a gynecologist, he was something else?
He's an obstetricianist, but they all coochie doctors. He was a coochie doctor.
Yeah, that thing was crazy right there. They for as much good, quote unquote, that it did a lot of harm. It did a lot of harm. I think the best black wife that was on television was Eleanor from Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Rock was a good show overall. Rock was so good.
Rock is better than the Cosby Show.
Yeah.
I'll take Rock any day of the week over the Cosby Show. That was way more relatable. It was They touched on real issues. Like it was just an overall better show. It wasn't more popular, but I'm just talking about just as far as a show. Yes, I could totally rewatch all the Rock seasons right now and won't be bored.
Except for one or two episodes, no thanks. But by and large, yes. Rock was so popular that they infiltrated Rock. They had to infiltrate Rock. They had them people from Cheers on there, all that. And it had knocked out a slot from Married with Children. And it changed the dynamic of how them people had to do live shows. They did a live taping of the shows.
Yeah, all of them came from theater. All of them came from theater, so they was used to doing live shows.
Yeah, so those couple of seasons, that's what it was. You see what I'm saying? And further cementing the
They
thing
did.
of putting
They initially did it to cut pay costs because it's cheaper to do live than taping. But they was able to get it off because again they
get it
all
off.
came from theater.
Right,
They all did plays and stuff like that at the
right.
beginning, so they was used to doing live shows. So they was able to get it off. But yeah,
And they got
that's
away with
another thing
having
that
Malcolm
made it
X
more
on the
special.
wall. They got away with having Malcolm X on the wall every episode.
Yeah, this
You
Rock,
see what I'm saying?
Rock
Like,
was a way better show, dog. Way
yeah,
better show. You watch Rock, you can relate to just about every episode because again, like they was dealing with real things, real issues, right? Like this,
right.
you can actually see that family living down the street from you, or you can see
Drug
your
dealing,
uncle or your aunt or something like that. Like you
infertility.
can relate to this.
It was all kind of stuff happening over there. The neighborhood banded together to get the pusher out of the joint. Even him getting shot. Heavy D got locked up for hitting him. Tone Loc over there. Like it was so many things. It was so many things. Little
Yeah.
Shorty, who Kim Phil's little sister in real life, came and stayed with them. Like
Mm-hmm.
it was all of those things. Come on, their son name was Marcus. You see what I'm saying? They
Right.
were so fly with all of the stuff that they did. They did what they
The pops was hilarious, dog.
right,
Like
right,
then you had
right,
his Pookie brother and everything
right.
else, and yeah, it was just relatable, dog. It was just
Yeah,
relatable.
yeah. He worked as a garbage man. She worked as a nurse. You see what I'm saying? For them to do what they had to do. She worked nights. I think the whole series. I don't even think she worked
Yeah, that's what
daytime
it
ever.
was. Yeah,
Like,
she worked overnight shift at the hospital.
and she worked pregnant. You see what I'm saying? Like it was like so many real life things. You see what I'm saying? They talked about that interracial stuff, all that. Like they ain't shy away from nothing. Everything was head on.
Yeah,
And Tisha Campbell, she made a cameo over there too. You see what I'm saying?
a
So
lot
it's
of people
like,
make cameos on Rock. Like Rock was a really underrated show, dog. Like
yeah,
it really don't get enough flowers. It really don't get enough flowers.
yeah, that was my show right there. Except for that weird thing, they had to do Richard Roundtree dirty, man. Ain't no way in hell I'd have been like, yo, that's what that's supposed to be right there. I'm like, y'all did this in front of Malcolm, huh? Like that's how impactful the show was. They had to show up with some rainbow soup and do that in their house in front of Malcolm. Like, nah. Pops took Malcolm upstairs. Like, come on, you don't need to see this. You understand what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, this is crazy. So that joint was wild, and I think it set the standard because I think like the Jamie Foxx show and all them shows that kind of was that spent off after was trying to do the same thing, but it was all that slapstick buffoonery.
Yeah, yeah, it was a lot of that. Yeah, it was. Yeah, like I said, like Rock was like it was a comedy, but they also dealt with serious issues. Like
Right.
Jamie Foxx ain't dealing with no serious issues. It was just
Right.
straight comedic. Yeah.
And he
Same thing.
got a shot on that show.
Wayne Brothers is a lot of slapstick in that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Clifton Powell got into Menace because of that.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't have got that role if he wasn't Andre in the Rock series.
Mm.
So he really gets his career start as far as him, rising. He said from that opportunity of being on Rock.